Chapter 163. The mountain is high, and humanity is the peak. Alberttazzi is truly a marvel. In the dining area of the Amsterdam training base, Danny Drew, while glancing at his phone, expressed his sentiments to Chen Xingyi, who sat across from him. Is the fervor surrounding the UEFA Europa League still unabated? Chen Xingyi inquired. Ever since Alberttazzi executed an astonishing 18 successful saves in the match against Leeds City, discussions throughout the European football community have been fervent all weekend. Alberttazzi cannot be said to have risen to fame overnight, for he had long been renowned. Everyone recognizes him as a young prodigy, the most likely successor to Andrew Burney in Italy. Nevertheless, even so, the magnitude of his performance in that match astonished many. For Alberttazzi's display transcended the realm of mere talent. Even the elite goalkeepers could not replicate such a record. However, for the Chinese, the past week of Alberttazzi's brilliance was one tinged with sorrow. Firstly, in the league, Wang Guangwei became a mere stepping stone for Alberttazzi, and subsequently, in the Europa League, it was Hu Lai who played the supporting role. This extraordinary week for Alberttazzi saw all its victims being Chinese players. Thus, it is not just Leeds City fans who are disgruntled. Chinese supporters share the same sentiment. As a fellow player in Europe, Chen Xingyi naturally felt a twinge of discontent. Despite his frequent jests at Hu Lai's expense in their group chats, when faced with an external adversary, they remained united. These expatriate athletes stood as a cohesive entity, sharing in both triumph and despair. Furthermore, Alberttazzi once again achieved a clean sheet in the league this weekend, facing none other than the Torino Bulls. His future club for the next season. Caesar, despite attempting 9 shots, could not find the back of the net, and thanks to Alberttazzi's stellar performance, fervent won the match. Some Torino fans jested that had they known, a clause to avoid Alberttazzi should have been included in their contract negotiations. Chen Xingyi understood why Drew had made such a remark. While a streak of 3 consecutive clean sheets is not entirely unheard of, Alberttazzi himself has accomplished such feats before. This particular sequence signals something significant. Alberttazzi's current form is exceptionally strong. This is not promising news for Hu Lai and Leeds City. No one can guarantee perpetual excellence, not even Alberttazzi. However, he need not remain at his peak indefinitely. Maintaining his form over these next 2 weeks would suffice to eliminate Leeds City. As for whether fervent could progress further in the Europa League after dispatching Leeds City, who truly cares? Noticing Chen Xingyi's troubled expression, Danny Drew patted him on the shoulder, saying, Leeds City's luck has been dismal. Cup competitions like the Europa League indeed favor fervent and Alberttazzi's style of play. Had they not encountered fervent, I genuinely believe they had a solid chance of reaching the finals. Chen Xingyi seemed to have something to voice, but ultimately refrained, merely shaking his head gently. I am delighted to utilize my own strength to assist fervent in securing victory against Leeds City. Before the conclusion of the match, I shall refrain from discussing our adversaries. My sole focus is to exert my utmost effort, regardless of who the opponent may be. The tall Alberttazzi stood before the camera, slightly bowing his head as he addressed the microphone held by the reporters. This was during his post-match interview following the match against Torino, where he became the center of media attention after achieving 3 consecutive clean sheets, particularly after setting a record in the previous Europa League match. Record? The record belongs to the past. I shall look ahead. Thank you. After succinctly responding to the reporters' inquiries, he made his way towards the locker room. An Italian television reporter, turning to the camera, remarked, It is evident that Alberttazzi is remarkably composed. He has not allowed his recent outstanding form to cloud his judgment. This is encouraging, as we all feared that after such a streak of clean sheets, he might become complacent. Yet, these are the words of a player who is not yet 20. What is Hu Lai saying? Sichuan Junping turned to Hu Lai and inquired. Hu Lai muted the television with the remote and explained to Sichuan Junping, in simple terms, he is suggesting that we will not win against fervent in our next match. Upon hearing this, Sichuan Junping frowned. How arrogant. As if they have already claimed victory. Do not pay too much heed to the media, Sichuan. They are merely professionals stirring the pot. If they were objective and calm, they would not earn their keep. Hu Lai waved his hand dismissively. It is not just the media, the internet is rife with fools. After the first leg match between Leeds City and fervent, Sichuan Junping inevitably came across the antics of Italian media and fans online. Is there any bias against Hu Lai from Italian media and fans? Not particularly. There had been no prior interactions, no grievances. Hu Lai is somewhat a scapegoat. as Italian fans and media vent their frustrations about English media and fans onto him. They ridicule Leeds City, and as the top scorer for Leeds. How could Hulai remain absent from such scrutiny? Indeed, Italian fans have not only created videos mocking Hulai for being outclassed by Alberttazzi, but have also compiled highlights of Alberttazzi's performance against the entire Leeds City team, showcasing all 18 of his saves, cleverly titled "One Against a Team." However, due to Hulai's prominence, he garners more attention. Moreover, the rivalry between forwards and goalkeepers is perennial. Their contest naturally draws the eye. Yet, Sun Junping remains irked, feeling a sense of injustice on Hulai's behalf. He believes Hulai is not receiving the respect he deserves. Hulai, well aware of Sun Junping's thoughts, patted his head reassuringly. "Do not worry about me." Then, tapping his own heart, he gestured to Sun Junping. A big heart, a true man. Junpei Morikawa felt a tinge of disappointment. "I apologize for being unable to assist you." He was a dedicated defensive midfielder, and during the match against Ferencváros, he truly struggled to make an impact. In the first leg of the encounter, Junpei was a starter but was substituted at halftime. Clark realized that a defensive presence in the midfield was unnecessary, as Ferencváros posed no threat to the Leeds goal. Keeping Junpei on the field was akin to squandering a position. Thus, he was replaced by Jack Walsh. Later, Clark brought on Charlie Porter and Lorenzo, all attacking options, yet to no avail. They could not breach Alberttazzi's goal. Hulai tousled Junpei's hair reassuringly. "Do not worry, Junpei. There exists no goalkeeper who is infallible. No mountain is insurmountable." Junpei nodded silently, fully aware that while Hulai spoke with an air of confidence, he too must be feeling the weight of anxiety and pressure. How could one discern this? Because when Hulai consoled him, he appeared genuinely earnest in offering comfort. To alleviate any additional burden on Hulai, Junpei chose to feign belief in his words. Lewis Francis retrieved his phone and booked a flight to Leeds, England, for the following Sunday. He then sent an email to the outreach department of Leeds United, expressing his desire to attend the match against Tranmere. Typically, as a footballing luminary and legend, Francis would not encounter any resistance when wishing to attend a match, even against arch-rivals like Madrid Pirates and Catalonia. For Leeds, hosting such a figure would be an honor. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, he anticipated a response and permission from Leeds United by the next day. He would then attend the match privately and, following its conclusion, greet the players in the dressing room, engage in conversation with head coach Tony Clark, and commend him for leading the team to victory in the previous season's Premier League. Ultimately, he would meet Hulai, praise his performance, express regret over his elimination from the Europa League, and half-jokingly inquire if he would be willing to join Real Madrid. This plan would be accomplished. He did not require an immediate response from Hulai, as merely uttering such words would plant a seed of thought in Hulai's mind, especially at a moment when Leeds had just been ousted from the Europa League and would miss out on the following season's Champions League. This thought could eventually ignite a tempest within him, leading to the realization that only Real Madrid could fulfill all his ambitions. Francis did not wait until the next day. He soon received a reply from Leeds United. The club expressed both surprise and honor at the prospect of welcoming the legendary Lewis Francis. They not only invited him for the following Sunday, but extended their welcome for any time that would be convenient for him to visit Leeds United. In order to maintain contact and communication with Francis, they specifically set aside a phone number, which is the contact for the club's general manager, Eric Duffy. Upon seeing this email, Francis smiled, as the task was nearing completion. Chapter 164. The ascent of the Azzurri. The Florence City Stadium, with a capacity of 45,000, was completely filled. Among the crowd, approximately 42,000 were supporters of the home team, Fiorentina, while fewer than 3,000 were the traveling fans from Leeds City. These few thousand were unable to make a significant impact in the face of the Fiorentina supporters. In fact, it was expected that more Leeds City fans would attend. However, the Italian authorities, citing safety concerns, issued only 2,800 tickets to them. This reasoning is rather dubious. If English football hooligans have gained notoriety, Italian football hooligans are not far behind. When Fiorentina fans traveled to away matches, Leeds City did not limit them to just over 2,000 tickets. The Flanders Stadium, accommodating 30,000, had allocated 5,000 tickets for Fiorentina fans. It was evident that Fiorentina did not wish for Leeds City fans to come and cheer for their team, meticulously crafting an almost perfect home atmosphere, which they indeed achieved. Even before the match commenced, the stadium was abuzz with excitement. While it is well known that English fans excel at creating an electric atmosphere through song, Italians possess a unique talent for igniting their home turf in a literal sense. They employ various fireworks and flares to make their stadium resemble an erupting volcano. The air was filled with red, orange, and green flames and smoke, causing the PM2.5 levels to soar. Chinese fans surely recall the winter fog that often envelopes Serie A broadcasts, where at times, it is nearly impossible to spot the ball, leading to doubts about whether players could see one another. Those in white jerseys might as well have been cloaked in invisibility, reminiscent of a surreal Silent Hill Football League experience. Although today's match was not as exaggerated, the stands were still adorned with purple and yellow pyrotechnics, reflecting the colors of Fiorentina's home kit, earning them the nickname the Purple and Gold Army. This formidable squad was fielding its strongest lineup, buoyed by the fervent support of their home fans, fully prepared and on high alert. The harmonious chants and roars, combined with the smoke and light effects filling the stadium, created an extraordinary home atmosphere. However, for the Leeds City players, this was of little consequence. They had encountered far more visually striking home environments. One of the benefits of participating in European competitions is the opportunity to broaden one's horizons. After visiting Turkey, the players of Leeds City now believe that few stadium atmospheres in the world can rival the terrifying intensity of a Turkish team's home ground. Thus, when confronted by the fervent fans of Ferencvaros, who were almost ready to ignite their own home ground, the Leeds players appeared remarkably composed, at least on the surface. Hulai gazed calmly at Mauro Alberttazzi as he approached, extending his hand for a handshake. This was a customary pre-match ritual. Regardless of the fierce contest that was about to unfold, the players adhered to this gesture, signifying that friendship comes first and competition second. Each player understood that this was merely a formality, resulting in a rather perfunctory execution of the handshake. Instead of a genuine clasp, it was more akin to a light touch of hands. One party remained stationary while the other walked by, briefly touching hands as a substitute for a handshake. A high five might have been more appropriate, unless two players were particularly close, such as friends playing for different teams. The handshake served as an opportunity for a brief exchange or greeting, which was entirely normal. Conversely, those with animosity might skip the handshake altogether for the sake of efficiency. Alberttazzi and Hulai were not well acquainted, nor did they harbor any animosity. Hence, during their first encounter, their handshake was quite ordinary, devoid of any further interaction. However, today, as Alberttazzi stood before Hulai, he seized the handshake opportunity to lock eyes and declare, "I told you, don't expect to score against me." With that, he departed without lingering. Had the onlookers not focused on their interaction, they might have remained oblivious to Alberttazzi's words. Yet, the Ferencvaros center-back, Niccolò Serafini, was acutely aware. Upon hearing Alberttazzi's remark, he noticed Hulai frozen in place, evidently stunned by the statement. Reflecting on the previous match, where Alberttazzi had achieved 18 successful saves, it was no wonder Hulai appeared bewildered. Serafini was well aware of Hulai's accolades: the Premier League Golden Boot, the World Cup Golden Boot, and the European Best Young Player Award, all of which adorned this young prodigy. Such a distinguished individual would undoubtedly possess immense pride and confidence. Yet, after being completely shut down by Alberttazzi in their last encounter, followed by ridicule from fans and media alike, Hulai's spirit must have endured a heavy blow. It was entirely plausible that his confidence had been shattered, leaving him to question himself. With this thought, Serafini found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Hulai. Many a talented player had succumbed to the confidence-destroying prowess of Alberttazzi. From his youth days, the formidable Alberttazzi had been a standout performer, encountering countless peers, many of whom had been left devoid of confidence in his wake. For instance, Marco Rossini, a midfield prodigy currently representing the prestigious Insubra, shares a close age with his seasoned rival, Alberttazzi, being just a year apart. Throughout their formative years, they have faced each other on numerous occasions, establishing themselves as long-standing adversaries. Interestingly, this playmaker initially graced the youth ranks of Insubra as a forward, achieving an astounding tally of 89 goals in a single season, thus earning the reputation of a prodigious striker. So, what led to his transition into a playmaking role? The answer lies in his encounters with Alberttazzi. In their frequent duels, the gifted forward found himself outmatched, ultimately losing confidence in his striking capabilities. It was only after his shift to midfield that he rediscovered his self-assurance and rhythm. Had this transformation not occurred, the trajectory of his career could have taken a drastically different turn. Today, Rossini serves as a regular rotational player for Insubra's first team. For someone merely 20 years of age, achieving such prominence in a prestigious club is quite commendable, particularly considering that many of his contemporaries among young talents have yet to even embark on a professional career. Noticing who lie lost in thought, Serafini chose to bypass him, proceeding to shake hands with the next player from Leeds City. While Alberttazzi engaged in self-reflection, Hulai was oblivious to the emotionless mechanical voice resonating within the system space. His attention was wholly captivated by a remark made by Alberttazzi earlier. The statement, in itself, held no extraordinary significance. It merely echoed a sentiment previously expressed by Alberttazzi during the European Best Young Player Awards. What intrigued Hulai was the realization that this seemingly aloof figure had attempted a psychological maneuver prior to the match. Of course, it is also plausible that it was not a calculated psychological tactic, but rather a genuine desire to share those words. Regardless of the intent, Hulai found that Alberttazzi's utterance shattered the carefully constructed persona he had formed in his mind. The image of the Italian superstar goalkeeper, standing majestically like an ice peak, was now in tatters. The media had fervently exalted Alberttazzi's extraordinary talent and icy demeanor, leading Hulai to mistakenly believe that this young man was divinely chosen. Exhibiting an unwavering composure regardless of the circumstances. Particularly impressive were the 18 saves he made in a single match, executed with remarkable steadiness, devoid of celebratory gestures or cries of triumph, further solidifying his formidable reputation. However, today, that singular statement revealed to Hulai that Alberttazzi was not the impenetrable iceberg he had envisioned. He too experienced emotional turbulence. This realization was pivotal, for it suggested that within the upcoming match, there lay potential for exploitation. After 3 consecutive clean sheets and helping his team triumph over his future employers, while simultaneously setting a record in the Europa League, how many individuals could maintain their composure after such a tumultuous experience? Hey! Hulai felt that the legendary snow atop the iceberg had begun to melt. Wait a moment, did he just hear another sound? Right, the system, father system. Hulai's eyes brimmed with tears. How long has it been since the World Cup? 9 months. In these 9 months, he encountered only one task, which was the ultimately failed Asian Cup mission. Father, do you know how I have endured these 9 months? Aside from the fixed points earned from scoring goals, everything else has been an expenditure. Just for the Asian Cup, he spent 700,000, only for it to come to naught. Now, all the points he held were left unused. When participating in the China Cup with the national team, he didn't use any items. This championship was entirely earned through the team's hard work. At the club, aside from initially using 3 points for Junpei Senkawa, he has not touched his points since. Even in the 2 matches against Ferencváros, he refrained from using any such resources. This frugality stemmed from the absence of new tasks, which hindered the acquisition of points. Each point spent diminished what little he had, so it was prudent to conserve them. Were it not for the ability to access the system space at any moment, Hulai might have wondered if the system had abandoned him. Thus, when Hulai realized that the system had just issued a new task, his joy was immeasurable. 3 years without a task, and now one must come with a feast. With this thought, he entered the task log of the system. Even before opening the task log, he had a hunch that it would likely pertain to Alberttazzi. Undoubtedly, it would involve him scoring a goal against Alberttazzi in a match. What else could such a task entail? Task: the mountain is high, the man is peak. Alpine climbing, originating from the Alps, presents a formidable challenge as climbers must conquer a peak without the aid of fixed ropes, mountain transport equipment, or oxygen tanks, relying solely on a small amount of tools and supplies they carry. However, the sense of achievement gained from successfully overcoming this challenge is immense. Therefore, you are required to complete the task without any assistance from system items. Upon reading this, Hulai snorted. No assistance from system items? What of it? Haven't I been managing just fine these past few months? Moreover, since I must defeat Alberttazzi, it must be through my own efforts for it to hold meaning. Is this really something the system needs to emphasize? Even without this stipulation, I wouldn't use items. Now, with this added restriction, it almost seems to underestimate him. As if guarding against a thief. After silently criticizing the system, Hulai continued reading. Task objective: achieve a hat trick against Alberttazzi in this match. Task reward: 300. 000 points, x1. System, you must be kidding. Chapter 165, you have already lost. Who? This is too righteous. As the commentator shouted, Alberttazzi lunged forward, positioning himself on the ground, pressing the football beneath him. In the midst of Serafini's relentless interference, who, in a moment of haste, struck the ball too directly, failing to pose a threat to Alberttazzi. Observing Hulay's somewhat regretful demeanor on the television screen, Crew shook his head, remarking that Hu faced the sternest defense from fervent, and it seemed unlikely that his performance would change in this match. Chen Xingyi, remaining silent, focused intently on the game. The live broadcast of this Europa League match was initiated by Crew's suggestion, to which Chen Xingyi readily acquiesced, as he too was keen to see how the enmity between Hulay and Alberttazzi would unfold. After 20 minutes of viewing, the match bore a striking resemblance to their previous encounter. From the outset, the home team fervent adopted a compact defensive strategy, setting up a formidable barrier in front of their goal and relinquishing control of the rest of the field. Such a tactic often renders a team's performance visually unappealing, particularly when playing on home soil. Few home fans can tolerate witnessing their team being besieged. Even disregarding concerns for pride, the viewing experience becomes quite unsettling, as one is perpetually on edge. However, the supporters of fervent appeared unfazed. They seemed accustomed to this style of play and wholeheartedly endorsed it. Their chants and cheers remained undiminished, undeterred by the team's defensive posture. With the backing of the crowd, the players of fervent were invigorated in their defensive efforts. The team deployed a 4-5-1 formation, with the Dutch forward Giveren Listic stationed at the forefront. Though his scoring prowess was limited, having netted only 5 goals in the league this season, he possessed commendable stamina and a diligent work ethic. Serving more as a defensive forward than a traditional striker, the defense for fervent began with him. Behind Listic lay 5 midfielders. On the left, Simon Lazorio, renowned for his speed and technical skill, also possessed a knack for free kicks, making him one of fervent's primary scoring threats. Correspondingly, on the right was the experienced Italian player Fabio Montesano, a well-rounded athlete who balanced offensive and defensive duties. In the central midfield, 3 defensive midfielders formed a line: Italian international Samuel Renki, German international Henry Schlieder, and French international Ibrahim Mediala. Though all 3 were national team players, they were considered fringe members, often fluctuating in their presence on the national stage. Each of them exhibited distinct defensive strengths, forming a critical first line of defense in front of the backline. Behind them stood 4 defenders: Guinea's left-back Arnold Cohn, Italy's right-back Andrea Nomendelli, and the central defensive pairing of Italian international Nicolo Serafini and Czech international Jakub Dvorak. From forward Listic to the defensive line, they established 3 layers of defense in front of Alberttazzi. Like a water purifier, the layers of filtration have left little opportunity for the attacks to reach Alberttazzi. Coupled with Alberttazzi's remarkable individual prowess, fervent's defensive strategy resembles an armored vehicle stationed at the goal. However, such personnel arrangements and tactics cannot be effective in every match. At times, they too will encounter challenges and concede goals. Yet, the pivotal factor is that when facing Leeds United, this team is in exceptional form, with each player energized as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Thus, Danny Drew remarked that Leeds United's encounter with fervent in the Europa League is unfortunate, as the characteristics of this team are particularly suited for knockout tournaments such as the Europa League. Were it not for the existence of group stages in the Europa League, where the knockout phase consists of home and away legs, people's predictions for fervent would likely be more optimistic in a single elimination scenario, with Alberttazzi in their ranks. Fervent might even clinch the championship. What's the point of a team just defensively hunkering down from the start? Cialon exclaimed, pointing at the television screen. Although the match was not broadcasted on domestic television, Tungfei Video does have a television client, allowing them to watch the match's live coverage. The couple, unaccustomed to viewing the game on a small mobile screen, invested in Tungfei Video's premium membership to enjoy their privileges across television, computer, and tablet devices simultaneously. Their primary motivation was indeed the television access, but Tungfei Video cleverly does not offer a standalone television membership. Now, Cialon and Hu Leeson sat on their living room sofa, watching the online live stream of the match on television. Just 20 minutes into the game, Cialon was already fuming. With fervent's defensive posture, it was predictable that her son would struggle to secure any notable opportunities. This sentiment caught Hu Leeson's attention. Indeed, the strategy of a staunch defense holds its own merit, Some individuals revel in witnessing underdog teams drawing or even triumphing over stronger opponents. In scenarios where strength is lacking, choosing the appropriate tactics is an intriguing aspect of football. Yet, he knew better than to voice this perspective to his wife. After all, those who claim that defensive matches lack excitement are often well aware of the rationale. They merely express their frustration because their favored team is the one facing such a defense. As supporters of the attacking side, they naturally wish for the defending team to avoid creating difficulties and would prefer an open contest, as that would grant their team a greater chance of scoring. Huijsen was more focused on how Leeds United would unravel Ferenc's dense defense. He was eager to witness his son's performance against Alberttazzi. Would he score? Or would he draw Alberttazzi's attention before deftly passing the ball to a teammate? Huijsen sighed as he glanced at the merchandise in the official store before exiting the system space. Those dazzling props are all beyond his reach. The system, in its effort to prevent any form of cheating, has effectively locked the official store, rendering all items grayed out and unavailable for purchase. Even the items he already possesses are grayed out and unusable. This system is merciless. Well, I never intended to use them anyway. However, the task of scoring a single goal against Alberttazzi is already a formidable challenge, and now it demands that I complete a hat trick? What a predicament. Never mind. I recall when I was still a novice, the system bestowed upon me a hat trick task. Was it more challenging back then, or is it now? If I, in my earlier ignorance, could score 3 goals without the aid of system props, why can't I accomplish it now? Shouldn't I be stronger now? If I am indeed stronger, then I should be capable of achieving this. 3 goals are just 3 goals. What is the big deal? As Huijsen entered the system, the play unfolded with Peter Williams striking from outside the box, only for Alberttazzi to deflect it out for a corner kick. This marked Leeds City's 3rd corner of the match, and it was also Alberttazzi's 5th successful save. Observers online were keenly tracking Alberttazzi's save count, eager to see if the Italian goalkeeper could surpass his recently set record. Emerging from the system, Huijsen found himself positioned right in front of the goal, flanked by Ferenc's center-back, Niccolò Serafini, with the goalkeeper Alberttazzi nearby. Huijsen stood quite close to Alberttazzi, prompting Serafini to intervene to prevent any interference with the goalkeeper. Attempting to shove him aside, Huijsen had no intention of remaining there. With his stature, he was at a disadvantage in such a crucial position and wouldn't be able to get his head on the ball. Thus, he addressed the pushing Serafini. "Stop shoving me. Do you really want to see me lying on the ground?" Serafini paused, taken aback by Huijsen's unexpected candor. It was the first time he had encountered someone so unabashedly discussing a feigned fall. This forthrightness made him instinctively trust Huijsen's words, without a hint of skepticism that Huijsen was deceiving him, believing he might just collapse to the ground as he claimed. Stunned, Serafini ceased his pushing. Huijsen, too, did not linger at the goal line. Instead, he departed from the contested area. Before leaving, he turned back to Alberttazzi, who stood behind Serafini with arms raised, and smiled faintly. "You have already lost." With that, he turned and walked away without casting another glance in Alberttazzi's direction. Meanwhile, Alberttazzi stared at Huijsen's retreating figure in confusion, pondering. What did he mean? "I lost. What have I lost?" He glanced up at the scoreboard. Indeed, the score was 0-0. The aggregate score was also 0-0. He could not fathom why Huijsen had made such a remark. Thus, he subtly shook his head. What a lunatic. Chapter 166. You are not the mountain. The mountain stands there. Leeds City's corner kick was executed without posing any threat to Ferenc. Without even requiring the intervention of goalkeeper Alberttazzi, the football was deftly headed away by Ferenc's main central defender, Serafini. Although Leeds City swiftly regained possession and sought to orchestrate another offensive, the Ferenc team remained unfazed, methodically continuing their defensive strategy. Chen found it quite perplexing. Ferenc had never displayed such an exaggerated approach even in Serie A. Did this not suggest that Leeds City was exerting more pressure on them than the Torino Bulls had in their previous match? He could only offer this consolation to the Chinese fans watching the live broadcast, yet it did little to soothe their frustrations. On the screen, many viewers, like Xiaolon, were visibly agitated, bombarding the comments with phrases like, "What utter shamelessness. Show some courage. This is not football. How is a team like Ferenc not relegated yet?" To avoid obstructing the live footage with comments, Xiaolon and Huijsen had preemptively disabled the comment section. Otherwise, had Xiaolon seen the barrage, she would undoubtedly have exclaimed, "How many kindred spirits exist in this life? What more could one desire? It is no wonder that both Xielon and the commenting fans were so displeased. Fervent was indeed a team that opened their eyes to new realities. What other team would adopt such a defensive posture even on their home turf? Some teams resort to such tactics out of necessity, perhaps due to a player being sent off, and they must defend to avoid conceding. Others adopt a defensive style to withstand their opponent's onslaught, waiting for the opportune moment to counterattack, ultimately aiming for victory. However, Fervent's approach was one born from preference. They embraced defense as a doctrine. They might be intent on replicating their previous success in the round of 16, where they faced Frankfurt and played 2 goalless matches, ultimately eliminating their opponents in a penalty shootout. In light of this, Clark had specifically intensified penalty training for the team before the match. If all else fails, they would have to contend with the opponent in a penalty shootout. While the opponent had Alberttazzi, Leeds City could not afford to be unprepared. They still had to be ready to match their rivals in penalties, for one never knows the outcome. Clark's preparations for this match extended beyond just penalties. He urged his players to enhance their long-range shooting and to contest for second balls within the penalty area. Through these methods, he hoped to create more opportunities for secondary attacks, allowing the lurking Hulai to capitalize on any ensuing chaos to score. Do you know why I say you've already lost? Hulai stood before the goal, addressing Alberttazzi across Serafini. Through a long-range shot, Leeds City earned yet another corner. And Hulai approached the goal not to contest for the header, but specifically to utter this statement to Alberttazzi. Alberttazzi regarded Hulai with a calm demeanor, while Serafini beside him could barely contain himself, thinking, is this kid just playing around? You're excessively talkative, Hulai remarked to Alberttazzi. Serafini could not hold back. Who, pray tell, is the one who talks too much? Hulai shot a glance at Serafini, responding, it's normal for me to talk a lot, but it's abnormal for him to do so. Serafini smirked. Mauro merely spoke a word or two to you before the match. Does that really count as talking too much? Of course it does. To his surprise, Hulai responded with remarkable decisiveness. His unwavering attitude momentarily stunned Serafini, leaving him uncertain whether Hulai was being deliberately enigmatic or genuinely earnest. Ignoring Serafini, Hulai turned his gaze towards Alberttazzi and inquired, why do you emphasize that I cannot score? Taken aback by the question, Alberttazzi pondered, is it a lack of self-confidence that compels you to reiterate this? As if to bolster your own assurance? Like a form of self-hypnosis, subtly convincing yourself. If you truly possess confidence, then there would be no need to explicitly convey it to me, would there? Serafini's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, Hulai merely shrugged, continuing to address Alberttazzi. As for the validity of my statement, you are well aware of the truth within yourself. Having said this, he turned and dashed away, not lingering at the doorway. Alberttazzi felt a strong urge to call out to him, to thoroughly refute his earlier remarks. What did he mean by saying I talk too much? Clearly, it is you who speaks excessively. And what does he mean by questioning my confidence? Since when is it for you to determine my self-assurance? And self-hypnosis? What on earth have I hypnotized myself into? Furthermore, what is this nonsense about me knowing my own mind? Am I not aware of my own circumstances? Absurd. However, as he contemplated voicing these thoughts, Hulai's words echoed in his mind once more. If I were to clarify and explain myself, would that not play right into his hands, suggesting he had struck a nerve? Yet, if I choose not to respond, does that not imply I acquiesce to his absurd claims? Alberttazzi felt a constriction in his chest. The only choice left was to take a deep breath. Leeds City executed a corner kick aimed at center-back Ben Grist and captain Lorenzo. Both towering over 6 feet tall, they possessed ample aerial prowess, capable of creating chaos in front of Fervent's goal. Indeed, they lived up to expectations. Lorenzo, who was starting in this match, first drew the attention of Fervent's players at the near post before allowing the ball to slip through to the trailing Grist. Grist leapt high, meeting the ball with a powerful header. He collided mid-air with Serafini. The ball was initially directed towards the goal by Grist, only to be deflected by Serafini. The ball fell into the penalty area. Alberttazzi lowered his center of gravity, his entire being taut, as if compressed to the limit of a spring, poised to spring into action. His gaze, however, did not fixate solely on the ball. Instead, he swiftly scanned the area around it, gathering sufficient information to predict the impending sequence of events. Amidst the crowded throng, Alberttazzi caught a fleeting glimpse of a Leeds City player. An instinctive alarm rang in his mind. Danger. Sure enough, that figure lunged for the ball before anyone could react, foot outstretched. Almost simultaneously, Alberttazzi instinctively spread his legs and fell to the ground, a purely reflexive action. There was no time to deliberate on the method of his save. He relied solely on instinct as his right foot deflected the ball out of bounds. Another corner kick. Alberttazzi. Splendid. A heroic act to avert catastrophe. The Italian commentator fervently praised Alberttazzi, while the fans of Fiorentina in the stands sang his accolades. When Alberttazzi expressionlessly rose from the ground, he noticed Hulai, who was holding his head in despair. It was at that moment Alberttazzi realized that the one who had just shot was Hulai, in the blink of an eye. He had not even caught a glimpse of who had taken the shot, nor did he have the luxury to ponder this query. Now that he knew it was Hulai, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Alberttazzi's mind. Did you think your earlier bravado would go unchallenged? What do you mean by lacking confidence? If I lack confidence, then who just made that shot? He coldly remarked to Hulai, who was lacking in confidence. To this, Hulai, initially wearing a face of regret, instead smiled. I told you, you talk too much. Alberttazzi was taken aback, for he realized a truth. Hulai was indeed correct. He had been rather loquacious during this match. In past games, he had always maintained a silence, never engaging in such exchanges with opposing forwards as he had today. Why was he conversing with this kid? Was he truly hypnotizing himself? No. Upon catching sight of Hulai's grin, Alberttazzi suddenly awakened to the fact that this fellow was attempting to unsettle him. He decided to heed none of Hulai's words. Just as he resolved this, Hulai chuckled again. That so-called iceberg is merely a facade you have painstakingly crafted. But do you know, Alberttazzi? Any persona constructed by man is bound to crumble at some point. You may benefit from the iceberg persona, yet it will ultimately drag you down because you are not a true iceberg. Alberttazzi's pupils constricted, and he took a deep breath before replying, You talk too much. Hulai responded with a chuckle. Isn't it normal for me to talk a lot? I'm not confining myself to any aloof iceberg persona. I am simply myself, without any labels or definitions to describe me. I do not care what others say about me, unlike you, who must strive to maintain this facade. Hulai did not counter Alberttazzi's words, but instead continued. Do you know why I say you are not a true iceberg? Because a genuine iceberg requires no persona. It exists as it is. Even when humanity claims to have conquered it, it remains silent, simply existing. It does not concern itself with being conquered or not. And you, Alberttazzi, in your obsession with preventing me from scoring, have already lost. In the words of my fellow countrymen, you have become obsessed. P.S. Speaking of which, the audiobook version of The Fox in the Box is now available on Lazy Listening. You can search for it there and choose to listen to how professional narrators interpret this work. Chapter 167. Leap over the iceberg. Even those closest to Hulai, such as his steadfast friends, sometimes find themselves perplexed, unsure of whether his earnest statements are genuine or not. This is especially true for Mauro Alberttazzi, who does not truly understand Hulai. If one were to inquire whether he deliberately crafted the persona of an iceberg, he would undoubtedly shake his head in denial. For this icy characterization was not of his own making. Initially, he had no intention of maintaining a serene facade after each save. Some of the saves were, in fact, exceedingly effortless, rendering an exuberant display unnecessary, as it would inadvertently elevate the opponent's shooting prowess, an act he found rather unseemly. Thus, Alberttazzi perceived his actions as merely executing a straightforward save, resulting in his calm demeanor. To the eyes of those with a penchant for intrigue, this behavior seemed rather captivating. Consequently, some began to compile videos showcasing Alberttazzi's tranquil expressions post-save and shared them online, dubbing it Iceberg Alberttazzi. Alberttazzi was never an unknown figure. From his days in youth teams to the professional arena, he was recognized as a prodigious talent. Hence, anything concerning him drew significant attention. Soon, viewers were enchanted by the video compilations that depicted Alberttazzi rising from the ground, maintaining his composure after each remarkable save. While spectacular saves were not uncommon, his ability to remain unfazed and composed post-performance, especially given his age, was indeed remarkable. As these videos circulated, an increasing number of onlookers sought out instances of Alberttazzi's calm saves, and they uncovered a plethora of such moments. More and more videos emerged, each accompanied by the iceberg moniker. Gradually, this epithet became synonymous with Mauro Alberttazzi. Initially, Alberttazzi may not have aspired to cultivate such a persona. However, as the moniker gained traction, he found it rather appealing. Thus, he began to unconsciously align himself with this iceberg identity. Although he did not create the persona, he perpetuated it. Hence, one might ponder whether Hulay's remarks were mere nonsense. Yet for Alberttazzi, it resonated as an unspoken truth. He was indeed striving to uphold the iceberg persona. In the past, after executing a stellar save, he would raise his arms in celebration, energizing both himself and his teammates. However, upon embracing the iceberg moniker, he consciously suppressed these impulses. Regardless of the save, he would maintain an impassive expression, as he found the concept of being an iceberg rather appealing and did not wish to disappoint the media and fans who had dubbed him thus. Yet, it is crucial to note that he is not a true iceberg. He cannot remain entirely unruffled, devoid of emotional fluctuations. But is there any fault in this approach? Not at all. In life, every individual, to some extent, embodies a persona, whether intentionally crafted or organically developed. Having a persona is not inherently problematic or erroneous. However, Hulay's candid remarks seem to elevate it to a matter of grave concern. Alberttazzi himself remained uncertain of Hulay's assertions, yet he acknowledged that logically, Hulay held some truth. Emotionally, he felt that Hulay's words were inaccurate. He furrowed his brow deeply. Hulay, who had already dashed out the door, turned back to glance at Alberttazzi. Upon seeing his contemplative expression, he covered his mouth and chuckled softly. From the moment the match began and they shook hands. Hearing Alberttazzi's remark, Hulay sensed an opportunity. To amplify his chances, he added fuel to the fire. Although his words were somewhat exaggerated, the essence was not flawed. He believed that Alberttazzi was not as composed as the public portrayed him, nor as calm as he appeared during his post-match interview in the previous round. In fact, one could argue that his inner self was ablaze, devoid of any semblance of an iceberg. He was excited, boiling, burning, far from being cold or indifferent. Hulay felt a sense of gratitude towards Wang Guangwei. After hearing Alberttazzi's remark, he immediately thought of Wang Guangwei. During high school, Wang Guangwei was hailed as the most steadfast center back in Anton High School, and even across the nation, reliable and beyond reproach. For the novice he was at the time, Wang Guangwei represented an insurmountable peak, much like Alberttazzi does now, especially the widely circulated persona of him being unruffled, akin to an invincible myth. How similar this was to Alberttazzi's expressionless demeanor after each save. Yet, one could discern from Wang Guangwei's slicked-back hairstyle that he was not as composed as he designed himself to be. Rather, this beach bum aesthetic revealed a certain immaturity. The reasoning is simple. One showcases what they lack. The more one resorts to external means to craft a legend, the more it underscores their divergence from that very legend. When Hulay tousled Wang Guangwei's hair, he also stirred his heart. He sensed this when Wang Guangwei pushed him to the ground. Now, from Alberttazzi's pensive demeanor, it was apparent the iceberg was melting. In Alberttazzi, a disordered heart could yield severe consequences. For he was not merely Ferenc's last line of defense, but also the source of the team's confidence. Dan Daosheng noticed Wang Guangwei suddenly becoming agitated, but he quickly regained his composure. This struck Dan as curious, prompting him to inquire, "What is the matter, Guangwei?" Nothing," Wang Guangwei replied, shaking his head in denial. Although Dan Daosheng sensed the change in Wang Guangwei, since he did not acknowledge it, it was evident he preferred not to discuss it. Thus, Dan nodded and resumed watching the live broadcast of the Europa League match. Wang Guangwei sighed in relief inwardly, grateful that Dan was a person of discretion who did not pry further. Otherwise, how would he respond? Should he admit that he had seen a sense of déjà vu in Alberttazzi, who always wore a stern face during each save? If Dan further pressed for an explanation of this déjà vu, it would lead to a long story, one that traced back to his high school days and involved a rather embarrassing incident from his past. Oh, the naive and laughable version of myself back then, striving to create an image that no one could disrupt, as if this facade would guarantee exceptional performance in competitions. Yet ultimately, it was effortlessly shattered by that rascal. Hulay. Regardless of how meticulously styled one's hair may be, a mere touch can render it disheveled. This is a fundamental truth. However, upon entering the arena, it seemed that everyone's mindset became rigid, and no one considered the notion of tousling an opponent's hair. It was as though the affairs of football could only be resolved through football itself. Yet this unwritten rule proved ineffective against Hulay. Thus, when Wang Guangwei witnessed Hulay engaging in conversation with Alberttazzi during consecutive corner kicks, he felt a surge of excitement. He believed that Hulay must have grasped this principle. Hence there was a possibility. In this match, Hu Lai had a chance. Overwhelmed by his emotions, Wang Guangwei could not refrain from uttering another remark. Uncle Dan, I believe Hu Lai will score in this match. Dan Daoxing turned, slightly astonished, yet chose not to inquire further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Leeds City executed their fifth corner kick of the match, which posed no threat to Ferentz's goal. Hu Lai failed to reach the ball as trajectory, and it was directly headed out by Ben Grist. Now it was Ferentz's turn to attack. However, their entire squad seemed disinterested in offense, resulting in a haphazard assault. With reliance solely on the flanks, they struggled to pose any threat to Leeds City's goal. Soon, possession shifted hands. When the ball returned to the feet of the Leeds City players, all Ferentz's players retreated as if by the ebbing tide. People often liken a team's fluid and beautiful offensive progression to mercury flowing freely, providing a sense of exhilaration to onlookers. Yet, few could fathom that this idiom could also depict the scene of Ferentz's defensive withdrawal. As Leeds City players advanced the ball into the front line, they were met with an impenetrable wall of defense. When Jay Adams received the ball, Ferentz's forward, Giovalong Ristic, rushed to pressure him. Adams passed the ball to Peter Williams, prompting Ristic to pivot and chase Williams, seemingly unconcerned about exerting his stamina. One must not underestimate the psychological pressure that this Dutch forward's persistence and pressing can impose on the Leeds City players, hindering their ability to observe keenly and organize their attacks meticulously. Of course, Adams and Williams were not so easily intimidated by Ristic's attempts to intercept. As Ristic circled back towards him, Williams promptly returned the ball to Adams. Without pausing, Adams executed a diagonal long pass to the left back, Ferret Quinn, who had made a run down the left flank. Upon receiving the ball, Quinn feigned a forward advance, but, after receiving it, abruptly halted, using this opportunity to shake off Ferentz's right midfielder, Fabio Montesano. With a clear angle, Quinn wasted no time and delivered a cross. The ball soared towards Ferentz's small penalty area. Lorenzo leapt high, contesting for the header against the opposing center-back, Jacob Dvorak. He failed to make contact with the football, which was directed away from the penalty area by Dvorak. Outside the penalty area, at the apex of the arc, Peter Williams surged forward to contest a header with Ferentz's German midfielder, Henry Schlieder, redirecting the ball to the side. Jay Adams received the ball and subsequently passed it to Kamara, positioned at the flank. As Kamara faced the approaching defender, he feigned an inward cut before swiftly pivoting to penetrate the penalty area. Ferentz's right back, Andrea Nomanley, closed in, blocking Kamara's path and preventing him from advancing. After all, the threats posed by cutting inside and by the baseline are not equivalent. Under pressure, Kamara was forced to retreat towards the baseline. The sole silver lining was that, within the penalty area, Ferentz's defenders exhibited a degree of caution, reluctant to commit a foul. However, Kamara found himself at an impasse, with Nomanley effectively obstructing his route, rendering a breakthrough impossible due to the constricted space. Attempting to do so would mean relinquishing possession. As Kamara neared the baseline, he had no alternative but to deliver a cross. Anticipating this move, Nomanley prepared to intercept, extending his leg to block the ball. It struck his shin and ricocheted, soaring towards the near post, where the preemptively positioned Hu Lai had already secured a position in front of Serafini, arms outstretched, slightly leaning back, striving to maintain his advantage. Serafini persistently nudged Hu Lai forward from behind. Any moment of weakness on Hu Lai's part could result in being dislodged from his advantageous position. Thus, Hu Lai had to devote all his energy to this physical contest, leaving little room for other actions, such as shooting. The duel between Hu Lai and Serafini was fleeting. In an instant, the football approached. Hu Lai, engaged in his tussle with Serafini, raised his right foot, seemingly to receive the ball. This left him balancing solely on his left foot, the only support for his body. However, Serafini did not seize the opportunity to apply further pressure. Instead, he maintained his position behind Hu Lai without resorting to more aggressive tactics. He feared that any additional force might cause Hu Lai to tumble, resulting in the referee penalizing him for a foul, a predicament he wished to avoid. For him, in this moment, inaction was the wisest course. Given Hu Lai's back was turned to the attacking direction and at such a tight angle, a shot on goal was no longer feasible. Successfully controlling the ball would be a minor triumph in itself. Yet, even if he managed to do so, what good would it serve? Serafini, obstructed from view by Hu Lai's body, failed to anticipate Hu Lai's next move. Had he been aware, he would not have remained passive behind Hu Lai. As Hu Lai lifted his right foot, he did not halt the ball. Instead, he deftly flicked the descending football toward the goal behind him with his heel. Alberttazzi positioned himself at the near post to block the shooting angle, observing Serafini trapped behind Hulai. He began scanning the vicinity for any nearby Leeds players, wary that Hulai might pass the ball to them for a shot. After assessing the situation, he redirected his focus back to Hulai. In addition to passing the ball to his teammates, Alberttazzi must remain vigilant against another possibility, that Hulai might attempt a direct shot on goal. This notion seems quite implausible, considering Hulai is facing away from the goal and closely guarded by a center-back. How could he possibly execute a shot under such circumstances? Yet, Alberttazzi never underestimates Hulai. He believes that a shot is indeed feasible, perhaps even using his heel. Thus, he lowers his center of gravity and peers through the gap between Serafini's legs, only to witness Hulai lift his right foot without stopping the ball. Instead, he executes a heel flick. The ball, having landed, swiftly darts through Serafini's legs. Alberttazzi instinctively sinks lower, preparing to dive for the ball. But then, his eyes widen in disbelief, his body tilting, preventing him from falling. What does he see? The ball, emerging from between Serafini's legs, does not roll along the grass. Instead, it soars upward, tracing a parabolic arc, narrowly bypassing Alberttazzi's head. Due to inertia, he is unable to react further. He can only turn his head, watching helplessly as the ball sails past him and into the net behind him. Chapter 168. How did he do it? As Hulai sprinted towards the ball's landing spot in front of Serafini, it was not solely Alberttazzi who anticipated that Hulai would strike with a heel flick. However, no one could have fathomed that the ball, flicked in such a manner, would curve in a bizarre trajectory, eluding goalkeeper Alberttazzi and finding the back of the net. This entirely caught everyone off guard, let alone Alberttazzi himself. No matter how quick his reflexes or adept his predictions, he could not have anticipated such an occurrence. As the ball entered the net, he remained in a half-kneeling position, not even raising his arms, underscoring the shock of the moment. The astonishment extended to the fans present, both from fervor and Leeds City, who fell into silence as the ball crossed the goal line, unsure whether to cheer or gasp. They were uncertain if the ball had indeed crossed the line. Observing the ball pass through Serafini's legs and over the motionless Alberttazzi, they questioned whether the shot had even been within the goal frame, leaving Alberttazzi unresponsive. Otherwise, how could the seemingly invincible Alberttazzi have remained indifferent to the shot? But soon, as the ball bounced within the net, stirring the fabric, realization dawned upon the crowd. The goal was legitimate. The stands erupted with various shouts. Some gasped, others cheered, while some hurled expletives, and many emitted incomprehensible sounds. The commentators, too, were collectively bewildered. Did Hulai just shoot? The ball, my goodness! Did that actually go in? Exclaimed Hifong, unable to believe the spectacle. Typically, one would expect him to be the most jubilant following Hulai's goal, yet his words were laden with uncertainty, reflecting the depth of his astonishment. Fortunately, right beside Yin Kong, there arose a chorus of shouts. Beautiful! Oh, how splendid! Hulai's goal is truly magnificent. It is exceedingly rare to witness a back-heel strike executed with such finesse. Matthew Cox echoed in astonishment, my heavens! Whose back-heel shot produced an astonishing effect? What have I just witnessed? I have beheld the divine arc. With an almost impossible execution, from an almost impossible angle, he has scored an almost unattainable goal. Who? He has conquered the iceberg, ascended to the pinnacle. He breached Alberttazzi's goal. The man previously deemed invincible by the Italian media has succumbed at whose feet? Though the Italian commentator was visibly disheartened, he could not help but become exhilarated by Hulai's breathtaking goal. Who? Ah, the ball is in. Leeds City has taken the lead. The manner in which Who scored was utterly unexpected, leaving Alberttazzi with no chance to respond. He could merely watch the ball find its way into the net. This was not a reflection of Alberttazzi's inadequacy, but rather a testament to the sheer beauty of Who's strike. I must assert, had it been any top goalkeeper in the world, they would have been unable to stop that shot. This is a world-class goal unlike any I have witnessed in my commentary career. Indeed, while it may not be a long-range thunderbolt from outside the box, this goal still deserves the title of a world-class strike. I can easily envision this goal as a strong contender for the best goal of the UEFA Europa League this season. As Hulai breached the goal of fervor, the Italian commentators spared no lavish praise, clearly indicating the magnitude of the shock the goal inspired. After scoring, Hulai turned to glance at the goal. Witnessing the ball sail into the net, and he finally exhaled, acknowledging that 1/3 of his mission was accomplished. He then shook off Serafini and sprinted towards the corner flag, eager to imprint his celebratory gesture upon this hallowed ground. Much like stamping a passport, he intended to leave his iconic celebration etched in every stadium he conquered. However, this time he was thwarted. Midway through his jubilant run, he was engulfed by the exuberant Kamara, who tackled him to the ground. Soon, more Leeds City players surged forward, piling on top of Hulai and Kamara. Even from the substitutes bench, teammates rushed to join the fray. Head coach Tony Clark, though not as exuberant as the players, could not contain his excitement on the sidelines, rushing onto the pitch for an impassioned slide-kneel celebration. The fervor that enveloped everyone at Leeds City was not solely due to Hulai's extraordinary goal, but because this strike had unlocked the door to victory. They understood that with this goal, Leeds City's hopes of advancing to the semi-finals of the UEFA Europa League had significantly increased. Ferencváros's entire tactical foundation rested on not conceding a goal. As long as they maintained a clean sheet, they could afford to be patient and contend with Leeds City, even if it meant dragging the match into a penalty shootout, where they would not fear defeat, thanks to the brilliance of goalkeeper Alberttazzi. Yet, once they conceded a goal, their previously established strategy would come crashing down. They could no longer maintain a defensive stance and were unable to prolong the match into a penalty shootout. They had to launch an offensive. However, once they did, Ferenc was merely an average team. Their attacks lacked sharpness, and their defense could not guarantee comprehensive coverage, always leaving vulnerabilities for Leeds City to exploit. Against such an ordinary adversary, Leeds City had ample strategies at their disposal. Thus, Hulai's goal effectively opened the gateway to victory for Leeds City. As the match progressed, their advantage would only widen. The players of Leeds City reveled in jubilant celebration, while Ferenc found themselves engulfed in profound despair and frustration. On the substitute bench, Ferenc's players sat with their heads in their hands, utterly dejected. Their teammates on the field were no better off. Many lay sprawled on the ground, hands covering their faces. To an onlooker, it would seem as though the match had concluded and Ferenc had been eliminated. Their despondency was understandable, for they were acutely aware that not conceding was their baseline expectation, and they knew all too well the consequences of allowing a goal. Federico Broly, the head coach of Ferenc, stood at the sidelines like a statue, devoid of any gestures or expressions, simply staring blankly at the pitch. In preparation for Leeds City, he had initially tested this defensive strategy with Eldria, and the outcome of their first encounter with Leeds validated its effectiveness. Subsequently, he reaffirmed this in matches against Torino, where Ferenc had taken the lead through a set piece, only to withstand a furious counterattack from the Bulls. It is noteworthy that the Bulls boasted the ageless Caesar. If they could maintain a clean sheet against him, what challenges could Leeds City possibly pose at home? Consequently, Broly held great confidence in this strategy, believing it would enable them to withstand Leeds City's onslaught and drag the match into a penalty shootout where Ferenc would feel more assured. Unexpectedly, before the first half had concluded, his team conceded a goal. Alberttazzi remained in a half-kneeling position, turning to gaze at the football nestled in the net. To this day, he could not fathom how the ball had found its way into his goal. From his observations, the ball had been flicked into play by Hulai's heel as it touched the ground. Typically, a heel shot from such a position should roll along the grass. Thus, Alberttazzi had instinctively prepared to dive for the save. However, the trajectory of the ball contradicted his expectations. While he moved downward, the ball soared upward, resulting in a perfect miss. Alberttazzi had conceded goals before, but none so inexplicably, which weighed heavily on him and left him shaken. Such a goal felt particularly humiliating, as if he had utterly failed. A goalkeeper with high standards cannot permit themselves to concede a goal without having made any effort. If he had exerted every ounce of his strength and still failed to prevent it, he could accept that disappointment, albeit reluctantly. However, the fact that he failed to execute even a single save, resulting solely from a misjudgment, left him particularly troubled. This goal represented a personal error on his part. In truth, the slow-motion replay provided clarity to Alberttazzi's quandary, a perspective he was unable to perceive at the moment who struck the ball with his heel. There was also a downward motion of his foot. What was described as a heel flick was, in a certain sense, more akin to a heel stamp on the ball. This was particularly evident in slow motion, where the football visibly deformed under pressure. It was this very deformation from the applied force that caused the ball to rise rather than roll smoothly along the grass. It traced a parabolic arc, reminiscent of a delicate lob. This misjudgment left Alberttazzi merely watching as the ball entered the net. This goal bore an element of fortune, should he have another chance. He would undoubtedly fail to score. But what does it matter? How many extraordinary and inexplicable goals exist without an element of luck? The significance lies not in how the goal was scored, but rather that Leeds United had taken the lead. Naturally, Matthew Cox stood firmly with Leeds. The Italian commentator sought to exonerate Alberttazzi, stating, "It is no wonder that even Alberttazzi could not save this. It was simply too peculiar. Who could have anticipated that whose step would produce such an arc in the ball? It was of no consequence, Alberttazzi, with a goal like this. Who could avoid feeling remorse?" As he spoke, the broadcast provided a close-up of Alberttazzi, his brow furrowed in frustration, his teeth clenched. A visage far from one free of self-reproach. Chapter 169. The redemption of Alberttazzi. Following the exuberant celebrations of Leeds, the match resumed. The atmosphere at Ferenc's home ground felt rather somber. The home fans were acutely aware of the implications of that goal. From the moment it was conceded, the nature of the match transformed entirely. The once confident supporters of Ferenc now began to worry about their team's prospects of advancing to the UEFA Europa League semi-finals. Despite appearing stunned on the sidelines after the goal, head coach Federico Borelli's reaction was relatively swift. Shortly after the match resumed, Ferenc was the first to make a substitution. The player replaced was starting forward Guivelin Ristic, a diligent and obedient striker who excelled defensively but posed a liability when the team required offensive prowess, given his lackluster scoring ability. Keeping him on the field would not aid the team in securing goals, leading to his substitution. Coming on in his place was another forward, Oliver Hogg. A national player from Denmark, Hogg is tall and robust, renowned for his heading ability and regarded as a traditional powerhouse striker. His scoring capability surpassed that of Ristic, making him the first choice for Borelli when the team needed to press forward. He had already netted 7 goals in the current Serie A season, establishing himself as Ferenc's leading scorer. Chen Lang introduced this substitution to Chinese fans tuning in for the live broadcast. Xiaolan, upon hearing this, scoffed. "It turns out that Ferencvaros has a forward capable of scoring. I had thought they relied solely on their center-backs to fill that role." Upon hearing his wife's teasing, Hulisin chuckled, acknowledging her grudges in silence. Nevertheless, he dared not voice his thoughts. After her veiled remarks, she continued with a sardonic tone, "It's no wonder their top scorer has only netted 7 goals. Clearly, Ferencvaros excels only in defense and is inept elsewhere." Hulisin yearned to argue that scoring 7 goals in a league known for its defensive prowess is no small feat for a forward, unlike her son. However, he refrained from expressing this opinion. His silence prompted his wife to engage him further. "Hey, Lao Hu, do you think that with the introduction of a scoring forward, it signifies an opening up of the game?" Hulisin nodded in agreement. It should be so. For Ferencvaros to equalize, they must adopt an offensive approach. With no away goals rule in the Europa League, they merely need to level the score to take the match to penalties. "Does this not mean our son could score again?" Xiaolan's voice brimmed with excitement. Instinctively, Hulisin wanted to refute her notion. Scoring is not as simple as she suggested. Yet, observing the joy on her face, he became wary of dousing her enthusiasm. If their son failed to score, her ire might be directed at him. Conversely, if he supported her optimism, should Hulai indeed not find the net, she would likely attribute it to his own bad luck. With this in mind, he nodded. "Let us hope so, it should be the case." Xiaolan beamed at her husband's response, eagerly watching the match unfold. However, as the first half concluded, the second goal she anticipated failed to materialize. Ferencvaros did not crumble as she had expected after conceding. Remarkably, Alberttazzi's performance was unexpectedly stellar. He steadied himself following the setback. Even with roughly 10 minutes remaining in the first half after Hulai's goal, Alberttazzi executed 3 effective saves, thwarting Leeds' attempts to extend their lead to 2-0 before halftime. Alberttazzi proved to be an exceptional goalkeeper. Even after conceding a goal, his greatness remained intact. During the halftime break, Chen Lang praised Alberttazzi's outstanding performance. Recognizing the greatness of one's opponent does not diminish one's own merits. Rather, it underscores one's own excellence. For only a formidable adversary deserves a great player. As success is always mutually reinforcing. The fact that Hulai managed to breach Alberttazzi's defenses only attests to Hulai's own prowess. Of course, Chen Lang's relaxed demeanor in commending the opponent stemmed from Leeds' lead. Otherwise, he would have been furrowed in concern. contemplating how Leeds could conquer the formidable defense ahead in the second half. In the home team's locker room, Coach Broly refrained from offering solace to the goalkeeper Alberttazzi, instead showering him with praise. He made no mention of the goal conceded, focusing solely on commending Alberttazzi for his performance during the first half, particularly in the final 10 minutes. Indeed, Alberttazzi's display in those closing moments was commendable. He adeptly recovered from the frustration of conceding a goal and, facing Leeds United's relentless onslaught, managed to keep the net secure. With the team now trailing by only 1 goal, there remained hope of a comeback on home soil. After acknowledging Alberttazzi's efforts, Broly proceeded to outline the tactical plan for the second half's counterattack. Yet, Alberttazzi found himself lost in thought. He did not believe his performance in the first half warranted such accolades, as he had allowed a goal. In his eyes, a goalkeeper could make 99 successful saves, but a single failure to stop the ball would signify defeat. Thus, he felt he had indeed failed. However, he was acutely aware that he must not succumb to self-pity. After all, the match was far from over, and every save he made preserved a flicker of hope for his team's resurgence, while simultaneously serving as his own atonement. If he could guide the match into a penalty shootout, he could emerge as the hero who salvaged the team. So he rallied himself, thinking, "Come on, Morrow. There's no way they can score in such an absurd manner again. They shall not take another point from me." After a 15-minute halftime break, the second half commenced with both teams resuming their battle. Leeds continued their offensive, while Fervent sought more opportunities for counterattacks. During halftime, Clark had specifically emphasized the need for vigilance against Leeds' counterattacks, urging the players not to become complacent. With Leeds prepared, Fervent found themselves with limited opportunities. The initiative remained firmly in the hands of the visitors, as Leeds continued to besiege Fervent. Alberttazzi remained one of the pivotal figures on the pitch. Confronted with a barrage of shots from the Leeds squad, he expertly denied each attempt, demonstrating remarkable composure that appeared unaffected by the earlier goal conceded, a quality indispensable for an exceptional goalkeeper. The Italian television commentator lavished praise upon Alberttazzi's performance. Should Leeds believe their lead afforded them the luxury to unleash a full-scale assault, it might ironically present Fervent with opportunities. In a final effort to bolster the spirits of Fervent fans watching at home, the Italian commentator sought to uplift their confidence. Acknowledging that many supporters' morale had plummeted after conceding the goal, they were in dire need of encouragement. Even if Alberttazzi's efforts did not result in an equalizer for Fervent, they nonetheless provided a glimmer of hope for the team's survival. Alberttazzi leaped into the air, missing the ball, yet he remained unfazed. Because he understood that if he did not touch the ball, it certainly would not have struck within the goal frame. Indeed, he turned back to see the football soaring beyond the goalposts. Whose long-range shot was such a pity, just slightly off target. Matthew Cox lamented this missed opportunity. A tremendous gasp and inhalation arose from the stands of the Leeds City Stadium. Hulai, with his hands clasped atop his head, appeared profoundly regretful. Alberttazzi, after rolling twice on the ground to dissipate the impact, rose expressionlessly and cast a glance at Hulai. Upon witnessing this scene, the Italian commentator joyfully remarked, "Alberttazzi remains that iceberg. All is well. There are still 35 minutes left for Fiorentina. Time is ample enough for Fiorentina to score. Come on, Fiorentina." This commentator was not a fan of Fiorentina. However, as an Italian, he naturally supported all Italian teams in European competitions as it pertained to national interests. Observing Alberttazzi's demeanor, the Fiorentina fans in the stands erupted in cheers. Cialon pointed at the television and turned to her husband, asking, "What are they cheering for? He didn't even save that shot." Perhaps seeing Alberttazzi's expression rekindled their hope? To this, Cialon disdainfully huffed, "What a pretense. Always engaging in these trivialities to cultivate a persona. It's only a matter of time before it backfires." Hulisin found himself genuinely agreeing with his wife's sentiment. In his view, Alberttazzi was indeed an exceptional goalkeeper, but if he became overly engrossed in crafting a peculiar persona, it would limit his future achievements. He might remain a top goalkeeper, but would struggle to attain legendary status in history, as he lacked purity. While a persona might serve as a form of branding, it could simultaneously become a heavy burden that might eventually crush the bearer. Chapter 170. Who would have thought? They were gradually regaining confidence. Assistant coach Sam Rander leaned close to Tony Clark and whispered softly. Clark nodded. "I see it. But it's all right. Let us continue to apply pressure on them." After speaking, Rander approached the sidelines, whistled, and gestured, indicating that the Leeds City players should intensify their offensive against Fiorentina and maintain their pace. The players on the field for Leeds City could also sense that Fiorentina's players were slowly recovering from the goals conceded in the first half. They seemed to feel that Leeds City could no longer dominate them. In Fiorentina's strategy, the plan was to withstand Leeds City's attack and then, seizing the opportunity during their offensive, launch a counterattack to catch them off guard. Left midfielder Simon Lazorio, possessing both speed and skill, posed a significant threat during counterattacks. Furthermore, center forward Hogg served as an attacking pivot, creating a high probability of snatching a goal. Their head coach, Broly, had studied Leeds City. This was a team that would never accept a 10 result. Whenever there was an opportunity, they would relentlessly attack, attempting to score more goals. This presented an opportunity for Fiorentina. If, at this moment, Leeds City chose to consolidate their defense, shifting their focus away from offense. Given the attacking prowess of Fervent, it seems that Leeds City may find it challenging to contend with their compact defense. As for the present moment, Broly stands on the sidelines, gazing upon the pitch. His heart somewhat reassured. There remains hope. We still have hope. Gratitude is due to Alberttazzi, whose repeated saves have preserved our aspirations. Observing Leeds City intensifying their offensive play following a gesture from their assistant coach, Broly feels that divine favor has not abandoned him. Fervent still has a chance. He fervently wishes for Leeds City to continue their assault, pressing forward. It appears that Leeds City has heard Broly's silent plea, endeavoring to fulfill his wish. With their heightened offensive, Fervent's defense is under immense pressure. Broly, filled with excitement on the sidelines, vigorously waves his arms, signaling his players, stand firm, withstand their onslaught. Opportunities will arise. Goalkeeper Alberttazzi remains vigilant against each of Leeds City's advances. Kamara receives the ball on the flank. In previous encounters with Fervent, including the first leg, he has struggled significantly. This is primarily due to Fervent's defensive tactics, which do not suit his playing style. Upon receiving the ball, he often finds himself ensnared by the opposing team's dense defense, unable to showcase his true abilities. He is a player who combines both speed and technical skill, with his individual prowess being one of the key weapons to break through tight defenses. However, the high tactical acumen of Fervent's defenders acts like a chain binding Kamara, rendering his play awkward. This match bears similarities, yet is not entirely the same. Since Fervent conceded a goal, Kamara has sensed a noticeable slackening of the chains that bind him. The opposing team's mindset has shifted since conceding. They now aspire to attack, even if it means fortifying their defense before countering. This intention to attack contrasts sharply with their previous single-mindedness in prolonging the match to a penalty shootout. A team that harbors any intention of offense cannot revert to their former state. There will inevitably be vulnerabilities to exploit, and these openings need not be large. Kamara can find greater room for expression. When he receives the ball on the left flank, he initially executes a rather conventional bicycle kick feint, yet Fervent's right midfielder, Fabio Montesano, remains unfazed. As a seasoned Italian player, he is impervious to such elementary deception. Kamara does not expect to outsmart the opponent with such a simple feint. Rather, he awaits the arrival of Fervent's right back, Mandelli. Only when Mandelli joins Montesano in defending against him does he see an opportunity. This may sound peculiar, as one typically assumes that one-on-one situations are easier to breach than two-on-one scenarios. However, for Kamara, having two defenders focused on him facilitates the creation of chances and the discovery of weaknesses. No matter how well coordinated the two defenders may be, they can never operate with the same fluidity as a single defender. There will always be some misalignment in their cooperation. It is this very opportunity that Kamara seeks to exploit. If he were to face the seasoned Montesano alone, it would indeed pose quite a dilemma. As anticipated, while he hesitated, Mandelli joined forces with Montesano, forming a formidable defensive stance aimed at completely stifling Kamala's advance. Confronted by this dual defense, Kamala continued to maneuver skillfully. Yet his rhythm had transformed from his earlier sluggishness. With a deft flick of his left foot, he brushed past the ball, and his right foot followed. Not merely feigning a shot, but genuinely directing the ball. Observing the ball roll into his defensive zone, Mandelli did not immediately attempt to intercept. Instead, he opted to retreat momentarily, a natural reaction given that a premature move could easily lead to deception. By creating a suitable distance, he aimed to deny the opponent any space to break through. However, Mandelli momentarily forgot that he was not alone in defending Kamala, but rather alongside Montesano. His retreat inadvertently created a gap between himself and Montesano, precisely the opportunity Kamala had been waiting for. As his right foot nudged the ball forward, he swiftly pulled it back, using the inside of his right foot to deftly redirect the ball to the left. The ball glided between Mandelli and Montesano, while Kamala, like a slippery eel, darted into the penalty area in pursuit. Mandelli was taken aback by how his retreating step was exploited by Kamala, and the lack of coordination with Montesano allowed Kamala to slip through. "Bravo, Kamala!" exclaimed Matthew Cox, his voice ringing with excitement. As Mandelli and Montesano turned to chase after Kamala, they found themselves lagging behind. Fearful of conceding a penalty through a foul, they hesitated to make any aggressive moves, merely raising their arms in a slow pursuit, wary that a misstep during their normal run might inadvertently create an opportunity for Kamala to tumble in the box. Kamala's breakthrough tore a rift in the once stable Ferenc's defense, prompting a frenzied response from the other Ferenc's players, who rushed to assist. Even goalkeeper Alberttazzi shifted to this side to block Kamala's angle for a shot. While Hulai had scored many goals, it was never stipulated that the offensive efforts of Leeds City had to solely originate from him. Perhaps Leeds City might even leverage Hulai to distract Ferenc's defensive resources. Thus, whoever possesses the ball poses the greatest threat, a fundamental truth in the realm of football that must be adhered to. Fans, viewing from a godlike perspective, often ponder why Hulai is left unmarked or why such expansive spaces remain neglected. This is a consequence of their comfortable vantage point at home, surveying the entire field through the elevated lens of television broadcasts. Yet, players on the field, immersed in a state of heightened tension and the rapidly changing tempo of the game, lack this divine perspective, observing solely from their own angles, which indeed results in numerous visual and psychological blind spots. For instance, at this moment, everyone was captivated by Kamala's successful breakthrough, with little attention paid to Hulai lurking at the far post. In front of the television, Shilon noticed, and she let out an excited scream, though she quickly stifled it, leaving the moment hanging, as if fearing that her own scream within the confines of her living room might echo across the vast distance to the players of Ferencváros. Shilon observed her son, not rushing towards the goal for a pass, but rather taking a step back, deliberately creating distance from the Ferencváros players who were advancing to assist. Having grown accustomed to her son's playing style, Shilon immediately discerned his intentions. With anticipation, she fixated her gaze on the television screen. Kamara surged into the penalty area, stirring up chaos within, but instead of opting for a shot himself, he unexpectedly delivered a lateral pass to Hulai, who had positioned himself at the far post. Alberttazzi, a goalkeeper of exceptional quality, displayed remarkable foresight and reflexes once again. While his teammates could only watch in disbelief as the ball was passed, he swiftly turned and leapt back into action. With a quick pivot and a couple of steps to gather momentum, he launched himself, extending one arm forward and raising the other high, adopting a somewhat peculiar posture to maximize his defensive surface area. This was precisely why Alberttazzi consistently managed to save numerous shots. He always exerted every effort to stop the ball. As he dove back, he saw Hulai winding up with his left foot. A surge of hope filled his heart. Everyone knew that Hulai's left foot was far inferior to his right, significantly increasing the chances of missing if he attempted a shot with it. In truth, Hulai did not wish to shoot with his left foot, but time did not permit him to adjust his positioning. Players are often instructed to adhere to specified movements during training. A shot must conform to designated techniques. Yet, in the heat of competition, few shots meet the textbook standards. All those dogmas are distilled into a singular mantra. No matter what, the goal must be scored. Had the conditions been ideal, Hulai would have preferred to strike the ball with the outside of his right foot. However, the situation on the field was far from perfect. As the ball was passed to him, he realized he had no time to use his right foot. It had to be his left, and it could only be his left. Aware of his left foot's inadequacies, he steeled himself and struck the ball. Alberttazzi leapt back into action. The ball, struck by Hulai, veered not toward the goal, but instead collided squarely with Hulai's face. His left foot, still somewhat unskilled, had failed him. All he registered was a flash of darkness before a resounding thud. The football slammed against his face with considerable force, in midair, stretching his body to its limits. Alberttazzi widened his eyes as he watched the ball, deflected by Hulai's face, ricochet and fly toward the opposite side of the goal, narrowly brushing past him. He turned his head to follow the trajectory of the ball, his wide eyes capturing the moment as it struck the net. The ball had entered the goal. In an utterly unexpected, absurd, and comical manner, it found its way into Alberttazzi's net. Thus unfolded the second act of this match. Chapter 171. Is scoring really that easy? Hulai takes the shot. The ball. Did it go in? It did. In this brief statement by Chen Xingyi, numerous shifts in tone create a roller coaster of emotions. Initially, there is an exhilarating shout for Hulai's shot. However, upon witnessing the football strike his own face, the anticipation of a goal abruptly falters. Leaving only the image of the ball, Chen Xingyi presumed that Hulai had made a mistake, rendering another goal impossible. Yet, astonishingly, the football ricocheted off Hulai's face, redirecting itself towards the net. Chen Xingyi's mind swirled with uncertainty. Could this ball still find its way? Ultimately, as the football sailed into the goal, his exclamation of "it's in" was laced more with disbelief than elation. Goodness, how is this even possible? Though the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he refrained from uttering them, adhering to his profound professionalism and self-restraint, despite being profoundly astonished. This goal was truly an unprecedented marvel in his commentary career. When Hulai's initial kick struck his own face, one might have assumed that Leeds' offensive play had come to an end, and in such a comically absurd manner. Hulai would likely face ridicule from the Italian media post-match. Reflecting on their previous encounter, Hulai had only managed a last-minute shot that was saved by Alberttazzi, leaving him with a look of astonishment that the Italian media had transformed into a meme for mockery. Now, having struck the ball with his own face, could there be a more foolish missed opportunity? Perhaps the Italian media would even compile a top 10 list of the most ludicrous missed chances, with Hulai's incident prominently featured. Yet who could have anticipated that a seemingly botched kick would culminate in a goal? Many were left in stunned silence. Chen Xingyi, fortunate enough to regain his composure, managed to announce the goal. Meanwhile, ordinary fans gazed in disbelief at their screens, struggling to accept that such a goal had truly been scored. How could that possibly go in? Murmured Xiaolon, unable to suppress her exclamation. Her husband surprisingly refraining from admonishing her, as he too was rendered speechless. Online, fans timidly posed the question, "May I inquire, does this count as Hulai assisting himself?" No one responded. They remained ensnared in their astonishment. In contrast to the viewers at home, who could capture the finer details through their screens, the spectators in the stadium had a less clear view. Consequently, they did not share the same level of shock experienced by those watching live broadcasts. As the football found its way into the net, a cacophony of sounds erupted within the stadium. Cheers from the distant Leeds supporters mingled with the anguished cries of Ferencvaros's fans and discontented boos. Perhaps only when the big screen replayed the slow-motion footage of the goal would they comprehend the rapid events that had transpired before the goalpost. For now, they were untroubled by such inquiries. They needed only to celebrate the fact that Leeds had scored once more. The fans may remain indifferent. Yet Alberttazzi cannot afford such apathy on the field. He collapsed to the ground, propping himself up with his arms, turning his head toward the goal to confirm whether the ball had truly crossed the line. He saw the football languidly resting within the net. Closing his eyes, Alberttazzi was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of helplessness. How could I have been breached by such a goal? Oh God, is this a punishment? Why must I endure such a manner of conceding? For a moment, Alberttazzi was even less concerned about being scored upon twice by Hulai during this match. What gnawed at him was the nature of this goal. If Hulai had scored with a magnificent strike, he could have accepted it as a mere misjudgment. Or if Hulai had netted a mundane shot and he had erred in his defense, that would have been more palatable. Yet, it was precisely this kind of goal. He could vividly imagine how, after the match, this moment would be immortalized in countless highlight reels and compilations. And there he would be, Alberttazzi, the backdrop to this humiliation, repeatedly surfacing in those videos. This was akin to desecration. Despite the lack of overt expression on his face, a profound tumult echoed within him, a cacophony reminiscent of an avalanche. Hulai, however, was entirely unperturbed by the comical nature of his goal, as long as it counted. He would celebrate without a trace of remorse, even if it meant scoring with his backside. Rising to his feet, he shook off the lingering daze, confirmed the ball had nestled in the net, and sprinted towards the corner flag with arms outstretched in jubilation. He deliberately chose the side where Kamara was absent, fearing another encounter with him. Yet, such caution proved unnecessary, for Kamara stood frozen in place, devoid of reaction, still grappling with the spectacle he had just witnessed as Hulai's provider. He had seen the moment unfold with clarity, and when Hulai's foot connected with the ball, Kamara instinctively blinked, as if the ball had struck him directly. He had assumed the attack had culminated there, but the ensuing events transcended his understanding. The ball could enter the goal in such a fashion? With no interference, Hulai finally executed his signature celebration within this arena, stamp of approval. The other Leeds players flocked to him, enveloping him in a fervent celebration. Leeds now led Ferencváros by 2 goals away from home. If the previous single-goal advantage had seemed precarious, Ferencváros, buoyed by Alberttazzi's commendable performance, held on to a flicker of hope. Now, however, this scoreline effectively sealed their fate. Their offensive prowess paled in comparison to Leeds, and the prospect of netting 2 goals to equalize in the remaining time appeared nearly impossible. Words fail me in expressing my sentiments about this goal. The Italian commentator, after watching the slow-motion replay of Hulai's second goal, was left utterly speechless. Indeed, what more could be said about that goal? To put it plainly, it was a sheer stroke of luck. However, when Ferencváros conceded such a goal during the match, did it not signify that fate was not on their side that day? 2 utterly bewildering goals in a single match. While the first could at least be rationalized to some extent, the second defied explanation. What team could possibly strike the ball off their own face only for it to rebound into the net? If Hulai were to attempt that 100 times, it is doubtful he would even manage to hit the ball with his face again, let alone score. The commentators sighed deeply in the end, believing that this goal was the gravest blow to Ferencváros's morale. Such absurd goals could lead the players to feel a bizarre sense that the divine was not in their favor. Once that thought takes root, it becomes quite terrifying. The players' spirits would plummet rapidly. Forget about counterattacks. Merely losing by 2 goals would already be considered a commendable outcome. The large screen in the stadium continued to showcase multiple angles of Hulai's goal in slow motion, captivating the fans who gazed upward, witnessing the entire sequence of events they had previously missed from the stands. Seeing Hulai strike the ball off his own face, only for it to bounce into the net. Not a single Ferencváros supporter laughed. Instead, their faces were grave, some even appearing as though they had suffered a profound loss. The atmosphere in the stadium dimmed accordingly. The impact on morale was not limited to the players on the field. It extended to the Ferencváros fans in the stands as well. Clark, after taking a 2-goal lead, refrained from exuberant celebration and instead swiftly made substitutions. He brought on Junpei Senkawa, a purely defensive midfielder, in place of Peter Williams. Junpei would join Jay Adams in forming a double pivot, aimed at preventing Ferencváros from launching reckless counterattacks. Should Ferencváros score, it could disrupt the rhythm of the game. Introducing Senkawa at this moment was a strategic move to stabilize midfield defense, leaving no openings for the opposition. Clark remained cautious, despite the 2-goal advantage. He did not feel assured of victory. On the sidelines, Ferencváros's coach, Broly, observed this substitution with a bitter expression. He understood that this move effectively cut off his last avenue of hope. Yet, he had no choice but to press on with determination. Consequently, Ferencváros made their own substitution, bringing on another forward while taking off a defensive midfielder. The team shifted to a 4-4-2 formation, signaling a more aggressive approach. Oh, so Ferencváros can field 2 forwards at the same time, remarked Shelon sarcastically from in front of the television. What a pity. It's too late. Hulisin chuckled at his side. Indeed, it was too late. The match had lost all suspense. Ferencváros's desperate final efforts posed no threat to Leeds City, especially with Senkawa now on the field. Clark's adjustments were timely and decisive. Given Ferencváros's lackluster attacking prowess, it was exceedingly unlikely they would make any significant impact. Even the mere desire to score a goal at home to restore dignity seems an arduous task. After overcoming Ferencváros, Leeds City has entered the semi-finals of the Europa League. Their likely opponent is none other than their familiar rival from the Premier League, London Bridge. Given the capabilities of Leeds City, it is not inconceivable that they could triumph. Should they succeed, it would lead them to the finals. In Hulisin's mind, visions of Leeds City's journey in the Europa League began to unfold. Initially, when Leeds City was relegated from the Champions League to the Europa League, who could have anticipated their remarkable progress? Moreover, his son Hulai truly has the opportunity to clinch the Europa League Golden Boot, having only played half a season in the tournament. This situation led Hulisin to ponder the essence of life. What does it feel like to effortlessly secure the Golden Boot? Is scoring goals truly this simple? His thoughts drifted back to Hulai's recent attempt. At least for his son, it seems that scoring goals indeed comes with remarkable ease. Chapter 172. Has the persona crumbled? Hulai sighed in disappointment. As the football grazed the tip of his shoe, Hulai, who had just executed a sliding tackle, struck the grass beside him in frustration. The ball delivered by Kamara was swift and flat, cleaving through Ferencvaros's defense with precision. However, Hulai was a fraction too late. Left to watch helplessly as the ball rolled past the goalpost. Alberttazzi spread his arms, slightly raised, signaling that the ball had crossed the baseline and should not be touched. Indeed, the ball had rolled out of play. Since Kamara was the one who kicked the ball out, it was deemed a goal kick for Ferencvaros. Although Alberttazzi appeared calm as he allowed the ball to roll out, deep within, his heart raced at over 170 beats per minute. His expression remained stoic, yet his jaw was clenched tightly. He feared that if he relaxed even slightly, his heart might leap from his chest. Hulai's sudden burst had startled him, causing his heart rate to skyrocket, and it had yet to settle back down. He turned to glance at Hulai, who was rising from the ground, looking utterly dejected. In a moment of frustration, Hulai kicked at the empty grass, as if a football lay there. This individual still yearned to score. Did he intend to complete a hat trick against me? Alberttazzi thought with a hint of trepidation, observing Hulai's vexation at missing the opportunity. Shenlang praised him highly. Even with 2 goals already to his name, Hulai did not let any potential scoring chance slip away. This relentless desire for goals was undoubtedly a key reason he had earned the Golden Boot in both the Premier League and the World Cup last season. His yearning for goals remained as pure as that of a child. He approached every opportunity with unyielding effort, lamenting each chance missed with profound regret. And it was not just Hulai. The entire Leeds City squad remained undeterred in their offensive pursuits, seemingly aligning with Hulai's mindset, consistently supporting him. Logically, having already taken a 2-goal lead, Leeds City should have secured victory in this match. From this point onward, as long as the team maintains a steady approach without unnecessary complications, the outcome of the match seems assured. The substitution of Junpei Senkawa for Peter Williams by coach Tony Clark appears to reinforce the intention of solidifying the team's defense. However, to everyone's surprise, Leeds City's offensive momentum remains unabated. In fact, with Senkawa's protective presence in midfield, their attacking fervor has intensified even more than when they held the 1-goal lead. I did not instruct them to play this way, Clark remarked, shaking his head at his assistant coach, Sam Rander, who cast a questioning glance in his direction. Although Rander had yet to voice his thoughts, Clark understood the inquiry he was about to make. So they have discerned whose intentions? Indeed, it seems so. Clark nodded in affirmation. Ah, how remarkable, Rander expressed with a note of admiration. These young talents are all ones we have scouted individually, Clark stated with evident pride. As observers noted, with a 2-goal lead, Leeds City had no need to engage in a relentless battle against Ferencvaros. They could afford to slow down the pace, relax, and simply manage the remaining 20 minutes of the match to secure their place in the UEFA Europa League semi-finals. Clark's intention in substituting Senkawa was to facilitate this more leisurely tempo. Yet, Hulai was determined not to relent. He seemed to be in a fierce contest with Alberttazzi, pouring his all into each offensive attempt. While such tenacity was understandable on occasion, it was impossible for the other Leeds players to overlook Hu's unwavering drive, especially for Kamara. It quickly became evident what Hulai aimed for. He sought to score yet another goal, to complete a hat trick. This motivation was neither difficult to decipher nor surprising. After all, prior to this match, Italian media and fans had indulged in a fair amount of teasing and derision directed at Hulai. To suggest that Hulai did not harbor a desire to prove himself would be incredulous even to Kamara. Thus, it was clear that Hulai aspired to conquer the lofty heights of that icy mountain with a hat trick. Indeed, Kamara felt confident in his deduction. While Hulai consistently yearned for goals, achieving further success against Alberttazzi would be even more gratifying. Since this was Hulai's ambition, Kamara resolved to assist him. With Kamara's newfound vigor, Hulai's enthusiasm surged even higher. As Hulai intensified his efforts, the other Leeds City players also grasped that he was eager for another goal. What should they do? Assist him. Consequently, rather than receding into a defensive posture, Leeds City suddenly accelerated their pace, launching a fierce assault on Ferencvaros's goal. Let us bring Lasky back. Prepare for his entrance, Clark decided. Sensing the collective determination of the team to support Hulai and opting to bolster their offensive strategy with Lasky's substitution, Alberttazzi gritted his teeth as he rose from the ground after having parried Hulai's shot, though he was unable to secure possession. This could not be blamed on him. Given the circumstances at that moment, merely deflecting the ball was commendable. Expecting him to catch it was truly asking too much. However, because he failed to maintain control over the ball, Leeds City retained another opportunity to attack, compelling him to respond swiftly. He struggled to rise from the ground, and before he could fully regain his footing, he lunged forward once more. Such a hasty second attempt at saving the ball could only limit the control over the expansive play, yet Alberttazzi was beyond caring at that moment. Fortunately, Lasky, who followed up with a shot, failed to direct the ball within the confines of the goalpost. The crisis was averted. It seemed that Alberttazzi's second dive had indeed influenced and disturbed Lasky, proving the efficacy of his intervention. One must never surrender, for perhaps this time it truly made a difference. However, after successfully causing the disturbance, Alberttazzi did not rise from the ground with an expression of indifference. Instead, he sprang up like a coiled spring and forcefully clapped his gloves together, producing a dull sound, and loudly urged his teammates to re-energize. Stay alert. Do not allow them to seize opportunities so easily. Focus. That rebound chance should not have been afforded to them. His fervent demeanor left his teammates astonished. Was the icy Alberttazzi truly losing his composure? Noticing his teammates still in a daze, Alberttazzi directly pushed his nearest center back, Jakub Dvorak, signaling him to return to position. His fervor rendered the Italian commentator momentarily speechless as he struggled to find words. After several seconds of silence, he finally remarked, Alberttazzi seems a bit anxious. This is quite rare. I believe he is currently under immense pressure. Such a statement was utterly superfluous. It was evident to all. But what else could he possibly say? Should he claim that the icy Alberttazzi was breaking character? In front of the television, Danny Drew turned to Chen Xingyi, incredulously exclaiming, I've faced Alberttazzi before, yet I have never seen him so agitated. He hardly resembles an iceberg now. He appears more akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Chen Xingyi, however, was entirely unsurprised. I told you so, Danny. On the field, if you encounter Hulai, the best defensive strategy is to don earplugs. At the time, you thought I was jesting, but as you can see in today's match, Hulai approached Alberttazzi twice, and look what happened. He gestured towards the television screen. Drew recalled that incident from the beginning of the season when he had recently grown closer to Chen Xingyi due to an injury during training. He had sought Chen Xingyi to inquire about Hulai. After all, he was a confirmed contender for the European Young Player of the Year award and would be his future rival. It was only natural for him to seek further knowledge. Yet, Chen Xingyi almost left him bewildered. What did it mean to don earplugs on the field? Who could possibly wear earplugs while playing? Players always need to shout on the field, reminding one another of positions and surrounding circumstances. However, due to the overwhelming presence of fans, their voices are often drowned out, making it difficult for viewers to hear through television broadcasts. Yet, if one were to observe a match in an empty stadium, it would become apparent that professional players, when truly engaged in play, are not dissimilar to amateur players in several respects. For instance, one could frequently hear shouts on the field. Hey, hey, over here, pass, pass, behind you, pressure him, pressure him. It was precisely due to this necessity for verbal communication that Drew felt Chen Xingyi was jesting with him, taking his words lightly. However, as he watched the match now, he began to entertain the notion of believing Chen Xingyi's assertions. Indeed, he witnessed Hulai engaging in conversation with Alberttazzi during the game. As Hulai unabashedly spoke, his lips moving clearly for all to see, Drew furrowed his brow, contemplating how to navigate such situations when facing Hulai in future matches. Wearing earplugs was entirely out of the question. He would never resort to that in his lifetime. Thus, it seemed his only option was to ignore him completely. No matter what Hulai said, he would not acknowledge it. Yet, Drew recognized that he was not so stoic as to resemble an iceberg. If even the unyielding Alberttazzi struggled to remain unaffected, how could he? He might even find himself initiating a conversation with Hulai. Have you eaten lunch, brother? Oh, what did you have? What good food can your English team have? Unlike our great Netherlands. Just the thought of such a scene filled Drew with a sense of despair. He had initially looked forward to encountering this cunning striker, but now he felt a twinge of trepidation, reluctant to meet him on the pitch. The prospect of competing with Hulai seemed to exceed his capabilities. Chapter 173. Conquering a mountain after conceding 2 goals, Ferenc's morale plummeted, and they could no longer maintain their previous defensive strategy. Thus, the two teams engaged in a more conventional exchange of plays. Leeds City, in their offensive pursuits, no longer faced the relentless four lines of defense from forwards to goalkeeper. The field opened up significantly, granting Hulai more opportunities. However, despite the abundance of chances, one must still breach the final line of defense. Alberttazzi caught the soaring football, kneeling as he fell to the ground, ultimately bowing down completely. He did not rush to rise. Instead, he breathed heavily in a concealed spot, exhausted. Despite the number of saves he made being fewer than in the previous round, he felt far more fatigued. The immense psychological pressure loomed over him like a thundercloud. Crackling with tension, he understood that after this match, his icy persona would be at risk of crumbling. The intimidation he had carefully cultivated would significantly diminish. Yet, what could he do? The pressure rendered him more fatigued than usual and inclined to delay the game further. The once aloof iceberg would never have acted this way. But he had no choice. He simply did not wish to allow Hulai to score a third goal against him. He discerned that the entire Leeds City team was assisting Hulai in achieving a hat trick, adorning the pinnacle of his icy demeanor with the cap of a hat trick. How could he allow them to fulfill their desires? This was nearly Albertti's last stubborn stand. He had already conceded goals, and not just one. Yet, he absolutely could not concede three. 1 goal, 2 goals, and 3 goals carry entirely different connotations. From his youth until now, he had indeed let in more than 3 goals in matches. But never had he been outdone by the same individual in a single game with a hat trick. Hulai, witnessing Albertti clutching the football, cursed silently, "Damn. This lad hasn't crumbled yet." He had assumed that after scoring twice, Albertti would have entirely lost his will to resist, allowing him to effortlessly net a third goal and fulfill the task assigned by the system. Little did he know that this endeavor was still 2/3 complete. Just 1 goal remained. Just that 1 goal. "Couldn't you just collapse a bit to let me score again?" Hulai grumbled internally while watching Albertti's figure. However, he soon dismissed the thought. He understood that it was impossible, as it would show neither respect for his opponent nor for himself. He knew Albertti would exert every effort to prevent him from accomplishing his task, and precisely for that reason, he too must strive relentlessly to fulfill it. Albertti was still under 20, and he himself was just 23. In the foreseeable future, they would undoubtedly encounter each other in various settings, perhaps in club matches or national team games. If he could drive a nail into this person's consciousness with a hat trick, it would be splendid. After Ferenc's attack was thwarted by Leeds City, the latter launched a rapid counterattack. J. Adams, seizing the ball in the front, executed a direct pass, targeting the gap in the center where Hulai was making his run. Upon receiving the ball, Hulai did not immediately shoot, despite Serafini's close interference. His shot retained a high quality. Goalkeeper Albertti leaped, single-handedly deflecting the football out of bounds. Splendid. Albertti. This marked his 11th successful save of the match. After completing the save, Albertti rolled up from the ground, shedding his icy demeanor, and raised his arms in exultation. He was rallying not only himself, but also the entire team, and especially energizing all the Ferenc fans present. This was entirely at odds with his previous persona. Yet no one cared about that anymore. Since his persona had already shattered, clinging to past identities was utterly meaningless. The Ferenc supporters were not overly concerned with whether Albertti still embodied that iceberg. What they truly cared about was whether he could still guard Ferenc's goal. From the current perspective, although he had conceded 2 goals in the match, he remained the trustworthy guardian of the net. That was sufficient. After Alberttazzi raised his arm in triumph, he indeed stirred the fervor of the Ferencváros fans in the stands, their cheers erupting in celebration of his remarkable save, while simultaneously rallying support for the entire team. Wang Guangwei, watching this unfold from his television, muttered to himself, "Well, the iceberg is gone, replaced by a volcano." However, Hulai remained unaffected by the transformation of Alberttazzi's persona. Whether facing an iceberg or a volcano, it was all quite simple for him: score a goal. This singular objective consumed his thoughts. Only 1 more goal was needed to fulfill his mission. Hulai's eyes burned with determination. Following the disappointment of the Asian Cup, the system had withheld tasks for an extended period. Now, after finally receiving one, he could not afford to fail again. Who knew when another opportunity would arise? With the World Cup qualifiers on the horizon, Hulai aimed to accumulate points in advance, potentially leveraging them at a crucial moment. Rashji, after coordinating with Charlie Porter on the flank, received the ball on the edge of the pitch. He noticed Hulai making a sudden forward run, leaving Serafini behind, simultaneously signaling for a pass. Without hesitation, Rashji pushed the ball laterally towards him. Despite Serafini's persistent pressure from behind and his attempts to disrupt Hulai, the latter remained focused and executed a shot, anticipating Hulai's strike. Alberttazzi preemptively advanced to block the angle of the shot. As Hulai unleashed his kick, Alberttazzi was nearly upon him, dropping to the ground, legs spread and arms outstretched. Positioning his body to obstruct the impending shot, he succeeded. The ball struck his outstretched left foot, soaring high into the air, yet it did not escape. Having just taken the shot, Hulai looked up to see the ball hovering before him. With a powerful push off his right foot, he propelled himself forward like an arrow, aiming for the target, the ball. The Ferencváros center back, Serafini, was caught completely off guard by Hulai's rapid second reaction. He remained frozen in place as Hulai darted past him. Alberttazzi, who had also quickly reacted, sprang up from the ground, stretching his arms skyward in an attempt to deflect the ball with his reach. While this might not have guaranteed control over the ball, it could at least prevent Hulai from making contact, buying precious time to mitigate the current crisis. This was the best solution Alberttazzi could devise under the circumstances. Yet he was up against Hulai. Hulai's reflexes outpaced Alberttazzi's. Before Alberttazzi could touch the ball, Hulai had already made contact, heading it firmly. In the process, Alberttazzi's hand collided with Hulai's face, while the ball, which should have been in that vicinity, was directed towards the goal by Hulai's header. Subsequently, Alberttazzi could no longer maintain his balance and fell backward, while Hulai lost his center of gravity and toppled forward. The two became entangled, crashing to the ground together. A raised head, a backward lean, and a gaze of affirmation directed toward the goal. "The ball is in the net," Hulai shouted, propping himself up with his arms, rising from the ground to celebrate. Meanwhile, Alberttazzi remained motionless, lying on the pitch, his eyes shut. Ultimately, he allowed Hulai to score 3 goals against him. Hulai, 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 a hat trick. This is simply unbelievable. Chen Lang erupted in excitement as he witnessed the ball soar into the goal. He had achieved a hat trick. He accomplished this feat against the superlative goalkeeper, Alberttazzi. From a previous match with no goals to this stunning hat trick, Hulai's performance astounded us all. This was not merely conquering an iceberg. He had directly parachuted to the summit. This remark elicited laughter from Cielon, who was watching television, and she felt a sense of relief. She eagerly anticipated the reactions of the Italian media and fans to her son's hat trick. That would be her moment of utmost satisfaction. "Oh my goodness!" the Italian television commentator exclaimed repeatedly as he had breached Alberttazzi's goal 3 times in a single match. This was an unexpectedly remarkable turn of events. What had once been an insurmountable iceberg was now overcome by Hulai's 3 goals. While we often say that football is round, this was still difficult to accept. As he spoke, the broadcast showed Alberttazzi lying motionless in front of the goal. This scene likely saddened many Italian fans who were not originally supporters of Ferencváros, as one of their national football prides seemed to have been toppled. Wang Guangwei, however, applauded Hulai from his seat in front of the television. As one of Alberttazzi's victims, Wang Guangwei found this match exhilarating. Prior to the game, numerous Italian media outlets and fans had excessively praised Alberttazzi, casting Hulai merely as a backdrop to Alberttazzi's glory. Even the notion that Mount Everest could be conquered was uttered, yet no one could conquer Mount Alberttazzi. Such flattery was astonishing. But now, this previously unconquerable ice peak had been trampled underfoot by Hulai. Incredible Hulai. As a fellow Chinese, Wang Guangwei felt a sense of pride. Who? A triumphant hat trick. Although the outcome of the match was no longer in doubt, Hulai remained undeterred in his pursuit of further goals, ultimately achieving his hat trick. Yes, even after scoring twice, he was still yearning for more, and we could surmise his thoughts. Yet, when he truly accomplished it, the astonishment remained palpable. It is worth noting that he faced Alberttazzi, the very goalkeeper who had just set a record for the most saves in a single match in the UEFA Europa League. Now, he had utterly vanquished the record holder. The Dutch commentator was similarly roaring in excitement. Before the flickering screen, Danny Drew and Chen Xingyi observed the figure sprinting across the pitch. Rendered speechless. P.S. A plea for monthly votes regarding Hulai's first hat trick in the UEFA Europa League. The chapter concludes. Chapter 174. Who is your father? Hulai. He has breached Alberttazzi's goal for the 3rd time. Leeds City leads Ferencváros 3-0 away. Although the outcome of the match has long been a foregone conclusion, he has finally accomplished a hat trick. Nothing could surpass this. It is the most fitting retort to the derision and skepticism expressed by the Italian media prior to the match. Matthew Cox's exuberant voice reverberated through the pub, soon drowned out by the thunderous chorus. Who had the what a goal? Ho! Hula, it's what a goal! Who? 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 All Leeds City supporters in the pub raised their arms in unison, singing the song of Who. After their jubilant rendition, the television broadcast captured a still Alberttazzi lying motionless on the ground, the camera panning above to reveal a vacant, bewildered expression. Outside the television, David Miller, witnessing the disheveled appearance of the once lauded Italian, could not contain his delight and exclaimed, "Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?" The other members of the White Rose, in perfect harmony, echoed his chant, "Ho!" It was as if they were present in the north stand of Flanders Stadium. They transformed the pub into a live venue. David Miller then bellowed, "Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?" His companions joined in fervently, "Who? Who? Who?" After their synchronized chanting, they erupted into hearty laughter. This match had provided them with immense satisfaction. The taunts of the Italian media and the blatant provocations from Italian fans had ignited an indignant fire within the hearts of all Leeds City supporters. While many had engaged in online spats with Italian fans, the latter would invariably retort, "You haven't scored," thus silencing the Leeds supporters. The truth was evident. Leeds City had indeed struggled against Alberttazzi in the first leg. Furthermore, Coach Clark's reckless offensive tactics had inadvertently enabled Alberttazzi to set a record for the most saves in a single match across the history of the UEFA Europa League, Champions League, and all European competitions. One could argue that the unabashed promotion of this record by the Italian media was twofold. On one hand, it exalted Alberttazzi, while on the other, it continuously slapped Leeds City fans in the face. Some Italian media outlets mockingly suggested that Alberttazzi should first thank Leeds City for creating this record. To the Leeds City supporters, this was undoubtedly not a compliment, but rather a bitter irony. Now, witnessing the once invincible figure, so glorified by the Italian media, lying dejectedly on the ground like a corpse, all Leeds City fans could not suppress their exhilaration. Let the pre-match boasting continue. What invincible beings are there? Nonsense. There is no goal our who cannot breach in this world. Indeed, have you not witnessed it now? Our who scored 3 goals in one go. A hat trick. I must ask, are your faces not bruised? After their laughter subsided, John remarked to David Miller, "David, I believe we should take this chant to the real field." The others readily agreed, yes. What a powerful statement. Let's inform those opponents who truly is their father. David Miller, who had only a fleeting thought earlier, now found the idea presented by John and the others to be both creative and sensible. After all, their current methods of cheering for Who Lie were rather monotonous, limited to a single song and a shout following Who Lie's celebrations, both of which only occurred after he scored. Although Who Lie frequently found the net, there was still a need for supplementary expressions of support during regular play. The slogan, "Who is your daddy? Who is your daddy?" seemed quite fitting. With this in mind, he nodded, "All right, next time we have the opportunity, let us chant this slogan at our home ground. We must ensure all opponents know who is their father." The group erupted in laughter and began chanting, "Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who? Who? Who?" After scoring the third goal, Who Lie refrained from his signature celebration. Instead, he spun around and ran towards the stands, placing his index finger to his lips, signaling the Fervent fans to be quiet. Who Lie was not one to incite trouble. He rarely engaged in such controversial celebrations. However, if he did, it was surely for a compelling reason. How could he be unaware of the mocking remarks from the Italian media and fans prior to the match? As Junpei Senkawa had surmised, Who Lie was under immense pressure. If he failed to breach Alberttazzi's goal, one could only imagine the scorn he would face from the Italian media and fans post-match. In the face of such noise, Who Lie had remained silent before the match, even refraining from mentioning Alberttazzi or the record during an interview at the Florence airport. This attitude had previously been interpreted by the Italian media and fans as cowardice, with them deriding Who Lie as timid. He had heard these voices but remained resolute in his silence. He understood that boasting was easy. However, should one speak and then fail to deliver, it would only provide further fodder for ridicule. Therefore, he chose to reserve his words until after the two-legged match concluded. Coach Tony Clark comprehended this well. Who Lie's silence did not signify fear. Rather, it was a means of silently accumulating his resolve. Now, The time had finally come for vindication and retribution. Upon witnessing Hulai's celebratory gesture, the other Leeds City players, who understood the immense pressure he bore, followed suit, making the same shushing motion towards the raucous Ferencváros supporters in the stands. This, of course, did little to quiet the fervent fans. Rather, it incited an even louder chorus of boos and jeers. Yet, the Leeds players remained unfazed. They relished the sight of the Ferencváros supporters in a state of exasperation. Hearing the opposing fans' angry shouts confirmed that their goal had been achieved. They then lowered their fingers, erupted into laughter, patted Hulai on the shoulders and back, and embraced him, celebrating not only the goal, but also their impending victory. Though the match was not yet concluded, it was evident to all that the suspense had dissipated. Leeds City was set to eliminate Ferencváros and advance to the semi-finals of the Europa League. Their next opponents would be the familiar faces of London Bridge. The match had indeed reached its premature conclusion. As the clock ticked towards 90 minutes, the fourth official raised the board indicating 4 minutes of stoppage time. However, the referee blew the final whistle in the 93rd minute. The Leeds players, who had been eagerly awaiting on the sidelines, rushed onto the pitch to revel in their triumph on enemy territory. The match had ended. Leeds City had triumphed with a commanding 3-0 victory over the defensively adept Ferencváros. Hulai had delivered an astonishing hat-trick, with each goal a spectacle in its own right. Congratulations to Leeds City for advancing to the semi-finals of the Europa League. Additionally, congratulations to Hulai, who, with this performance, surpassed Nuno Alvarez to become the leading scorer in the Europa League. The television cameras followed Hulai as he celebrated. After the final whistle, he raised his arms in jubilation and then approached the referee to request the match ball. According to tradition, players who achieve a hat trick retain the match ball and invite their teammates to sign it as a memento. After successfully acquiring the football from the referee, Hulai lifted it aloft towards the stands, displaying it to the Ferencváros fans. Naturally, this act garnered not applause but a cacophony of boos. However, Hulai remained undeterred. The sound of derision only brought a smile to his face. He then embraced the football and joined his teammates in celebration. In contrast, the other protagonist of the match, Alberttazzi, walked with his head down towards the sidelines as the final whistle blew. Along the way, he removed his gloves, ignoring all around him. The television broadcast lingered on him until he disappeared into the players' tunnel. I believe this match will leave an indelible mark on Alberttazzi's professional career. The Italian commentator remarked in a soft, somber tone, "But fear not. This is an essential journey in the evolution of a great goalkeeper. Your career is still long ahead, and you will inevitably encounter a myriad of experiences. Today's match holds significant importance for your growth. Should you regard this experience as a valuable lesson, it will not have been in vain." As I observed the hurried departure of Alberttazzi, I pondered whether he would perceive this defeat as a form of precious wisdom deep within his heart. Behind him, the Leeds City players celebrated unabashedly in the away grounds, amidst a cacophony of boos. Following the conclusion of the second leg between Leeds City and Ferencváros, a video surged in popularity online. A group of English Leeds supporters congregated in a pub, where a prominent figure vociferously posed the question, "Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?" The crowd echoed in unison, "Ho!" The leader then triumphantly exclaimed, "Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?" The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, "Who? Who? Who?" culminating in uproarious laughter. The creator of the video, seemingly concerned that the audience might not grasp the context, thoughtfully included subtitles. Shortly after the match, this video appeared online and swiftly went viral. Beyond Leeds supporters, numerous English fans also shared it, and it even made its way onto Chinese social media. Comments flooded in. Pun-based jokes should incur a penalty. Haha. The surname "Who" is splendid, providing ample opportunities for wordplay. They are indeed correct. Who is the father? Before the match, Alberttazzi, the unconquerable iceberg. After the match, who? The beloved iceberg, declared, "I am your father." Question: who was left most embarrassed after this match? Answer: it was Torino FC. Question: why? Answer: had they been a tad more patient and waited until after this match to sign Alberttazzi, they might have saved 30 million. Goodness, a goal costs $1 million. Subsequently, this video inspired a myriad of creative reinterpretations online. Some individuals edited it alongside highlights of the two teams' encounters, crafting an enthralling narrative. Initially, whose final strike in the first leg was astonishingly parried by Alberttazzi, juxtaposed with whose wide-eyed expression and hands on his head, while the voiceover featured Melkin Agbanlahor, the former record holder for most saves in a single UEFA match, stating, "The English media always tend to exaggerate. Under their grandiose claims, Leeds City's offense seemed unstoppable. Yet, Mauro has demonstrated the prowess of a top-tier goalkeeper." Next came a segment from Italy's Channel 5, showcasing who's astonished face in a mocking manner. The studio's host and guests were in fits of laughter, some even pounding the table, completely forsaking decorum. The scene is further enhanced by the banners raised by the fervent Fiorentina fans in the city stadium, proclaiming, "You can never conquer the iceberg, who?" The emotional atmosphere is palpable. At that moment, the music swells dramatically, accompanied by the electrifying commentary of Matthew Cox, heralding Hulai's first goal, the second goal, the third goal. Hulai, making a gesture to silence the crowd, celebrates alongside Alberttazzi, who lies motionless on the ground, while the Leeds fans collectively chant, "Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who? Who? Who?" The video suddenly becomes exuberant. The final frame fades to black, where a single line of text slowly emerges, "Who's your daddy?" As the question gradually dissipates, the answer surfaces, "Who's your daddy?" This serves as a splendid retort to the videos produced by the Italian fans in the first leg, with Hulai's hat trick as its backbone. The impact of this video is particularly forceful, akin to delivering a resounding slap across the faces of the Italian media and fans, leaving them stunned. Ah, how delightful. Foreign netizens are indeed clever. Their play on homophones is truly artful. Cialon, clutching her phone, laughs uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. After the match concludes, she suppresses her excitement and heads to the bedroom to sleep with her husband, rather than scrolling through her phone, for she knows that a plethora of high-quality critiques and comments await her. To ensure she is well-rested for the next day, she prioritizes her sleep. True to form, the vast online community does not disappoint her. She has grown weary of the repetitive praises for Hulai, finding them lacking in creativity. However, she remains highly entertained by the plethora of amusing anecdotes, and the video crafted by foreign netizens stands out amidst the myriad of compliments for her son, easily qualifying as a cinematic masterpiece. After watching this film, she revels in the comments from domestic fans beneath the video, basking in the collective admiration for her son. From the moment she begins her breakfast, she finds herself laughing continuously while holding her phone. Hulisin pays her no mind, as he too is engrossed in his device. Meanwhile, a Chinese fan has taken inspiration from the foreign video, creating a domestic perspective piece titled, "What did you provoke him for?" This video compiles highlights from the match, news summaries, and post-match interviews to showcase the moments in Hulai's career where he has silenced critics. It features several classic instances, such as during the East Asian Cup's opening match between China and South Korea, when online skeptics questioned Hulai's inclusion in the national team, suggesting it was due to some underhanded dealings with then-coach Shi Wuyin, claiming he was merely a backup for Guan Xinyan. Ultimately, Hulai silenced all doubters with a hat trick, establishing himself as a formidable young forward in Chinese football, known by all of China. For instance, in the match between the U23 Asian Cup's national Olympic team and Qatar's national Olympic team, the referee's decisions during the first half led to a significant disadvantage for our team, which found itself in a precarious situation after a player was sent off. Yet, it was Hulai who rose to the occasion, astonishingly scoring 5 goals within a mere 9 minutes, leaving the Qatari team in disarray. Of course, the most well-known narrative revolves around the rivalry between Hulai and Wang Xianke. In a video, Hulai confronts the camera, gesturing to his feet, asserting that justice cannot be delivered by others, so he would take it upon himself to confront Coach Wang whenever possible. This is followed by a montage of Hulai's goals against Wang Xianke, igniting a fervor among viewers. The latest highlight features Hulai's hat trick against Alberttazzi. The video concludes with a thought-provoking rhetorical question emerging from the darkness. What business do you have provoking him? Upon reading this on his phone screen, Hulisin's lips curled into a slight smirk before he quickly lowered his head, wary of his wife's gaze, lest she demand to know, "Who's your daddy?" As the darkness recedes, the answer gradually becomes evident. Who's your daddy? Alberttazzi sets his phone down. This video has gone viral across various online platforms, leaving even the media that once praised him at a loss for words. After all, he had indeed conceded 3 goals to Hulai during the match. Subsequent headlines from major European outlets were nothing short of sensational, declaring, "Avalanche. Alberttazzi is defeated. Climate change, glaciers melting. Just as records were set, humiliation ensued. An icy conflict ends in utter defeat. The mountain has crumbled. Accompanying this was a striking image of him helplessly sprawled on the ground after conceding the third goal. Even Alberttazzi himself felt compelled to click on the article to see what was being said about his fall from grace. When asked about the experience of witnessing his own disgrace in the news, Alberttazzi responded, "What a ridiculous invitation." The figure curled up on the sofa let out a deep sigh. He had been subjected to relentless ridicule. Yet, upon reflection, wasn't he who lie in a similar position after their first encounter? If he could endure the disdain and mockery to achieve a hat trick in this match, why should I, Mauro Alberttazzi, allow myself to be defeated by this single game? Would that not imply that I am far inferior to him? No, I cannot permit such a notion to take root. Alberttazzi suddenly sprang up from the sofa, turning to face his reflection in the dressing mirror. In the mirror, he appeared tall and imposing, resembling a formidable mountain. Louis Francis observed the ticket booking page on his phone, with the system reminding him to complete the payment promptly, or the reservation would be cancelled in 9 minutes. Oh, now only 8 minutes and 55 seconds remain. Francis hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed with the payment page, as he was unsure if he should still travel to Leeds, England. Initially, his plan had been to witness Leeds' elimination by fervor, extinguishing all hopes for the team's European campaign this season. His presence could be seen as a beacon of hope for who lie in this moment of need. Now, the entirety of Europe seems to have succumbed to the spectacle of who lie's remarkable hat trick. Just a week ago, the media were extolling Alberto's record-breaking performance. And now they sing the praises of who lie's astonishing heel goal, one of the most incredible goals in history, and his lightning-fast second reaction. Each of those 3 goals, if showcased singularly in a match, would have been nothing short of spectacular. Yet who lie accomplished the extraordinary feat of scoring all 3 in a single game. Following this match, bookmakers significantly elevated Leeds City's odds of clinching the UEFA Cup, indicating a recognition that Leeds is now a contender for the championship. A stark contrast to the previous sentiment that they had no place in the competition. It can be said that both Leeds City and who lie are riding a wave of momentum. At this moment, lobbying would be far from appropriate. If given the choice, Francis would prefer to postpone his visit until after Leeds City's semi-final outcome in the UEFA Cup and at London Bridge. However, having already dispatched his visit request emails, and with the opposing club responding promptly with a warm welcome, he pondered whether a sudden change of plans might cast doubt on his intentions. With a sigh, Francis pressed the payment button. A trip to Leeds was necessary. At the very least, he needed to establish his presence before who lie, to lay the groundwork. Perhaps this connection would prove pivotal as circumstances evolve. Chapter 176. Francis's observations in Leeds City is making a substitution. As the team trails, Tony Clark decides to bring who lie off the bench. When Matthew Cox made this announcement, who lie stood at the sidelines next to the 4th official, who raised the substitution board to signal the departure of number 9, Lorenzo Esposito, and the entrance of number 14, who lie. A deafening cheer erupted from the Flanders Stadium, followed by applause. Looking around, it was evident that the Leeds City fans in the stands were rising to their feet, applauding in honor of their captain, Lorenzo Esposito, who was being substituted. A pivotal figure in the team's promotion efforts, Captain Lorenzo has always been diligent, humble, and well-loved within the squad. Even though he did not have a standout performance in this match, the fans still showered him with applause. After Lorenzo exchanged high-fives with the awaiting who lie on the sidelines, he made his way back to the bench, and the cheers transformed into a chorus of adulation for who lie. Seated in the box, Francis leaned forward to observe the Leeds City supporters below, confirming that their cheers were indeed for who lie. If one were to listen to the uproar without watching the match, one might easily assume that Leeds City had just equalized. It was abundantly clear that who lie held an esteemed position in this stadium. He needed only to make an appearance to elicit such fervent admiration from 30,000 fans. This was not surprising at all, given his performance. It would indeed be peculiar if who lie did not receive such treatment in Leeds City. Naturally, Francis would prefer this, as it would imply that who lie could easily depart from Leeds City. However, he must now ponder whether the Leeds City club can withstand the pressure from fans to release who lie. Overall, Francis does not harbor significant concerns regarding this matter, for there has never been a precedent where fan protests against selling a player have resulted in the club retaining that player, even if there are instances of temporary success. Ultimately, the players are sold. While professional football cannot thrive without its supporters, there are many circumstances where decisions are beyond their influence. As long as the price is right, there is no player unattainable for the Kings of Madrid. When Hulai took the field, it was during a dead ball opportunity resulting from a throw-in for Leeds City in the attacking area. Upon entering the game, he sprinted directly toward Trame's penalty area and playfully greeted Trame's Brazilian center-back, Luis Payson, with a cheeky, "Have you eaten, brother?" Payson, taken aback, replied. Observing this, Hulai chuckled and reassured him, "No worries, you carry on. You needn't concern yourself with me." Payson retorted sternly, "Why shouldn't I be concerned? I'm responsible for defending against you." "Who? Is that so?" Hulai feigned surprise, then inquired, "Then, brother, do you reckon I will pass to Lasky this time?" Payson, caught off guard by Hulai's question, instinctively glanced towards Lasky's direction. Simultaneously, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Hulai suddenly burst forward. "What the hell?" Payson exclaimed, hastily pursuing him and reaching out to interfere. Yet, he failed to grasp Hulai, who abruptly halted and deftly maneuvered past him. Meanwhile, he saw the ball soaring in from the flank. The rapid shifts in his center of gravity rendered him unable to leap, leaving him to merely turn and watch as the ball sailed over his head, heading towards Hulai. Hulai had already taken to the skies. With no trained players around him, Scott Wilson was at the near post, and right back Jose Iglesias was occupied with marking Lasky. They had left Hulai to Payson, who ultimately lost track of him. Seeing Hulai leap in the open space, the cheers from the stands of Flanders Stadium became uncontrollable. In midair, Hulai met the incoming ball with a powerful header. The distance was too short for Trame's goalkeeper, Tom Walker, to react. He could only stand on the goal line, turning to watch as the ball sailed into the net. Wow. Oh my goodness. The shout from Matthew Cox synchronously matched the jubilant cheers of the Leeds City supporters. This was his first touch upon entering the game. Merely 20 seconds had elapsed since his substitution, following his hat trick that obliterated the icebergs of Alberttazzi, whose form was extraordinary. He had equalized the score for Leeds City. At the moment Hulai scored, Francis was so astonished that he leapt from his seat. He was utterly unprepared for what transpired. The moment Hulai entered the field and touched the ball for the first time, he scored. Although he had followed Hulai for quite some time and had watched some of his matches, including the recent game where Leeds faced fervor away, it was only when Francis sat in the stands for the first time that he truly recognized the nuances that television broadcasts fail to capture. Upon his entry, Hulai appeared remarkably composed, having just participated in a high-stakes Europa League match, returning to league play. Even against a formidable opponent like Tranmere, he exhibited an air of ease, as if he were on holiday. This state of relaxation perhaps allowed him to swiftly adapt and unleash his full potential on the field. The young man possesses a remarkable fortitude. For a prestigious club like Real Madrid, constantly scrutinized under the public eye, this trait is invaluable. The supporters of Real Madrid are notoriously exacting. For players of other teams, playing at home signifies honor and immense backing. However, for Real Madrid players, it often entails substantial pressure. A subpar performance can elicit harsh jeers from the home crowd, while the local media will relentlessly criticize, magnifying every action both on the field and in life. Without formidable psychological resilience, one cannot thrive at Real Madrid. Observing Hulai, it became evident that he possesses the essential qualities to succeed at such a club. After coming off the bench, Hulai's goal helped Leeds secure a 1-1 draw against Tranmere at home. For Leeds, who do not place significant emphasis on league standings, this result was entirely acceptable. Tranmere, however, had other intentions as they sought vengeance. In their first league encounter this season, during the 14th round, Leeds had also just concluded an European match, triumphing 3-2 over Catalan, with Hulai achieving a hat-trick. Now, following another Europa League match where Leeds won 3-0 against Ferencváros, once more. With Hulai performing a hat-trick, he had previously contributed a goal and 2 assists in the last encounter, leading Leeds to a 3-2 victory over Tranmere and thwarting the Red Witches' hopes of retribution. This had further intensified the animosity between Leeds and Tranmere, two teams already marked by regional rivalry. Thus, when Tranmere visited Leeds with the aim of defeating them, no one anticipated that Hulai would score with his very first touch after coming on as a substitute, dashing Tranmere's aspirations for revenge yet again. It seems that Tranmere will have to wait another season for their chance at retribution, as Matthew Cox jested at the conclusion of the match. As the game ended, Leeds supporters directed their chants towards the Tranmere fans in the stands. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who? 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 Huss your daddy? Huss your daddy? Huss your daddy? Who? 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 After this exuberant chant, the Leeds City fans collectively mocked the supporters of Tranmere. This was largely due to a previous video that had gone viral online, leading all Leeds City fans to remember this slogan. It is anticipated that in future matches, Leeds City fans will not hesitate to greet the visiting fans in such a manner. After the match, Francis entered the Leeds City locker room. The players were warmly welcoming towards Francis, a legendary figure and one of the four heavenly kings, who serves as an idol for many aspiring footballers. Everyone eagerly shook hands with Francis, who engaged in brief conversations, complimenting their performances. Although Francis holds an official title as the image ambassador for Real Madrid, there is no animosity between Leeds City and Real Madrid. If Francis were a representative of Catalonia, it might have led to an awkward moment. However, when Francis eventually met Hulai, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Your performance has left a profound impression on me. Who? Francis exclaimed, opening his arms wide. Having played abroad for some time, Hulai understood the gesture and embraced Francis, exchanging greetings. Thank you, Mr. Francis, thank you. Scoring on your first touch after being substituted is quite remarkable. Francis gave a thumbs up, continuously praising Hulai. Hulai chuckled modestly, attributing his success to luck. That was no mere stroke of luck, Francis replied with a smile, shaking his head. In today's football world, you are indeed a rarity. Who? I am delighted to have someone like you, who has restored the true essence of a center forward. Well done. Congratulations. Hulai graciously accepted all of Francis's accolades. Perhaps due to his broadened horizons from playing abroad, Hulai displayed no shyness or timidity in the presence of the living legend, Francis. Instead, he found himself reminiscing about the so-called Chinese Francis, Huanga. Thus, he boldly asked Francis for a photo. May I take a picture with you, Mr. Francis? Francis was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected Hulai, who had remained composed until that moment, to reveal such a fan-like side. Nonetheless, he did not decline, seeing it as a positive gesture, and nodded enthusiastically. Of course, no problem. That's wonderful. Hulai handed his phone to his teammate, Junpei Senkawa, while nearby staff also raised their phones. This moment could be considered a proud occasion for both Hulai and Leeds City. Francis then wrapped his arm around Hulai's shoulder, the two standing close together in a display of camaraderie. Thus, in the Leeds City locker room, the bare-chested Hulai and the impeccably dressed Francis captured a memorable photo together. As the moment of departure approached, Francis refrained from uttering that half-joking remark to Hulai. Chapter 177. We shall speak of it later, Lewis. Did you glean any insights from your recent trip to Leeds? Upon Francis's return to Madrid, he was swiftly summoned by Javier Sanchez, the football director of the Madrid Royal Club, to discuss the details. Apologies, Javier. Our prearranged plans fell through because Leeds City eliminated Ferencváros, Francis explained. I see. After all, no one expected them to triumph under such circumstances, Sanchez nodded nonchalantly. However, this does indicate that who has indeed matured. Should he decide to join the Madrid Royals, he would be a formidable addition to our lineup. What was your impression of him during the match against Tranmere, Lewis? Francis replied. He is undeniably suited for the Madrid Royals, possessing an exceptionally resilient heart. Yet, his significance to Leeds City is equally evident. If we intend to acquire him, it will likely require a substantial investment, certainly not a mere 50 or 60 million, Javier. Rumor has it that there is no buyout clause in whose contract with Leeds City. Money is not the primary concern, Lewis. Sanchez waved his hand dismissively. The crux of the matter is the player's own willingness. Is he inclined to come to the Madrid Royals? Francis shook his head. I cannot say. During my time in Leeds City, I did not broach any related topics with him. Sanchez appeared somewhat disheartened. So we are entirely in the dark regarding his stance. Not entirely, I suppose, Francis replied, retrieving his phone from his pocket. He opened it to reveal a photograph, which he handed to Sanchez. This is... Sanchez glanced at the image, a photo of Hulai and myself in the locker room. It was evident that the picture had been taken post-match, with Hulai shirtless, clad only in shorts, and the backdrop featuring his personal locker. Our conversation primarily revolved around pleasantries. We did not delve too deeply, considering the presence of other Leeds players and staff. Nevertheless, our exchange was rather smooth, and the atmosphere was amicable. Nothing untoward transpired. However, Towards the end of our conversation, who took the initiative to request a photograph with me? Francis pointed to who lie in the image. An initiative taken. Sanchez astutely noted the key element in Francis's concluding statement. What sort of individual would propose a photo with you? Most are merely fans or admirers. Hulai is no ordinary supporter, yet his desire for a photograph suggests he holds you in high regard. Though he is a forward and Francis a midfielder, there exists no rule prohibiting a forward's admiration for a midfielder. Moreover, Francis is a legendary figure in the world of football, idolized by countless young players. Such admiration is entirely natural. Thus, from Hulai's proactive request for a photograph with Francis, Sanchez could surmise that Hulai harbors a favorable impression of Francis, which bodes well for future endeavors of the Madrid Royals. At times, the strength of personal relationships can be a pivotal factor in determining whether a player will successfully join a team. Realizing this, Sanchez raised his head and inquired of Francis. Do you two have each other's contact information? Yes, we exchanged phone numbers. That's good. Keep in touch, Lewis. His willingness to take a photo with you indicates that, at the very least, he doesn't dislike you. Francis nodded. I will continue to keep an eye on who. Aside from the club, I am personally quite interested in him. I have always found it peculiar, Matt Don remarked to Tony Clark at a bar. What's so strange? Clark asked, taking a sip of his drink. Francis has never been associated with us. Why the sudden visit? Clark shot him a glance. Isn't it obvious? He.S. here for who? Is he blatantly poaching? Matt frowned in discontent. Not exactly. He's merely looking to connect with who. Any poaching can be addressed later. Sighing. Matt continued, whose hat trick has once again made him the hottest property in European football, and the big clubs are circling like sharks sensing blood. That's inevitable, Matt. Exceptional players will always attract suitors. Matt glanced at Clark. Why are you so calm? Clark shrugged. Because this matter is beyond my control. Whose future depends on the club and himself, not the coaching staff. Moreover, Matt, it's not just who. Kamara, Peter, Adams, they all have potential buyers. Hence, we must start considering their replacements. Finding a substitute for who won't be easy. A forward of his caliber is as rare as a giant panda. Matt shook his head. Let us think differently. If we cannot find another who, we should seek other outstanding forwards. Lasky has matured. We can pair him with a partner. After discussing the team's future construction plans for a while, Matt sighed again. We have reached the semi-finals of the Europa League, a moment that should be joyous. Yet it feels as though a farewell is imminent. Matt, relax. Even if the day of parting truly comes, it will not be now. Who just renewed his contract with the club last summer. Any top-tier club, even one as prestigious as Real Madrid, would have to pay a very steep price to acquire who from us. It's not that simple. Will you persuade who to stay, Tony? Clark did not respond immediately, but pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I won't. If he wishes to leave, let him go. I also do not wish for him to spend his entire life at Leeds City. That would be meaningless. He should showcase his talents and abilities on a grander stage. But Tony, we have discussed this before. Whose characteristics do not quite align with mainstream tactical demands. Clark chuckled. I am no longer concerned about that, Matt. Because when the day comes for who to leave Leeds City, with his capabilities and stature, he should not have to compromise himself to meet the tactical requirements of the head coach. In Europe, with so many skilled coaches, I refuse to believe that I am the only one capable of utilizing his talents effectively. Upon hearing this, Matt nodded thoughtfully. Hulai shared a photograph of himself with Francis in the group chat, tagging Zhang Xingyi. Look who this is, Brother Juan. Oh, it's Francis. Was the immediate response from Chen Xingyi. How did you manage to take a picture with him? He came to our home game against Tranmere, and after the match, he visited the locker room to meet us, Hulai explained. I found it amusing. Brother Juan, aren't you the pirated version of Francis? Now I've met the Real Francis and thought it would be fun to take a picture to show you, the counterfeit. Hulai, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Xingyi interjected. I haven't even met Francis yet. Did you not ask him for an autograph? You should have mentioned it earlier, Hulai replied. I didn't ask. I'm not even a fan of his, so why would I want an autograph? Well, that's fine. Next time, I'll ask him myself, Zhang Xingyi mused. Given that he was affectionately dubbed the Chinese Francis, he naturally held a deep admiration for the Real Louis Francis. After losing some of his explosiveness, he had struggled a bit with breakthroughs. However, this had led him to resemble the older Francis in his later career, who had lost his speed yet excelled in passing. For Zhang Xingyi, a photograph with Francis would symbolize a meeting with his idol, fulfilling a small dream. As they continued their conversation, Wang Guangwei suddenly posed a question. Why did Francis suddenly attend the Leeds City match? Is he perhaps acting as an envoy for Madrid Kings? Upon hearing this, everyone found the notion plausible. After all, Francis had no apparent connection to Leeds City. There was no one in the team who knew him, and the head coach, Clark, had no personal ties with Francis. Moreover, before this, there had been little interaction between Leeds City and Madrid Kings. Why would he choose to visit Leeds City all of a sudden? Francis claimed he was there in a private capacity and did not mention Madrid Kings throughout his visit. But who cares? Hulai remarked. I am not one to easily believe what others say. This sentiment resonated with everyone. Otherwise, Hulai would not have chosen Leeds City over directly joining Madrid Kings, thus avoiding unnecessary detours. Will you indeed consider joining Madrid Kings in the future, brother Hu? Xia Xiaoyu inquired in the group. Hulai pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps not now, but who knows what the future holds? Chen Xingyi chimed in. I suspect that future won't be too far off. With all the commotion in the Europa League, rumors are swirling about your next destination. Hulai sent a series of dismissive emojis. Yet you know you cannot remain at Leeds City forever, right? Wang Guangwei pressed on. This time, Hulai remained silent for a longer duration. Indeed, would he stay at Leeds City indefinitely? While he enjoyed his time there, ambition is inherent in human nature, and the future remains uncertain. He initially chose Leeds City over Real Madrid, not out of disdain for the latter or a dislike for prestigious clubs, but rather because he recognized that, at that juncture in his career, joining a smaller team was the most suitable option. When grand clubs extend their olive branches in the future, will he still believe that remaining at Leeds City is the most appropriate decision given his abilities at that time? After pondering for a considerable time, Hulai remarked in the group, I am uncertain whether I will leave, or if I do, to where. We shall see when the time comes. This was not mere evasion. He genuinely lacked a definitive answer. The others comprehended Hulai's current state of mind, thus refraining from offering unsolicited advice. After all, one's career must ultimately be charted by oneself. Listening to others could lead to pitfalls, and who would take responsibility for that? They were all novices in the realm of playing overseas, with no one possessing superior experience. In fact, if experience were to be measured, Hulai, having embarked on his journey abroad the earliest, was the most seasoned among them. If he was uncertain about the path ahead, the others certainly had no grounds to voice their opinions. Moreover, they did not share Hulai's concerns, while he was unsure of his next destination. They were oblivious to when they might solidify their positions in their current teams. The following morning, while having breakfast, Sichuan Junping earnestly addressed Hulai. If one day you decide to leave Leeds City, then do so, Husan. Sichuan Junping typically reserved the honorific San for more formal occasions, usually addressing Hulai by his name directly. Thus, upon hearing this title, Hulai understood that Sichuan Junping was worried that his presence might induce hesitation in Hulai regarding his decisions about staying or leaving. He nodded in acknowledgement. All right. Sichuan Junping fell silent, returning to his meal. Hulai continued. However, I am not considering that matter at present. We have yet to achieve our goals for this season. Let us speak of it again once we secure the UEFA Europa League championship. All the players at Leeds City were acutely aware that if they wished to participate in the Champions League next season, they must claim victory in the Europa League this season. They had 3 matches remaining to reach this objective. Chapter 178. The league. The most anticipated match of the 33rd round of the league was not the one between Leeds City and Tranmere at home. After all, Tranmere, ranked 3rd, posed no threat to the first-place Manchester Athletic. Before the 33rd round commenced, Manchester Athletic boasted a staggering 22-point lead over Tranmere, who had already relinquished any hope of contending for the league title. The spotlight was on the match between Manchester Athletic and Southampton. Should Manchester Athletic secure even a single point at home in this encounter, they would clinch the championship 5 rounds ahead of schedule. Prior to this round of matches, Manchester Athletic had a commanding 18-point advantage at the top of the standings, making their victory almost a foregone conclusion. However, out of respect for their opponents, the customary procedures still needed to be observed. Thus, as long as Manchester Athletic did not suffer a defeat at home in this round, regardless of the outcome of the match between second-placed Veston and Sydenham, Manchester Athletic would be crowned champions. Ultimately, Manchester Athletic exceeded expectations with their performance, showcasing their consistent prowess. Their leading scorer, Malvin Stones, netted a brace during the match, bringing his total league goals to 27, rendering his claim to the Premier League Golden Boot virtually unquestionable. With these 2 goals, Manchester Athletic triumphed at home with a resounding 5-2 victory over Southampton. Meanwhile, on the other side, Weijten secured a 2-1 win against West Denham. Yet this could not alter the final outcome of the Premier League, as they trailed Manchester Athletic by 18 points, a deficit insurmountable at this stage of the season. Manchester Athletic clinched the Premier League title at home with a clear advantage, concluding the season's most significant suspense 5 rounds early. Simultaneously, Manchester Athletic eliminated Roer-Rhein in the UEFA Champions League round of 16, advancing to the semi-finals where they will face the esteemed Madrid Kings. This encounter promises to be a brilliant showdown between Cabanca and Melli, drawing the attention of countless spectators. Due to their remarkable performances in both the Premier League and the Champions League this season, some media outlets and fans have preemptively dubbed this era following the 4 Kings as the age of the dual icons. They believe that with the retirement of Francis and the gradual decline of Caesar, Elmer, and Salados, the era of the 4 Kings will inevitably come to a close. In their wake, the dominant narrative of world football will be defined by the rivalry between Cabanca and Melli. Despite Hulai and Alberttazzi recently becoming darlings of the European media, their fleeting fame does little to shift the future trajectory and landscape of football. While Hulai dazzled last season, his achievements were with a smaller club, Leeds City, and his current form this season has not matched his previous brilliance. Alberttazzi faces a similar predicament. Whether he can solidify his status as a formidable figure in world football will depend on his performance next season after transferring to the prestigious Torino Bulls. At present, Cabanca and Melli stand as 2 young prodigies who have demonstrated their abilities and talents across various competitions, making their impending clash in the Champions League a highly anticipated event. Although Leeds City professes to focus their energies on the Europa League, this does not equate to a complete abandonment of the league. Certain matches do not overly tax the players, allowing them to maintain their competitive edge without interfering with their Europa League endeavors. Clark remains committed to fielding his strongest lineup whenever possible, a strategy aimed at keeping key players in match form. After all, constantly shielding primary players from the pitch could lead to a gradual loss of match sharpness. When truly critical matches arise, they may falter due to an inability to regain their rhythm. Thus, in the 34th round, with no Europa League matches preceding or following, even with a Wednesday night kickoff, Clark deployed Leeds City's full strength. The team's performance did not disappoint Clark or the Leeds City supporters, as they achieved a 2-0 victory against the 16th-ranked Albion. This marked their first victory in the last 4 league matches, with Lasky scoring both goals. The 2 goals have brought his tally for the season across all competitions to 14, with 11 of those in the league. Had Clark not raised the target, the entire Leeds City squad would have already begun celebrating their plans for a feast at the Red Pepper following the season's conclusion. As it stands, they are still 6 goals short of this objective, with at least 6 matches remaining, averaging 1 goal per game, which poses a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, the Leeds City squad has not relinquished hope. They resolved to give it their all. In the next round of the league, they successfully assisted Lasky in scoring yet another goal. With the upcoming first leg of the Europa League semi-final against London Bridge, Clark opted not to field his strongest lineup, instead deploying a squad comprising half starters and half substitutes to face the North London Rangers at home. Despite the home advantage, Leeds City ultimately succumbed to a 2-3 defeat against the North London Rangers. Lasky opened the scoring for the team, while Hulai, who came on as a substitute, also netted a goal. With only 3 matches left in the league, Leeds City currently sits in 10th place with 50 points, trailing the 6th-placed North London Rangers by 11 points. The prospect of securing a Europa League spot through league standings has become utterly unattainable. The only viable path before them is to win the Europa League, thereby qualifying for the next season's Champions League. However, this path is fraught with difficulties. Even though they have reached the semi-finals, they must first eliminate their league rivals, London Bridge. This season, Leeds City faced London Bridge twice in the league, with 1 loss and 1 draw, failing to achieve victory. In the 11th round, they suffered a 2-3 defeat at London Bridge, marking the return of Peter Williams from injury. Although he scored upon his return, it was insufficient to secure victory for the team. Hulai also scored, yet it proved inconsequential. The defeat in that match was attributable to the imminent Champions League group stage, as Leeds City was focused on their upcoming clash against Vesuvius. Consequently, they strategically conceded the league match. Alas, Leeds City fared poorly in the Champions League as well, suffering a similar defeat at home to the formidable Italian side Vesuvius. Winning just 1 out of 4 group matches and accumulating a mere 3 points, with slim hopes of advancing. Their second encounter with London Bridge occurred in the 28th round of the league, with Leeds City returning home. This time, devoid of European commitments, they fielded their strongest lineup. However, the team's overall performance was lackluster, resulting in a 1-1 draw with London Bridge. Hulai started the match but failed to score. Judging by the records of their encounters this season, Leeds City has struggled to gain any advantage. Moreover, London Bridge has been in excellent form this season, currently positioned 4th in the league, with a promising chance of securing a spot in the upcoming Champions League. This season has undeniably marked a significant advancement compared to the previous one, although the league standings reflect merely a 1-position improvement. The distinction between 4th and 5th place for London Bridge is akin to a chasm between paradise and the mundane. The 4th position secures a place in the Champions League, while the 5th relegates one to the Europa League. In the latest league match, London Bridge triumphed over Manchester Athletic with a score of 2-1. This victory can be attributed, in part, to Manchester Athletic's complacency following their early championship win. However, the exceptional form of London Bridge cannot be overlooked, especially at this juncture. Defeating the league champions significantly elevates the players' morale and confidence, which will undoubtedly benefit them in the upcoming Europa League semi-finals. Park Chung-tae has excelled since his return from injury, consistently finding the back of the net. In the match against Manchester Athletic, he contributed an assist and scored a goal, marking his 4th consecutive game with a goal. South Korean media widely believe that Park's experience of lifting the trophy in the Europa League will be invaluable in guiding London Bridge to victory over Leeds City in the semi-finals, a pivotal battle for Park to reclaim the honor of being Asia's shining star. Since last season, when Hulai led Leeds City to the Premier League title and earned the Premier League Golden Boot, Park Chung-tae's spotlight has been overshadowed. This has left many South Korean media outlets and fans feeling discontented. There is a collective hope that Park can triumph over Hulai in their direct encounter, whether in terms of team performance or personal achievements. Nevertheless, Park has remained remarkably composed in the face of media hype, stating, "This is not a contest between Hulai and me. This is a match between London Bridge and Leeds City. I will do my utmost to assist the team in securing victory, and I trust that Hulai will do the same." The fact that 2 Asian players can feature in the Europa League semi-finals is already a source of pride for Asian football. Similarly, Hulai conveyed a comparable sentiment during an interview with Chinese media. "This is a club competition, not an international one. I have no interest in an Asian derby. My focus lies solely on the outcome for the team." Both players have clearly articulated their intent to refrain from personal rivalries. If one scores more goals than the other yet faces elimination, what significance does that hold? On Thursday, April 28th, the entire Leeds City team, after concluding their morning training, boarded a bus and journeyed south to the capital, London. They are scheduled to conduct a warm-up session at the home ground of London Bridge, the Southfield Stadium, in preparation for the Europa League semi-final match that will take place there the following evening. This chapter concludes. Chapter 179, the mainstream grand stage, the Southfield Stadium. The home ground of London Bridge boasts a rich history, having stood for a century and a half since its inception. Throughout these 150 years, it has remained steadfast in its original location, witnessing the trials and tribulations of the London Bridge team over its 120-year existence. Indeed, this stadium predates the very club it houses. Indeed, this stadium is a remarkably modern 5-star venue, equipped with the finest hardware and software facilities. Its appearance has undergone a profound transformation since its inception 150 years ago, evolving from an oval shape into the present-day rectangular box. The name Sarsfield Stadium derives from the adjacent Sarsfield Park, which was prevalent at the time of the stadium's construction. Many English teams are named after the location of their stadiums or notable nearby landmarks, and Sarsfield Stadium is no exception. Sarsfield Park is not particularly renowned. It is merely a small park in the vicinity, now lost to the annals of history and no longer existent. However, the London Bridge Club was established by a group of young individuals who frequently played football on the lawns of Sarsfield Park, united by a common goal that ultimately led to the founding of the London Bridge Football Club. At the time of the club's establishment, Sarsfield Stadium already existed, although it was initially referred to as the Athletic Ground, serving all local sports clubs, with football being just one of the many activities. Initially, after the formation of London Bridge, they could only continue training and competing on the lawns of Sarsfield Park. As the number of spectators attending their matches grew, the nearby Sarsfield Athletic Ground extended an olive branch, inviting the team to reside there. Subsequently, ownership of the Sarsfield Athletic Ground changed hands, and the new proprietors decided to transform it entirely into a football stadium, with London Bridge becoming its sole occupant. This arrangement has continued to this day. Sarsfield Stadium has become a sacred place for the fans of London Bridge. On match days, this blue and white venue, with a capacity of 45,000, is filled to the brim, resonating with the fervent cheers of supporters. As Sarsfield Park has vanished amidst the city's development, the fans of London Bridge regard this stadium as the birthplace of their club, as it retains the same name as that now-defunct park. Since Leeds City ascended to the Premier League, they have visited this ground 4 times without a single victory, suffering 3 defeats and 1 draw. Even in the previous season, when they secured the championship, they could only manage a stalemate against London Bridge at this stadium. Thus, it is not considered an easy away fixture. The media often revels in sensationalizing such trivial topics, seeking to unearth material that can generate headlines from a plethora of mundane statistics. Eric Duffy, the general manager of Leeds City, stands in the grandstand of Sarsfield Stadium, gazing down at the players and coaches acclimating to the pitch. He converses with the club's director of football, Nevin Powell, and commercial director, Harry Bradley, stating that reaching the semi-finals of the UEFA Europa League is of utmost importance to the club. Hence, even for a mere training session, the higher-ups accompanied the team to the stadium to express their steadfast support. If we are to say it this way, we have yet to conquer the home grounds of the likes of the Naval Dockyard and Manchester Athletic within the Big Six. So wouldn't we be destined to lose when playing away against them? Leeds City has only risen to the Premier League for 4 seasons, and naturally, its historical accumulation pales in comparison to that of other teams. Duffy shrugged, choosing not to delve further into this topic. In truth, it was only upon ascending to the stands and beholding the blue and white arena that he felt a sudden wave of emotion. He and 2 club executives had a serious matter to discuss. The club would undoubtedly strive to retain Hu, but regardless of whether they could keep him, one thing must be made abundantly clear. While we might manage to hold on to him temporarily, it is impossible to secure his presence indefinitely. As Duffy spoke, his gaze followed Hu Lai, who was engaged in simple offensive drills with his teammates. Behind him, Bradley and Powell exchanged knowing glances, both in agreement with the general manager's assertion. Given Hu Lai's current momentum, it is nearly impossible for Leeds City to retain him permanently. Even though the club had signed him to a new 4-year contract last summer, it merely guarantees that he cannot leave for the duration of those 4 years. However, the player could opt not to renew his contract in pursuit of an exit, when there remains but a year on his contract. Leeds City will face the eternal dilemma. Should they sell Hu Lai while he still commands a significant price, or allow his contract to expire, permitting him to leave for free? Thus, rather than waiting until that juncture to make a choice, it would be wiser to seek a lucrative sale now, maximizing the club's interests. This is an inevitable conclusion from the management's perspective. They do not delude themselves into thinking they can retain Hu Lai forever, for they understand that would not align with the club's best interests. While it may not be possible to keep him indefinitely, I believe everyone has reaped substantial benefits from him over the past 2 years. With the backing of the world's largest market, our financial situation has improved significantly. Commercial director Harry Bradley nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the enthusiasm of Chinese enterprises in sponsoring us has taken me by surprise. Their passion for football seems to have finally found an outlet. Therefore, I believe the club should continue this strategy. Even if Hu Lai must depart, we should seek another outstanding player from China to take his place. We may not be able to hold on to Hu Lai forever, but we can certainly maintain our connection to the Chinese market." After Duffy finished speaking, he turned to his 2 trusted aides, seemingly soliciting their opinions. They had no objections. Of course. It is only right. This was not due to any desire to flatter the club's general manager. In fact, they felt no need for such flattery. They simply believed the general manager was entirely correct. There is only one Hu Lai, yet there are many Chinese players. Moreover, there is no need to worry that the successor will fail to reach the heights of Hu Lai, as no one expects them to replicate his prowess. Hu Lai has already made history at Leeds City. Can one truly expect that they could unearth another player from China capable of crafting a new legacy? What merits does Leeds City possess? As long as they can fulfill the coaching staff's requirements, even a player whose abilities fall far short of Hu Lai's can be signed by Leeds City. If Leeds City can ensure the presence of Chinese players, they will not risk losing the hard-won Chinese market. Although several European clubs now boast Chinese players, Leeds City holds a distinct advantage as the first team to embrace Chinese talent, cultivating a dedicated fan base that ardently follows their matches. These fans, driven by emotional ties, will continue to be drawn to the club even in the absence of Hu Lai, as long as other Chinese players remain, providing a vessel for their sentiments. Thus, I would urge our scouting team to persist in discovering talented young players in China. Before Duffy could finish his thought, he was interrupted by a wave of cheers emanating from the pitch. Turning around, he saw Hu Lai rising from the ground while teammates applauded enthusiastically. Confused, he turned to the football director, Nevin Powell, who explained, "Who has just completed an acrobatic goal." Duffy's confusion transformed into joy as he remarked, "It seems Hu is in great form." However, he soon sighed, aware that Leeds City may never find another exceptional Chinese player like Hu Lai. This sentiment mirrors the experience of love. One traverses through numerous relationships in life, yet one's first love remains unmatched. For Leeds City, Hu Lai represents their inaugural romance with Chinese players. After concluding their training at the venue, the entire Leeds City team boarded the bus to return to their hotel. En route, Hu Lai opened his phone to check on the ongoing UEFA Champions League semi-final, where Real Madrid was facing Manchester United. As he launched the live broadcast, he noticed the match was still in progress. A quick glance at the score in the top left corner revealed a shocking 1-3. The home team, Real Madrid, was trailing by 2 goals against Manchester United. Meanwhile, a cacophony of boos filled the Crown Stadium. The voice of the British commentator struggled to cut through the din. With 15 minutes remaining, there seems to be no indication that Real Madrid can mount a comeback in this highly anticipated showdown. Melli is being thoroughly overshadowed by Cabanca. Cabanca has been mercilessly exploiting the Kings' defense, showcasing his agile breakthroughs and exquisite footwork, prompting the fans to wave white handkerchiefs in disbelief. It is astonishing to witness Manchester United deliver such a performance away from home. In this match, Real Madrid has lost its scoring weapon. Salados is underperforming. And while Melli is putting forth effort, he faces intense marking from Manchester United's defenders. Who could have predicted that Manchester United's coach, Gutierrez, would resort to a counter-attacking strategy, scoring 3 goals from 3 swift attacks, while their 3-layer defense has forced Real Madrid to seek consolation through corner kicks. Last season, Melli shone in the Champions League, but this season, it is Cabanca who takes the spotlight. The lackluster performance of Salados in this match undeniably signifies the twilight of the era of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Emerging young talents are poised to become the brightest stars in the night sky. As the commentator articulated this sentiment, the television broadcast shifted to close-ups of Salados, Melli, and Cabanca. Salados appeared dejected, Melli bore a pained expression, while Cabanca radiated exuberance. At Crown Stadium, this scene seemed to symbolize the crown being transferred from the older generation of players to the younger ones represented by Cabanca. This stirred Hu Lai's emotions profoundly. Indeed, the Champions League serves as the premier stage for the finest talents to showcase their skills, and both Cabanca and Melli had starred on this illustrious platform. Meanwhile, Hu Lai felt like merely a transient visitor. Therefore, he resolved that he must participate in the Champions League next season. He yearned to revel on that grand stage. He desired to join the fierce competition for the crown. Chapter 180. Although a goal was conceded, White House stood in the stands of Southfield Stadium, surrounded by the fervent fans of London Bridge, adorned in their blue home jerseys, fervently supporting their team. However, House did not share in their enthusiasm, for he was not a fan of London Bridge. As a former England international, he had once played for North London Wanderers before transferring to Madrid Kings, making him one of the few English players in the club's history. During his 4 seasons at Madrid Kings, he played a total of 117 matches, scoring 47 goals. Now, at the age of 51, he had long since retired from professional play and had become a scout for Madrid Kings in the UK, focusing on talent identification in England and Ireland. On the morning of the UEFA semi-final between London Bridge and Leeds City, he received a call from the club, assigning him to observe Hu Lai's performance in person. As a seasoned scout familiar with the British Isles, it was inconceivable for him not to know of Hu Lai. In fact, he could have drafted a detailed scouting report for the club's executives without even attending the match. Nevertheless, he accepted the task and went to witness Hu Lai's performance firsthand. He did not inquire why. as he suspected the reason was linked to Madrid Kings' recent 1-3 defeat at home to Manchester Athletic. The team's top scorer, Alexander Salados, had displayed a dismal performance, revealing signs of aging. This heightened the club's sense of urgency, as they were eager to identify a successor for Salados. Thus, they had set their sights on the rising star, Hulai. Moreover, it was not just Madrid Kings who were interested. House turned and scanned the stands, noticing several of his fellow scouts from prestigious clubs across the European continent. The competition was indeed fierce. However, Hulai truly deserved such attention. From the moment House first witnessed Hulai grace the Premier League, he recognized that the club had overlooked a prodigy. Indeed, it is a rarity to witness a player netting 5 goals within the first 3 matches of the Premier League. He remains perplexed as to how the club ultimately resolved to part with the player for a sum exceeding €5 million. However, the decisions made by the higher-ups are beyond the purview of Scout House to critique. Now that the club intends to invest substantially to reacquire Hulai, he finds little amusement in the club's leadership seemingly reluctant to spend more. His focus must remain steadfast on his responsibilities, diligently compiling a comprehensive report on Hulai's performance in this match for the higher authorities. The ultimate decisions of the club's executives are not within his jurisdiction. Furthermore, he must uphold integrity in his scouting report. Should Hulai excel in this match, it must be duly noted, and should he falter, that too must be recorded without embellishment or personal bias. As a scout for the Kings of Madrid, it is only natural for White House to wish for Hulai to join the ranks of the Kings. Any supporter of the Kings who has witnessed Hulai's prowess on the field would undoubtedly share this sentiment. House also believes that the club's current decision is judicious. Although one match alone cannot definitively demonstrate that Salados has fallen short of meeting the team's expectations, it is prudent to prepare for a successor in advance. Forewarned is forearmed. House redirects his attention to the field. The match has commenced for 20 minutes, and it is evident that the home team, London Bridge, holds the upper hand. Amid the cheers of 40,000 home supporters, they have managed to suppress Leeds City, continuously launching assaults on their goal. Thus, during this period, Hulai's influence has been minimal, and there is no need for him to jot down any notes. In fact, Leeds City has not only struggled at the Sutherfield Stadium. A glance at the historical record of their 8 encounters reveals an overwhelming disadvantage for Leeds. Out of these 8 matches, Leeds has secured victory only once, last season, when they triumphed 2-1 at home against London Bridge, courtesy of Hulai's long-range strike. That was his inaugural goal from distance for the club. Aside from that solitary victory, Leeds has not managed to defeat London Bridge again, with a record of 1 win, 2 draws, and 5 losses, a dismal outcome indeed. Hence, Leeds City's task in the Europa League semi-finals against London Bridge is not as straightforward as some might presume, merely because they are familiar adversaries. In the 27th minute, London Bridge initiated an offensive from the flanks, with their right-back Ricardo Sosa delivering the ball into the penalty area. Forward Park Chunte made a decisive attempt on goal. The ball was thwarted by Leeds City's goalkeeper, Mike van der Ven, who blocked it with his body. Yet the threat loomed large. As the ball remained within Leeds City's penalty box, a chaotic scramble ensued. London Bridge's captain and defensive midfielder, James Montgomery, seized the opportunity, striking the ball towards the Leeds goal. At that moment, van der Ven had only just risen from the ground, and as he saw the ball approaching, he could only reflexively wave his hand, failing to make contact. The ball is in. Splendid. Montgomery has opened the scoring for his team. London Bridge leads Leeds City 1-0. The stands at Sutherfield Stadium erupted in jubilation. Alas, a goal has been conceded. With a sigh, Shen Lang from Tungfei Video remarked on the fierce onslaught of London Bridge as the match commenced. Within the first 10 minutes, they had already mounted 3 threatening attacks. I cautioned everyone to remain vigilant, yet we still conceded a goal. After expressing his lament, he rallied the Chinese fans watching the video. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence. Leeds City is indeed not renowned for its defensive prowess. Moreover, given that this match is being held at the home ground of London Bridge, conceding a goal was somewhat anticipated. I am confident that Clark and his coaching staff have taken this into account, having advised the players beforehand that conceding is not a calamity. If they can swiftly regain their composure and avoid chaos, I firmly believe that with Leeds City's attacking capability, opportunities will still arise. How will those opportunities manifest? Shen Lang did not elaborate, but most fans watching the match could easily surmise the chance to score, of course. Considering that this match is an away game, Even a loss of 1-2 would be entirely acceptable for Leeds City. If scoring proves elusive, a scoreline of 0-1 would suffice. As long as they do not return home with a 2-goal deficit, this match can be deemed a mission accomplished. The television broadcast shifted from the celebrating London Bridge players to the defeated side. Indeed, the Leeds City players exhibited no signs of despair or agony following the goal conceded, as if they were psychologically prepared for such an outcome. Captain Peter Williams was fervently clapping his hands, vocally encouraging his teammates. Meanwhile, head coach Clark, after the goal conceded, did not exhibit any dramatic body language. He stood at the sidelines, using gestures to communicate to his players, "Remain calm, do not panic." This is standard protocol. With less than half an hour into the match, Leeds City still had time, and there was no need for haste. As the London Bridge players concluded their celebration and returned to their half, the Leeds City players had already assumed their positions, awaiting their return. As Montgomery sprinted past the Leeds City players, he glanced at them, noticing not a trace of anguish or disappointment, nor even apathy. Instead, he observed a certain eagerness. Eagerness? How curious. Montgomery was somewhat taken aback. Why would the Leeds City players exhibit eagerness after conceding a goal? Perhaps he was mistaken? He scrutinized them further and realized his eyes had not deceived him. The Leeds City players stood poised, slightly leaning forward. Hulai, positioned at the center circle to kick off, was even bouncing on his feet, as if awaiting a substitution. Peter Williams and Montgomery exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, Montgomery discerned a hint of urgency. They seemed to be urging the London Bridge players to quickly take their positions. They were eager for the match to resume, confirming that it was not a mere figment of his imagination. Montgomery raised his arm and shouted loudly to his nearby teammates and those who had already distanced themselves, "Do not let your guard down. We are merely ahead by 1 goal. For them, a 1-goal lead is insufficient. Continue the assault." With the sound of the referee's whistle, Leeds City initiated the kickoff, and the match resumed anew. With the momentum gained, London Bridge swiftly regained possession and launched a fierce assault on the Leeds City goal. They aspired to capitalize on their lead and swiftly net another goal. If they could establish a 2-goal advantage before halftime, London Bridge would seize full control, making significant strides towards the UEFA Europa League final. However, Leeds City, having conceded, did not succumb to panic. They steadied themselves against the relentless attacks from London Bridge and attempted to mount some counterattacks. Fortunately, London Bridge was no longer under the stewardship of Tavares. As assistant coach, Sam Rander remarked to Clark, "Otherwise, had they retreated into a defensive shell after taking the lead, they would have posed a considerable challenge for us." Prior to this season, London Bridge was helmed by Portuguese coach Miguel Tavares, who prioritized defense to an extreme degree, almost to the point of being overly conservative. However, after failing to secure the league title last season and missing out on Champions League qualification altogether, the club parted ways with him at the season's end. They subsequently appointed the renowned young German coach Julian Stade, who had previously managed the Bundesliga team Sachsenstadt, leading them to a commendable 3rd place in the league and securing a spot in the upcoming Champions League season. At just 40, Stade has emerged as a rising star among Europe's young coaches. His more passionate approach has transformed London Bridge's previously imbalanced strategy. Under his guidance, they adopted a 4-3-3 formation, enhancing their attacking prowess while maintaining their defensive framework, resulting in improved performances. Currently, they sit 4th in the league and have advanced to the semi-finals of the Europa League, with a promising chance of securing Champions League qualification for the next season, alongside the potential to clinch the Europa League title. For London Bridge, this marks a significant rebirth. "What's there to fear, Sam? We just faced the most defensively adept team and scored 3 goals against them," Clark remarked, covering his mouth with a grin. Upon hearing this, Rander chuckled softly. Indeed, in terms of defensive intensity in a single match, not even Tavares' London Bridge could compare to Ferencváros in the quarterfinals of the Europa League. Therefore, if London Bridge truly intended to tighten their defense, Leeds City need not be overly concerned. They possessed ample experience in dealing with dense defenses. Nonetheless, the current scenario was quite favorable, perhaps even more so. After all, no one relishes playing against a wall. Stade's London Bridge was more adept at attacking, and coincidentally, Leeds City was also proficient in offense. Chapter 181. This is a normal match. Perhaps few could comprehend the mindset of the Leeds City players on the field at this moment, as it seemed utterly preposterous to articulate. Conceding a goal is typically viewed unfavorably, yet the players of Leeds City did not share this perspective. while conceding is undeniably detrimental. Witnessing London Bridge's continued offensive display following their goal brought a sense of joy to many Leeds City players. After 2 matches against fervor, witnessing the balanced play of London Bridge on the pitch brought tears of joy to their eyes. Oh, divine providence. This is indeed a proper team. Behold, London Bridge is no longer the kind of squad that cowers in their own 30-meter zone from the very first second of the match until the final whistle. Astonishingly, after taking the lead, they continue to press forward rather than parking the bus in front of their goal. Oh heavens! Is there truly such an angelic team in this world? One can only ponder how the players of Leeds City might feel if they were privy to the current psyche of their counterparts. However, the sentiments of Leeds City's players are anything but pretentious. They are genuine reflections of their apprehensions. After 2 legs in the quarterfinals against fervor, the Leeds players are grappling with a form of PTSD. They genuinely fear encountering a London Bridge that would emulate the tactics of fervor. Fortunately, London Bridge is one of the Premier League's Big Six, and they must uphold some semblance of dignity. In their own stadium, it is inconceivable that they could stoop to the level of fervor. Even under the previous management of Miguel Tavares, such tactics would have been unthinkable. The bus parking strategy of fervor was a blatant declaration to their opponents from the outset. I shall not attack, only defend. Come at me if you dare. But if you lack the prowess, I shall obliterate you in the penalty shootout. Few teams adopt this approach, and even Tavares has not been so extreme. He adheres to the philosophy of attacking play, not a defensive one. Thus, when Kamara evaded Sosa and was subsequently tackled by Montgomery, sending the ball out of play, the Frenchman, having also been knocked to the ground, displayed no anger or discontent. Instead, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed his face, for at last he had space to run. What an exhilarating feeling. With their spirits buoyed and the support of home fans rallying behind them, the London Bridge team surged towards the Leeds City goal. Their 2 fullbacks advanced beyond the halfway line, bolstering the offensive efforts, a typical strategy employed by teams seeking to intensify their attack. To the players of Leeds City, this was already quite charming, for behind the 2 fullbacks of London Bridge lay vast expanses of open space. After Van der Veen cradled Park Chung-tae's shot, he did not waste time lying on the ground, but instead, he quickly rose and, with hands on his head in regret for not scoring, tossed the ball to the flanking Kamara. Kamara received the ball with his back to the attacking direction, and even before he touched it, he sensed the approach of a London Bridge player closing in on him. He swiftly glanced over his shoulder to find that it was the captain, James Montgomery, defending him. Meanwhile, the London Bridge right back, Ricardo Sosa, had just ventured forward to join the attack and had yet to return to defense, though he was hastily making his way back. Therefore, Kamara could not afford to linger against Montgomery for long. He needed to extricate himself from the opponent swiftly. He sprinted towards the sidelines. Following the football that was soaring through the air, Montgomery trailed closely behind him. As Kamara slowed his pace, he turned his back to Montgomery, raised his arms, and lifted his right foot, feigning a stop. Montgomery prepared to close in on him, not necessarily aiming to intercept the ball, but rather to entangle him, thus granting his teammates from London Bridge, particularly the fullback Souza, time to regroup defensively. Just as he contemplated this, the football descended, momentarily obscured from his view by Kamara's body. Nevertheless, he pressed on. In that instant, instead of halting the ball as anticipated, Kamara deftly flicked it behind him with his heel. The football re-emerged in Montgomery's line of sight, yet he found himself unable to react in time, merely watching helplessly as it slipped past him. Instantly, Kamara executed a sudden stop and pivot. Montgomery instinctively reached out, but failed to grasp him. Like a gust of wind, Kamara slipped through his fingers. Wow! Matthew Cox exclaimed with excitement. Kamara, what a spectacular move. The stands at Sosefield Stadium erupted. The London Bridge supporters, who had been cheering moments before, now screamed in terror rather than joy. The previous offensive surge from London Bridge had pushed most of the players forward, leaving only the goalkeeper Alberto Bueno and 2 center-backs behind. Montgomery, the captain, had been tasked with protecting the center-backs, yet he had been easily outmaneuvered by Kamara. Now, with Kamara accelerating, the London Bridge goal faced a grave threat. The 2 center-backs, Tim Martin and George Bilks, who had played together for years, moved in perfect harmony without exchanging glances. Martin, closer to Kamara, shifted laterally, attempting to position himself in Kamara's path to force him to slow down. Meanwhile, Bilks turned back to defend, keeping an eye on Hulai, who was also sprinting towards the middle from the flank, likely looking to support Kamara. Thus, Bilks adjusted his course to draw nearer to Hulai as he retreated. As Tim Martin approached to intercept him, Kamara refrained from continuing his dribble. After a brief glance at the situation in the center, he swung his left foot, delivering a low diagonal pass just beyond the halfway line. The football zipped along the grass, bypassing Martin and heading straight for the center. Hulai and Bilks raced towards the ball's trajectory, the former aiming to receive it, while the latter sought to disrupt his attempt. Bilks' efforts appeared to bear fruit, as Hulai failed to make contact with the ball. It slipped right past his feet. Yet, Bilks did not revel in his success, for he realized his backside was vulnerable. If another Leeds City player lurked there, it could spell disaster. Grabbing Hulai's shirt with one hand, he glanced back. Indeed, there, another Leeds City forward, Dominik Lasky, was poised to receive the ball. This was dire. Hulai had let it slip through. What a beauty! Chen Xingyi shouted. The screams above the Southfield Stadium transformed into boos. The Polish forward deftly controlled the ball sent by Kamara with the inside of his right foot, maintaining his momentum as he propelled the football into the penalty area. The London Bridge goalkeeper, Alberto Bueno, rushed out of his goal. Lasky glanced at the net and struck with his left foot, curling the shot towards the far corner. Bueno dove desperately, unable to touch the ball. The football arced gracefully, eluding Bueno's fingertips, and, under the horrified gaze of all the London Bridge fans, it nestled into the net. Splendid. Chen Xingyi bellowed. Splendid. Lasky marvelous. Leeds City executed a successful rapid counterattack, initiated from goalkeeper Vanderwin's throw. The front three, through seamless passing and movement, created a lethal opportunity. Lasky did not squander this chance. His shot was remarkably composed. In the 40th minute of the first half, Leeds City equalized. Kamara, a direct cross. Who missed it? Lasky. Lasky, Lasky, Lasky. Amid Matthew Cox's continuous roars, the football soared into the London Bridge net. It's a goal. Lasky scored in 3 consecutive matches. 4 goals in 3 games. His form is simply phenomenal. In the away supporters section at Southfield Stadium, 4,000 Leeds City fans raised their arms in jubilation. On the sidelines, assistant coach Sam Landell, who had been seated, abruptly leaped from his seat and dashed towards the touchline. Meanwhile, the head coach, Clark, who had been directing from the sidelines, turned and collided with him, the two embracing in a joyful tangle. This is it. This is how it should be. This is a proper match. Landell laughed heartily. This is the essence of football. Behind them, the Leeds City substitutes were also celebrating wildly. Charlie Porter waved a towel and shouted, 16th goal. The 16th goal. Just 4 more. Well done, Dominik. Go, Polish lad. The Leeds City players on the field swarmed towards the goalscorer, Lasky. They laughed as they surrounded him, toppling him over and joyfully piling on in celebration of this goal. Amid the cacophony of boos, they reveled in the moment. Just as assistant coach Landell remarked, this is the kind of match the Leeds City players cherish. Exchanging goals in a spirited contest. How delightful. Chapter 182. Semida, do not dwell on the goal we conceded in the first half. We cannot refrain from attacking simply out of fear of their counterattacks. Can we? The London Bridge head coach, Stade, spoke in a German-accented English, rallying his players. It was the 40th minute of the first half when Leeds City equalized. Just 5 minutes later, the first half would conclude. Due to the brief duration, the London Bridge players clearly had not yet recovered from the shock of conceding the goal. After the match resumed, they hesitated to press forward, fearful of being struck again by Leeds City in the same manner. Stade aimed to dispel this concern from his players' minds. Leeds City is a team skilled in attack. We have known this for quite some time. In response to their offensive maneuvers along the flanks, in the second half, Park and Dehilai were tasked not only with advancing, but also with returning to partake in defensive duties, curtailing their opponent's wing assaults. Park Chunte nodded in acknowledgement. Although he did not score in the first half, he posed a considerable threat to Leeds City in front of the goal. The goal at London Bridge was also a result of Park Chunte's shot, which caused Leeds City's goalkeeper, Van der Ven, to fumble. The coach's strategy for the second half, combined with a decline in stamina, implied that the 31-year-old Park Chunte would have fewer opportunities to shine offensively. Yet, he bore no complaints, exhibiting no signs of discontent. He understood that sacrificing personal glory for the team's victory was a matter of course. His statements to the Korean media were not mere rhetoric. He genuinely intended to uphold this principle. The rivalry with Hulai over who represents the Asian light seemed inconsequential to him. As his professional career approached its twilight, He lacked the fervor to compete with Hulai. Now his sole desire was for London Bridge to eliminate Leeds City, adding another UEFA Europa League trophy to his illustrious career. He held a special fondness for this competition, as it marked the pinnacle of his European career when he secured the Europa League title with Sevilla. At present, the prospect of clinching a Champions League title and achieving a breakthrough for Asian players appeared daunting. Securing another Europa League title would suffice. Nearby, another young London Bridge player vigorously nodded and responded loudly, "Rest assured, sir." He was none other than the prodigious Tunisian international, Mohamed Dahailai, who had been signed last summer from the traditional French powerhouse, FC Nantes. This 23-year-old talent contributed 7 goals and 11 assists in the previous season of League One, making him one of the hottest commodities in the transfer market. Ultimately, London Bridge triumphed over formidable competitors like Olympique Lyonnais and Paris Saint-Germain to secure his signature for £48 million. Since joining London Bridge, Dahailai had not disappointed. He had netted 5 goals and provided 7 assists in the Premier League thus far. Considering the differing challenges of League One and the Premier League, one could assert that the investment of £48 million had proven worthwhile. Dahailai, with his remarkable speed and technical prowess, was a formidable asset on the flanks. Additionally, his youth and stamina rendered the task of sprinting back and forth between offensive and defensive roles in the second half relatively manageable. Iken, you must consistently drop back to the midfield area to assist in ball retrieval, then leverage your ability to control the ball to initiate attacks. Their Japanese holding midfielder will find it challenging to contend with both you and Finney alone, so you must align closely with Finney. Stade spoke these words in German, addressing his compatriot, Rudolf Eichen. The 25-year-old German international had previously collaborated with Julian Stade at Sachsenstadt in the Bundesliga last season. Indeed, Eichen was a former protege of Stade's. Together, they aided Sachsenstadt in securing 3rd place in the Bundesliga, earning a spot in the Champions League. Following this achievement, Stade was lured away to London Bridge with a lucrative offer. Upon assuming the role of head coach at London Bridge, Stade embarked on a mission to secure the signing of his esteemed protege, Rudolf Eichen, from Sachsenstadt. Eichen, tall and slender, does not conform to the archetype of a power forward. Rather, he is technically gifted, possessing exceptional ball control and passing ability. Although his proficiency in capitalizing on goal-scoring opportunities leaves something to be desired, his presence invigorates the attacking dynamics of London Bridge's front line. The arrival of Eichen has revitalized Park Chun-tae, whose performances had been lackluster over the past 2 seasons. This season, he has netted 13 goals in the Premier League and 5 in the Europa League, setting a new record for goals in a single season since his transfer to London Bridge, despite enduring a 2-month injury layoff. Eichen nodded in comprehension, his past collaboration with Stade cultivating a strong rapport. Robin Finney, an attacking midfielder for London Bridge and a Dutch international, may not possess a commanding physical presence. Yet he boasts remarkable long-range shooting and passing skills, as well as a commendable free-kick technique. However, due to stylistic constraints and subpar defensive capabilities, he found limited opportunities under Tavares, only to regain his status as a key player following Stade's arrival. Stade's intention in bringing Eichen and Finney closer together was to enhance their synergy and dismantle Junpei Matsukawa's midfield interceptions. Once the arrangements were nearly complete, Stade, with a German-accented English, addressed the team, "All right, gentlemen. There are 45 minutes left in the match. Remember, this is our home ground, and we have the confidence to defeat them here. The goal we conceded in the first half was merely a minor setback. Do not let them disrupt our rhythm. At the beginning of the second half, we must play as we did in the first, applying sufficient pressure to force errors in their defense. While Leeds City has fortified their defense, it is not insurmountable. If they compact, we shall exploit long-range shots. If they stretch out, we will attack their flanks. If they widen, we will target the gaps in their central defense. In essence, football is quite simple. Our collective strength surpasses theirs, and as long as we avoid errors, victory shall rightfully belong to us." As the second half commenced, Eichen, the center forward, began to drop deeper into midfield, creating a numerical advantage of 4-against-3 for London Bridge in that area. Consequently, London Bridge seized the upper hand and launched a relentless assault on Leeds City's goal right from the start of the second half. Both teams employed a 4-3-3 formation, identical in structure, yet their styles of play diverged significantly. Leeds City's 4-3-3 emphasized aggressive offense, with their central forward, Hulai, taking the lead in attacking. supported by Kamara and Lasky on either flank, delivering crucial passes. It was this very coordination that allowed Leeds City to equalize in the first half. As London Bridge's central defender, George Bilks, recognizing Hulai's pivotal role in their attack, adhered too closely to him, inadvertently allowing Lasky to slip through unnoticed. In contrast, London Bridge's 4-3-3 prioritized control, although Aiken, positioned centrally among the forwards, is designated as a striker. His primary responsibilities revolve around ball control and orchestrating play between the midfield and forward lines. With a strategic withdrawal, a numerical advantage was formed in the midfield, while Park Chun-tae and Daheli converged from the flanks towards the center, creating opportunities for a breakthrough. Stad's tactics proved effective. Shortly after the commencement of the second half, London Bridge, leveraging their home advantage and formidable collective strength, once again seized the initiative. This time, it was Aiken who dropped back, forming a 2-on-1 situation with Finney, who deftly passed the ball to him. Senkawa Junpei, caught in a moment of distraction, found himself outpaced by Aiken. However, after drawing the attention of the Leeds City defenders, Aiken chose not to advance further, but instead delivered a precise through ball. The football threaded between the two Leeds City center-backs, Ben Grist and Teddy Bradford, while Park Chun-tae suddenly made a diagonal run into the penalty area from the right flank, catching Leeds City's left-back Farah Quinn off guard. As Park Chun-tae received the ball, he was already behind Leeds City's defensive line. One-on-one, faced with the advancing goalkeeper Vanderwen, Park Chun-tae calmly slotted the ball into the near corner. Park Chun-tae, the South Korean commentator couldn't contain his excitement, followed by a prolonged cry. Park Chun-tae, indeed. He had finally broken the deadlock in this Asian showdown. He helped London Bridge regain the lead. Although Park Chun-tae expressed in an interview with South Korean media that he did not care about the title of the best in Asia. Not all South Koreans share such a mindset. Many still hope that Park Chun-tae can outshine Hulai during the match. Therefore, witnessing Park Chun-tae finally score filled South Korean commentators with exhilaration. A similar sentiment resonated among Chinese fans, despite Hulai expressing a similar attitude. The masses often found themselves comparing him to Park Chun-tae. Consequently, Park Chun-tae's goal left Chinese fans feeling particularly disappointed. Shin Lang sighed deeply. Be careful, be careful. Oh. When Aiken suddenly delivered a through ball, he exclaimed, but it was evident that his distant cries could not truly alert the Leeds City players on the pitch. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the football pierced through Leeds City's defense, granting Park Chun-tae a splendid one-on-one opportunity. Resigned, Shun Lang could only remark, I must say, the defensive capabilities of Leeds City are indeed not on par with their attacking prowess. During that play, both center-backs, Ben Grist and Bradford, merely stood there, seemingly oblivious to Aiken's intention to send the ball through their midst. Now, well, Park Chun-tae has scored. Goodness. I can completely imagine how jubilant our neighboring country's fans must be. The chapter ends here. Chapter 183. Just wait a moment indeed. The South Koreans were elated. Following Park Chun-tae's goal, countless South Korean fans erupted in cheers in front of their televisions. However, the most jubilant were the fans of London Bridge. After scoring, Park Chun-tae dashed towards the stands, plunging into the embrace of the thronging London Bridge supporters. The fervent fans at the forefront of the stands at London Bridge embraced him and the subsequent players with open hearts. The police security stood nearby, bracing for any unforeseen incidents, though none occurred. The supporters merely wished to pat the jubilant Park Chun-tae, who had just scored. Emerging from the crowd, the Korean forward's hair was slightly tousled, his cheeks flushed, yet his face radiated with a brilliant smile. It was evident that his spirits were high. As he playfully intertwined his fingers, forming a heart gesture towards the camera, a symbol that may well be considered an intangible cultural heritage of Korea a century from now. During halftime, following the coach's directive to bolster defensive efforts, he had thought he might not find the net in this match. Now, this goal could be deemed a delightful surprise. He seized the opportunity and did not let his teammate's pass go to waste. Aiken, who assisted him, sought him out to share a celebratory high-five. The Korean television commentator, witnessing this moment, joyfully remarked that Aiken and Park Chun-tae displayed remarkable synergy this season, as if they had played together for 3 years despite it being their first collaboration. Aiken is indeed an exceptional striker, and his arrival has revitalized Park Chun-tae. Given this season's performance, Park Chun-tae is likely to secure a contract extension with the club. Indeed, there are several Korean players plying their trade in Europe. But Park Chun-tae remains the most renowned and successful among them. Koreans naturally hope he will continue to play at London Bridge for several more years. Otherwise, the banner of Korean football in Europe might falter. Once considered Park Chun-tae's successor, Park Gi-hyun has finally ventured abroad after the World Cup. Yet he has struggled in the Bundesliga, facing limited playing opportunities. He is now seeking a loan move post-season. Clearly, he cannot bear the mantle of being Park Chun-tae's heir. Korean media and fans have begun to search for a suitable successor among the young talents in Korea, until a worthy successor is found. The hope remains that Park Chun-tae can uphold the banner for as long as possible. Following London Bridge's lead, their morale surged as they relentlessly bombarded Leeds United's goal. During this period, even the media-labeled madman, Clark, seemed to regain his composure, gesturing for his team to tighten their defense. It appears that he is not truly mad. Otherwise, he would have urged his team to continue attacking London Bridge, risking consecutive goals against them, which could spell disaster for Leeds. The current approach of tightening defense is quite prudent. As long as they withstand London Bridge's offensive onslaught, even a scoreless draw would be acceptable. Returning to home ground, where Leeds reigns supreme. However, Clark's instruction for the entire Leeds team to consolidate defensively is certainly not an attempt to merely delay the match's conclusion. Though he is not genuinely deranged, deep down, he harbors a stronger desire for attack and an admiration for offensive play. Thus, this defensive consolidation is merely a preparatory step for future counterattacks. Possessing the remarkable combat skills of Kamara and Lasky, both of whom are swift forwards, Leeds City indeed has the resources to execute a counterattacking strategy. Clark is not foolish. During the zenith of the London Bridge period, engaging in a direct confrontation with the opposition would be tantamount to courting disaster. However, if they could momentarily evade the sharpness of their opponents, not only could they solidify their defense, but they could also create opportunities for counterattacks. Have you not noticed how the formation of London Bridge has gradually advanced? Yet, Clark is acutely aware that opportunities for counterattacks will be limited, for the players of London Bridge are not oblivious to the inherent risks. They are certainly cognizant of them. They simply deem the risks worth taking due to the extraordinary potential rewards. Moreover, should they continue their assault without breaching Leeds City's defenses, London Bridge would inevitably shift to a more defensive posture, slowing the tempo of the game. Thus, akin to launching a rocket, the optimal window for Leeds City is fleeting. Seizing it could lead to success, while failing to do so would complicate their efforts. Stad's assistant coach, the fellow German Thomas Hune, reminded him, "Julian, our formation is advancing." Julian Stad glanced at his watch and replied, "Let us wait a moment, Thomas. We have already created several threats in our attack. Their defense cannot hold for long. If we can just tighten our timing for a few more minutes, we might well score. Of course, if after 6 minutes the situation remains unchanged, it will indicate that Leeds City has adapted to our pressure, and we shall consider slowing the pace." He then added, "You go instruct Montgomery and Haussmann to ensure the protection of our flanks." Hugh nodded and proceeded to relay Stad's latest directives to the two defensive midfielders on the field using whistles and hand signals. James Montgomery and Marcus Haussmann exchanged glances on the pitch before slightly adjusting their positions toward the flanks, balancing their responsibilities between the center and the wings. This subtle adjustment proved to be astute. 3 minutes later, when Leeds City intercepted the ball in their defensive zone and initiated a counterattack, both Kamara on the left and Lasky on the right found themselves within the defensive range of London Bridge's two midfielders. Peter Williams, who had possession in the center, was initially intent on shifting the ball to the flanks, but upon assessing the situation, he found it challenging to pass to anyone. At that moment, Robin Finney, the attacking midfielder for London Bridge, noticed Peter hesitating and seized the opportunity to intercept the ball. As Peter scanned left and right, he became aware of Finney's position and had prepared for this eventuality. Concurrently, Finney's advance compelled him to commit to taking matters into his own hands. He deftly pulled the ball back, shielding it with his body, and advanced forward. After crossing the halfway line, Finney relentlessly pursued him from behind, continually interfering with his attempts to control the ball. Meanwhile, the two defensive midfielders were retreating, positioning themselves strategically to prevent Peter from accurately delivering the ball to his teammates on the flanks. Consequently, after taking another step forward, he lifted his head and observed Hulai making an incisive run ahead in the center. However, it was not in the center, but rather towards the right flank, striking the exterior of London Bridge's central defender, George Burks. There was indeed ample space, and most importantly, Peter lacked the confidence to withstand Finney's increasingly aggressive harassment while maintaining possession. Should he lose the ball, it would spell disaster. Thus, he opted for a lofted pass. Finney noticed Peter's hesitation, evident from his sluggish movements. He recognized this as a golden opportunity. If he could intercept the ball in midfield, he could reverse the play and launch a counterattack against Leeds. Furthermore, in this position, even if he committed a foul, the risk of a yellow card was minimal, making the potential cost negligible. Consequently, he intensified his movements. At that moment, he saw Peter take a half-step forward before delivering the pass. He could not intercept it in time and could only watch as the ball was sent towards the right side of the penalty area in front of London Bridge. Hulai surged forward, but Burks was close behind him. Upon witnessing this, Finney felt a slight sense of reassurance. Peter's pass sought Hulai. As Hulai advanced, he turned and saw the ball being delivered by Peter Williams in a high arc. Burks was shadowing Hulai, and the opportunity was not optimal. After his initial shout, Shin Lang composed himself, aware that Hulai would find it difficult to create a shooting chance. The best outcome for this play would be for him to utilize his positioning to hold the ball, redirecting it towards the flank while awaiting support from Lasky, Peter, and other Leeds teammates. Burks, in pursuit, also turned to follow the ball. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches, he was slightly delayed in his turn but had not yet been completely outpaced by Hulai. He remained within reach and did not rush, opting instead to trail Hulai and close in as he received the ball, leveraging his physical advantage to impede Hulai's control while waiting for his teammates to bolster their defense. As the ball soared towards them, Burks noted that whether it was Hulai's early run or Peter's slightly undercooked pass, the ball appeared to be descending behind them. This was advantageous, he thought, maintaining his focus on Hulai and refraining from a reckless tackle. The seasoned England international understood Hulai's prowess all too well and wished to afford him no opportunities. In motion, Hulai spotted the ball, adjusted his footing, and swung his right leg outward. As the back of his foot made contact with the incoming ball, he deftly nudged it forward. The entire maneuver was executed seamlessly while he was on the run, lacking any discernible pause. So much so that Burks initially failed to realize Hulai intended to both control and pass the ball. He assumed Hulai merely sought to halt the ball's progress and was prepared for him to decelerate. By the time he recognized that Hulai had deftly moved the ball ahead of him, he found himself outmaneuvered. Nonetheless, he charged forward, colliding with Hulai. The impact caused Hulai to stagger slightly, but he did not fall, as he remained outside the penalty area. After regaining his balance, he surged towards the ball, penetrating the penalty area. Hulai, well done. Hulai, an opportunity. The goalkeeper of London Bridge, Alberto Bueno, rushed out to block the shot, but Hulai, who had just regained his balance, seemed entirely focused on the ball, oblivious to Bueno's advance. Pursuing the ball, he swung his right foot to take a shot. Despite an imperfect stance, Hulai struck the ball with the outer 3 toes of his right foot. The ball spun violently, grazing the turf and carving a somewhat subtle arc, just evading Bueno's outstretched foot. Ultimately, it brushed against the inside of the far post and nestled into the net. Chapter 184. A fair exchange. Who? Matthew Cox let out a long howl as Hulai surged into the penalty area, having shaken off Burks, albeit unsteadily. The stands of the Sarsfield Stadium erupted with boos. The London Bridge fans had already sensed the impending danger. Their jeers seemed to morph into an invisible resistance, attempting to halt the stumbling Hulai and buy some time for the advancing goalkeeper, Bueno. Yet, this was merely a fanciful illusion. In reality, Hulai managed to steady himself, while Burks hesitated to charge him, fearing a foul. A foul in this position could easily lead to a red card, rendering him unavailable for the second leg of the semifinals, which would significantly impact London Bridge's defense. Thus, he deliberately restrained his strength. To his astonishment, the seemingly fragile figure adjusted his center of gravity in just 2 steps and managed to shoot before the onrushing goalkeeper Bueno. Remarkably, the quality of the shot was exceptional. After the collision, Burks raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, unaware of when he had come to a complete halt, staring at the ball that had rippled the net behind the goal before shifting his gaze back to Hulai. Although still slightly unsteady after the shot, he relinquished his efforts to maintain balance and allowed himself to plunge onto the turf, seamlessly melding the act of shooting with a celebratory dive. Lasky was the first to arrive, leaping forward in celebration and rushing to embrace Hulai. The other players from Leeds City joined in jubilant celebration. 22. Even without the away goals rule, This score was enough to send the Leeds City players into a frenzy. He had helped Leeds City equalize. The resilient Leeds City had fought back from behind twice to level the score again. It must be said that the Leeds City in the Europa League was an entirely different team from the one in the league. As the coaches and substitutes of Leeds City celebrated wildly, the German head coach of London Bridge, Julian Stord, angrily kicked the air to vent his frustration. He disregarded the advice of assistant coach Huan, feeling that his decision was entirely justified. At that moment, London Bridge was in a favorable position, completely dominating Leeds City. Any coach in his position would not retreat due to potential risks. There was no rationale for such a course of action. Indeed, it is perplexing. Is there truly a rationale that allows for the opponent to score upon a single counterattack? Just moments after Huan's admonition, the opposing team found the net. Is there a justification for such swift consequences? Stode was in disarray. Prior to this season, he had dedicated himself to the German football sphere, possessing scant familiarity with the Premier League. However, he was not entirely ignorant of Hulai. Yet, at this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to delve deeper into the intricacies surrounding Hulai. Hulai? Well done. Hulai. What an opportunity. Shin Lang erupted into laughter as he witnessed the football soar into the goal. This is how it should be. If Park Chun-tae can score, how could we possibly refrain from doing so? In the spirit of reciprocity, we, the esteemed nation of China, must not be remiss in our manners. Xiaolon, seated before the television, also burst into laughter. The tension dissipated. Although her son had claimed indifference towards the rivalry with Park Chun-tae, those were his sentiments, not necessarily reflective of her own. Xiaolon maintained that while she could feign indifference, should the Koreans insist on pursuing this matter, she would not shy away. We Chinese do not instigate conflict, yet we are unyielding in the face of it. Unbeknownst to Xiaolon, following Park Chun-tae's goal, the South Korean fans, while exhilarated, had yet to boastfully target Hulai online. After 2 years of education, they had learned to exercise caution regarding Hulai. To use Hulai as a foil for Park Chun-tae would require waiting until the match concluded, ensuring that Hulai did not score. Their prudence paid off. As Hulai found the back of the net, some South Korean fans, though disappointed by Hulai's goal, secretly breathed a sigh of relief for having refrained from making bold predictions online. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been palpable. Upon witnessing Hulai return to his half of the field alongside his teammates, Park Chun-tae noted the dirt smudging his opponent's face, remnants of the grass from their celebration. Yet, such trivialities held no significance. What mattered was the radiant smile illuminating Hulai's youthful visage. Over the years, Park Chun-tae had faced Hulai on multiple occasions, rendering him one of the most familiar Chinese players in his experience. Truly, he was a prodigy worthy of the Premier League Golden Boot and the World Cup Golden Boot. At this moment, Park Chun-tae couldn't help but feel a profound sense of concern for the future of Korean football. Thus far, no young talent had emerged to rival Hulai. While Japanese football boasts figures like Sugiyama Tatsuya, what does Korea have to offer? Once a peer of Sugiyama in the youth ranks, Park Gi-hyun's performances had only diverged further from his former counterpart after entering the senior team. He could scarcely compare to Sugiyama, let alone Hulai. This sentiment extended beyond Hulai to encompass the multitude of Chinese players currently plying their trade in Europe. Perhaps the South Korean players currently abroad have not yet fared as well as their counterparts in Europe, but they are still youthful, much like Hulai. Just as in economics, when that populous nation finally discovers the right path, its advantages of scale will begin to manifest. In the face of such formidable magnitude, the emergence of a few prodigies is not beyond the realm of possibility. Park Chun-tae has never envied Chinese football, yet in this moment, a tinge of envy stirs within him. Approaching his 32nd year, Park Chun-tae's professional career is approaching its twilight, yet he remains resolute. In the World Cup on the Iberian Peninsula 3 years hence, should Korean football still require his presence, he would not hesitate to step forward at the age of 35. However, the mere thought of facing those Chinese players, a decade his junior, during the Asian qualifiers at 34 causes him to furrow his brow slightly. Well done. Before the Leeds United coaching staff, though the celebrations have ceased, the coaches are still filled with joy as they observe their players returning to their half. Each face radiates an uncontrollable smile. Rander, with a grin, approaches Clark and remarks, "Who has indeed not disappointed us. The initiative now rests in our hands." The score of 2-2 allows Leeds United to adopt a more composed approach, both offensive and defensive. Conversely, London Bridge finds itself cornered. Hulai's goal occurred in the 69th minute, and after the celebrations, it is now the 71st minute. Including stoppage time, approximately 25 minutes remain in the match. London Bridge can absolutely not accept the outcome of a draw at home against Leeds United if they cannot secure victory on their turf. What hope do they have of triumphing away against the same opponent? Historically, in European competitions, there have been instances where teams have failed to win at home in the first leg only to stage a comeback in the second. However, as a coach, one should not base their considerations on events that have yet to unfold, but rather strive to seize the present moment. Attempting a comeback in the second leg is a reluctant response to having failed to secure victory in the first, rather than a path predetermined. Therefore, there is no doubt that in the forthcoming match, London Bridge will launch a full-scale assault to defeat Leeds United at home. For Leeds United, the situation becomes straightforward. Next, we will focus on counterattacks, Clark states succinctly. Just like that play. Rander nods in agreement. In truth, not only Hulai's goal, but both of Leeds United's goals in this match were scored on counterattacks. With their speedy flanks, Leeds United indeed possesses the capability for effective counterattacks. However, most of the time, Clark's rigid demeanor has led many to believe that Leeds United is solely a team of relentless attackers. Thomas, summon Barnes back. I want him on the field. Stode commands his assistant coach, Hewen, from the home team's bench. Replace whom? Hewen inquires casually. Haasman, Stode replies, naming the defensive midfielder. Marcus Haasman. Hewen understands the directive, nodding as he turns to dash toward the warm-up area. Stode is poised to take a gamble by substituting forward Scott Barnes for defensive midfielder Marcus Haasman. However, it is not entirely a frenzied struggle devoid of reason. Hewen has acquainted himself with Tony Clark, the head coach of Leeds City, and is aware that he is an offensive zealot, a madman known for losing matches due to his overly aggressive tactics. Thus, it is conceivable that after gaining the lead, Clark may insist that his team continue their offensive onslaught, as he has done in the past. Engaging in a battle of attack may indeed offer London Bridge a glimmer of hope. Chapter 185. Defenses for offense. The coaching staff of London Bridge assessed that Leeds City, having just equalized and with spirits high, would likely continue their aggressive push, striving to score again in swift succession. This aligns with the prevailing perception of Leeds City's historical approach. Yet, to their astonishment, as the match resumed, they discovered that events did not unfold as anticipated. Leeds City did not capitalize on their recent momentum to mount an attack. Instead, they opted to reinforce their defense. What on earth are they doing? Why aren't they pressing forward? Isn't Clark reputed to be an offensive maniac? This perplexity struck Thomas Hewen, the assistant coach of London Bridge. It seemed that the external understanding of Clark was somewhat superficial. Stode, standing beside him, furrowed his brow. Though he could not fathom the reasoning behind this unexpected strategy, it was clear that Leeds City's response diverged from their expectations. Never mind, Thomas. Regardless of their approach, we have but one path forward: to attack. Unless we are willing to retreat into a defensive shell with nearly half an hour remaining in the match, he remarked to Hewen. Hewen vehemently shook his head. That is unacceptable. If we proceed in such a manner, your name will be vilified by every London media outlet. We must attack, but we cannot do so recklessly. We must remain vigilant against Leeds City's counterattacks. Stode nodded in agreement. There is still ample time. We need not push too far forward. Observing London Bridge's half-hearted advance, Clark, though somewhat dissatisfied, accepted the situation. He understood that Stode was no fool, having just been caught off guard by Leeds City after overcommitting in their attack. It would be sheer madness to launch a full-scale offensive now. After all, time was still on their side. London Bridge merely needed to score once more within the next 25 minutes. A scoreline of 3-2, while not guaranteeing their progression to the finals, was decidedly preferable to 2-2. Pursuing a score of 4-2 or even greater might risk conceding further goals in the process. The coaching staff of London Bridge had considered these factors thoroughly. Clark was not surprised by this cautious approach. Had Hulai scored in the 79th minute instead of the 69th, London Bridge would undoubtedly have committed fully to the attack, compelled by the urgency of time. Nevertheless, Clark remained patient. If London Bridge did not press forward with all their might, Leeds City could comfortably defend, and he would not be averse to a 2-2 draw. If anyone wondered where the reckless offensive zealot had vanished to, he would simply smile faintly. Reality is often a blend of illusion and truth. In fact, Emphasizing defense is a strategy Clark has been contemplating of late. In the past 2 seasons, Leeds City has savored the fruits of attacking football, yet Clark has discerned the limitations of this tactical philosophy, particularly this season. It has become evident to Clark that relying solely on offense will not lead to enduring success. To put it bluntly, the offensive potential of Leeds City has been thoroughly explored by Clark's coaching staff. The question remains, how can they advance their attacking strategy any further? Even Clark himself is uncertain. The attacking trio of Hulai, Kamara, and Peter Williams has matured significantly, and this season, Lasky has made remarkable strides, seamlessly integrating into this system. Should they recruit more superior attacking players for the next season? Setting aside the question of whether Leeds City possesses the financial means or allure to attract top-tier talent, it is pertinent to consider whether the available players would indeed surpass the current attacking lineup in skill. Furthermore, would not these newcomers require time to adapt to the team and the tactical framework? Given that the existing personnel exhibit strong capabilities and harmonious synergy, what further upgrades could be made? Leeds City will undoubtedly continue to seek reinforcements for their attacking lineup in the new season. But the objective is not to overhaul the team, as that moment has yet to arrive. Rather, it is to supplement the existing offensive framework. Thus, Clark has shifted his focus toward the midfield and defense, aspiring to gradually enhance Leeds City's defensive capabilities in the upcoming season. Although the introduction of a center-back like Ben Grist has been made previously, a solitary defender cannot significantly elevate the entire team's defensive performance. Defense heavily relies on a cohesive system. The motivation to improve the defense arose after a failed attempt to recruit a defensive midfielder this season, which became a topic of discussion among the coaching staff in the tea room. There is a consensus that enhancing defensive performance on the foundation of the current offense is imperative, especially following the arrival of Junpei Senkawa, which has accentuated this issue. Senkawa is an exceptional defensive midfielder, and his presence has undeniably improved Leeds City's defense. However, similar to Ben Grist, he can only play a pivotal role at times, but not a decisive one. His performance has solidified Clark's determination to comprehensively enhance the defense, as he now feels more confident. Nevertheless, this task is beyond Clark's expertise, as he is not adept at coaching defense. Moreover, the current coaching staff lacks such talent, being primarily constructed around the core philosophy of attacking football. Thus, it is essential to recruit a defensive coach from outside. Fortunately, with Leeds City clinching the Premier League title and achieving commendable success in the Europa League, the allure for coaches has significantly increased. The club has already embarked on the search for coaching reinforcements. In daily training sessions, Clark's coaching staff has begun to intensify the team's defensive training, albeit they have yet to showcase these improvements in matches. Now, facing London Bridge presents a perfect opportunity to assess the outcomes of their training efforts. Before Hulai's goal, Leeds City had been compacting their defense. Although the situation appeared precarious, as if they might concede at any moment, they successfully held their ground and awaited Hulai's counterattack goal. This instilled confidence in their ability to continue defending. In the defensive formation, Junpei Senkawa and Jay Adams, positioned as defensive midfielders, were tasked with safeguarding the back line of Leeds City. Among them, Senkawa bore the heaviest burden, as he had to mark opponents at times while also sweeping through his designated area. Fortunately, his partner Adams, though not particularly adept defensively, compensated for positioning lapses with his tireless running and indomitable spirit, making it difficult for opponents to shake him off. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging for Senkawa to cover the entire midfield alone. With Adams's assistance, they could collaborate effectively when necessary. For instance, when Robin Finney received the ball in the attacking zone, Adams would engage him, while Senkawa would swiftly launch a surprise attack to dispossess him. However, when Aiken retreated to the midfield to support Finney, both Senkawa and Adams had to take on individual responsibilities to prevent a recurrence of previous goal concessions. Senkawa marked Aiken while Adams focused on Finney. They would adjust their positions as the opponents shifted. Although it was somewhat chaotic, they managed to fulfill their duties. Additionally, the collective effort and synergy of the other Leeds City players played a crucial role. Their sharp counterattacks deterred the two wingbacks of London Bridge from advancing too aggressively, resulting in a lack of variation in their offensive strategies and consequently diminishing their threat. Thus, for 10 minutes, Leeds City remarkably prevented London Bridge from scoring. The score remained deadlocked at 2-2. In the 79th minute, Stade faced a pivotal decision. Should he opt for caution and settle for a draw? Or should he push forward with all his might to secure a victory against Leeds City? This dilemma was not difficult to resolve. Had it been at Leeds City's home ground, Stade would have undoubtedly chosen to defend. However, at his own home ground, the Softfield Stadium, where Leeds City had never triumphed over London Bridge, and with the roar of over 40,000 home supporters rallying behind them, London Bridge could not afford to defend. They had to attack. They had to strive for a victory within the final 10 minutes. In truth, even if London Bridge were to win 3-2 against Leeds City at this juncture, it could only be deemed a Pyrrhic victory, especially considering the absence of the away goals rule in the current European competitions. Otherwise, it would simply be classified as a failure. Yet, even a Pyrrhic victory would be preferable to a defeat, wouldn't it? Therefore, they must win. They absolutely must. The two wingbacks of London Bridge, Sosa and Moley, pushed forward energetically, determined to make a desperate final push in the last 10 minutes. At such a moment, Leeds City had to hold firm. Upon observing the latest movements of the players on the field, Chen Xingyi promptly remarked, fully aware that London Bridge was ready to fight tooth and nail. He could not help but feel a sense of trepidation for the defense of Leeds City. Unbeknownst to him, on the sidelines before the away team's bench, Leeds City's assistant coach, Randier, had been dispatched by head coach Clark to signal an action comprehensible only to the Leeds players. He conveyed to them that the time had come. The counterattack was to commence. Defend? Leeds City had never contemplated merely preserving the 2-2 scoreline. Their defense was not solely for the purpose of defense. Much like a boxer coiling his arm in preparation to strike, retreat was merely a prelude to advance. Defense served as a foundation for offense. Chapter 186. The strike. The paramount aspect of the counterattacking strategy is indeed the defense. One must establish a solid defense to enable the possibility of a counterattack. However, an overemphasis on defense, or an unwavering focus on it, to the detriment of offensive capabilities, would ultimately prove counterproductive. After all, a defense incapable of counterattacking will inevitably succumb to the opponent's goals. Moreover, counterattacking is not merely a tactic reliant on the speed and individual prowess of offensive players. When launching a counterattack, it is imperative to deploy sufficient personnel. One cannot afford to have 10 players merely spectating while one charges forth. Such a counterattack would lack any efficacy. This places a considerable demand on the players' physical stamina. As the match approached its final 10 minutes, their energy reserves were already dwindling, yet they were required to surge forward unhesitatingly during counterattacks, only to retreat swiftly upon failure or completion. The constant sprinting constituted anaerobic exercise. At this juncture, the players were already fatigued, and the additional back-and-forth sprints would lead to a situation where they could neither initiate a proper offensive nor return effectively. While it might suffice for one or two individuals to lead a counterattack, increasing the number of participants would pose a significant challenge. Clark had always emphasized the importance of the team's physical conditioning, ensuring that they could maintain their momentum and remain competitive during such critical moments. Modern football places great importance on player movement, rendering stamina a pivotal element in the sport. Teams that achieve championship glory invariably possess abundant physical reserves. In the past, the football world might have tolerated players with distinct characteristics, but lacking in stamina. However, such players find little space for survival in today's game. Had Hulai not been adequately conditioned, despite his scoring prowess, it would have been difficult for him to secure a starting position in one of Europe's top 5 leagues. Amidst the cheers of the home supporters in the stands at Softfield Stadium, London Bridge launched a fierce offensive against Leeds City. Their two wingbacks surged forward, with even goalkeeper Bueno advancing beyond the penalty area. The two central defenders, George Burks and Tim Martin, stationed themselves at the halfway line, ensuring that Leeds City could not even clear the ball past their own half. Any attempt to advance would be swiftly quelled. Hulai was the foremost player for Leeds City, maneuvering in front of the two central defenders from London Bridge. However, it was challenging to expect him to contest aerial duels with them. Leeds City found themselves under siege, with all players retreating to their own half. It appeared that their seemingly fragile defense was on the brink of collapse. Leeds City resembles a spring, perpetually compressed to the brink of its limits. In this precarious moment, should London Bridge exert further pressure, it is highly probable that Leeds City may shatter, collapsing entirely. Regrettably, the pressure from London Bridge is also nearing its threshold. Park Chung-tae, upon receiving a pass from Aiken within the penalty area, found himself closely marked by Leeds City's centre-back, Ben Grister. He attempted to maneuver the ball past him, seeking to evade the latter's grasp. However, Grister, leveraging his physical superiority, pushed Park off balance. By this stage in the match, Park was significantly fatigued, making it exceedingly difficult for him to gain an advantage in physical confrontations. It was not only Leeds City's players who were struggling with fatigue. Ultimately, Park was forced to the ground by Grister's imposing presence, prompting a cacophony of boos from the stands. Park raised his arm, signaling to the referee that a foul had occurred, pleading for a penalty. Yet the referee gestured for him to rise. The boos intensified, as the London Bridge supporters accused the referee of bias towards Leeds City. Meanwhile, the television broadcast displayed a caption indicating that the video assistant referee was reviewing the incident in the penalty area to ascertain whether a foul had indeed occurred. Play continued as Leeds City seized the ball from Park's fall, sending it forward with a powerful kick. Hulai dashed to the landing spot, but found himself outmatched by the towering Tim Martin, who stood at 6 feet 4 inches. Martin headed the ball back to Montgomery, allowing London Bridge to maintain their offensive momentum. After rising from the ground, Park continued to vocally protest to the referee, insisting that the incident warranted a penalty. The referee gestured for him to be silent while pressing his hand to his ear, striving to hear the video assistant referee's recommendation amid the overwhelming noise. Soon, he reached a conclusion. Grister had not committed a foul, and the play was valid. He signaled for the match to resume, with the broadcast simultaneously displaying a caption confirming that no foul had occurred, and thus, a penalty would not be awarded. No matter the discontent of the London Bridge supporters, this outcome remained unchanged. Aiken retreated to receive the ball, attempting to dribble laterally, but slightly overstepped. Junpei Senkawa, like a nimble monkey, swiftly approached and deftly poked the ball away. However, amid the multitude of players in the vicinity, the ball fell to the feet of London Bridge forward Mohamed Dehri. Senkawa, undeterred, surged forward again, engaging Dehri in a brief exchange. In the clash of their respective strengths, the ball remained stationary. Both players somewhat unsteady, yet still in control of the ball. Thus, they engaged in a duel at the edge of Leeds City's penalty area. Dehri exhibited remarkable agility and exceptional ball control. In contrast, Senkawa's tenacity, coupled with his lower stature that afforded him a lower center of gravity, facilitated his ability to intercept the ball. After a few seconds of entanglement, Senkawa ultimately extracted the ball from Dehri's feet. Moreover, he skillfully maneuvered Dehri behind him, thwarting any immediate attempt for a counter-recovery. Then he passed the football back to the right back, Josh Lawler, who had fallen quite far back. Despite this, Alan Morley, the left back of London Bridge, charged forward to press him. At this moment, London Bridge's fullback was playing as if he were a winger. Lawler then directed the ball towards the center, delivering it to goalkeeper Van der Venerable. Upon receiving the ball, Van der Ven executed a powerful kick, sending the football soaring towards midfield. In the center, Peter Williams leaped to head the ball, redirecting it towards Hulai. Instead of standing still to receive the pass, Hulai suddenly accelerated to retreat, momentarily shaking off Bilks. He accurately anticipated the ball's landing spot, leaping high while slightly turning his body in midair. He noticed a vast expanse of space behind the London Bridge defensive line and saw Lasky sprinting forward. Thus, while airborne, he twisted his torso and directed a header towards the backfield of London Bridge, placing it perfectly in front of the sprinting Lasky. A counterattack from Leeds City. On the sidelines, Clark and Randall became exhilarated, yet they endeavored to contain their excitement, their gazes fixed on the pitch. Hulai's backward header was executed with remarkable precision, allowing Lasky to maintain his speed and seamlessly receive the ball. Without pausing to control it, he propelled the football forward. This maneuver helped him shake off London Bridge's captain, Montgomery, nearly creating a one-on-one opportunity. The London Bridge fans in the stands of Southfield Stadium expressed their sheer terror with a cacophony of boos and screams. Bilks and Montgomery relentlessly pursued Lasky, completely disregarding anyone else. Behind them, Hulai, having completed the header, did not remain stationary to watch the unfolding drama. Instead, he turned and charged forward. As a striker, every attack was linked to him. Regardless of his distance from the goal, he always ran towards it, knowing it lay ahead. Albeit unnoticed by most, all attention was drawn to Lasky, who had now forged a one-on-one scenario, and it was clear he intended to take the shot. Another London Bridge center-back, Tim Martin, rushed back to safeguard the center, leaving Lasky to his teammates Bilks and Captain Montgomery. As Lasky entered the penalty area, London Bridge's goalkeeper Bueno launched himself forward. The Polish forward glanced up briefly before striking the ball. At the moment of his shot, Bueno dove towards the center, and indeed, the football soared towards him. His judgment was precise. However, from such a close range, he could not secure it, merely managing to deflect the incoming ball with both palms. The threat before London Bridge was far from over. It was then that everyone noticed Hulai had surged into the penalty area, positioned centrally. Just as the ball was deflected by Bueno towards the middle, Tim Martin, witnessing the ball approach, abruptly halted and turned, extending his foot to intercept it. Yet, someone made contact with the ball before him. Hulai. With swift strides, Hulai dashed towards the ball, lifting his foot to shoot. Preempting Martin, he slotted the football into the empty net. Oh my goodness. Hulai. Magnificent. A last-minute winner. He has triumphed against London Bridge. In truth, Chen Lang's statement lacked precision. Hulai's goal was scored in the 85th minute, leaving at least 8 minutes until the match's conclusion. Strictly speaking, this cannot be classified as a last-minute victory. Yet, Chen Lang was unconcerned with such details. His emotions had taken flight, and the notion of speaking with precision seemed far removed from his mind. The jeers from the home crowd at the Estadio de los Sarsfield paled in comparison to the exuberant chants of the visiting Leeds supporters. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who? Huss your daddy. Huss your daddy. Huss your daddy. Who? Amidst this cacophony, Hulai sprinted towards the corner flag, executing his signature celebration. However, this time, it bore a slight deviation from his usual style. Upon landing, he raised his arms, turning his wrists downward, with his thumbs pointing to the number and name on his back, seemingly in unison with the Leeds fans in the stands. Proclaiming to the over 40,000 supporters of London Bridge, the scorer is Hulai. End of chapter. Chapter 187. Strategic weapon. Listening to the fervent chants from the Leeds supporters in the away section and witnessing Hulai's celebration, many London Bridge fans stood in stunned silence. They truly did not anticipate witnessing their team falter at home. It was akin to watching a boxing match, where Leeds, faced with the relentless onslaught of London Bridge's punches, could only shield their heads and adopt a defensive stance. It appeared that London Bridge was poised for a points victory. Who could have predicted that Leeds would seize the opportunity during a brief moment of respite from London Bridge's offensive flurry, creating space for a clean, decisive straight punch? The fist struck directly at London Bridge's face. With a resounding crash, London Bridge was sent tumbling, falling prey to Leeds. Any supporter of London Bridge witnessing this scene would be left in profound shock. London Bridge's coach, Stod, refrained from venting his anger and frustration by kicking the air after conceding a goal. Instead, he simply raised his head, gazing at the sky in speechless despair. He understood that committing fully to attack carried the risk of counterattacks from the opposition. Yet, he could hardly fathom that the same scenario would unfold 3 times in this match. The first goal conceded also stemmed from London Bridge's aggressive push after taking the lead, falling victim to Leeds' counterattack. The efficiency of Leeds in executing counterattacks was astonishing, particularly their star striker Hulai, whose instinct in front of goal was nothing short of exceptional. Most players would have been reluctant to continue running forward in the dying moments of the match, believing that their teammate had secured a clear chance. If that shot failed, it would hardly reflect on them. They would have done their utmost by simply nudging the ball forward, and no one would cast blame. Yet Hulai, upon landing, immediately pivoted and charged forward, without a hint of hesitation. Thus, when Lasky squandered his one-on-one opportunity, Hulai appeared in the most critical position, resembling a divine being descending from the heavens, and deftly slotted the ball into the net. Had he been a mere half-second later, the ball might have been cleared by Tim Martin. Facing such an opponent, Stod was left feeling helpless. In the league, he had already witnessed Hulai's efficiency during the 11th round, when London Bridge hosted Leeds City, and that match concluded with London Bridge triumphing 3-2, with Hulai scoring a goal. At that time, Hulai had not been afforded many opportunities, as he was closely monitored by the London Bridge defense throughout the match. Stod held this World Cup Golden Boot winner and previous Premier League Golden Boot recipient in high regard. Remarkably, even under such stringent defense, Hulai managed to seize the moment and score a goal from one of his few shooting chances. However, during the second encounter between the two teams, Hulai's performance was rather lackluster, failing to find the back of the net after a full match of average play. At that moment, Stod thought it was quite normal. Everyone has off days in matches, and there was no need to dwell on it. But now Stade understood that the young man had reserved all his energy for the League Cup. This was because, during the 11th round of the league, Leeds City was still competing in the Champions League and had not entirely relinquished their focus on the league, allowing them to cope adequately. However, as the league progressed into its latter half, Leeds City noticeably shifted their focus to the Europa League, appearing increasingly indifferent in their league matches, seemingly content as long as they avoided relegation. Now that Leeds City had advanced to the semi-finals of the Europa League, it was evident to all that they were undoubtedly aiming for the ultimate championship. Reflecting back, it seemed that Leeds City had likely already resolved to pursue the Europa League title, which explained their casual demeanor in the league. Had Leeds City brought their Europa League form into the league, it would have been difficult to assert that London Bridge could leave the away match unscathed. While Stade found himself at a loss, questioning the heavens, Leeds City's coach Clark was exuberantly embracing his coaching staff. Clark and his team were ecstatic. Before the match, few had anticipated that Leeds City would secure victory on foreign soil. Though the game was not yet concluded, Leeds City was indeed drawing ever closer to triumph. As remarked by Matthew Cox, he was a British commentator, maintaining a strictly neutral stance regarding this domestic clash, recognizing that whichever team progressed to the finals would represent English football. The only regret was that the two teams had met too early. Had they encountered each other in the finals, his mindset would have been far more composed. Cox initially believed that Clark and his team were merely celebrating their lead. However, it was far more profound than that. While having the lead was undoubtedly joyous, more importantly, it validated their vision for the future transformation of the team. The defensive counterattack strategy was indeed achievable. The outside world often perceived Clark as a madman, as if he lacked rationality, acting solely on instinct, with a spontaneous approach. Yet, in truth, he was a meticulously cautious individual, particularly when it came to selecting his direction. In the previous season, regarding the pursuit of the league championship, he first validated his strategy against Stan Park Rangers, discovering that Leeds City could triumph over them in an away match, which instilled him with the confidence and determination to contend for the title. This season, after being eliminated from the Champions League, he resolved to implement a strategy of redemption through the Europa League, again testing his approach against Catalonia United. Upon realizing that his team possessed the capability to defeat Catalonia United away, he decided to share his ambitions openly with the entire squad. Each of his decisions is, in fact, meticulously considered, far from impulsive or capricious. Now, the upcoming match against London Bridge has been seized as an opportunity to validate his tactical philosophy for the new season. Hulai's goal has ignited a glimmer of hope, as his efficiency as a striker alleviates the defensive pressure on Leeds City, allowing them not to endure a relentless defense until the 89th minute, only to concede a goal from a counterattack. This encapsulates Hulai's most significant tactical contribution, for the ultimate objective of all football matches is to score goals. Throughout history, countless coaches have exerted immense effort to devise various tactics to achieve this end. Clark's possession of Hulai signifies the wielding of a strategic weapon of immense power. From this perspective, the critics are not entirely incorrect. Hulai may lack tactical versatility, yet he possesses undeniable strategic value. After the celebration, Clark extricated himself from the exhilaration and began instructing assistant coach Randall. Next, we must focus on defense while creating the impression that we still have the capability to counterattack against London Bridge. Randall nodded in understanding and hurried to the sidelines, signaling to the Leeds City players, who had just concluded their celebration. Meanwhile, on the adjacent coaching bench, Stade made a final desperate move, substituting the exhausted Park Chunte with the 18-year-old prodigy William Sutton. This was intended as a time-wasting maneuver after gaining the lead, but it had now transformed into a last-ditch effort. As the match resumed, London Bridge launched a frenzied assault on Leeds City's goal from the kickoff, while Leeds City retreated into a full defensive posture, with even Hulai contributing to the defense. The London Bridge fans jeered from the stands, questioning their team's commitment to attack. In the end, London Bridge resorted to repeatedly lofting the ball into the penalty area from the flanks or attempting long-range shots. High balls into the box were consistently cleared by Leeds City's towering defender, Ben Greystar. Long-range efforts rarely found the target, either soaring over the bar or being valiantly blocked by Leeds City players, with one shot even deflecting off their own teammate Aiken, resulting in a goal kick without a corner. 5 minutes later, the score remained 3-2, and the fourth official raised the placard indicating 4 minutes of stoppage time. These were the final 4 minutes for London Bridge. However, even if they had equalized during those 4 minutes, they had already missed their optimal chance. They failed to capitalize on the advantage of playing at home against Leeds City, thus laying a mine for the second leg of the match. Initially, the fans at London Bridge had anticipated a straightforward victory against a rival they had drawn and won against in the league this season. With the home team never having lost, a narrow victory would have sufficed, while a 2-goal win would have been deemed satisfactory. Yet, they not only failed to achieve the minimum, but also suffered a reversal. The difference between 23 and 33 was negligible, and the 4 minutes of stoppage time passed swiftly. London Bridge could not breach Leeds City's defense. The match concluded with Cox announcing loudly as the final whistle blew that Leeds City triumphed 3-2 over London Bridge in the 2-legged semi-final of the Europa League, establishing a solid foundation for their advancement to the final. Notably, this victory marked Leeds City's first triumph over their opponent at the historic London Bridge's Southfield Stadium. The Leeds players rushed onto the pitch, while those on the field raised their arms in celebration of their victory. Although the semi-finals are contested over 2 legs, they are brimming with confidence for the return match at home. The most challenging hurdle has already been surmounted. In the recently concluded first leg of the Europa League semi-final, Leeds City secured a 3-2 victory away against London Bridge, gaining an advantageous position. They now have the opportunity to reach the Europa League final. This remarkable achievement holds particular significance for Leeds City, who are participating in the Europa League for the first time. However, it is believed that Leeds City's ambitions extend beyond this accomplishment. Coach Clark exhibited a cautious demeanor during the press conference, asserting that this was merely the outcome of the first leg and does not dictate the final result. Until they secure a place in the final, he refrained from commenting on their prospects. The television news transitioned to the post-match press conference, where Tony Clark sat at the podium, addressing the cameras and a throng of reporters. A 3-2 result in the first leg does not imply we hold the advantage. Since we have managed to defeat London Bridge away, I am confident they can also triumph against us on their own turf. Therefore, this victory holds little significance for us. However, it cannot be said that it is entirely inconsequential. On the bus returning to Leeds, Clark adopted a different tone with his coaching team. The 3-2 victory is commendable, as it not only secures a win, but also prevents the players from becoming complacent due to an easy triumph. This way, when we return home, everyone can remain focused. Nods of agreement followed. London Bridge, having lost the first leg, had no choice but to adopt an offensive strategy in the second leg. Leeds City could indeed seize the opportunity to execute counterattacks. Lilith leaned against the doorframe of the apartment, watching Li Qingqing pack her belongings. Pouting with reluctance, "Are you really planning to leave Paris, Ager?" Li Qingqing nodded. "Yes, I think it's time for a change of environment. I promise I won't gossip about you and who anymore. So please, Qingqing, don't go," Lilith pleaded with a forlorn expression. Li Qingqing set down her clothes and smiled at her. "It has nothing to do with you, Lilith. I merely aspire to pursue higher honors. While I find it difficult to part with you, I recognize that your choice is justified, especially considering that Ager's investment in the women's team has diminished over the past 2 seasons," sighed Lilith. Just 3 days prior, the 2026 to 2027 season of the French Women's League concluded, with Paris Ager failing to secure the championship and being eliminated in the quarterfinals of the Champions League. Having endured a season devoid of victories, the Paris Ager women's team seems to be on the verge of transformation, though whether this change will prove beneficial or detrimental remains uncertain. Local media have reported that Chinese footballer Li Qingqing is contemplating departure. As a pivotal player for Paris Ager, Li Qingqing is not lacking in prospective suitors. Shortly after the news broke, further reports emerged that numerous elite women's teams have extended their olive branches to her, including the renowned London Bridge and Military Port teams from the English Premier League, both of which are formidable forces in women's football. Additionally, the esteemed clubs of Madrid Royals and Catalonia from La Liga have also expressed interest in Li Qingqing. Paris Ager adopts an open stance regarding her potential departure, indicating that any interested team may engage in discussions, with the final decision hinging on the offer presented. "You might head to London, right? After all, who is in England?" speculated Lilith. To her surprise, Li Qingqing shook her head. "No, I am likely to go to Spain." Spain, Madrid Royals, or Catalonia? "Currently, my agent is in deep discussions with Madrid Royals. They have promised me a core position," Li Qingqing replied. Lilith inhaled sharply. "That is indeed tempting." The Madrid Royals are not only a premier club in men's football, but also boast a significant presence in women's football. Although the Madrid Royals women's team was established relatively recently in 2015, adhering to the principle of striving for excellence, the team has become a formidable force in European women's football within just 12 years. They have clinched 5 La Liga titles and 6 Copa de la Reina titles, yet are still in pursuit of the elusive Champions League trophy. To this end, the team has made substantial investments in recent seasons, bolstering their roster in hopes of achieving Champions League glory. The current roster of the Madrid Royals women's team is replete with stars, and their commitment to offering Li Qingqing a central role underscores their earnest desire to recruit her. Lilith understands that it would be challenging for Li Qingqing to decline an opportunity with a club like Madrid Royals, just as she herself would find it impossible to reject such an offer should it come her way. Although she harbors affection for Paris Ager, the pursuit of a professional career must take precedence over personal feelings. However, do you truly wish to forego a chance in England? Li Qingqing cast a somewhat guilty glance at Lilith. Why would I feel reluctant? Despite having established a relationship with Hulai, they have kept it under wraps, even from their closest friends like Lilith. To be honest, she finds it quite taxing to maintain this secrecy in the face of Lilith's inquisitiveness. On one hand, she is reluctant to deceive her good friend, while on the other, after discussions with her father, she prefers to keep this information private for the time being. Though she never admitted it, in Lilith's eyes, she and Hulai were already a couple. After all, who was in England? Lilith had no intention of playing coy with Li Qingqing. You've gone to Spain. Doesn't that mean you two are living apart again? Li Qingqing's cheeks flushed as she defended herself. My whereabouts and his are irrelevant. Your expression, however, lacks conviction. Li Qingqing replied earnestly, truly, regardless of my relationship with him, I am still myself, Lilith. My career is my own, and I shall decide where I play. Lilith was taken aback by Li Qingqing's sudden seriousness. She raised her hands in surrender. All right, I understand. Then, observing Li Qingqing continuing to pack her belongings, she sighed. It's a pity the Women's World Cup coincides with this event. Otherwise, we could have attended the Leeds City match together. She was referring to the UEFA Europa League final, which was set to take place at Paris's Stade de France. If Leeds City were to reach the final, she and Li Qingqing could witness the match live. However, due to the Women's World Cup this summer, the Chinese women's team required over a month of training. Just as the League One season had concluded, Li Qingqing was preparing to return home. The Europa League final was at the end of May, leaving no time to spare. Lilith, the UEFA semi-finals have only just begun. Li Qingqing gently reminded her. Leeds won the away game against London Bridge. Would they falter at home? Lilith was unconvinced. That is uncertain. The game of football is unpredictable. Hey, do you not believe in him, Qingqing? Lilith continued. You know, in China, we have a saying. What saying? To accumulate good fortune. What does that mean? The pronunciation is not crucial, just grasp the essence. It suggests not to speak too confidently, in hopes of inviting good luck. Lilith suddenly enlightened. Oh, I see. You are wishing good fortune for who? Li Qingqing listened to her peculiar accent, sighed in exasperation, and continued to pack her items. As she was returning home for an extended period, she had brought along a considerable amount of belongings. Lilith, feeling bored, glanced around and spotted a red braided bracelet. Curiously, she picked it up for closer examination. Hey, I've never seen you wear this before. Li Qingqing allowed her to look, because I didn't need to wear it before. Oh, this World Cup is being held in China, Li Qingqing explained. I hope to bring myself some good luck. Lilith suddenly understood. No wonder. The pressure of hosting a major event is generally quite high. She then frowned. Wait, I seem to recall who wearing a similar bracelet? Li Qingqing, pulling the bracelet from Lilith's hands, replied, red string bracelets are common, aren't they? Lilith regarded Li Qingqing with suspicion, yet Li Qingqing nonchalantly tucked the bracelet into her backpack. Hey, Qingqing, there must be something going on between you and who that I am unaware of, right? Li Qingqing turned her head and looked at her with a gaze that suggested she was foolish. Lilith, I've known who since our high school days, of course. We cannot divulge everything to you, can we? Hence, there will be matters you remain unaware of. Lilith pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, one could not possibly know every story between two people. Wait, that's not what I meant. She almost let Li Qingqing mislead her. However, Li Qingqing paid her no mind, casting her a dismissive glance before resuming her packing. Seeing this, Lilith's eyes sparkled with mischief as she declared, if you're not going, I shall attend the UEFA Europa League final in person. She was eager to observe Li Qingqing's reaction, yet to her surprise, the latter replied nonchalantly, "Sure. Then you can cheer for who on my behalf." "Really? You're okay with that?" Lilith asked, taken aback. "What's wrong with that? I'm going to watch whose match." Li Qingqing replied casually. "True, but if you're watching someone else's game, what does it matter to me?" Lilith noted Li Qingqing's unperturbed demeanor and began to wonder if their relationship was indeed that of mere friends, devoid of anything more. "Wait. I merely mentioned going to the UEFA Europa League final. How do you know who will participate?" Lilith suddenly questioned. Li Qingqing was momentarily at a loss for words. Caught off guard by the inquiry, Lilith chuckled upon realizing this. "So, you've implicitly accepted that he will surely reach the finals, haven't you? And you claim to lack confidence in him?" Li Qingqing could only defend herself. "I never said I lacked confidence. Well, you know. I understand. Lilith waved her hand dismissively. Li Qingqing sighed, choosing to ignore her. Meanwhile, she thought to herself, I should probably nudge Rebecca and the negotiations with Real Madrid along. Chapter 189. The red string of true lovers. Earlier this morning, local time, Li Qingqing, who plays for Paris Ager, bid farewell to our reporters and a gathering of enthusiastic Paris Ager fans at the airport before boarding a flight to the capital. There, she will join the national women's football team for training in preparation for the Women's World Cup to be held in our country at the end of June. Due to rumors about Li Qingqing potentially leaving Paris Ager, several fans arrived at the airport to send her off. Our reporter conducted random interviews with a few Paris Ager fans present to gather their thoughts on Li Qingqing's performance with the team. Before Li Qingqing arrived, I had little understanding of Chinese football. It was she who illuminated the fact that China has such exceptional players. I certainly hope she stays. However, I also understand her. And I am grateful for her contributions over 4 seasons at Paris Ager. Li Qingqing is the most talented female footballer I have ever encountered. She is still quite young, and I believe she will undoubtedly become one of the world's top female footballers. I am reluctant to see her leave, but such is football, such is life. I do not comprehend why the club would agree to let Li Qingqing depart. If I were the club's general manager, I would certainly reject this idea. Alas, I am not. I wish her the best of luck, hoping she achieves remarkable results in the Summer World Cup. This season, we have not secured any championships. And it is by no means Li Qingqing's fault. She has exerted tremendous effort. The club's investment in women's football is dwindling, and I hold a profound love for the sport. I believe that public attention towards women's football remains grossly insufficient. I have heard that Li Qingqing is immensely popular in China, and she must certainly feel the sense of being valued and needed. This concludes the report sent from the scene. Lastly, I also wish Li Qingqing and the women's football team the grace and skill to shine in this World Cup. Li Ziqiang diverted his gaze from the television screen after watching the news. The noodles were at the perfect temperature, eliminating any concern of scalding his mouth or throat. He savored a hearty bite, relishing the flavors as he swallowed. His daughter not only returned home early, but went directly to the capital. The scene he had feared last year would not unfold before him again, although next year may revert to old patterns. At least this year his daughter would not return with Hu Lai. Future matters could be addressed in due time. Hu Lai and Sichuan Junping dined with Song Jejia at a restaurant. With Leeds City facing a challenging match against Burley, neither of them was included in the squad, allowing them the opportunity to enjoy this meal with Song Jejia. In preparation for the UEFA Europa League semi-finals the following Thursday, Clark made significant adjustments to the league roster. Several players who participated in the first leg of the semi-finals, including Hu Lai and Sichuan Junping, were either omitted from the squad or, if included, did not start. Remaining in Leeds, Hu Lai and Sichuan Junping were invited by Song Jejia to share a meal. Song Jejia did not disclose the purpose of their gathering. Throughout the meal, their conversation was lighthearted and devoid of any serious discussions. In Song Jejia's words, it was merely a casual rendezvous since he happened to be in Europe. After their meal, while Sichuan Junping stepped away to the restroom, Song Jejia handed a red, braided bracelet to Hu Lai, saying, "Qingqing asked me to give this to you. She mentioned you would understand." Hu Lai accepted the bracelet, nodding in acknowledgement. "Yes, she told me it would bring me good fortune. You two have shared quite a few secrets behind my back," Song Jejia teased. Hu Lai smiled faintly, choosing not to clarify. Song Jejia refrained from pressing further and shifted the topic to Li Qingqing's transfer prospects. Next season, there is an 80 to 90% chance that Qingqing will join the Real Madrid women's team. Indeed, noticing Hu Lai's reaction, Song Jejia turned to him curiously. Don't you think it's a pity? A pity? What is there to lament? Hulai countered. If she were to join the women's teams at London Bridge or Military Port, wouldn't it be much easier for you to meet again? Hulai inquired. Are London Bridge and Military Port good options? Song Jia shook his head. Not as good as Royal Madrid. It would take a foolish mind to choose London. Upon hearing Hulai's remark, Song Jia rolled his eyes. You are the one with a foolish mind. He then added, but it doesn't matter. You might very well end up at Royal Madrid too. Hulai refrained from continuing the conversation as Morikawa Junpei had just returned. Upon arriving home, Hulai and Morikawa exchanged goodnights before retreating to their respective bedrooms. He settled at his desk, where a football lay before him. Then, he retrieved the bracelet that Song Jia had given him from his pocket. The bracelet was primarily woven from red string, interspersed with several colorful threads that lent it a certain charm. It was somewhat coarsely made, as it had been crafted by Li Qingqing herself. Hulai had long been aware of this bracelet, having learned about it during a video call with Li Qingqing when she inquired about the red bracelet he occasionally wore during matches. Naturally, he could not disclose that it was a system item. Instead, he fabricated a story about purchasing it online to bring him good luck. This was because, during his first match with the Dongchuan High School team, he had scored a goal, which endeared him to coach Li Ziqiang and ultimately secured him another chance to play in the final of the Anong Cup. He had worn the red bracelet during that inaugural game, thus leading him to believe that it brought him good fortune, a somewhat superstitious habit that had since developed. Li Qingqing was aware of this, having witnessed him in that first match, where she indeed saw the red bracelet. However, she pondered why there were matches in which she could see the bracelet and others where it was absent. This discrepancy arose because, in some matches, Hulai had enough points to purchase the bracelet, while in others, he either lacked the points or simply chose not to buy it. Yet, he could not voice this reasoning, instead attributing it to the poor quality of the bracelets he procured online, which tended to break easily during intense gameplay, causing him to lose them without warning. To remedy this, he had taken to wholesale purchasing a batch of such bracelets, ready to replace one the moment it fell off. Li Qingqing found this explanation rather perplexing. If the bracelet was indeed a talisman of good luck, why would he resort to buying them in bulk? It seemed rather unrefined. Hulai could only lament his own straightforwardness. At this juncture, Li Qingqing proposed crafting a bracelet for him herself, using multiple strands of string to ensure its durability. Initially, Hulai assumed she was merely speaking whimsically, but to his surprise, she began documenting her progress on WeChat. She shared pictures of the materials she had gathered on the first day, and subsequently, daily updates on her progress. After approximately 10 days, she had woven 2 bracelets, one for herself and one for Hulai. She referred to this creation as a lucky red string, hoping it would bring good fortune to both of them. As she was set to participate in the World Cup and indeed needed luck, while Hulai was preparing for the UEFA Europa League, which required its own share of fortune. Hulai donned the bracelet on his wrist, positioning it under the light to capture a photograph, which he promptly sent to Li Qingqing with the message, "I received the item." Shortly thereafter, Li Qingqing responded with a grinning emoji. "How do you like it?" "Quite splendid. It is evident that it was hand-woven by you, truly one of a kind. Unlike any other in the world." How annoying. Li Qingqing was unaware that this was Hulai teasing her skills, so she playfully remarked, "Just tell me whether you like it or not." "I do like it, I really do. Look, I've already put it on." "Oh dear. You don't need to wear it now. Save it for the competition." "It's fine. I'll wear it for you now and take it off later." Li Qingqing sent a rosy smile emoji. After concluding the conversation with her, Hulai removed the red string from his wrist and examined it closely. Suddenly, a question struck him. Given that Li Qingqing had gifted him this bracelet, if he were to take out the lover's red string from the system during the competition, wouldn't he end up wearing 2 bracelets? How would he explain that to Li Qingqing if she noticed? This posed a serious dilemma, and Hulai's expression grew grave. After much contemplation, he resolved to conduct an experiment. He accessed the system and exchanged 10,000 points for a lover's red string, retrieving it from the system space. Any item could indeed be extracted from the system space, although not all would serve a purpose outside of it. For instance, the lover's red string was only effective during competitions. Therefore, wearing it now would yield no effect. He was aware of its ineffectiveness. He merely wished to test whether 2 bracelets could simultaneously appear on his arm. He first adorned his wrist with the bracelet that Li Qingqing had woven, then activated the lover's red string. Suddenly, a radiant light illuminated the bracelet crafted by Li Qingqing. When the brilliance faded, Hu Lai was astonished to find only the red bracelet, lovingly made by Li Qingqing, around his arm, while the lover's red string had vanished without a trace. He opened his system view and glanced at his wrist, where a message emerged. True lover's red string. Slightly enhances the wearer's luck. Effective only during competitions. Permanently valid. Small print. You have received a bracelet meticulously crafted by your beloved. Good fortune will accompany you, just as your love endures through time. Note, this is one of the two bracelets. The other is in the possession of your beloved. Hu Lai was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the two bracelets to merge in such a manner. This meant he would no longer need to spend 10,000 points for the lover's red string before every competition, saving him a significant amount of points. He had not anticipated that the system could elevate something existing in reality in such a way. He wondered if this applied to all items or only to specific ones, like the bracelet Li Qingqing had woven for him, which held special significance and perfectly aligned with the original function of the lover's red string, resulting in this remarkable transformation. He then noticed the note. This is one of the two bracelets. The other is in the possession of your beloved. Feeling slightly intrigued, he had an idea and reached out to Li Qingqing again on WeChat. Could you please wear yours and send me a photo? Sure. Li Qingqing, without questioning, readily agreed. Soon, a photo was sent over. On the smooth and pristine wrist, a striking red bracelet stood out prominently. Hu Lai gazed intently at the bracelet in the photograph, when suddenly, a message emerged in the system's vision. True love's red string. Slightly enhances the wearer's luck. Effective only during competitions. Permanently effective. The fine print elaborated. This bracelet, meticulously woven by you for yourself and your beloved, symbolizes your love. May good fortune forever accompany you. Note, this is one of two bracelets. The other adorning your beloved's wrist. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 190. Dominance in the UEFA Cup. Hu Lai observed the information in the system's vision and confirmed that it indeed sprang from the red string on Li Qingqing's wrist in the photograph. He realized that his speculation had been validated. He had never imagined that the system could not only enchant and empower the possessions he held in reality, but also extend the same effects to items belonging to others, even those far away. Previously, he had used the restoration ointment provided by the system to treat Li Qingqing's thigh muscle string, which was an item explicitly designated for use on others. Now, however, this bracelet, handcrafted by Li Qingqing, was not a product of the system, yet it could still be endowed with a special effect. Hu Lai had once perceived the system as rather lackluster, with its enhancements shrouded in ambiguity. Yet now, he found it to be profoundly enigmatic. Who could fathom what else it was capable of? But why was it Li Qingqing? Was it simply because this red bracelet was her creation? Or was it because she was his girlfriend? Hu Lai found himself perplexed and ultimately decided to relinquish his thoughts on the matter. In any case, it was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was that Li Qingqing had already received the system's blessing. Hu Lai genuinely wished for the system to assist Li Qingqing. For while being the foremost star of the Chinese women's football team was a tremendous honor, it also bore immense pressure. With the Women's World Cup being hosted in China this year, the expectations for the women's team were exceedingly high. Should Li Qingqing underperform and the team falter, the multitude who adored her might soon become a multitude who resented her. Previously, Hu Lai had been at a loss as to how he could support Li Qingqing. Now, with this bracelet on her wrist, he felt a semblance of reassurance. The bracelet she crafted for him was intended to attract good fortune, and it truly seemed to enhance her luck. Upon entering the system space, Hu Lai discovered that the original Lover's Red String had vanished from the official store, replaced by True Love's Red String, priced at 100,000 points each. He had never anticipated the availability of such an item in the official store. Was it not said to be permanently effective? Why then, was there a need to purchase a new one? However, he soon realized that one must consider the possibility of losing it. At that moment, one could have simply exchanged for an identical item from the system, feigning a rediscovery, rendering the situation flawlessly resolved. Thus, he swiftly comprehended why such an item was available for sale in the system's marketplace. Although priced at 100,000, which appears exorbitant, it is worth noting that the Red String of Lovers, effective for only a single match, costs 10,000 each. One would recoup their investment after merely 10 matches, with all subsequent gains being pure profit, essentially a windfall. Contemplating further, this item possesses perpetual validity. If preserved diligently, it would likely not require replacement for an extended period. Hence, 100,000 does not seem exorbitant at all, especially when compared to the 1 million required for a World Wave Experience card, which is far more reasonable. Without Hu Lai, Sun Jumping, and several other key players, Leeds United ultimately settled for a draw against the relatively weaker Burley, a result anticipated by the vast majority. No one found it astonishing. In fact, prior to the commencement of the match, upon seeing Leeds United's starting lineup, many discerned that Clark was once again relinquishing the league. Yet, no one condemned his decision. Although previously, numerous individuals believed that abandoning the league entirely in favor of concentrating on the UEFA Europa League was a gambler's folly, likely leading to a futile endeavor. As the season nears its conclusion and Leeds United stands a genuine chance of reaching the Europa League finals, it seems entirely reasonable for them to devote their efforts towards this pursuit. Should Clark choose to prioritize the league at this juncture, one would certainly question his rationality. With this match included, there remain only 3 rounds in the league. Even if Leeds were to triumph in all, accumulating 9 points, they would still be unable to surpass the currently 6th-ranked North London Rangers. Thus, it is predetermined that they cannot secure a UEFA competition qualification through league standings. Relegation is also out of the question, rendering a complete abandonment of the league justifiable at this moment. However, this signifies that their sole remaining path is the pursuit of the UEFA Europa League Championship, even if Leeds United stands merely a step away from the finals. This journey is by no means straightforward. Apart from the still contending London Bridge, they must also contend with the formidable threat posed by the Sevilla Navigators, the true sovereigns of the Europa League. If the erstwhile Madrid Kings are deemed the champions of the UEFA Champions League, then the Sevilla Navigators hold an equivalent status in the Europa League, comparable to the zenith of the Madrid Kings' reign in the Champions League. The statistics vividly illustrate this. Since the dawn of the 21st century, the Sevilla Navigators have lifted the Europa League trophy on 8 occasions, and from 2013 to 2016, they even achieved the legendary feat of 3 consecutive titles. The realization of this treble was itself quite remarkable. Commencing from the 2015 to 2016 season, UEFA reformed European competitions, allowing the previous season's Europa League champion to qualify for the next season's Champions League group stage. Thus, the Sevilla Navigators, crowned champions of the 2014 to 2015 Europa League, were slated to participate in the 2015 to 2016 Champions League. However, this team, having just completed back-to-back titles in the Europa League, performed poorly in the Champions League group stage, ultimately finishing 3rd and failing to qualify for the knockout phase. Thus, they had no choice but to accept their fate of participating in the knockout stage of the Europa League as the 3rd-place team in their group. Unexpectedly, they flourished in the Europa League, and the struggling Sevilla Navigator from the Champions League group stage vanished. Upon returning to the Europa League, they appeared remarkably at ease. Thriving in their element, they surged into the final of that season's Europa League and triumphantly lifted the trophy, claiming the championship once more. This marked their 3rd Europa League title in 3 consecutive seasons, completing a remarkable three-peat. In the 2016 to 2017 season, they once again entered the Champions League as the Europa League champions, performing admirably in the group stage and advancing to the knockout phase as the 2nd-place team. Ultimately, they reached the quarterfinals of that season's Champions League, equaling the best performance in the club's history. By the end of the season, there were some who felt a twinge of regret for the Sevilla Navigator, not for their failure to achieve a historic breakthrough in the Champions League, but for not being able to participate in the Europa League once again as the 3rd-place team. For that might have led to the creation of the first-ever team to win 4 consecutive Europa League titles. The quarterfinals of the Champions League represent the pinnacle of the Sevilla Navigators' achievements in that tournament, while the 4 consecutive Europa League titles stand as the pinnacle in the history of that competition. One could argue which historical achievement reigns supreme. This season, the Sevilla Navigator did not enter the Europa League as a 3rd-place team from the Champions League. Instead, they participated from the group stage. They even created the best defensive record alongside Ferencváros, conceding only 2 goals. Unlike Leeds City, who narrowly won the first leg of the semi-final by a single goal, they decisively defeated the seasoned giants of Ligue 1, Bordeaux, with a 3-1 scoreline at home in the first leg, making their advance to the final seem all but assured. Even if Leeds City managed to overcome the challenge of London Bridge in the semi-finals, the Sevilla Navigator would still pose a formidable obstacle. The Royal Madrid often claims to possess the DNA of the Champions League, while the Sevilla Navigator embodies the essence of the Europa League. In this competition, they seem to benefit from an extraordinary buff, consistently elevating their performance. It can be said that although the Europa League final is held at a neutral venue, it matters not to the Sevilla Navigator where they play. As long as it is a Europa League match, they enjoy a home advantage. For Leeds City, relying on the route of winning the Europa League to secure qualification for the next season's Champions League is a path fraught with thorns and peril, a gamble where the potential gains are disproportionate to the risks involved. Winning would bring joy to all, but losing would result in a total loss. The latter outcome carries a significant likelihood. Nevertheless, having come this far, Leeds City has no alternative but to wager everything they possess. Thus, contemplating the situation is unnecessary. They must charge ahead resolutely. While London Bridge settled for a 1-1 draw against Burnley away, they suffered a 0-1 defeat at home to the Naval Port, losing in this London derby. In this match, London Bridge similarly refrained from deploying all their main players, allowing most who had participated in the Europa League to rest. Clearly, they are conserving their strength for the second leg. Chapter 191. Equalizer. The atmosphere at Flanders Stadium was electric, with the crowd erupting in a cacophony of boos. Few spectators were seated, as Leeds City fans stood in front of their seats, some shouting and gesticulating vehemently, while others sat in stunned silence with their hands on their heads. Meanwhile, the handful of London Bridge supporters rejoiced. The score displayed on the large screen illuminated the cause of this fervor. Leeds City was trailing 0-1 at home. Time elapsed, 27 minutes. Just a minute prior, the players of London Bridge had scored an equalizer, and now they were celebrating wildly. Stade is indeed a coach of considerable caliber. In a box above the west stand of Flanders Stadium, an evidently older gentleman expressed this sentiment. He was none other than Pierre Blount, the head coach of Sevilla Mariners. Beside him sat his assistant coach, Jorge Reyno, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging Stade's tactical adjustment of moving De Healy from the flanks to the center, a move that caught Leeds City completely off guard. Consequently, Grister found himself in a precarious situation, struggling against the agile and swift De Healy. Contrary to expectations, the trailing London Bridge did not launch an aggressive assault on Leeds City from the outset. Instead, they played with calculated composure, demonstrating no sense of urgency. Another unexpected development was Stade's decision to adopt a 4-4-2 formation for this match, pairing De Healy with Aiken. Originally a winger, De Healy now faced off against Leeds City's central defender, the imposing Grister. Notably, Park Chung-tae, who had scored in the first leg, did not start and instead watched from the bench. Grister, tall and adept in aerial duels, had a commendable defensive presence. However, his height rendered him somewhat cumbersome. With slow agility, Stade exploited this weakness by positioning the shorter, more nimble, and quicker De Healy to challenge Grister. Additionally, Aiken frequently dropped back to provide support, facilitating their collaboration. Thus, although London Bridge did not initiate a frenzied onslaught, the quality of their attacks was remarkably high. In the 19th minute, Grister received a yellow card for a reckless challenge on De Healy. This card proved critical as a central defender. Receiving a yellow so early in the match created considerable instability for him moving forward. Following this, Grister appeared increasingly cautious, refraining from his usual assertive play. Shortly after receiving the card, in the 26th minute, De Healy successfully maneuvered past Grister, prompting Leeds City's goalkeeper, Van der Ven, to rush out. De Healy then deftly passed the ball to Aiken, who, facing an open goal, effortlessly slotted it in. The aggregate score was now leveled at 3-3. However, this is rather delightful. It certainly makes the match far more entertaining, remarked Coach Blount. His assistant, Reno, couldn't help but comment, "We're not neutral fans. The quality of the match has little to do with us." Brent chuckled and inquired, "Whom would you wish to face in the final?" Meanwhile, the second leg of another UEFA Europa League semi-final had concluded, with Sevilla Mariners triumphing over Foxes with a score of 4-2 on their home turf, advancing with an aggregate score of 7-3 to the final. This astonishing score reflects the immense dominance of Sevilla Mariners in the Europa League. Foxes, entering the tournament as the previous season's French Cup champions, were regarded by numerous French media and fans as a sign of the revival of the once mighty club. Their performance, reaching the semi-finals this season, seemed to affirm this perspective. Yet, this team, aspiring for resurgence, was decisively defeated by Sevilla Mariners, losing 3-7 on aggregate. Although they suffered a 1-3 loss in the first leg away from home, the expectation was that returning to their own ground would yield a different outcome. However, They astonishingly succumbed to a 2-4 defeat, conceding even more goals at home than they did away. The formidable display of Sevilla Mariners in the semifinals led everyone to consider them the frontrunners for the championship. "I hope Leeds City makes it to the final," Reno remarked. Brent nodded, refraining from asking why, for he was well aware of the reason. Leeds City possesses a distinct identity, characterized by a potent offensive prowess. However, their glaring weakness lies in their defense. In the first leg of the semifinals, Leeds City focused on counterattacking, but still conceded 2 goals. This match commenced with a similar defensive approach, yet they failed to maintain their fortitude. Facing such a team in the final would undoubtedly be more favorable than contending with London Bridge, which exhibits no significant weaknesses. After London Bridge equalized the aggregate score, they did not aggressively pursue a lead but instead opted for a measured strategy, engaging in a tactical stalemate with Leeds City. Alternatively, they seemed to adopt a counter-attacking stance, hoping that Leeds City would be compelled to press forward, allowing London Bridge to strike back. Leeds City indeed intensified their offensive efforts. After a period of watching the match from their box, Brent and Reno exchanged glances. "Leeds City's offensive focus isn't on who," Reno stated. Brent nodded in agreement, noting, clearly, "The players are inclined to pass the ball to Lasky." Reno glanced down at his phone and remarked, "Lasky's recent form has been commendable, scoring 4 goals in 4 matches." As both coaches had observed, during offensive plays, Leeds City players were more inclined to pass to Lasky rather than Hu. Even Hu himself actively sought to create opportunities for Lasky by stretching London Bridge's defense with his runs. Initially, the defensive emphasis of London Bridge was on Hu. Given his recent impressive form, having scored 3 goals in 3 matches, matching Lasky's efficiency. Particularly noteworthy was their first encounter, where Hu scored twice, including the decisive goal. Even though the players from London Bridge seemed to pass the ball to Lasky more frequently, they dared not leave Hu Lai unmarked to pursue him. Their defensive focus remained steadfastly on Hu Lai, as any player from London Bridge would perceive Hu Lai as a greater threat. This is due to Hu Lai's superior ability to seize opportunities. While Lasky might require 5 chances to score a single goal, Hu Lai could potentially accomplish the same feat in just 3 or even 2 attempts. This disparity in efficiency made it unwise for the London Bridge players to alter their defensive strategy. Although Leeds City intensified their offensive efforts, London Bridge responded adeptly, resulting in the score remaining unchanged at 0-1, with Leeds City trailing on their home turf. As the minutes of the first half dwindled down to 5 or 6, Leeds City launched another offensive, approaching the penalty area of London Bridge. Peter Williams had just evaded the defense of the London Bridge captain, Montgomery, and passed the ball to Hu Lai, who was positioned outside the penalty area to receive it. Immediately after passing, he made a direct run from Hu Lai's left, seemingly intending to execute a 1-2 wall pass with him. However, Hu Lai merely feigned receiving the ball, cleverly allowing it to slip through his legs. Lasky, making a forward run into the penalty area, perfectly intercepted the ball that Hu Lai had let pass. Lasky, accompanied by Matthew Cox's exclamation. The stands of Flanders Stadium erupted in jubilant applause. The defense of London Bridge was initially drawn in by Peter Williams's movement, only to be further distracted by Hu Lai's presence. After letting the ball go, Hu Lai did not remain idle but swiftly turned and advanced through the center. His movement compelled London Bridge's center back, Tim Martin, to remain cautious. He feared Lasky might pass the ball back to Hu Lai, whose threat in front of the goal surpassed that of Lasky with the ball. Consequently, when Lasky positioned himself to receive the ball, there were no London Bridge players nearby. Lasky received the ball behind the London Bridge defense. 1-on-1. Since committing to the goal of scoring 20 times to treat his teammates to spicy peppers at the season's end, Lasky had been diligently practicing his shooting skills, hoping not to squander such a golden opportunity. Now, faced with the advancing London Bridge goalkeeper, Alberto Bueno, he calmly struck the ball. Even though Bueno dove swiftly to make the save, the ball slid along the grass and slipped through his armpit. He failed to stop it. Lasky, the goal is scored. A magnificent collaboration. Before the first half concluded, Leeds City had equalized, bringing the score to 4-3, regaining the lead. Celebrating his goal, Lasky rushed to embrace Hu Lai, who had allowed the ball to pass, and together they ran towards Peter Williams, who had made the assist. The 3 of them formed a jubilant cluster within the penalty area of London Bridge. Soon, more Leeds City players surged in, pushing aside their London Bridge counterparts to celebrate exuberantly right before their eyes. The Leeds City fans leaped from their seats, raising their arms in triumphant cheer. The entire Flanders stadium resounded with jubilant cheers, akin to a volcanic eruption. This chapter concludes with chapter 192, The Hunter and the Prey. You performed admirably in the first half, despite conceding a goal. It's not a considerable setback, my dear Ben. Do not dwell on the mistake. Shortly after Lasky's goal, the first half came to a close. Upon entering the locker room, Tony Clark offered solace to the team's central defender, Ben Grigster. It was his subpar performance in the first half that had granted London Bridge their opportunity to score. Everyone makes mistakes. It is a part of the game. What truly matters is not the error itself, but how we respond to it. Do you wish to be subdued by Deheli again in the second half? Grigster shook his head, though a troubled expression soon crossed his face. I hope not, but after Lasky's goal, he had specifically rushed to the front to embrace his teammates in celebration, seemingly seeking to release the pressure that had built up within him. Yet, he was acutely aware that as long as he bore that yellow card, complete relief would remain elusive. In the second half, due to that yellow card and his characteristics, he would undoubtedly become a focal point for London Bridge's attacks. Do not worry, Ben. Just play normally in the second half. After offering another word of comfort, Clark turned to Junpei Morikawa, speaking in English. Junpei, in the second half, when Deheli seeks to trouble Ben, you must assist him, utilizing your agility and foresight to thwart him. Morikawa remained silent but nodded, indicating his understanding. Next, Jay Adams squared his shoulders. When Junpei goes to support Ben, you must take on additional responsibilities and fortify the central defense. Furthermore, Peter, you too must return to assist. Williams nodded in agreement. No problem, boss. After adjusting the defensive strategy, Clark directed his attention to Hulai. Dominic has been in excellent form lately, while you have faced close marking from the opponents. The tighter London Bridge's defense on you implies a more lenient approach towards Dominic. Therefore, you must make some sacrifices in the game to create opportunities for Dominic. Can you manage this, Hulai promptly nodded. Absolutely, boss. Not only am I capable of avoiding errors, but I can also deliver assists directly to Dominic. The other players chimed in, assuring, rest assured, boss, we will pass to Dominic more frequently. Seeing the enthusiasm among his team, Clark feigned ignorance regarding their motives and chose to overlook the knowing glances exchanged among others in the locker room towards Dominic Lasky. That is wonderful. While we hold the advantage in the overall score, we lead by just one goal, which is not secure. Therefore, in the second half, we must strive to score more whenever the opportunity arises. As the halftime break concluded and the players made their way back to the field, Ben Grigster walked alongside his friend Jay Adams, several times on the verge of speaking but hesitating. Adams noticed this detail and inquired, "Do you have anything to say directly to me, Ben?" Only then did Grigster respond, "I feel quite embarrassed for adding to your burden, as well as those of Sun Xuan and Peter." Upon hearing this, Adams firmly patted him on the back, saying, "What are you talking about? We are a team, Ben. When I am not in my defensive position, don't you often step up to cover for me? Do you consider that a burden?" Grigster quickly shook his head. "No. That is what I ought to do, Jay. So this is also what we should do, Ben. As a team, for the sake of victory, we have clearly defined roles. However, that does not mean I am only responsible for my share of the work. Do not dwell on trivial matters. Focus on the game." As Mohamed Deheli emerged from the locker room and made his way towards the field, he chanced upon Jay Adams being embraced as they exited the tunnel. He observed their retreating figures with the keen gaze of a hunter eyeing its prey. He recalled what his coach, Stod, had advised him during halftime. He already has a yellow card. Continue to apply pressure on him in the second half. Either he will make a more significant foul and receive a second yellow card, resulting in his expulsion, or he will refrain from tackling, allowing you to break through. Remembering his coach's words, a smile spread across Deheli's face. He could hardly wait for the second half to commence. At that moment, he felt an instinctive urge to glance back. He noticed a Japanese midfielder from Leeds City gazing at him. Upon catching his eye, the player slightly bowed in a gesture of respect. Deheli furrowed his brow, perplexed by this unexpected behavior. The Flanders stadium erupted with jeers. On the field, London Bridge initiated an attack, and Deheli surged towards Ben Grigster. The Leeds City fans were acutely aware of how the first goal had been conceded and understood Deheli's intentions. They jeered to disrupt Deheli while simultaneously expressing their discontent. This not only added salt to Leeds City's wounds, but also signified the imminent peril facing their defensive line, especially considering Grigster was already on a yellow card. Deheli heard the boos, but rather than feeling intimidated or hesitant, they invigorated him. He was aware that Leeds City was fearful. Those jeers were the most compelling evidence of their anxiety. Although he did not glance up, he believed that Ben Grister ahead of him must also be feeling apprehensive, given his yellow card status. With this thought in mind, D. Haley deftly nudged the ball forward with the outside of his right foot, closing in on Grister. Grister did indeed appear tense, retreating a step to create distance from D. Haley. However, he could not retreat indefinitely. Behind him lay the penalty area of Leeds City. Any further retreat would effectively allow D. Haley to enter the box, rendering Grister unable to act decisively. De Haley gently nudged the football with his right foot once more, while Grister, gritting his teeth, attempted to intercept the ball. However, the speed of his foot was far outpaced by De Haley. Just as Grister extended his leg, De Haley's right foot, which should not have reached the ball so swiftly, managed to touch it first, deftly deflecting it away before Grister could make contact. Grister missed entirely. A surge of joy filled De Haley as he broke through. He was poised to chase after the ball, but just as he took his first step, a figure suddenly cut across, separating him from both the ball and his momentum. With no space to accelerate, De Haley watched helplessly as the ball was intercepted by the opponent. Mizukawa! Matthew Cox exclaimed excitedly. The thunderous boos from the stands at Flanders Stadium abruptly transformed into cheers. The advancing Junpei Mizukawa did not slow down. He deftly maneuvered the football away while quickly glancing back to assess the situation. Noticing that De Haley had not pursued him but was momentarily dazed, Mizukawa confirmed his safety before passing the ball laterally to the overlapping fullback, Ferret Quinn. Quinn promptly advanced the ball forward to the retreating Kamara. Observing that the ball had moved away from danger, Mizukawa turned his gaze back to De Haley, who was no longer in a stupor but was instead intently watching Mizukawa. Their eyes met in the air, and De Haley's gaze was unmistakably charged with intensity, yet Mizukawa averted his eyes immediately and returned to his position. Mizukawa made a crucial defensive play. If he hadn't arrived in time, Grister might have been outmaneuvered by De Haley, Shen Lang remarked, recalling his alarm when he saw De Haley charging toward Grister. Grister also gave Mizukawa a thumbs up, praising his earlier performance, as Mizukawa had essentially saved Grister. Nevertheless, Mizukawa paid little heed to either De Haley's glare or Grister's acknowledgement. He simply returned to his position to prepare for the next defensive challenge. Meanwhile, De Haley remained fixated on Mizukawa, his gaze tracking his movements. He felt a sense of humiliation for having overlooked the Japanese player, who had so deftly taken the ball from him. The next time, he was determined to surpass both the towering Grister and the diminutive Mizukawa. Soon enough, De Haley found the opportunity he sought. When he once again faced Grister with the ball, he did not rush into the penalty area but instead deliberately slowed his pace. He was waiting for Mizukawa. His previous failure stemmed from a lack of anticipation, but this time, with preparation, he was confident he would not lose the ball. Sure enough, Mizukawa arrived on cue. De Haley focused once again on Grister, first evading him before turning his attention to Mizukawa. Facing the more agile De Haley, Grister, burdened with a yellow card, found it challenging to perform at his full capacity. However, having learned from the previous encounter, Grister felt reassured in trusting his back to Mizukawa. Thus, he struck decisively and swiftly. De Haley danced with the ball at his feet, deftly maneuvering it while twisting and dodging. Just as he evaded Grister, Junpei Senkawa closed in. This was the moment he had been waiting for. With a surge of determination, De Haley suddenly pulled the ball back, using his left foot to deflect it forward. He aimed to slip through the narrow gap between Grister and Senkawa. However, just as he made his move, Grister collided with him, hindering his momentum. Simultaneously, Senkawa seized the opportunity, executing a precise tackle that sent the ball away from De Haley and straight into the path of another central defender, Teddy Braithwaite. The defense was successfully executed. After Senkawa cleared the ball, De Haley crashed into him, tumbling to the ground within the penalty area. The Moroccan prodigy raised his hands, signaling to the referee that a Leeds player had fouled him in the box. Yet, the referee merely gestured for him to rise and turned to sprint away, as Leeds had already advanced the ball forward. Frustrated, De Haley pounded the ground with his fists and glanced back at the rising Senkawa. The latter caught his gaze for a moment, but quickly averted his eyes, clearly unwilling to meet De Haley's stare. De Haley was baffled by how he had stumbled against this timid Japanese player not once, but twice in succession. Chapter 193. Countering the move. Stade glanced over at the Leeds coaching staff. After witnessing Junpei Senkawa repeatedly assist Grister in containing De Haley, The London coach realized one crucial fact. This strategy was not of Xingyi's own devising, but rather a directive from Leeds head coach, Clark. It was evident that Clark had concocted this plan to aid Grister in dealing with De Hele. While it was a straightforward approach, simply assigning someone to assist, it was undeniably effective. Xingyi, though not the fastest, was remarkably agile, appearing at precisely the right moment to disrupt De Hele's rhythm when Grister constrained his speed, much to De Hele's chagrin. During an offensive play at London Bridge, De Hele chose not to pursue Grister, but instead headed straight for Xingyi, who was stationed in a defensive midfield position. As De Hele approached with the ball, Xingyi remained unfazed, maintaining an air of calm as he fixed his gaze intently on De Hele and the ball at his feet. As De Hele drew nearer, he feigned a move before attempting to sidestep Xingyi with the outside of his right foot. Seizing this moment, Xingyi swiftly cut across, effectively separating De Hele from the ball. Reluctant to be thwarted thrice by the same opponent, De Hele attempted to reclaim possession from behind. However, Xingyi expertly shielded the ball. Turning to brace against De Hele, his arms slightly extended to enhance his defensive reach, making it increasingly difficult for De Hele to maneuver past him. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, De Hele resorted to using both hands and feet, pushing Xingyi to the ground. A shrill whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul by De Hele. The stands of Flanders Stadium erupted in boos directed at De Hele, as the Leeds City fans sought to exert pressure on the referee, urging him to issue a card. De Hele, flustered, turned to the assistant coach of Sevilla Mariners, Jorge Reyno, who was conversing with head coach Pierre Blunt. Blunt nodded in agreement. Should we encounter Leeds City in the finals, we must prepare Becker psychologically. This Japanese player is indeed a formidable adversary. The 30-year-old Argentine international, Pablo Becker, serves as the midfield orchestrator and captain for the Sevilla Mariners. By chance, he found himself matched up against Junpei Xingyi during the match. When De Hele faced Xingyi again, he refrained from employing feints, opting instead to accelerate directly towards him, intent on leveraging his speed to overpower Xingyi. Although Xingyi's pace was not particularly fast, it was sufficient for him to maintain his position. He need not outrun De Hele, as long as he positioned himself effectively, making it challenging for De Hele to find opportunities. After all, in the vicinity of the penalty area, space for De Hele to exploit his speed was scant. As De Hele surged forward, Xingyi matched his pace, shadowing him closely without committing, effectively stymieing De Hele's attempts. Ultimately, De Hele could not find a chink in Xingyi's defenses and opted to carry the ball out of bounds. As he approached the goal line, he aimed to deliver a pass into the box. However, by the time he struck the ball, it had already fully crossed the line. Moreover, even if the ball had not gone out, it would have been a daunting task to get it past Xingyi, who had effectively blocked the attempt. Consequently, the London Bridge team failed to earn even a corner kick, eliciting a chorus of derisive laughter from the stands. Amidst the laughter, De Hele appeared unable to accept this outcome. He turned and approached the linesman, eager to debate the decision, insisting that the play should not have resulted in a goal kick. However, his confrontation with the linesman caught the attention of the referee, who swiftly approached and issued a verbal warning to De Hele. To uphold the authority of the officiating crew, players must refrain from vocally confronting officials on the field. Observing this, Thomas Hewn, the assistant coach for London Bridge, remarked to Stade beside him, "De Hele's mindset is off." Stade nodded in agreement. He has been affected by the opposing team. We must make adjustments. Leeds City has evidently found a strategy to counter De Hele. Hewn suggested, "Let South warm up Park." Stade consented, and Hewn set off to carry out the directive. Stade continued to watch the match from the sidelines. Sam Landell withdrew his gaze from the warm-up area and said to Clark, "Are they calling Park Chung-tae back to substitute for De Hele?" Clark shook his head. "It appears they are reverting to a 4-3-3 formation. They will shift De Hele back to the left to pin down our defense, thereby preventing Xingyi from assisting De Ben. Then Park Chung-tae will be tasked with challenging De Ben, especially since De Ben is already on a yellow card. Substituting him will pose its own challenges, so we will also make a change, replacing De Ben with Davis." Luke Davies was originally a key center-back for Leeds City, contributing significantly to the team's promotion efforts. After Ben Grist transferred to the team, Davies continued to play as a starter for a while. However, as Grist successfully shed weight and met the coaching staff's physical requirements, Davies lost his starting position. Nevertheless, he remained an important asset to Leeds City's defensive line. Park Chung-tae turned to look at Luke Davies beside him, who was also gazing back. A short distance away, London Bridge's head coach Stod was looking towards Leeds City's coach Clark, who met Stod's gaze in return. On the field, Hulai executed a shot within the penalty area, but the ball was deflected out of bounds by London Bridge's centre-back Tim Martin. The referee initially awarded a corner kick to Leeds City, then raised both hands to signal for a temporary pause in play for substitutions. In the stands, Brent couldn't help but chuckle at the unfolding scene. "Ah, this is amusing." Stod substituted Park clearly to target Grist, only for Clark to take Grist off instead. Wasn't that punch thrown by Stod in vain? Renault shook his head. Not necessarily. Luke Davies may not match Grist's caliber, so even with the substitution, the opposing side will still have a vulnerability, allowing London Bridge to continue exploiting that flank. Does this mean London Bridge still has a chance? Of course. With nearly half an hour remaining, if London Bridge scores again, they can equalize the aggregate score. If Leeds City is drawn into extra time, or even a penalty shootout at their home ground, it could severely impact their morale and potentially determine the match's outcome. Brent analyzed. London Bridge's substitution of Park Chung-tae targeted the area defended by Luke Davies, indicating that Leeds City's crisis was far from over. Yet, the subsequent implications of this change were not immediately apparent to many, with Davies replacing the yellow-carded Grist. Junpei Sinkawa no longer needed to assist in that area and could remain in his defensive midfield position. Consequently, Peter Williams found himself liberated, no longer required to retreat frequently for defense, allowing him to focus more on attacking. Leeds City's offensive momentum surged. How splendid! Amidst the gasps from the stands, Hulai, with his hands on his head, rose from the ground. He had just executed a sudden diving header at the back post. London Bridge's goalkeeper Alberto Bueno made a valiant effort, palming the ball over the crossbar. Leeds City earned another corner kick. This offensive play was initiated by Adams, who passed the ball to Lasky. Lasky then delivered a cross from the right flank. Meanwhile, the liberated Peter Williams made a run towards the near post, drawing the attention of London Bridge's defenders. Unexpectedly, Hulai appeared at the back post like a torpedo, executing a low diving header that sent shivers down the spines of London Bridge fans in the stands and on their screens. Fortunately, Bueno's focus remained steadfast, preventing Hulai from executing a successful ambush. Although the shot did not find the net, the stands of Flanders Stadium soon erupted with the thunderous cheers of Leeds City fans, who sought to exert pressure on the London Bridge players, making them feel as if the next Leeds City attack would surely result in a goal. The corner was taken, and Lasky managed to get a touch in front of the goal, heading the ball. It just veered off course. Despite the miss, these consecutive attacks undeniably placed immense pressure on the London Bridge players. The Leeds City supporters in the stands became animated, a stark contrast to their previous demeanor. At last, in the 73rd minute, Leeds City launched another offensive from the flanks. After the ball was delivered to the back post, Hulai leaped, feigning a header to attract the majority of London Bridge's defenders, particularly the goalkeeper, Bueno, who dove to thwart a potential header. However, this time Hulai opted not to shoot. Instead, mid-air, he discerned Lasky's advance in the center and deftly laid the ball back. The airborne Bueno missed his mark. Hulai, a headed assist. Not even the commentator, Shin Lang, anticipated that Hulai would choose to pass. Lasky, following up in the center, did not squander Hulai's pass. He used his body to shield off another central defender, George Bilks, and then leaped. He headed the ball into the net. Lasky, what a goal! Leeds City leads 2-1 against London Bridge. The aggregate score stands at 5-3. They are merely a step away from the UEFA Europa League final. The chapter concludes. Chapter 194. We are heading to Paris. Quinn initiated a cross, and Hulai was at the back post. A headed assist. Lasky, a chance. Lasky leaps for the header. The ball is in. After executing the leap, Lasky fell to the ground, struggling to lift his head and ascertain the outcome of his shot. He saw the ball bouncing within the net. Rising from the ground, he sprinted towards Hulai, who had provided the pass. He knew Hulai could have taken the shot himself, but he chose to pass it to him, partly due to his advantageous position and partly because he aspired to score more goals. Embracing Hulai tightly, he shouted in his ear, "Well done, Dominic." Soon, more teammates surged forward, enveloping the two in celebration, reveling in their triumph within the London Bridge penalty area. On the sidelines, the Leeds City bench, including Charlie Porter and other substitutes, rushed from their seats, raising their arms in jubilation. Just 2 more goals. Clark and the coaching staff exchanged high fives. Celebrating, the plan worked. In stark contrast to the exuberant Leeds City, the players and coaches of London Bridge were left in stunned silence following the goal. Assistant coach Thomas Hewan muttered, "If I recall correctly, this seems to be Hulai's first assist in this season's Europa League, right?" No one responded, as the question had lost its relevance and significance. Stade was rarely seen standing motionless before the coaching bench. In the match against Leeds City, with 20 minutes remaining and 2 goals behind, the prospect of London Bridge scoring twice seemed insurmountable. It appeared that we were indeed destined to face Leeds City in the finals. In the box, Brent gazed at the surging crowd in the stands and remarked, "Isn't that rather splendid?" After witnessing this match, I find it hard to discern whether it is good or bad, he lamented. Assistant coach Reno, however, remained optimistic. "I have always believed that playing against a team with distinct characteristics is preferable to facing a well-rounded team. Leeds City's traits are evident, and we are well aware of their strengths. There are no secrets. If we focus on our defense, we can significantly curtail their performance. Conversely, their defense has revealed numerous vulnerabilities, which presents us with opportunities." Upon hearing Reno's analysis, Brent nodded in agreement and then rose. "Shall we go? Not watching anymore." "No. This match is as it is," Brent said, casting a glance toward the pitch. "We must return to prepare for the Europa League final. There is much work to be done. Let us leave early to avoid being stuck here." "All right," Reno replied, standing as well, realizing that there was indeed little merit in continuing to watch. Even if London Bridge were to stage a remarkable comeback and eliminate Leeds City to reach the Europa League finals, they had already observed what they needed to see. Furthermore, the prospect of London Bridge turning the tide seemed nearly impossible. Just look at Leeds City's momentum. Should they hear after the match that Leeds City scored again, it would come as no surprise to them. As the exuberant cheers and songs of Leeds City supporters filled the air, the 2 coaches from Sevilla departed the box. Following their exit, the pace of the game slowed. Despite London Bridge's reluctance to accept elimination, the 2-goal deficit, compounded by the challenges of playing away, meant that they could not recover until the final whistle blew. In fact, with 5 minutes remaining, Flanders Stadium had already transformed into a sea of joy for Leeds City fans. They began to sing a spontaneously adapted song, "We're Going to Paris," with a single lyric repeated fervently, "We're going to Paris. We're going to Paris." Paris was the venue for this season's Europa League final, and going to Paris meant participating in that grand event. Their excitement was palpable, as European competitions had long felt like a distant dream. After Leeds City clinched the Premier League title last season, they believed they had entered the golden era of their club, an unattainable pinnacle. Yet now, Leeds City was poised to make its debut in European competitions, on the brink of reaching the Europa League final. What they had perceived as the summit was merely the beginning. Across the stands, aside from the London Bridge supporters, Leeds City fans sang and danced, transforming Flanders Stadium into a festive celebration. The referee's final whistle was almost drowned out by the jubilant songs and shouts. It was only through observing the referee's gestures that the conclusion of the match was confirmed. The cheers grew even louder. "The match is over," Matthew Cox, stationed at the commentary booth, shouted with fervor, his voice hoarse and strained. "The match has concluded. Ladies and gentlemen, today, May 7th, 2027, a Friday, marks an indelible day in the annals of Leeds City Club's history, for on this day, they have triumphantly advanced to the UEFA Europa League final. This feat represents a historic first for their esteemed club, although many speculated that their ascent to the semi-finals would lead them to the final. The reality of this moment is nothing short of astonishing. Merely 5 seasons ago, this team had just ascended to the Premier League, and 2 seasons prior, they were engaged in a desperate struggle for survival, barely securing their place in the league until the final 2 matches. And now, they stand poised to compete on the prestigious European stage against the finest teams. The events of these past 2 seasons have unfolded like the most extraordinary of tales. The camera panned to the stands of Flanders Stadium, capturing the jubilant Leeds City supporters, young and old, all laughing heartily. Among them, many found themselves laughing so intensely that tears began to flow. Matthew Miller, within the North Stand, joined the chorus of fans, singing, "We're going to Paris. We're going to Paris." As he sang, he noticed a peculiar change in the voices around him. Turning to his right, he saw Uncle Levin, singing through tears, his voice cracking. To his left, his father, David Miller, sat with tightly pressed lips, refraining from singing, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Dad," he nudged his father. "What?" David Miller cast a sideways glance. "If you want to cry, just let it out." Go away. Little Matthew retracted slightly, yet he boldly replied. We've merely reached the final. What will you do if we win the championship? Levin, still crying and singing, paused momentarily at Matthew's words. David's emotions faltered as well. Meanwhile, John, unable to contain his laughter, chimed in. Oh dear, little Matthew, what a question. Of course, we'd just cry again. If we truly win the championship. I'll tell you, do you believe your dad could shed tears in front of all of us? Fuck, John. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, David Miller reddened with anger at John's jest. Little Matthew clapped his hands. Then Leeds City must win the championship. He pointed at his father, who was glaring at him. Don't you hope Leeds City will win, Dad? At this inquiry, the other members of the White Rose turned their gazes toward David Miller, eager to see his response. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, the coarse retort that had been on David's lips was abruptly silenced by Matthew's question. He inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth as he declared, Of course, I hope Leeds City wins the championship, but it isn't something I can simply will into existence. You must have faith. David, John encouraged, reveling in the spectacle. Ever since we clinched the Premier League title, it has been evident that this is a team capable of miracles. David Miller retorted, somewhat irately. A team that can certainly make me cry, right? Laughter erupted among his companions. David, too, joined in the mirth. All right then, if we truly win. I suppose I'll do whatever it takes. What a little crying. It's nothing of great consequence. If shedding tears could guarantee a championship, it would be an extraordinary bargain. De Gea gazed at the jubilant Leeds City fans in the stands, then turned to observe the players on the field celebrating wildly. Grumbling with a hint of resentment, they're acting as if they've already claimed the title. Just then, Captain Montgomery passed by and overheard his remark. He patted De Gea on the shoulder and said, This is their first time in history. Reaching the finals is already a monumental achievement. With that, he moved on to console other teammates. Meanwhile, De Gea continued to watch the celebrating Leeds players, his lips tightly pressed together, lost in thought. Park Chun-tae approached Hulai, who appeared somewhat surprised. You're not thinking of swapping jerseys with me, are you? Park shook his head. I merely wanted to remind you that the Sevilla Navigators are formidable opponents. Hulai suddenly recalled. All right, you used to play for the Navigators. Seeing you all so elated, I shouldn't be the one to say this, but the rumors about Sevilla Navigators possessing the DNA of the Europa League are indeed true. Facing them in the finals is akin to encountering the Madrid Royals in the Champions League. It will be quite the challenge, Park Chun-tae cautioned. Thank you for the heads up. Hulai replied with a slight bow. Although his impression of the South Korean was not particularly favorable, he sensed that Park Chun-tae was different during their limited interactions. Give it your all, Hulai. You are the second Asian player to participate in the Europa League finals, and I hope you become the second to win the title. Hey, you just mentioned that the Sevilla Navigators are tough to handle, Hulai remarked. But I have faith in you, Park Chun-tae responded, chuckling. Losing to the champions is far better than succumbing to the runners-up, isn't it? With that, Park Chun-tae extended his hand for a handshake with Hulai. Farewell, and best of luck. Thank you. After their handshake, they parted ways. Hulai rejoined his teammates for further celebrations, while Park Chun-tae made his way directly to the players' tunnel to exit the venue. Behind him, the Flandres Stadium resembled a joyful ocean. Chapter 195, a debt for 3 lifetimes in a Europa League semi-final held early this morning, the Leeds City team. Featuring our player Hulai, triumphed over London Bridge with a score of 2-1, advancing to the Europa League finals with an aggregate score of 5-3. This marks the first time a Chinese player has appeared in the finals of a European competition. Hulai did not score in this match, but assisted teammate Dominic Lasky in securing a goal in the 73rd minute, helping Leeds City clinch victory. Meanwhile, the Chinese women's national football team, training at the Red Maple Ridge base, concluded a day of practice and gathered in the base dining hall for dinner, where they came across news about Hulai. Almost all of them paused, setting down their utensils, to attentively read the report. After finishing, they began to discuss it fervently. Suwon surveyed the familiar Red Maple Ridge dining hall and reflected, This suddenly reminds me of an old story. The others, intrigued, asked, What story? Several years ago, we were training here alongside the national U-23 team. Do you all remember? The women's national football team has undergone significant personnel changes, with several waves of rotation. Many players who were once part of the team have since departed, while numerous current members had not yet made their national team debut at that time. Thus, when Suwon mentioned this matter, a look of bewilderment crossed many faces, with only a few suddenly realizing, "Oh, we remember. It was during our participation in the East Asian Cup, where we trained here. That was 4 years ago when Hu Lai first earned a spot on the national team. I recall some even suggesting he was merely a backup for Guan Xinyan when he joined the Olympic team," Su Wen continued. But her words were interrupted by a question. "Who is Guan Xinyan?" Su Wen paused, suddenly aware that she too was unsure how to introduce Guan Xinyan, having not heard any news about him in quite some time. Fortunately, not everyone was oblivious to his identity. Someone stepped in to explain. He used to play for Shanghai Lanyue, quite talented and well-regarded. However, his development did not meet expectations, and he has now moved to the China League One. Moved to the China League One? Su Wen expressed surprise upon hearing this news. Yes, but reportedly he hasn't been able to get any playing time there, mostly remaining a substitute, which is quite unfortunate. One player sighed, genuinely lamenting for Guan Xinyan. As his initial talent was remarkable, the loss of such players is a tremendous setback for Chinese football. Su Wen, indifferent to Guan Xinyan's current situation, waved her hand dismissively. At that time, Guan Xinyan was indeed impressive, a key player for the Olympic team. However, he did not attend that East Asian Cup, and Hu Lai came instead, leading to murmurs that Hu Lai was merely a stand-in for Guan Xinyan. Even before the East Asian Cup, there were rumors online suggesting Hu Lai was selected due to financial favors extended to the Olympic team management. Upon hearing this, an audience member responded incredulously, "Bribery? Does Hu Lai really need to resort to that?" Laughter erupted from the crowd. Acknowledging the laughter, Su Wen remarked, "See, you all find it amusing that people thought Hu Lai had to bribe his way onto the Olympic team. Yet, at that time, there were indeed individuals who believed it." As Hu Lai was still relatively unknown, reflecting on those past events now evokes a sense of witnessing history. Su Wen continued, "Whenever I recall this, I remember our bonding event with the Olympic team, where we ended up kicking Yin's hat, and only Hu Lai managed to hit it." Upon hearing this, Su Wen playfully nudged Li Qingqing beside her. "Wasn't that your idea? You were clearly trying to create an opportunity for Hu Lai." Li Qingqing waved her hands. No. I couldn't have possibly known he would hit the hat. Stop pretending. You and Hu Lai have known each other for quite some time. Yet you acted as if you didn't know him in front of us. You hit it so well, Qingqing." Su Wen teased her teammates. Li Qingqing's cheeks flushed, and she refrained from explaining. She understood that in such moments, it was best to remain silent and allow the teasing to unfold. However, she had to admit her teammates were right. She had indeed concealed her connection well, but what could she do? In that particular situation, had everyone known of her acquaintance with Hu Lai, it would have inadvertently brought him trouble and controversy. Unlike the present, the reason for her not publicly acknowledging their relationship lies solely in her consideration for her father's feelings, without the worry of attracting unwarranted scrutiny from others. Her beloved has already achieved the status of a great hero. Each step he takes is a contribution to the annals of Chinese football history. He is the first Chinese player to win the Premier League title, the first to secure the Premier League Golden Boot, the first to attain the World Cup Golden Boot. And now, he stands as the inaugural Chinese player to reach the UEFA Europa League final. Such accolades are beyond what even Li Qingqing herself possesses. Previously, it was Hu Lai pursuing Li Qingqing. Now, she feels the need to strive to catch up with him. However, she does not perceive this as a disadvantage. On the contrary, she is elated. The more successful Hu Lai becomes, the more it affirms the soundness of her initial judgment. Simultaneously, she hopes that his achievements might somewhat alter her father's preconceived notions about him, ultimately allowing her to confront her father without facing his opposition. After this World Cup, Li Qingqing plans to return home specifically to discuss her relationship with Hu Lai with her father. Subsequently, they will seek an opportunity to go public, for they cannot conceal their bond from the world indefinitely. During their training at Hongfengling, there were valid reasons for their secrecy. From now on, what could possibly justify such concealment? Su Wen has ceased to jest about Li Qingqing, instead expressing her amazement. "I can truly say I have witnessed Hu Lai's growth step by step." Upon hearing her friend's reflection, Li Qingqing smiled faintly. "I am the one who truly can." Following the conclusion of the match between Leeds City and London Bridge, the two teams advancing to the UEFA Europa League final in Paris were revealed. The championship battle will unfold between Leeds City from the Premier League and Sevilla from La Liga. Lilith's gaze was drawn to Hu Lai's wrist in the news footage, as she recognized a familiar bracelet adorning it. She recalled having seen a red string bracelet at Qingqing's place, but how could she confirm if it was the same one? With this thought, Lilith paused the video and enlarged the image. Although the quality deteriorated and the image became blurry, she could still vaguely discern 3 strands of different colors woven into the bracelet. TSK, TSK. Lilith smirked at this detail. You still dare to deny there is nothing between you? Wearing couple bracelets and claiming otherwise? Are all Chinese people this reticent? Or is this their little secret? Relishing the mystery of being together while the world remains oblivious? Unfortunately, your little thoughts have been seen through by me, Lilith. Humph. See, I told you the lucky bracelet works. You indeed made it to the Europa League final. Li Qingqing joyfully sent a somewhat blurred screenshot of the news video to Hu Lai, her excitement palpable. Indeed, it is true. We have achieved a double victory over London Bridge, a fact that even our boss finds perplexing. After yesterday's match, we spent a considerable amount of time discussing it in the locker room, as if some unseen force were aiding us. Hu Lai was merely rambling. As there was no such matter at play, Clark did not find any reason to be astonished by our victories over London Bridge. The Leeds team did not engage in any discussions regarding it. His intention was to prepare Li Qingqing psychologically in advance, for he firmly believed that this bracelet truly had the power to alter our fortunes. Thus, if Li Qingqing encountered an abundance of good luck during the match, she would not be taken aback. Hey, that unseen force is me, Li Qingqing claimed proudly. What do you think? This bracelet must be worth at least 10 meals, right? Upon hearing her words, Hu Lai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sister, I already owe you so many meals. Do you really think I'm concerned about 10 more? Of course I am, Li Qingqing retorted. Haven't you heard the saying that one should not worry about debts? Are you not afraid that I might not be able to repay you? Not at all. You can run, but you cannot hide. I know where you live. Hu Lai sent a bewildered emoji before exclaiming, Wow, is that possible? Li Qingqing, holding her phone, laughed heartily. Once her laughter subsided, she typed, If we reach the UEFA Europa League final, that's worth 10 meals. If you win the championship, then this bracelet is worth 100 meals. Hey, this inflation is too outrageous. Oh, don't be stingy. The Europa League championship is indeed worth 100 meals. If you truly achieve that, you would be the first Chinese player and the second in Asia. However, after sending her message, she did not receive an immediate response from Hu Lai, which left her puzzled. What is taking so long? Are you reluctant? No, I was just pondering. If I wear this bracelet and win the World Cup, how many meals would that be worth? Li Qingqing was momentarily taken aback by his thought. She had not expected Hu Lai to consider such an ambition. The World Cup title was always on his mind. Biting her lip, she lowered her head to type. If that were to happen, you would owe me meals for a lifetime. Hu Lai. Hu Lai responded, No. You would owe me meals for 3 lifetimes. This life, the next, and the one after. The chapter concludes. Chapter 196. The conclusion of the league. As Xiaolon returned home after work, she encountered Li Ziqiang, who had just parked his car. She warmly invited him. Hey, old Li, come over to my place to watch the Europa League final. I wouldn't want to trouble you. Li Ziqiang attempted to decline. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Watching the match at midnight is lively and keeps us awake. There's nothing to worry about, Xiaolon insisted, waving her hands dismissively. While that may be true, every time I come to your house for a match, you always insist on serving me dinner. That's no hassle. It's merely an extra set of utensils. Besides, with our children not around and us not frequently visiting each other, life can feel quite lonely, don't you think? As the two conversed, they stepped into the elevator. Li Ziqiang understood that he could not refuse Sister Xie's enthusiastic invitation and could only nod in acquiescence, saying, Then I shall impose upon you. However, Xiaolon shook her head, insisting, It is not too early, not at all. In just 20 days, time will flit by in the blink of an eye. It will pass swiftly. Li Ziqiang lowered his gaze in silence, pondering whether 20 days could truly be considered swift. Indeed, for Leeds City, it merely amounted to 2 matches. On Monday, May 10th, during the 37th round of the Premier League, Leeds City was set to face Southampton away. Despite having just experienced the Europa League final against London Bridge, Coach Clark did not arrange for his key players to rest for this match. After all, there were no upcoming fixtures, making such opportunities particularly precious. It was imperative to avoid having the main players out of form due to inactivity. This was something the players of Leeds City were acutely aware of, as only 3 matches remained in the season, and Lasky had yet to fulfill the goals set by his boss, Clark. His remarkable brace in the second leg of the Europa League semi-finals brought Lasky's total goals for the season to 18, leaving him 2 short of his target. To ensure he accomplished his mission, scoring as soon as possible was essential. He certainly could not afford to wait until the Europa League final to achieve this goal. Thus, for the match against Southampton, it was crucial to field the full starting lineup to assist Lasky in reaching his objective. Throughout the match, the entire Leeds City team endeavored to create opportunities for Lasky. However, perhaps due to his intense desire to score, Lasky's performance in this match was not as relaxed as in the previous Europa League semi-final. Although his teammates provided him with numerous chances, he squandered many as well. By the end of the match, he had failed to score. Ultimately, Leeds City triumphed with a 2-1 victory over Southampton, thanks to Hulai's brace. After the match, the team consoled the dejected Lasky in the locker room, urging him not to dwell on his failure to score in this match. In the final round, Leeds City would host the already relegated Sandville, where he would still have an opportunity. On Sunday, May 16th, the 2026-2027 Premier League season was poised to conclude. By this stage in the league, the suspense surrounding both the championship and relegation had dissipated. The league title belonged to Manchester Athletic, and the three relegated teams had been determined: 18th-placed Helmer, 19th-placed Sandville, and last-placed Northumbria. Northumbria had performed admirably in the previous season, nearly securing a European competition qualification. Yet this season, their performance plummeted, finishing with only 6 wins, 2 draws, and 29 losses over 37 matches. They scored 19 goals while conceding 63, accumulating a mere 20 points, leading to their early relegation. Helmer, in 18th place, had garnered 28 points, 11 points adrift of 17th-placed Burley, also confirming their relegation well in advance. Presently, the only suspense remaining in the league was the qualification for European competitions. With the most intense competition centered around the Champions League spots, the top 4 teams in the league are Manchester Athletic, amassing 89 points, followed by Stan Park Rangers with 70 points, Wiggins Town with 69 points, and London Bridge with 68 points. Meanwhile, the 5th-placed Tranmere holds 67 points. It can be said that apart from the league champions, Manchester Athletic, the other 4 teams have a significant chance of securing a spot in next season's Champions League. To ensure fairness, the final round of matches kicks off simultaneously. However, this does not concern Leeds City. They are focused solely on whether Lasky can achieve his goal of 20 league goals in this match. Captain Peter Williams even considered speaking with Lasky to alleviate his pressure and reduce his psychological burden. Yet, he was dissuaded by Hulai, who remarked that such actions would only intensify Lasky's stress. If a professional player cannot withstand such minor pressure, what can we do? We should tackle pressure head-on rather than evade it. I believe Dominic can handle this level of pressure, Hulai countered, observing Peter's lingering hesitation. Do you not trust your teammate? Peter swiftly shook his head, affirming, No, I believe in him. Hulai shrugged, then that settles it. He then patted Peter on the shoulder, saying, Peter, you are destined to become a leader of this team. It is crucial that you trust your teammates. Peter fell into deep contemplation. From the very first minute of the match, Leeds City, playing at home, launched a relentless assault on the goal of Sandville, who, having already been relegated, displayed a lack of fighting spirit. The game swiftly fell into Leeds City's rhythm. 11 minutes after the whistle blew, Kamara was brought down in the box by a Sandville defender while making a penetrating run from the flank. The referee decisively awarded a penalty against Sandville. Traditionally, Hulai, the team's primary penalty taker, handed the ball to Lasky. Come on, Dominic. This unexpected gesture surprised the commentators, who struggled to comprehend Hulai's decision to relinquish the penalty. Was it a sign of resignation after missing out on this season's Premier League Golden Boot? Prior to this match, Hulai had essentially bid farewell to the Golden Boot race, trailing Stone's 27 goals by 7. It was improbable that he could score 8 goals in the final match. Peter observed Hulai casually passing the ball to Lasky, seemingly indifferent to Lasky's astonished expression, before he waved his hand and stepped out of the box. He recalled Hulai's pre-match words about trusting one's teammates. Hence, he called out to the still-dazed Lasky. Dominic. Lasky snapped back to reality, looking up. You can do it. Peter encouraged, shaking his fist. He noticed Lasky's expression gradually transforming until, in the end, Lasky nodded vigorously in affirmation before turning to place the ball. As Lasky positioned the football, he rose and retreated, casting his gaze towards the goal, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure. It was as if he were facing the decisive penalty in the UEFA Cup final. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, recalling how Hulai had selflessly allowed him to take the penalty without hesitation. He remembered Peter's encouraging words and thought of the support he had received from the entire team throughout the season. How could he not feel the pressure? Yet, how could he possibly fear it? As the whistle sounded, he opened his eyes, exhaled, and began his run-up, striking the ball with ferocity towards the center. The goalkeeper of Sandville dove to the right. Amidst the thunderous cheers, the ball found its way into the net. Splendid. Just 12 minutes into the match, Leeds City had taken the lead. Lasky scored his 12th league goal of the season, ranking second in the team, just behind Hulai. After scoring, Lasky did not dash off in celebration. Instead, he stood still, tilting his head back and roaring in defiance. Releasing all the pressure from his previous match where he had failed to score, he was soon engulfed by the jubilant Leeds City players, all cheering loudly in his ears. The substitutes on the bench were equally exhilarated, shouting, "Just one more! Just one more!" Following Lasky's opening goal for Leeds City, they struck again in the 36th minute. With Hulai finding the net this time, he unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty area, piercing through Sandville's goal. Leeds City led 2-0. With a 2-goal advantage, the outcome of the match seemed all but certain. The players began to continuously feed Lasky the ball, hoping to assist him in reaching his goal of 20 for the match. Their intentions were so transparent that even the commentators found it perplexing why Leeds City players were so determined to create opportunities for Lasky. It might have been understandable if they were creating chances for Hulai, although Hulai had little chance of claiming the Premier League Golden Boot. Perhaps they aimed to elevate his ranking on the scoring chart. But what was the purpose of creating chances for Lasky? Was he truly in contention for the Golden Boot? Or had Lasky's rapport within the team reached such heights? It was noteworthy that not only the other Leeds City players were striving to create chances for Lasky, but even Hulai had contributed to this effort. After all, Lasky's first goal of the match, the first goal for Leeds City, was a penalty opportunity that Hulai had graciously provided. This phenomenon baffled many, which was entirely reasonable, as no one could have anticipated the lengths to which the Leeds City players would go for a mere meal. Their actions, however, deeply provoked the players of Sandville, who perceived it as a challenge. Consequently, they intensified their defensive efforts against Lasky, despite having no understanding of why Leeds City was so insistent on ensuring his success. In the 72nd minute, Hulai retrieved the ball outside the penalty area and, quite unusually, delivered a precise through ball. This caught Sandville completely off guard. After all, when had they ever witnessed Hulai orchestrating an attack from outside the box? Lasky maneuvered into an open space, receiving a pass from Hulai before striking the ball with precision. The football rolled past the feet of the Sandville goalkeeper and nestled into the net. Lasky has finally scored again. Following his goal, he appeared distinctly exhilarated, sprinting towards Peter Williams, the provider of the pass, and embraced him fervently. Soon, he was surrounded by a throng of jubilant Leeds City players, all radiating excitement and fervor, a reaction that left us somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, Leeds City had scored once more. They led Sandville 3-0 at home. With a resounding and decisive victory, they brought this season of the league to a close. Matthew Cox shouted, filled with curiosity. The Leeds City players were particularly animated after Lasky's goal, as if they had clinched the league championship. Even the substitutes on the bench surged onto the pitch, joining their celebrating teammates in a collective jubilation. Sam Landell nudged Clark with his elbow. "Here comes another bloodbath." Clark remained silent, responding instead with hearty laughter. Chapter 197. They might be targeting us. The curtain fell on this season of the Premier League, with all uncertainties resolved in the final round. Unexpectedly, the originally third-placed Veston fell 2-4 at home to North London Rangers, tragically losing their Champions League qualification at the last moment. Conversely, fifth-placed Trained, with a commendable 2-1 victory over Waldenhampton, successfully secured a spot in the league's top four. Notably, last season's champions, Leeds City, underperformed this season, ultimately finishing in 9th place, missing out on European competition. However, hope was not entirely lost. Should they triumph over Sevilla Nautilus in the Europa League final on May 27th, they could still qualify for the next season's Champions League. News outlets were busy summarizing the recently concluded Premier League, yet Pierre Brent seemed indifferent, merely glancing up when his team's name was mentioned. His assistant coach, Jorge Reno, couldn't help but scoff. Defeating us to seize the championship? Competing in next season's Champions League? They are deluding themselves. This season, Sevilla Nautilus's performance in La Liga had also been lackluster. With only one round remaining, they had accumulated 56 points, placing them 6th. To attain 4th place and secure Champions League qualification, they not only needed to defeat Barcelona Serio away in the final round, but also relied on 4th-placed Valencia losing to Royal Castile, while 5th-placed Getafe had to succumb to Royal Cathon at home. Only if all 3 conditions were met could Nautilus successfully rise to 4th place. The challenge was daunting for Sevilla Nautilus. It seemed easier to clinch victory in the Europa League and enter the Champions League as its champions. Jorge, have you observed anything from Leeds City's recent 2 matches? Brent inquired. There's something that piques my interest, Reno replied, ready to reveal his observations. This pertains to Dominic Lasky. Following the match between Leeds City and Sandville, English media engaged in discussions regarding the opportunities created for Lasky by the entire Leeds team. Their bewilderment during the game led them to seek answers from Leeds players post-match, only to be met with silence. Every player who appeared before the cameras was remarkably reticent on the matter, either deflecting the question or refusing to comment altogether. What initially seemed a mundane situation was rendered extraordinary by the players' reactions, as if they were signaling to reporters, "We are concealing nothing from you." Consequently, reporters turned to the team's head coach, Clark. In the post-match press conference, Clark expressed his own confusion, stating he had not orchestrated any strategy for the entire team to assist Lasky. In other words, this was entirely the players' initiative. However, it appeared that Clark was not averse to their private maneuvers. He smiled during the press conference, indicating that Lasky had successfully integrated into the team, which pleased him. This response further perplexed the reporters. Reno, after sharing his thoughts, analyzed the situation, sensing an air of conspiracy. It was evident that Clark was aware of the internal dynamics, yet feigned ignorance, seemingly concealing the truth while the players remained silent. Possibly under a gag order from the coaching staff. What could necessitate such secrecy? I suspect it may be related to Leeds City's preparations for our Europa League final. At this point, Reno glanced at Brent, gauging whether his thoughts were deemed absurd, but Brent waved him on. Continue. Indeed. I noticed that the peculiar circumstances of the previous match did not occur in isolation. During the round before that, when Leeds played away against Southampton, a similar scenario unfolded, albeit less dramatically. In that game, Leeds players also deliberately passed the ball to Lasky, though he failed to capitalize, resulting in no goals. I believe this is part of rehearsing tactics for our upcoming Europa League final. After all, it is common knowledge that who is Leeds City's primary scorer, Clark is aware. As are we, thus we should anticipate specialized defensive strategies to counteract this. Brent nodded, confirming that he was indeed contemplating targeted defensive tactics against who, in his view, neutralizing who would significantly diminish the perceived offensive threat from Leeds City. If he could discern this, how could Leeds head coach, Tony Clark, overlook it? He would undoubtedly strive to prevent a scenario where who is neutralized, leaving Leeds' attack ineffective. Finding a backup for who appears to be the only viable solution in the short term. Reno continued his analysis, noting that Lasky has been in commendable form recently, making rapid strides since joining Leeds City, thereby making him a logical choice to support who. Furthermore, I observed that in the last league match, Lasky's final goal was a direct pass from who after he had drawn defenders out of the penalty area. It is worth noting that who is not a player known for assisting his teammates. Such incisive passes are almost unheard of from him. Another incident may further substantiate my observation. During the second leg of the UEFA Europa League semi-finals, Lasky scored twice, with who providing the assist for the decisive goal, marking who's first assist in the Europa League. After analyzing this, Reno quietly observed Brent, who had fallen into deep thought. After an indeterminate period of contemplation, Brent nodded in agreement with Reno's analysis. Lasky has netted 20 goals across all competitions this season, making him the second highest scorer for Leeds City. Indeed, a forward not to be overlooked. Therefore, when devising our defensive strategy, we must prioritize Lasky as a focal point. Understood, Reno acknowledged, making a mental note of this. However, we must not diminish our vigilance towards who. He remains our primary defensive concern during the match, Brent added. Absolutely, we cannot afford to disregard him. Once we solidify our defense, the next step is to wait for Leeds City to gradually lose their patience. Their tactics lack variety, apart from their offense. They possess few alternative strategies. Such opponents are indeed easier to handle, Reno remarked with a smile. He had previously stated during the semi-finals that he would prefer to face Leeds City in the Champions League final rather than encounter London Bridge. Leeds City had helped the Mariners overcome London Bridge, effectively assisting Sevilla Mariners in surmounting their greatest obstacle to championship glory. Now, let us temporarily set aside the Europa League and focus on performing well in the final round of the league. Serie A is determined to secure a Europa League qualification at our expense. We must not allow them to achieve their goal, Brent gestured dismissively. To be honest, even now, I still find the situation surreal, Yong-jun reflected, shaking his head at Zhang Qinghwan. What do you mean by surreal? Zhang Qinghwan inquired. A team that was battling for relegation in the first half of the season now has a chance to vie for a Europa League qualification next season. I seem to have encountered a similar narrative before. Leeds City last season had the same trajectory, where their original aim was survival, yet they ended up as league champions. Oh, and Flash Star. They experienced the same phenomenon, transitioning from relegation fears to championship triumphs. Zhang Qinghwan laughed heartily. Hulai mentioned in the group chat that this is the proud tradition of Flash Star. I once thought he was speaking nonsense. But now I wonder if there might be some truth to it. Sevilla Mariners are not to be underestimated, even at your home ground. Let us give our all and leave the rest to fate. Zhang Qinghwan maintained a positive outlook. However, if you triumph over Sevilla Mariners, Hulai's situation could become precarious. He added, why is that? If the Mariners were to lose to you, their only remaining path would be to secure the Europa League title. This would not bode well for Leeds City. Uncle Yong, you are overthinking it. Regardless of whether they win or lose against us, the pressure on Hulai will remain unchanged. Even if they secure Champions League qualification for next season, the Mariners will undoubtedly strive to win the Europa League title, especially since this tournament is dubbed the Sevilla Mariners Cup. Having reached the finals, failing to secure victory would be quite unbecoming of such a title. Zhang Qinghwan's words jolted the distracted Yong-jun into clarity. He paused for a moment, then nodded, realizing the truth in what she had said. Since our outcome here does not affect theirs, why not take a bold leap? If we were to secure a spot in the UEFA Europa League, it would certainly be a commendable achievement. Yong-jun chuckled. If you truly manage to participate in the Europa League, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon to your career. Zhang Qinghwan shook her head. I haven't thought that far ahead, Uncle Yong. I simply wish to experience the Europa League, much like Hulai did. Chapter 198. Zhang Qinghwan's answer sheet for the Sevilla Navigators. Valendia's goal against Real Castile was unequivocally dreadful news. It implied that regardless of the outcome of their match against Serie A, they could not secure fourth place in the league, and thus could not directly qualify for the Champions League through league standings. However, the match was far from over. After all, it was Real Castile's home ground, and Valendia's slender lead was anything but secure. The silver lining lay in another stadium, where the home team Getafe was trailing 1-0 against Real Catalan. Thus, one of Sevilla Navigators' competitors was temporarily diminished. Of course, all of this hinged upon the Navigators securing a victory. Should they falter against Serie A, the outcomes of the other two matches would become irrelevant to them. The Navigators faced Serie A's most tenacious resistance in an away game, as Serie A also aspired to clinch a Europa League spot for the next season, even though they had previously suffered relegation due to participation in European competitions. Who could resist the allure of such qualifications? Serie A's fans were singing and dancing at Parrot Stadium, fervently rallying behind their team. Just 2 minutes ago, they had conveyed their exuberance with thunderous applause, informing the Sevilla Navigators that Valendia had taken the lead away from home. The Navigators' dream of the Champions League was on the verge of shattering. The Serie A supporters hoped this would rattle the Navigators' players, undermining their morale. Indeed, the morale of the Sevilla Navigators was affected. The events of the past few minutes revealed that the players were somewhat unsettled. They realized that even if they triumphed over Serie A, it would not secure their Champions League qualification for the next season. The feeling of helplessness was palpable. Witnessing this, the Navigators' head coach Brent strode to the sidelines, waving his arms vigorously while shouting, "Focus! Do not lose your concentration. Regardless, we must win this match." No sooner had he spoken than he saw his midfield linchpin, Pablo Becker, lose possession of the ball. "Damn it!" he exclaimed involuntarily. Serie A launched a counterattack, sending the ball towards Zhang Qinghwan. Meanwhile, Sevilla Navigators' Uruguayan defensive midfielder, Victor Montoro, charged forward, aiming to intercept. Zhang Qinghwan, with her back to the attacking direction, intently focused on the approaching ball, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding situation behind her. It is conceivable that after he received the ball, Montero would close in, making it difficult for him to turn, and there was a possibility of a counterattack. The stands were filled with eager fans from Sarria, who shouted to alert Zhang Qinghua. However, amidst such a cacophony, how could their voices possibly be heard? Regardless, Zhang Qinghua did not glance back. Instead, he focused intently on the approaching football, raising his foot as if to control it. Montero was nearly upon him, yet in that crucial moment, Zhang Qinghua did not stop the ball. Instead, he deftly flicked it behind him. The ball soared over both his and Montero's heads. Simultaneously, seizing the moment while Montero was momentarily dazed, Zhang Qinghua swiftly pivoted, maneuvering behind Montero, transforming from a defender's back to facing the attack. He then expertly brought the airborne ball down with his chest before propelling it forward, thus orchestrating Sarria's counteroffensive. A splendid display of dribbling. Zhang. He appeared akin to a magician hailing from a mysterious east. The stands of the Parrot Stadium erupted in astonishment upon witnessing Zhang Qinghua's move. The Sarria supporters were taken aback by his brilliance. This astonishment quickly morphed into exuberant cheers. Amidst the fervent applause, Sarria launched their counterattack. Zhang Qinghua's pace with the ball was not rapid, but he did not need to single-handedly penetrate the entire Sevilla Navigators team. As opponents closed in, he lifted the ball and passed it to his teammate, Carlos Toledo, who was making a run behind the defenders. This Argentine striker possessed remarkable acceleration and shared a strong rapport with Zhang Qinghua. At the moment Zhang Qinghua released the pass, Toledo darted out from the Sevilla Navigators' defensive line, perfectly avoiding an offside position. As he approached the penalty area of Sevilla Navigators, Zhang Qinghua's pass arrived right on cue. Toledo expertly controlled the ball, steadying it with finesse. The Sarria fans in the stands erupted in immense applause. Toledo was one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Sevilla Navigators goalkeeper, Marco Duric, rushed out to challenge. Observing this, Toledo lifted his head and executed a delicate shot. The ball arched gracefully over Duric's head. In a hurried attempt, Duric leaped and waved his hands, trying to deflect the ball. However, his jump was insufficient, and he could only watch helplessly as the ball descended into the net behind him. Toledo. Sarria has taken the lead at home. This marked Toledo's 13th league goal of the season, assisted by Zhang. Moreover, this was Zhang's 7th assist in La Liga this season. Magnificent. Zhang Qinghua's pass was truly exquisite. From receiving the ball to turning away, followed by a forward run, culminating in a surgical flick pass. This assist was nothing short of a masterpiece. Hifeng, a commentator who covers both the Premier League and La Liga, sang praises for Zhang Qinghua's performance during this attack. After navigating through the initial adjustment period, Zhang Qinghua has firmly established himself at Sarria, leveraging his technical prowess. This has instilled a sense of anticipation for his second season with the team. Following a goal, Tordu turned and pointed at Zhang Qinghua, inviting him to join in the celebration. Together with his teammates, they embraced one another and rushed towards Tordu, reveling in the joy with the fans beneath the stands behind the Sevilla Nautical Club's goal. Before this round of the league, Sarria had amassed 50 points, placing them 7th, while Sevilla Nautical Club held 56 points, securing 6th place. Thus, even if Sarria triumphed over Sevilla Nautical Club, they would not be able to surpass them in points and claim the 6th position. However, the finalists for this season's Copa del Rey had already been determined, the top-ranked Catalonia and the second-ranked Madrid King. Both teams had also secured qualification for the next season's Champions League. According to regulations, the Copa del Rey champion qualifies for the UEFA Europa League. However, the prestige of the Champions League supersedes that of the Europa League. Therefore, should a team also qualify for the Champions League, they automatically forfeit their right to participate in the Europa League, which is then allocated to the next team on the league standings. Consequently, Sarria, positioned 7th, could qualify for the next season's Europa League, provided they emerged victorious against Sevilla Nautical Club, thereby ensuring their secure hold on 7th place. Conversely, if they were to lose, or even draw, they risk relinquishing that coveted position. 8th-placed Biscay Athletic trailed them by merely 2 points and was currently leading against their opponents, Sebastian. This unexpected setback left the players of Sevilla Nautical Club momentarily dazed, as they had come prepared to secure 3 points on the road, only to find themselves trailing. As the match resumed, they appeared to still be reeling from the shock of conceding the goal, displaying lackluster performance marked by frequent errors. Meanwhile, Sarria capitalized on their momentum, relentlessly attacking the goal of Sevilla Nautical Club, embodying the adage of seizing the moment. Their fervent assault bore fruit 6 minutes later, as Zhang Qinghua delivered a precise through ball from the edge of the penalty area. However, Toredo's shot was valiantly parried by the Sevilla Nautical Club goalkeeper, Durich. The ball fell into the penalty area, igniting a scramble among players and creating chaos in front of the goal. In the midst of this turmoil, the ball inadvertently rolled outside the penalty area, perfectly positioned for Chen Xingyi. Observing the situation, for Sevilla Nautical Club players surged forward to block him. Unfazed, Chen Xingyi unleashed a powerful shot from outside the box. The ball struck the leg of Sevilla Nautical Club's midfielder, Montero, deflecting slightly and deceiving the already committed Durich. As Durich lay on the ground, he turned to see the ball soaring past him, nestling into the net beside the far post. The Spanish television commentator erupted in ecstatic shouts, Jean! 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 He has extended the lead for Serie. His shot from outside the penalty area was calm and decisive. The Sevilla navigator's ship is about to capsize. Hefeng was equally exhilarated. Chen Xingyi, splendid. Magnificent. This marked his 4th goal in the La Liga season. After taking the shot, Chen Xingyi stood still, his gaze following the ball. It was only when he saw the ball soar into the net that he raised his hands to the sky, celebrating right there. He himself was not overly excited. Rather, his teammates seemed more thrilled, rushing from all directions to collide with him, embracing him, and shouting joyously around him. In contrast to their exuberance, Chen Xingyi's calm demeanor appeared rather distinctive, as if he were reminding his teammates, "Stay composed. We are set to compete in the Europa League next season. Let us not display such unrefined excitement." In the stands, the supporters waved their fists vigorously. "Europa League, we are coming too." At that moment, sporadic shouts echoed from the stands of the Parrot Stadium. "Brother Juan is amazing. Brother Juan is amazing." Upon closer inspection, the pronunciation sounded somewhat peculiar. It was merely a brief outburst, soon drowned out by the jubilant cheers of the crowd, which Chen Xingyi himself did not even hear. In the final round of the 2026-2027 La Liga season, the Sevilla Navigators faced a 0-2 defeat against Barcelona in Sarria. This team, which had dominated the Europa League, found itself faltering in La Liga. Now, they indeed had but one path left: to triumph over Leeds City in the Europa League final and secure a place in the next season's Champions League as champions of the Europa League. For them, this task did not seem insurmountable. Chen Xingyi concluded his inaugural La Liga season, having made 25 appearances for the team, with most occurring in the latter half of the season. During these appearances, he scored 4 goals and provided 7 assists. This was the report card of his overseas journey. Chapter 199. The season that has ended and begun. Luo Kai, are you returning home? Chen Xingyi inquired via WeChat to Luo Kai, who was also playing in the Netherlands. Luo Kai swiftly replied, "No, our season has not yet concluded." "Not concluded? Your 2nd division league finishes earlier than the 1st division. Playoffs. Oh. Veronica still has to compete in the promotion playoffs. Indeed, it seems there is hope to return to the 1st division just a year after relegation. The playoffs have yet to be played, only then will we know. However, even if you return to the 1st division, you certainly won TB in the Eredivisie next season." "Yes, I will be going back to Trafford." "Hey, go ahead. Go and engage in your battles with Hulai. Haha. Next season's Premier League will be lively. I can't shake the feeling that you are relishing this." No. Why would I relish anything? What is there to relish? Don't overthink it. You have no idea how envious I am of you. That is the Premier League. You did quite well at Ajax too, being the 2nd to claim the league title. In the recently concluded Eredivisie, Ajax secured the championship with a staggering 16-point lead. As a member of the team, Chen Xingyi naturally celebrated his first collective honor in his overseas career. Now he, like Hulai, has become a Chinese player who has won a league championship in Europe. What is there to say about merely going with the flow? Moreover, can the champion of the Eredivisie be compared to that of the Premier League? You have been frequently playing in the team during the 2nd half of the season. How can it be said that you are merely coasting? Luo Kai inquired. With 5 assists and 3 goals in the league, what else can it be called if not coasting? Not to mention being a main player like Hulai, at least one should be starting in the team, right? I am still just a rotational player. Faced with Chen Xingyi's words, Luo Kai found himself at a loss for words. Although he is a starter at Veronica, Veronica is a team in the Eredivisie, and the level of competition there is incomparable to that of the Eridivisie's top club, Ajax. Furthermore, as he is set to join Trained next season, he is uncertain of what fate awaits him. Thus, he could only say to Chen Xingyi, "Let us work hard together. Yes, let us not allow that rascal Hulai to steal the spotlight alone." Chen Xingyi uttered a sentiment that resonated with Luo Kai. Indeed, we cannot let Hulai bask in the limelight by himself any longer. After noticing his son's silence following the conversation with Luo Kai, Chen Hantang asked, Luo Kai said he won't be returning to our country with us? Yes, not only will he not return with us, but he also won't be going back to the Netherlands with us. Oh, Chen Hantang realized. He will surely be summoned back by trained next season. Remembering his son's silence, he inquired again, do you feel lonely? When Luo Kai leaves, you will be all alone in the Netherlands. Not really. Chen Xingyi shook his head. Then why were you silent just now? I was just reflecting on how everyone is striving for their own goals. Luo Kai is on the verge of making it. Huan Ge has firmly established himself in Solaria and is now undeniably the core midfielder. Lao Wang has become a starter at Eldria, and even with Altobelli's return from injury, he has not reclaimed the starting position from Lao Wang. If this continues, Lao Wang should solidify his starting role at Eldria next season. Xiao Yu has also returned to the youth team after spending a season with the first team, and it feels like we are finally seeing a glimmer of hope after a year. Chen Hantang chuckled. To see a glimmer of hope after just one season is already a fortunate occurrence. It's far better than coming for a season, realizing one cannot adapt at all, and ending up returning home in disgrace, right? Chen Xingyi pondered and agreed. Although it took a season for everyone to barely touch the threshold of European football, at least after this season, we have all remained, and that is the greatest victory. The atmosphere at the Volendam football stadium was electrifying, the applause thunderous, as 6,000 voices resonated like 60,000. Upon closer inspection, not a single fan in the stands was seated. They all stood before their seats, applauding the field. Amidst this resounding applause, Luo Kai walked slowly towards the sidelines. With 5 minutes remaining in the match, he was substituted early. This marks the final match for him at Veronica, and the head coach has graciously afforded him a moment to bid farewell to the home fans. Next season, he will conclude his loan at Veronica and return to the prestigious Premier League club, Trafford. The television broadcast panned across the stands, revealing that nearly all Veronica supporters were on their feet, applauding for K. In truth, he could have returned to Trafford earlier, but it was K himself who requested to extend his loan at Veronica for another season. In an interview, he expressed his lingering regret over not having helped Veronica avoid relegation last season. Thus, he desired to remain and assist Veronica in reclaiming their place in the top tier. He has indeed accomplished this. This season, Veronica ranks third in the league, with K playing a pivotal role. He scored a total of 17 goals during the regular season and provided 10 assists, making him the team's leading scorer. In the 2 rounds of the promotion playoffs, he also netted 2 goals and contributed 1 assist. As K descended from the field, the large screen at Warrendan Stadium displayed a blurred score that was still discernible, 10, with the home team Veronica leading Dudingham. This goal was, in fact, scored by K. This was the concluding match of the second round of the playoffs, and Veronica held a commanding aggregate score of 3-1 against their opponents. At this moment, the match was nearing stoppage time. Dudingham was struggling to mount any significant challenge. The fans of Veronica would undoubtedly be reluctant to part with this exceptionally talented young man from China, yet they are acutely aware that the modest Veronica cannot retain him. His future lies in the Premier League, belonging to Trained. Just like his national team compatriot Hu, it is the stage befitting a top-tier talent. Now, the fans of Veronica expressed their reluctance through their applause, extending their blessings, wishing for K to soar in the Premier League as he has here. K finally reached the sidelines, exchanging high-fives and embraces with his waiting teammates, completing the transition. He then stepped off the field but did not immediately return to the bench. Instead, he turned to face the stands, bowing in gratitude to the fans in all 4 directions. The applause grew louder. After bowing, K lifted his gaze toward the stands. Warrendan Stadium is a quaint venue, where the seating is in close proximity to the pitch, allowing him to easily see the expressions of the fans. Each of them wore smiles, beaming with joy. It is noteworthy that just a year prior, this same stadium was engulfed in a profound silence. At that time, Veronica had already confirmed their relegation a round early, and the stadium felt as though it housed over 6,000 corpses. Who could have foreseen that within a mere season, Veronica would make a triumphant return to the top tier? Observing the smiles on the faces of the fans, K felt that his decision to remain here for an additional season was exceedingly wise. Although some may still believe he squandered a season playing in a lower division and that it offered him no benefits or progress, K does not share this sentiment. Football is meant to bring joy. He stands here, bringing joy to the fans of Veronica. Is that not the ultimate significance of playing football? He turns and walks towards the substitutes bench, where the head coach approaches and embraces him tightly, affectionately tousling his hair, whispering in his ear, "Thank you, Ro. Veronica will always remember you." "It was my duty, sir," he humbly replies. The coach says nothing further, instead giving a firm pat on his back before gently nudging him towards the substitutes area. There, his teammates rise in unison, eagerly awaiting him. Ro Kai strides over, exchanging hugs, high fives, and farewells with each of them. Thus concludes his 2026 to 2027 season. Ro Kai stands atop the main grandstand of the Red Roof Stadium, gazing down upon the entire arena. The lush green rectangular pitch is surrounded by vibrant red stands. Directly opposite, the east stand showcases white seats that spell out the abbreviation for Trafford. Turning his head to the left, he catches sight of the famed North Stand, a bastion for the most fervent supporters of Tramed. During every home match, that stand leads the crowd in a chorus of support for Tramed. For a Tramed player, earning the recognition of the North Stand fans is a tremendous honor. If you hear the North Stand singing your song during a match, it signifies your complete acceptance by them. Ro Kai turns back and notices the first-team head coach, Kevin Locke, appearing beside him. He looks at him with a hint of surprise. "You've done remarkably well at Veronica. Initially, we were opposed to allowing you to spend another season there, but you proved us wrong. Staying at Veronica for a season was indeed the right choice. You have gained both growth and confidence there. I must admit, sir, I was uncertain of what I would gain before making that decision," Ro Kai respectfully responds. If everyone required certainty before committing to a decision, this world would be in peril. Locke chuckles, scrutinizing Ro Kai closely and nodding in satisfaction. "You are much stronger than when you first arrived in Europe. I believe this will facilitate your adaptation to the Premier League." Ro Kai's agent, Sway, standing nearby, cannot help but display a glimmer of joy upon hearing this remark. The head coach's words imply that the team is unlikely to loan Ro Kai out again in the new season. Rather, they intend to retain him in the first team at Trafford for the Premier League. After a moment of astonishment, Ro Kai realizes the significance of the coach's statement, and an expression of excitement spreads across his face. Observing Ro Kai's exhilaration, Locke laughs heartily and extends his hand. "Welcome back to Tramed." Ro Kai, feeling a bit bashful, takes the hand and shakes it gently. His 2027 to 2028 season begins at this very moment. Chapter 200. I just want to support Leeds City. The contract has been re-signed. This is undoubtedly the most significant matter in Manchester. Now, do you wish to explore Europe for a few days, or shall we head directly home? In their hotel room, Swayson inquires of Ro Kai. Their visit to Manchester is not solely for the purpose of touring the Red Roof Stadium. They have pressing business matters to attend to, renewing the contract with Tramed. Although there are still 3 years remaining until the contract's expiration, both parties express a desire to renew it due to Luakai's outstanding performance at Veronica. His remarkable displays in the Dutch second division have attracted the interest of other clubs. Naturally, Tramed is reluctant to see their player poached by competitors. To convey the club's appreciation and confidence in Luokai, a new contract is essential to secure his commitment. Luokai has substantiated through his performances that he deserves such treatment from the club. His agent, Sway Xin, believes that the original contract no longer aligns with Luokai's current stature in terms of remuneration in various terms, thus necessitating a renewal. The two parties swiftly agreed to initiate contract negotiations before the conclusion of the Dutch league. After more than a month of back-and-forth discussions, they ultimately reached a consensus. They returned solely to finalize the contract. With the signatures now affixed, Sway Xin inquired about Luokai's subsequent plans. Logically, Luokai's European season has concluded, and with neither the World Cup nor the Asian Cup this summer, he is poised to enjoy a rare extended holiday as a professional athlete. Traveling anywhere would be perfectly reasonable. However, Luokai provided an unexpected response. "Uncle Sway, could you help me secure tickets to the UEFA Europa League final?" Sway Xin was taken aback. "The Europa League? You wish to attend the Europa League?" "Yes, I want to see it," Luokai affirmed. "To watch Hulai?" Sway Xin asked uncertainly. "To watch his match," Luokai replied generously. "Very well," Sway Xin nodded in agreement. He refrained from questioning Luokai's sudden desire to watch Hulai's match, as their relationship had not been particularly close. Yet, since Luokai expressed interest, there must be a valid reason. As his agent, it would be remiss not to accommodate such a minor request. "Hey everyone, Look who it is. In the White Rose Bar, as Leeds City fans gathered to fervently discuss their plans, John Fockingham entered with someone beside him. The crowd turned to the sound, and soon someone exclaimed, "Neil Mullen." The person John brought in was none other than the fortunate truck driver Neil Mullen, who became a millionaire after purchasing 2 lottery tickets. This incident had rendered him a celebrity among the Leeds City fan base. "Hello, everyone," Neil Mullen greeted warmly, raising his hand. "I heard about your plans, and I'm very interested in participating." John elaborated, after sharing our idea to organize a convoy to Paris for the match online. Neil saw it and is willing to be our driver. David Miller stood up upon hearing this and approached Mullen. "That's fantastic. With your involvement, our appeal will surely grow, and we can assemble a grand convoy from Leeds to Paris." It turns out that David Miller and his White Rose companions had devised a plan to meaningfully participate in Leeds City's inaugural European final. The UEFA Europa League final undoubtedly cannot be experienced from the comfort of one's home or a bar, watching the live broadcast on television. Rather, true supporters of Leeds United must be present at the stadium, fervently cheering for their team from the stands of the Paris World Cup Stadium. However, how does one reach the Paris World Cup Stadium? Is it merely a matter of boarding a plane from Leeds to Paris like one would for an ordinary away match? Such a notion seemed rather commonplace and failed to encapsulate the significance of this momentous occasion. Ultimately, David Miller's son, young Matthew, conceived a brilliant idea. Why not drive to Paris to watch the match? Not in a personal vehicle, but rather in a bus adorned with the Leeds United crest and spirited slogans to rally support for their team. When the bus roams the streets of Paris, it would undoubtedly proclaim the presence of Leeds United. Once this idea was proposed, it swiftly garnered unanimous approval. They further enhanced this concept, desiring not just 1 or 2 buses, but a whole convoy, a grand procession from Leeds to Paris. After all, a fleet of buses would be far more eye-catching than a solitary vehicle. However, executing this plan proved to be no simple feat on one hand. Sourcing enough buses posed a challenge. On the other, rallying sufficient Leeds United supporters to embrace this unconventional travel scheme was equally daunting. After all, taking a bus to Paris entails more hassle, time, and expense than flying. Thus, John and his companions shared their idea within the Leeds United fan community online, hoping to gather enough supporters to amplify their numbers. It was during this outreach that Neil Mullen was drawn into the fold. The involvement of this legendary fan significantly bolstered their initiative. With his endorsement, the endeavor to rally supporters and secure buses was likely to proceed more smoothly. Given Mullen's esteemed reputation within the Leeds United fanbase, countless tales circulated about his remarkable bet last season, where he wagered £400 on Leeds United winning the championship and on Hewley clinching the Premier League Golden Boot, ultimately reaping returns exceeding £1 million. His presence electrified the fans within the White Rose pub, prompting them to raise their glasses in a toast to Mullen. After downing their beers, Levin curiously inquired, "Hey Neil, I've been meaning to ask you a question, though you needn't answer if you prefer not to." Mullen smiled and nodded. "No problem, go ahead." Levin continued, "Did you place any bets before this season began?" The bar fell silent as all eyes turned to Mullen, who nodded affirmatively. "Of course. I backed Leeds United to win the championship and Hewley to secure the Golden Boot. Oh, and I also wagered on Leeds United winning the Champions League." A collective sigh resonated throughout the bar. Everyone is aware that Leeds City has neither clinched the Premier League title nor triumphed in the Champions League this season, and Hewley has also failed to defend his Premier League Golden Boot. Such is the nature of betting. There are wins and losses. However, Mullen himself takes it all in stride. "My intent in supporting Leeds City is not to anticipate any financial gain. Were it anyone else, say John or Levin, everyone present would perceive them as merely posturing. Yet, when Mullen, the legendary fan, expresses such sentiments, no one doubts his sincerity. After all, when Leeds City's odds of winning the championship were set at 5,000 to 1, how many dared to wager £200? It was a sure loss. Mullen has repeatedly stated in interviews that his wager was not born from a belief in Leeds City's victory, but rather a simple desire to demonstrate his support for the team. 200 each? Someone in the crowd inquired loudly. Indeed, 200, Mullen replied nonchalantly. For a millionaire, losing £600 is hardly a concern. Levin suddenly recalled and asked, "So, Neil, did you bet on us to win the Europa League?" Mullen nodded. "Yes, I placed a bet of 200. The room fell silent. Levin pressed further, "At the very beginning? When the odds were 600 to 1. "Yes, at the outset," Milan confirmed. The bar erupted in excitement. A group of gentlemen widened their eyes, shouting exuberantly, with some even standing on chairs. When Leeds City had just transitioned from the Champions League to the Europa League, each team had its own odds of winning. The overwhelming favorite was, of course, the Europa League powerhouse, Sevilla. Among the 32 participating teams, Leeds City was not favored. This was primarily due to their debut in the Europa League, lacking any prior experience or performances for analysts to accurately predict their prospects. Additionally, Leeds City's poor performance in the league had already sparked rumors of Tony Clark facing dismissal. The bookmakers believed that Leeds City would focus entirely on survival in the league during the second half of the season, thus minimizing their dedication to the Europa League, resulting in meager odds of winning. At that time, Leeds City's odds stood at 650 to 1. Naturally, as the Europa League progressed, Leeds City's odds began to rise. By the time of the semi-finals, their odds had transformed into 2 to 7, quite impressive. Sevilla remained the favorites, with odds of 3 to 4, very close to 1 to 1. Those who only began to bet on Leeds City winning the championship after their entry into the semi-finals would find little profit should Leeds City emerge victorious. Conversely, Neil Mullen, who claimed he was not in it for the money but solely to support Leeds City, could stand to make a significant profit. Perhaps it is true that pure-hearted individuals are simply luckier? Someone lamented, "Damn, why didn't I think to bet on Leeds City winning the Europa League?" A nearby individual consoled him, "Well, how many would have predicted we would reach the Europa League final next season? I am determined to place my bet on Leeds United to clinch the Premier League title right from the onset." At that time, the odds are unlikely to be as favorable as they were last season. Whether it's about money or not is inconsequential. My intent is not to profit, but rather to show my unwavering support for our beloved team. Ha ha ha. I am resolute in my support for Leeds United. The atmosphere in the pub is filled with jubilant cheer. Chapter 201, Europe, Here We Come. Aerial footage reveals a procession of yellow and blue coaches traversing the highway, forming a breathtaking convoy that seems to stretch into infinity. Each coach is adorned with Leeds United's emblem, alongside grand portraits of every player. Each vehicle features a close-up of a specific player, while the sides showcase their magnificent performances, reminiscent of those fervent fans who emblazoned their cherished anime characters on their cars. Upon spotting the helicopter overhead, the window of the driver's seat of the lead coach is lowered, and someone waves a Leeds United flag towards the camera. The sound of horns blares continuously along the highway. The highly anticipated convoy of Leeds United fans has finally arrived in the suburbs of Paris at 3 o'clock this afternoon, marking the team's debut on the grand stage of a European final. The fans have shown immense enthusiasm, setting off from Leeds, England. A fleet of 37 coaches departed at 5 o'clock this morning, after a journey exceeding 9 hours. They are on the brink of reaching their destination, the Paris World Cup Stadium. While we have seen fans traveling by coach to away matches, never before have we witnessed such a considerable number of supporters arriving by coach for a game. The television broadcast features a close-up shot of the windshield of the lead coach, revealing the driver in the cabin. At the helm of the lead vehicle is Neil Mullen, a well-known Leeds United supporter. Once an ordinary truck driver, he became an overnight sensation and wealthy after betting on Leeds United when they were least favored to win the Premier League last season. Despite his newfound wealth, Mullen continues to fulfill his duties as a truck driver. In response to the call for fans to journey to Paris by coach, he has volunteered to drive the first vehicle, carrying 50 fellow Leeds supporters, traversing half of England and passing through the Channel Tunnel, ultimately reaching the outskirts of Paris, just a step away from their destination. Like Neil Mullen, the drivers of the 37 coaches are all ardent Leeds United supporters. Many of them are bus, coach, or truck drivers who took leave from their jobs to join this remarkable journey. This is how such a magnificent convoy of coaches came to be. The choice of this grand display by Leeds United fans is truly refreshing. Since this morning, media outlets and networks across Europe have been buzzing with discussions of their endeavor. They themselves are conducting live broadcasts online. Although one might worry about the energy left in the Leeds fans after more than 9 hours of travel, a glance at the slogans on their vehicles reveals the sentiments of the Leeds supporters. Europe, here we come. The sight of such a large convoy for a match is indeed impressive, Yin Yin remarked, pointing at the television screen with his spicy chicken feet. In the cramped apartment of Chu Yifan and his girlfriend, several of his former teammates from the Dongchuan middle school football team gathered, including Yin Yin, Mao Xiao, and Meng Shi, all united in this moment. They indulged in various takeout while watching the pre-match special program. Tongfei Video commenced its dedicated live broadcast 9 hours prior to the UEFA Europa League final, covering everything from team introductions and key player highlights to pre-match training information and fan interviews, interspersed with the journey of both teams to the final, with a particular emphasis on Leeds. The coverage was akin to that of a Champions League final, perhaps even surpassing it, rivaling that of a World Cup final. This heightened attention is undoubtedly due to the historic moment of a Chinese player appearing in a European final for the very first time. After all, Hu Lai has become the foremost idol of Chinese football, having achieved numerous milestones: the first to win a European League title, the first top scorer in the Europa League, the first to score in a Champions League match, the first to score in a Europa League match, and now, the first to play in a Europa League final. These unprecedented achievements have garnered significant focus from Chinese media and fans alike. A week prior to the match, the internet was abuzz with extensive promotion. Tongfei Video truly struck gold. When they acquired the broadcasting rights for the Europa League, it was met with indifference, as the tournament's influence in China could hardly compare to that of the Champions League or the traditional top 5 European leagues. It seemed a rather inconsequential event at the time. Who would have imagined that one day a Chinese player would grace the Europa League stage and reach the final? Tongfei Video need not fret about the attention for next season's Europa League, as Serie A has already secured qualification. With Zhang Qingyuan, the most popular star among female fans in China, participating in the Europa League, it is a tremendous boon for Tongfei Video. I feel like our Chinese fans are crazy enough, Meng Shi mused, but they are even more fervent. Isn't that obvious? It's their final, Mao Xiao chimed in. Look at the football atmosphere there. There's no need to envy. One day, if our national team makes it to the World Cup final, do you believe thousands of fans would charter planes to attend? Yin Yin posited. Meng Shi pondered for a moment. What a scene that would be. I can't even imagine it. Tang Shuyan opened the door and was greeted by the sight of men engaged in fervent discussion. With a smile, she remarked, "Oh, everyone's here. I brought some wine for you." Upon noticing the 2 heavy plastic bags hanging from her arms, Yin Yin and the others quickly leapt from the sofa to assist her. "Sister-in-law, why did you carry it all by yourself? Call team leader Chu and have him come down to help." Chu Yifan took a bag of beer for himself and handed another to Zhong Shihao, then gently removed her handbag from her shoulder, expressing concern. "You've worked hard. Why are you so late today?" With a soft smile, Tang Shuyuan replied, "I had to work overtime." "Have you eaten dinner?" she asked. "I had a bowl of noodles downstairs at the company." "Then you should come and eat some more," Chu Yifan suggested, indicating the pile of takeout boxes on the coffee table. Yin Yin, who was busy unpacking the beer from the plastic bags, chimed in, "Sister-in-law, come join us for a late-night snack." Tang Shuyuan did not decline. Instead, she smiled and said, "Sure, let me take a shower and change first. You all can start eating." As she entered the bedroom, Yin Yin leaned closer to Chu Yifan and whispered, "The football match is at midnight. It won't disturb sister-in-law, will it?" Chu Yifan shook his head. "She's watching it with us." Yin Yin's eyes widened in surprise. "But she doesn't watch football." "She said it's to cheer for the juniors," Chu Yifan explained. Yin Yin suddenly understood. After all, Tang Shuyuan was the campus belle from their cohort at Dongchuan High School and also a senior to Hu Lai. It's much better to have a senior like her. "If it were your ex-girlfriend, we'd have to sneak off to a KTV," Yin Yin mused. "When are you getting married?" "Not anytime soon," Chu Yifan replied. "You should hurry, team leader. She's a great girl. Many people at our school considered her a dream goddess." "What are you worrying about that for?" Chu Yifan retorted. "I'm just thinking that in the future we need to keep going to KTVs or bars to watch the matches. It'll save some money." "You're always broke. Where does your money go?" "I don't even know," he sighed. "Haven't you heard that song?" "What song?" "The #1 mystery. Where does all the salary go?" This is the very stadium that once hosted the World Cup final. On the bus, Leeds City fans gazed through the windows at the grand structure outside, filled with awe, some lost in thought, uncertain of what memories it stirred. "Guys, we've arrived," David Miller announced from the front of the bus, his voice ringing out to his teammates. "This is where we're going to battle. Did you see those cameras?" He pointed outside. "Once we get off, let us wave our flags and sing our songs. We need the whole world to witness the might of Leeds City fans." One by one, the buses parked in a designated area, and fans clad in Leeds City jerseys poured out, capturing the attention of all the media present, who seemed to be waiting specifically for them. Gathered together, the Leeds City supporters, like a whirlwind of excitement, waved their flags and began to sing various anthems in support of their team, all under the watchful eyes of the world's media. In the aerial view, a circle of cameras surrounded the scene, and before the match commenced, Leeds City fans momentarily became the protagonists outside the stadium. Observing the spectacle, Sevilla's maritime fans could not help but scoff, remarking, "What a grand show, but it ends there." They even chartered a bus to watch the game. Truly, they are a group of country bumpkins attending their first Europa League final. The English do love such ostentatious displays. With their fervor, one might think their team is already crowned the kings of Europe. Casting disdainful glances, they deliberately strolled past journalists and Leeds fans, brandishing Sevilla's flags and singing their anthems. Though the match had yet to begin, the rivalry between the two teams had already ignited in this very moment. Chapter 202. Together again after showering, drying her hair, and donning a comfortable outfit, Tang Xingyi entered the living room, only to find that everyone's attention had shifted from the pre-match broadcast of the Tungfei video to reminiscing about their high school escapades. Upon seeing Tang Xingyi, everyone greeted the senior and sister-in-law warmly. She settled beside her boyfriend, Chu Yifan, accepting the chopsticks he offered, while Yin handed her a bottle of beer. As she enjoyed her late-night snack, she listened to their lively discussions about their high school memories. All were players from the Dongchuan Middle School football team, so naturally, their conversations revolved around football. Although Tang Xingyi was not a football enthusiast and had little understanding of the sport, she vividly recalled the moment when the team pledged their commitment to the national competition, with Chu Yifan proudly holding the team flag. The weather that day was splendid. Sunlight bathed the school playground, and the yellow flag fluttered in the morning breeze. Beneath the billowing standard, the flag bearer was adorned with a gentle glow from the sun. Sometimes, Tang Xingyi found it curious that, despite her indifference to anything outside her studies in high school, that particular scene lingered in her memory for so long. It was only later, upon hearing of Chu Yifan's breakup with his girlfriend, that she realized she had been captivated by this handsome, sunny boy. As she observed everyone animatedly discussing their high school days, she felt as if she were transported back to her own high school experience, not actively engaging, but watching from a distance, with all eyes eventually resting upon Chu Yifan's face. Sensing her gaze, he turned to her and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Tang Xingyi tilted her head slightly and replied, "I suddenly regret being so focused on my studies back in school that I have little recollection of many things you all are mentioning, as if we didn't attend the same high school." Hearing this, Yin turned to her and inquired, "Surely you've heard of Hu Lai and the Emperor of Exercise incident, right, senior?" Tang Xingyi paused for a moment before covering her mouth in laughter. "Oh, I've heard of that. Everyone in our class was talking about it. In fact, it was through this very incident that Tang Xingyi first learned of Hu Lai's name. At that time, rumors circulated that during the interval exercises, a student from the first and second classes of high school was displaying exaggerated movements and peculiar antics, drawing the attention of the disciplinary director. Further reports soon revealed the identity of this eccentric dancer. Upon hearing the name, laughter erupted. Indeed, the name Hu Lai suited him perfectly, as he truly lived up to it. Thus, Tang Xingyi became acquainted with this individual's name. The impression was so profound that later, upon learning that the illustrious Hu Lai, who had made waves in the professional football arena, was her high school alumnus, she experienced a strong sense of dissonance. She could never reconcile the revered figure worshipped by countless fans with the eccentric dancer she once knew. Yin clapped his hands and gestured as if to grasp something in the air. "This is it. The timeline converges." Tang Xingyi widened her eyes in surprise and retorted, "Is this really the conclusion?" "Indeed, many of our memories are intrinsically linked to Hu Lai, as long as you can recall his performances during high school. That alone signifies a convergence." Chu Yifan nodded in agreement. "Hu Lai is a pivotal figure. The reason we still gather together after all these years is largely due to him." He pointed to the television screen, where highlights of Hu Lai's 10 goals in the UEFA Europa League were being broadcast. Those dazzling or ordinary goals represented heights unattainable for those seated before the screen. Yet, without Hu Lai, after graduating high school, they might have drifted apart, perhaps organizing a reunion once a year, or even losing touch for many years. The possibility of regularly playing and watching football together like this would have been extremely unlikely. Without Hu Lai, how could their high school football careers have been so vibrant, leaving behind such exhilarating memories that they still cherish today? Tang Xingyi, holding a can of beer in one hand and resting her chin on the other, sat beside her boyfriend, listening to their nostalgic reminiscences, a smile gracing her face. How wonderful it was that they were all together. And she was with him too. Greetings to all the viewers of Tungfei Video. I am your old friend, Chen Lang, currently providing live commentary from the Paris World Cup Stadium for this season's UEFA Europa League final. We are also honored to have a mysterious guest with us, former head coach of the Chinese national team, Shi Wuyin. His voice resonated from the live broadcast. Good evening. Tungfei Video viewers, I am Shi Wuyin. Presently, Shi Wuyin was studying in Europe, and thus, Tungfei Video had invited him on-site to provide commentary for this highly anticipated match. Xialan, watching from the television, was a bit surprised that they had managed to invite Shi Wuyin. It was indeed fitting. Hu Lisan nodded in agreement. Seizing the moment before the match commenced, Shen Lang inquired about Shi Wuyin's experiences while studying in Europe. Shi Wuyin expressed that his journey had broadened his horizons and provided a clearer understanding of the disparities between Chinese football and the world's elite football in various aspects. Do not become overly optimistic simply because a few Chinese players are currently competing in European teams. It does not mean that the Chinese team has become a world powerhouse. As the players from both teams emerged to warm up, Shi Wuyin continued his discourse on the distinctions between Chinese players and their European counterparts. The act of competing in the warm-up circle may appear deceptively simple. However, a closer examination reveals significant disparities. European players engage in pre-match warm-ups with utmost seriousness, investing themselves fully, which facilitates a swift transition into the competitive atmosphere. Their warm-up routines aim to closely mimic the authentic confrontations encountered during actual matches. Conversely, Chinese players historically approached warm-ups with a more relaxed demeanor, often indulging in jovial banter while participating in the warm-up circle, perhaps only committing 60 to 70% of their focus. Such nonchalant preparations inevitably hinder their ability to quickly adapt to the intensity of the game, as real matches do not tolerate such frivolity in passing and receiving. This discrepancy in mindset is not solely the fault of the players, but primarily reflects a lack of awareness among coaches. Upon hearing Shi Wuyin's observations, Hu Lisan and Li Ziqiang, seated in front of the television, nodded in agreement, recognizing their own shortcomings in this regard. Particularly, Li Ziqiang, who coaches a high school team, has higher expectations for practical results. With the integration of high school football into the professional realm, the standards for student athletes are gradually becoming more formalized and specialized. During Hu Lisan's time in elementary education, the primary focus remained on nurturing children's interest in football rather than emphasizing results. Shi Wuyin's remarks highlight merely a minor detail in the preparation for football, yet it is precisely these myriad small differences that accumulate to form the vast chasm separating Chinese football from its advanced global counterparts. As they observed the familiar warm-up routines, it became evident how the post-match scenarios would unfold. Players formed tighter, smaller circles, with those contesting the ball within the circle covering shorter distances, thereby increasing the pressure. The outer players were required to pass and receive the ball with both speed and precision. Even minor errors, under the lenient standards of Chinese football, could lead to turnovers. Although smiles adorned the players' faces, suggesting a sense of ease, this was merely a reflection of their acclimatization to such intensity, which starkly contrasted with the half-hearted merriment exhibited by Chinese players. Shen Lang, in agreement, remarked, "There is no fault in this." Since Dylan's appointment, the national team's training has adopted similar expectations, emphasizing confrontation and the feel of real-time competition. Dylan, a renowned global coach, has recognized the issues faced by Chinese players, and his targeted changes have proven to be appropriate. Rather than feeling discontented that Dylan accomplished what he himself had not, Shi Wuyin was instead elated to witness the progress of the Chinese team, a sign that Chinese football is finally aligning with the rhythm of the world. Soon, the players from Leeds City engaged in shooting drills, receiving passes from the attacking coach just outside the penalty area, directing their shots towards the goal. Some struck within the confines of the goal frame but were deflected away by goalkeeper van der Ven, while others missed the target entirely. Hu Lai received the ball passed by the coach, took a slight lateral step, and then struck with precision, aiming in the opposite direction of his sideways movement. The football did not soar into the air. Instead, it skidded along the grass at great speed, directly into the net's dead corner. The goalkeeper, van der Ven, was powerless to intervene. What a splendid goal! Seeing this, Shen could not help but exclaim in admiration, noting that Hulai's shooting touch in this match was remarkable, hinting at the possibility of a goal, at the very least. Upon hearing this, Xiaolon, whose expression had been grave due to the significant gap pointed out earlier by Shi Wuyin, finally broke into a smile. Well, after all that had been said, as long as her son could score, that was all that mattered. Chapter 203. Superstition. After completing their warm-up and returning to the locker room, head coach Tony Clark waited for the players to change before stepping forward to deliver the final pre-match address. This was the Europa League final, a first for us. Yet many things are first for us, so let it be a first. I feel no particular sentiment about it. Clark's words reminded everyone of the experiences from the past 2 seasons, which indeed had been filled with countless firsts. The first Premier League title, the first Community Shield participation, the first time competing in the Champions League, the first victory in the Champions League, the first appearance in the Europa League, and the first win in the Europa League. All these milestones made the final match feel quite natural. The psychological impact on the players was minimal. We are in the process of creating the history of this team and this club, and thus we will encounter many experiences we have never faced before. It is entirely normal to lack such experience. After all, the first team to win the Europa League title had never had prior experience in winning it either. Hence, I do not endorse the media narratives. In the lead-up to the match, media outlets worldwide analyzed the game, generally favoring Sevilla, even disregarding their status as the most successful team in the tournament's history. Any team that had previously reached the Europa League final would be considered more favorable against Leeds City due to their experience. Experience in the Europa League and experience in the Europa League final. Sevilla not only has the experience of lifting the Europa League trophy. Many players from their current squad participated in the final match during the 2023-2024 season. Thus, they have not only celebrated the triumph in their club's history, but have also held the championship trophy in their own hands. Consequently, it is unsurprising that the media favors Sevilla. However, if we set aside historical and experiential arguments, Leeds City's strength is not significantly inferior to that of Sevilla. As the reigning Premier League champions, despite their poor ranking in this season's league due to the demands of competing on multiple fronts, they chose to prioritize other competitions. In fact, Leeds City has consistently held their own against strong teams, provided they do not concede defeat willingly. Taking the semi-final match against London Bridge as an example, we deliberately relinquished our position in the league, resulting in a victory and a draw against London Bridge. However, upon reaching the UEFA Europa League, we managed to triumph over our opponents in both home and away encounters. Can one truly assert that Leeds City is inferior to London Bridge? The final of the Europa League is a single match, where past experiences and historical context offer little solace. The crux lies in our performance on that day. Do we possess the confidence to exhibit our utmost capabilities in this solitary encounter? Clark inquired. His players responded without hesitation, absolutely. Clark nodded with satisfaction. Excellent, very good. I also wish for everyone to remember that we, Leeds City, have evolved from a team that barely escaped relegation 2 seasons ago to one that has reached the finals of the Europa League. And this achievement is no mere stroke of luck, but rather a testament to our own strength. Thus, we are indeed worthy of standing here to challenge the titans of this tournament. Let us compete with Sevilla in the manner we excel at. Having secured the Premier League title, we are prepared to confront any team in the world. For Leeds City, the Premier League championship serves as their eternal source of strength. In the realm of football, tangible results hold greater weight than analytical reports. Therefore, as long as one has claimed a title, they are deemed a championship-caliber team, especially if that title was won recently. This is the foundation of a team's confidence and assurance. Clark reiterated this point, hoping to instill in everyone the awareness not to be intimidated by the renown of Sevilla. From the outset of this match, we must adopt an offensive stance, disregarding any distractions or irrelevant thoughts. We excel in attacking, and thus we shall attack. How our opponents respond is beyond our concern. Remember, in this match, regardless of the circumstances, we must adhere to our style of football. Do you understand? The collective response was, we understand. Clark raised his voice, asking, what is our football? Attack. The players shouted with fervor. Excellent. Leeds City will undoubtedly seize the initiative as soon as the match commences. It is their forte, indeed their only approach. Meanwhile, in Sevilla's locker room, Coach Fervent was advising his players. Therefore, we must not rush into the match. We should first stabilize ourselves. Weathering the most intense onslaught from Leeds City. Once their momentum wanes and they become fatigued, we will exploit the opportunity to strike swiftly. During their transitions between attack and defense, vulnerabilities will arise on both flanks, as one of their defensive midfielders, Jay Adams, will push forward to assist Peter Williams in orchestrating their offense, leaving only the Japanese player behind, who cannot cover the entire width of the pitch and will inevitably falter. We must utilize diagonal long passes to swiftly shift the direction of our attacks, targeting their weaker side. In terms of both strength and experience, we surpass them. As long as we perform to our potential and avoid errors, victory shall undoubtedly be ours. You must possess this awareness and confidence. We have come to Paris for one singular purpose. Brent raised his right index finger. Champions! Champions! And by God, champions! The shimmering UEFA Europa League trophy rests upon an exquisite pedestal at the exit of the players' tunnel. As the players of both teams emerge from the tunnel, they are greeted by the sight of the trophy. Even while still within the tunnel, they can behold the trophy displayed outside. Just 10 minutes prior, the trophy was placed on the pedestal by Juan Ramirez, the captain of the previous season's champions, the Madrid Pirates. In truth, no team that has triumphed in the Europa League retains this magnificent trophy, crafted from silver and brass, permanently. They are awarded merely a replica. At the conclusion of the next season's Europa League final, a handover ceremony will take place, wherein the former champions present the authentic trophy to the new victors. UEFA previously stipulated that any team winning the Europa League 3 consecutive times, or a total of 5 times, could permanently keep the trophy. However, no team has ever achieved a three-peat or 5 total victories. This regulation was amended by UEFA 20 years ago. The current rule states that regardless of the number of championships won, even for those who achieve a treble, the trophy cannot be permanently retained. Instead, a special commemorative trophy, marked to signify the team's consecutive victories or quintuple triumphs, is awarded. The original trophy, made in 1972, forever belongs to UEFA. An interesting yet trivial point: how to distinguish the authentic trophy from its replica. The genuine trophy is adorned with the engraved names and winning years of all past champions, while the replica bears only the name and year of the current champion. As the television cameras capture the trophy from the front, players in the tunnel are seen gazing longingly towards it, their eyes filled with desire. This yearning is palpable, even among the Sevilla Mariners, who are not lacking in Europa League titles. No one would ever dismiss the significance of a championship trophy. Is that base made of gold? Someone asks. No, it's made of brass, comes the reply. So it's not gold. Does that mean the Europa League has no intrinsic value? Despite all eyes being drawn to the trophy, the demeanor of the two teams varies slightly. The Sevilla Mariners merely stare at the trophy, while the Leeds City players not only gaze, but also engage in lively discussions. Their behavior resembles that of country bumpkins, albeit they indeed have not experienced such grandeur. A fact that need not be shamed. Following their Premier League victory, media outlets mocked their trophy cabinet, which could only showcase a single Premier League trophy as a testament to their glory. Whether inspired by this satirical commentary, or simply reflecting the club's own sentiment, Leeds City has dedicated a section in their trophy room where every visiting fan can capture a photograph alongside the Premier League trophy. The trophy rests upon the pedestal, unencumbered by any glass enclosure, yet it is strictly forbidden for anyone to touch it. Fans may stand beside the trophy, striking their desired poses, while staff from Leeds City Football Club capture the moment with a camera. Ultimately, fans receive a photograph commemorating their encounter with the Premier League trophy. Upon its introduction, this initiative garnered immense acclaim. During the initial days, supporters of Leeds City formed long queues, eagerly waiting for minutes on end just to take a picture with the coveted trophy. Now, as the novelty has waned, the crowds have thinned significantly, eliminating the need for long waits. One can simply approach and capture the moment. In addition to local fans, numerous Chinese students from various parts of the UK have flocked here to pose with the trophy. Many among them are not supporters of Leeds City. Prior to this, they each had their own favorite teams. Their choice to be photographed here is a testament to their support and admiration for Hulai, given that this is the first Premier League championship trophy lifted by a Chinese player. Of all the clubs that have claimed the Premier League trophy, Leeds City stands alone in this practice. Other clubs display their trophies within glass cabinets, illuminated under dazzling lights, strictly prohibiting any unprotected close contact. This is largely due to their possession of numerous championship trophies, rendering any single trophy less treasured. For instance, How would a prestigious club like Rangers, with 6 Premier League titles, allow fans to take photos with their trophies? Would they expect fans to pose with 6 trophies from different eras simultaneously? Such a feat is simply unattainable. Only Leeds City, with its solitary Premier League title, possesses the opportunity to engage in such an endeavor. I wish I could touch that Europa League trophy, Lasky remarked, gazing longingly at the silver trophy. J. Adams cast a glance in his direction, advising, I suggest you refrain. Dominic. Lasky grinned. Of course, I wouldn't, TJ. I was merely expressing a thought. I'm not superstitious, Dominic. I just wish to shield you from any psychological implications of such notions, J. Adams clarified. Lasky nodded, appreciating Adams' concern, yet his gaze remained fixated on the trophy, as though it possessed some enchanting power that held his attention captive. The world of football is rife with peculiar superstitions. Some superstitious practices are deeply personal. For instance, certain players insist on stepping onto the pitch with their left or right foot first, believing such actions will usher in good fortune. Coaches, too, may develop their own superstitions. If a coach wins a match while donning a red tie, they might continue to wear that same tie in subsequent matches, regardless of its state of cleanliness, unless it brings them defeat. Other superstitions, however, have become universal standards within the football realm. In earlier years, the sport was averse to women, forbidding them from boarding team buses before matches or entering locker rooms, as it was widely believed that their presence would bring ill luck, leading to losses. Fortunately, with the advancement of the equality movement, such gender-based superstitions have significantly diminished. After all, in today's football matches, there are even female referees and assistant referees. However, the reduction is merely superficial. Who truly knows the opinions held privately on this matter? Touching the championship trophy before a match belongs to a universal superstition, where the team that touches the trophy will ultimately lose it. Moreover, since this superstition transcends gender, it has not been eradicated but rather persists tenaciously. It is difficult to ascertain whether players initially believed in this curse, but after being incessantly sensationalized by the media, they inevitably began to take it seriously. Superstition is fundamentally a vast phenomenon of blind conformity. When everyone is utterly convinced, it is prudent to join in, lest one be burdened by immense psychological pressure. How many dare to stand against the world? Yet, history does provide examples of teams that touched the trophy beforehand and still secured the championship. These instances, however, are fewer than those involving teams that lost the championship, and thus, the media does not amplify them, leading to fewer individuals being aware. Conversely, those who touched the trophy and subsequently lost the championship become the lamented victims of the curse. Despite the widespread belief in this curse and numerous cautionary tales, there will always be players who defy superstition, succumbing to the temptation of touching the championship trophy before the match. After all, obstinacy is one of humanity's inherent traits. As Hulai was utilizing the system to equip his teammates with the Linksy card, he suddenly heard the emotionless voice of the system announce, "Task: break the superstition. Touch the trophy upon entry, and then win the Europa League. Task rewards: 500,000 points. World Wave Experience Card, X1. Ill-fitting shoes, X1. Hulai was taken aback. Chapter 204. Breaking the superstition. When Hulai beheld the task released by the system, he could not help but marvel at how ingenious the system had become, even devising such a devious task. Although there was no penalty for failure, becoming the scapegoat for the team's potential historic loss in the Europa League final was a fate more severe than any punishment. Indeed, if Hulai touched the trophy but failed to accomplish the task, he would add yet another bloody example to the curse of touching the trophy before losing the championship. Of course, Hulai could choose to decline the task entirely, disregarding the trophy before the match, thus preventing the task from being triggered. Should Leeds lose, he would not become the target of blame. However, gazing at the World Wave Experience card and ill-fitting shoes, along with the enticing 500,000 points, Hulai found it hard to convince himself to decline the task. Regardless of whether he touched the trophy or not, with or without the task, his ambition remained fixed on winning the championship. As the team owner stated, having previously secured the Premier League title, why should they not aspire to the Europa League championship? They entered the final with no intention of returning with merely a runner-up title. Since the goal was always to clinch the championship, the task rewards felt like a gift freely offered. There was simply no reason to refuse, particularly the World Wave Experience card, which can only be acquired with 1,000,000 points, signifies that one cannot afford to exchange precious points for such a trinket. Thus, tasks become the sole avenue for acquisition. What? You mention a lottery? Hu Lai, having recognized his unfortunate luck, has long relegated the lottery interface devoid of bunny girls to obscurity. Furthermore, not every task rewards a World Wave experience card. Now that there is a task offering this reward, can one merely watch the opportunity slip away? Hu Lai has already experienced the sheer magnificence of the World Wave experience card during the World Cup, though the next World Cup is still 3 years away. Considering the scarcity of the World Wave experience card, starting to accumulate points now is undoubtedly prudent. If the task merely rewarded 500,000 points and a pair of ill-fitting football shoes, Hu Lai would likely not be so conflicted. He would simply decline, disregarding the frustrating system entirely. However, the allure of the purple World Wave experience card is simply too captivating for Hu Lai to divert his gaze. Gentlemen, it is time to take the field. The referee, accompanied by his officiating team and clutching a football, approaches from behind to remind both teams of the proceedings. The players of both teams grasp the hands of their young ball boys. At that moment, Kamara, standing at the back of the line, turns to Hu Lai and says, "Ismail, let us swap positions." He intends to move to the rear of the lineup. Kamara is somewhat surprised, yet he agrees without any reason to decline. The positioning for entry holds no particular significance. Apart from the captain and the goalkeeper, who must stand at the front, there are no stringent regulations regarding who stands where. While some teams may have their traditions, Leeds City does not. This is a relatively young team that has previously been mocked for its lack of history. However, the absence of a storied past comes with the advantage of fewer rules and constraints. Kamara, leading his ball boy forward, exchanges positions with Hu Lai, who now stands at the back of the line. The two teams then spring into action, guided by the officiating crew, making their way onto the pitch. Hu Lai, grasping the hand of the young ball boy with his left hand, follows his teammates out onto the field. At last, the players emerge. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd and the stirring strains of the UEFA Europa League theme music, the two teams file out from the tunnel. They pass by the UEFA Europa League trophy, some players intentionally avoiding glances at it, as if a mere look could tarnish their fortunes. Yet, others fixate on the trophy, casting fervent gazes upon it. Regardless of their thoughts, all merely walk past the trophy without extending a hand to touch it. Even the particularly eager Dominic Lasky can only gaze longingly at the trophy. Everyone exercises restraint over their inner impulses, except for one individual. As both teams step out from the tunnel, the television broadcast shifts to an overhead angle from above the tunnel entrance, capturing the team's silhouettes from a 45-degree perspective. Between the two teams, the UEFA Europa League trophy gleams resplendently. At the rear of the line, Hu Lai unexpectedly reached out towards the trophy as he passed by it. The two teams ahead of him remained oblivious to this small gesture, yet the viewers at home, courtesy of the camera angle, witnessed the act with clarity. He touched the trophy. The commentator, Shun Lang, was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond to the spectacle before him. However, his companion, Shi Wuyin, promptly exclaimed, "Hu Lai touched the trophy." Upon hearing this, Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure, exclaiming in anger, "What an insufferable brat." As a seasoned football fan who had followed the sport for 5 years, Xiaolan was well versed in the myriad intricacies surrounding football, so it was impossible for her to be unaware of the implications of her son's actions. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! How could her son, who was usually as steady as a rock, commit such a foolish act driven by greed? Had his mind been clouded? Upon hearing Xiaolan chastise Hu Lai, Li Ziqiang and Hu Lixin exchanged glances, wisely opting not to intervene at that moment. In truth, they too were perplexed by Hu Lai's actions. Although they were not superstitious individuals, they were aware of the unwritten rules. What motive did Hu Lai have to defy such conventions? Was he stubborn and dismissive of omens? Good heavens! Hu Lai touched the trophy. Zhong Shishao pointed at the television screen, his eyes wide with disbelief. Did he not understand the significance of such a gesture? Meng Shi was equally astonished. This shouldn't be happening. There was no reason for it. Had Hu Lai been possessed? The living room erupted in gasps of surprise. Even Chu Yifan stared at the screen in astonishment, rendered speechless. Amidst the commotion, Yin Yin interjected, "What are you all making a fuss about? Have you forgotten who Hu Lai is?" The room fell silent as everyone turned their attention to him. The chosen one. Yin Yin pointed towards the ceiling. He was undoubtedly aware of the curse against touching the trophy before the match. So why did he proceed? Because he feared no curse. After all, the number 14 was once the curse number in Chinese football. What curse remained after Hu Lai donned it? Now, countless players clamored to wear that number. As he paused to gauge the expressions of those around him, Yin Yin continued with satisfaction. Thus, any curse pales in comparison to our chosen one. I believe Hu Lai's action is a declaration that no curse can conquer him. In the ensuing silence, Meng Shi shook her head, saying, "Goodness. For a moment, I couldn't tell if you were speaking the truth, Yin." "Of course it's true," Yin Yin replied, calm yet resolute. "Just wait and see." Initially, I had no particular thoughts about this match, but after witnessing Hu Lai's gesture, I suddenly feel a surge of confidence for Leeds City. Hu Lai has made his declaration. In the quiet, Tang Shuyuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Now I understand why Yifan calls you the Guru, Yin. Truly, you were remarkably prophetic just now." Yin Yin stifled the urge to roll his eyes and maintained a commendable level of respect towards his senior, softening his tone significantly. "Sister, this is merely because you lack understanding of Hu Lai. However, fret not. If you accompany us to witness today's match, you shall comprehend why I assert such a claim." On the field, Hu Lai has never failed to impress. Tang Shuyuan, however, perceived Yin Yin as still being somewhat pretentious and was inclined to continue teasing him. To her surprise, Chu Yifan nodded in agreement. Supporting Yin Yan's statement, Yin Yin speaks the truth. One must indeed possess a modicum of faith in Hu Lai. After all, there have been instances in football where teams have touched the trophy before the match, only to emerge victorious. The ball is round. No curse is absolute. This last remark was directed towards the others in the room, urging them to remain calm and to focus on the match. Was Hu Lai's declaration a confident proclamation of victory or a sign of folly? The conclusion would reveal itself once the match was over. Everyone turned their attention back to the television, where both teams had completed their pre-match lineup and were now engaged in cordial handshakes. Commentator Shen Lang and guest analyst Shi Wuyin seemed intentionally to downplay the incident of Hu Lai touching the trophy, barely mentioning it in their commentary thereafter. Raphael Alberttazzi, the forward for Sevilla Nautical, was the only player, apart from Hu Lai himself, who had witnessed the moment Hu Lai reached for the trophy. As the last player for Sevilla Nautical, he had been watching the trophy and saw Hu Lai's gesture. He had been taken aback, unable to fathom the reason behind Hu Lai's actions. However, now standing in front of Hu Lai, he extended his hand with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "I saw that. Thank you." He believed Hu Lai's gesture had brought good fortune to Sevilla Nautical. Hu Lai reciprocated with a radiant smile. "I appreciate your willingness to engage in conversation with me. We are quite busy now, but let us have a proper chat later." Alberttazzi was perplexed, questioning why Hu Lai felt the need to express gratitude for a mere conversation. What was there to discuss? His confusion was evident as he refrained from further dialogue, casting a dismissive glance at Hu Lai as they briefly shook hands before parting ways. Since Hu Lai was the last member of Leeds City to shake hands, Alberttazzi returned to his team, gleefully pointing at Hu Lai and announcing, "Hey, guys, I just witnessed that kid touch the trophy as he entered." Upon hearing this, the players of Sevilla Nautical turned their heads in astonishment and curiosity towards Hu Lai. How intriguing that someone would be so audacious as to defy superstition. Meanwhile, the players of Leeds City remained blissfully unaware of the commotion occurring behind them, with Kamara beckoning Hu Lai to his designated position. Observing the oblivious Leeds City players, Sevilla Nautical's midfielder, Victor Montoro, grinned. "There are always those who defy fate. Let him experience the harshness of destiny." Rokai sat in the box, furrowing his brow as he conversed with his agent, Sui Xian. Has Hu Lai lost his mind again? What is he doing touching the trophy? Sui Xian spread his hands, stating, "One cannot comprehend him through conventional reasoning." Upon hearing Uncle Sui's words, Luo Kai sighed, recognizing the truth in them. Indeed, Hu Lai is not a person who should be assessed by ordinary standards. He sighed again, for this individual was utterly unpredictable. He was not the type to sincerely congratulate Hu Lai after his victory. However, that does not imply he wished for Hu Lai to squander the championship with such foolish actions. After all, this was the first opportunity for a Chinese player to touch the league championship trophy. Could he not wait until the end of the match to openly embrace the cup? At that moment, one could not only touch it, but even kiss or lick it. Lilith wore a troubled expression. Unfortunately, Qingqing was absent. Otherwise, she would certainly inquire why her dear friend, Hu Lai, felt compelled to touch the trophy. She had fulfilled her promise to Chen Xingyi by coming to support Hulai and Leeds City, hoping for a miraculous outcome. Yet now, Hulai's gesture cast a shadow upon Lilith's heart. This is not good. At that moment, she heard a soft sigh nearby. Turning her head, she caught sight of an Eastern man with black hair and yellow skin, his face possessing sharply defined, sculptural features. However, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the melancholy concealed within his eyes, akin to a deep pool, pulling both Lilith's gaze and heart into its depths. Wow, this man is rather handsome. P.S. There are not many drafts left, but to ensure a pleasurable reading experience, I will still update thrice daily during the Europa League final. Though I am unsure how many days this will continue, as I have yet to complete the final match. However, once the triple updates are finished, please allow me a few days of single updates to gather my drafts and recuperate. Additionally, there is a double monthly ticket event. I kindly request your support. Chapter 205. Only know how to strike. Hulai's action of touching the trophy went unnoticed by his teammates, as he stood at the back, and no one turned to look at him. Not all the fans present could see it either, for the Paris World Cup stadium is quite large, and from a distance, Hulai's subtle movements would go unnoticed. Even among the fans seated near the player tunnel, only a portion caught sight of it, as not everyone was fixated on the trophy. Nevertheless, many fans did witness it. Though the White Rose supporters were situated in the north stand behind the goal, John, armed with binoculars, was closely observing the players' entrance ceremony and naturally saw Hulai's small gesture. At that moment, John exclaimed, "Oh my God! Why all the fuss, John?" teased Levin, standing beside him. Who actually touched the trophy? The people around him fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into a frenzy. Oh my God! Really? He doesn't understand what that signifies? Some wanted to curse, but restrained themselves. Hulai is the star player of the team and a key contributor to Leeds City's advancement to the Europa League final. They truly did not wish to speak ill of him at this moment. However, they genuinely believed that Hulai had committed a foolish act. This conflicting and tangled sentiment left every fan of the White Roses at a loss for words. Only little Matthew firmly stood by Hulai's side, asserting, "I do not believe that touching the trophy before the match guarantees a loss in the final. Moreover, if we were to lose, it certainly would not be due to Hulai's action." Everyone looked at him, unable to voice other opinions. David Miller, with a grave expression, waved his hand and remarked, "Let us not dwell on this matter. Return your focus to the game, for it is about to commence." Despite his words, how many could truly heed this advice and set aside their concerns? Perhaps, quite the opposite. While they might refrain from discussing it, their hearts were undoubtedly troubled. As the players took their positions, the volume of cheers and songs gradually diminished. Everyone recognized that the match was about to begin. They held their breath, awaiting the sound of the starting whistle. The referee raised his wrist to check the time, pressed the timer, and then blew his whistle. The match had begun. Standing in the center circle, Hulai turned and passed the ball back, then surged forward with Kamala and Lasky towards the Sevilla Mariners' goal. Dear viewers of Tungfei Video, good morning. You are currently watching the live broadcast of the 2026 to 2027 UEFA Europa League final, brought to you from the Paris World Cup Stadium. I am your commentator, Shen Lang. Alongside the insightful guidance of Shi Wuyin, Leeds City has drawn the home team designation for this match, donning their home kit of yellow shirts and blue shorts as they attack from the left side of the screen to the right. In contrast, the Sevilla Mariners, clad in red tops and white shorts, are advancing from the right side to the left. Following the customary announcements, Leeds City swiftly advanced the ball into the attacking third. As you might have anticipated, they indeed launched an aggressive assault on the Sevilla Mariners from the very onset. Assistant coach Reno praised head coach Brent. Yet Brent did not perceive any merit in such accolades. Smirking, anyone who has watched a few Leeds City matches could have predicted this. Offense is their forte, and it is all they know how to execute. In a final such as this, to alleviate the tension and inexperience that could be detrimental, one must unleash their best strategies from the outset to strive for an early breakthrough, thus positioning themselves favorably while easing the nervousness. We need to stabilize our defense to withstand their initial onslaught, and then it will be our turn to counterattack. As he spoke, Leeds City's offensive efforts were indeed thwarted by the Sevilla Mariners. After pushing the ball into the 30-meter zone, Leeds sought to find Hulai, only to have their intentions intercepted by Sevilla's defensive midfielder, Montoro, who anticipated the pass and moved to intercept it. It was evident that Hulai remained a focal point of concern for Sevilla's defenders, as Montoro had turned back 3 times to confirm Hulai's position before making the interception. Shi Wuyin gazed down upon the field from the commentary booth, simultaneously referencing the broadcast screen before him to provide insights for domestic fans. As the leading striker for Leeds City and currently at the pinnacle of the Europa League scoring chart, Hulai was undoubtedly set to face a formidable defense from his adversaries in this match. Finding a way to dismantle such a defense will pose a significant challenge for Hulai, Shin Lang remarked. In fact, Leeds City's head coach, Clark, had already made corresponding adjustments to address this situation, as evidenced by the team's performance in recent matches. Whether it was the Europa League semi-final against London Bridge or the final 2 rounds of the league, it was evident that Leeds City had strategically positioned Hulai to draw the opponent's defense, subsequently transferring the ball to Lasky. As Shi Wuyin articulated this, Leeds City launched their second offensive. Indeed, this time Peter Williams refrained from passing the ball to the eager Hulai, opting instead for Lasky. However, the Sevilla Navigators were well prepared for this maneuver. As Lasky received the ball, he was immediately shadowed by Sevilla's left back, Jermaine Leclampi, who denied him any space to control the ball. With no options to penetrate the penalty area, Lasky was forced to drift towards the sidelines. Leclampi followed him closely, while the team's left winger, Joseph Peterson, swiftly converged to form a double team. In the end, Lasky's desperate cross sailed out of play, prompting laughter and jeers from the Sevilla Navigators fans, who ridiculed his poor performance. It seems the Sevilla Navigators had anticipated Lasky's involvement, Shin Lang sighed. Yet Shi Wuyin remained unfazed. This is inconsequential. As long as the Sevilla Navigators divert their attention to defend against Lasky, the defensive pressure on Hulai will significantly diminish. With his capabilities, he will invariably find opportunities. Given the right chances, he possesses the skill to threaten the Navigators' goal. I suspect Clark will instruct Kamara and Lasky to be more dynamic, drawing the Navigators' defensive focus to create openings for Hulai. Shin Lang's eyes brightened at this notion. Indeed, Hulai's ability to capitalize on opportunities is exceptional. He does not require many chances, just a single one will suffice. Shi Wuyin nodded in agreement. Shin Lang playfully commended Shi Wuyin. Truly, you are well versed in Hulai's attributes, having previously coached him in the national youth and senior teams. Shi Wuyin smiled, opting for silence. It would be inappropriate to boast about himself. Meanwhile, Xiaolon, seated before the television, remained preoccupied with the moment Hulai touched the trophy prior to the match, causing her anxiety to linger. Although the game appeared to be progressing normally, she was perpetually apprehensive about the potential for inexplicable occurrences to hinder her son's performance. Thoughts of missed opportunities or, in extreme cases, injuries plagued her mind. Thus, throughout the match, she maintained a furrowed brow and a serious demeanor. Even though Leeds City dominated the field and initiated more aggressive plays, her expression remained unchanged. Hu Lisin and Li Ziqiang could sense the palpable tension in the atmosphere. In previous matches, Xiaolon had been the most vocal and animated, contributing to a lively viewing experience. Today, however, she sat in silence. Li Ziqiang inquired with his gaze whether Hu Lisin should offer some guidance or counsel. Hu Lisin subtly shook his head, signaling against inviting unnecessary peril. It was imperative to prevent his wife from redirecting her fury towards the 2 innocent bystanders. The Leeds City team launched another offensive. This time, Hulai did not position himself at the forefront, but instead retreated, seemingly aiming to evade the defenders of the Seafarers. However, aware that his retreat was likely intended to create space for Lasky, Sevilla's 2 central defenders, Arthur and Victor Boyados, refrained from pursuing and remained steadfast in their positions. Indeed, Lasky displayed signs of penetrating the midfield. Hulai retreated to the position of Peter Williams, requesting the ball from J. Adams behind him. The Seafarers' defensive midfielder, Montro, had initially followed Peter Williams. Upon witnessing Adams pass the ball to Hulai, he lunged towards him. Consequently, Hulai redirected the ball back to Peter Williams. Montro quickly turned to recover. Peter advanced the ball a step, compelling Sevilla's defense to hesitate further. At this moment, Kamara and Lasky moved from the wings into the center. Montro charged forward, but Peter executed a deft V-shaped drag to evade him, opting neither for a through ball nor a shot, but instead, he horizontally flicked the ball back to Hulai. Hulai received the ball just outside the penalty arc, temporarily unmarked. The midfield linchpin, Becker, was closing in on him. Yet J. Adams was simultaneously making a run to support. Instead of stopping Peter's pass directly at his feet, Hu Lai took a small step forward while controlling the ball, creating sufficient space to unleash his powerful shot. With his left foot stepping out, he maintained an upright posture. Arms outstretched for balance, opened his hips, drew his right leg back, and swung it forward. His taut right foot made solid contact with the ball. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted at the bow of the Sevilla Seafarers. The ball transformed into a streak of white light, soaring toward the goal. The seasoned goalkeeper, Marco Duric, saw the flash of white, but by the time he leapt to save, it was too late. He did not make contact. The ball plunged into the net behind him, rippling the fabric of the goal. The Sevilla Seafarers players looked back in astonishment. The fans in the stands were equally stunned. Even the commentator, Chen Lang, momentarily taken aback, quickly glanced at the match timer, 8:34. Shi Wuyin beside him was the first to exclaim, "Oh, did that ball go in? Oh, truly magnificent. A world-class goal. What a beauty. Hu Lai has scored." P.S. This is the first update of the day, with the second update arriving at 1 o'clock. During this double period, we seek monthly votes. Chapter 206, The Whole World Knows, Yet. When Hu Lai exited the penalty area, some still speculated whether he would attempt a long-range shot, prompting Montreux to abandon Peter Williams in pursuit of him. As a result, he unhesitatingly passed the football. And with Peter taking a step forward after receiving the ball, he deftly diverted the attention of the Sevilla sailors. Montero swiftly altered his direction to chase back, while Jay Adams's proactive advance further scattered the focus of the sailors. Consequently, Hu Lai found himself outside the top 3 most threatening players. Not only the Sevilla sailors, but even the fans from both sides, including the Chinese spectators, could not have anticipated that Hu Lai would opt for a shot. From the moment Peter returned the ball to him to when he took the shot, the transition was remarkably swift. When the ball struck the back of the Sevilla net, jubilant cheers erupted from the Leeds City fans at the Paris World Cup Stadium. Regardless of the unexpectedness, a goal warrants celebration. The British commentator Matthew Cox was passionately shouting from the commentary booth, "Who? Oh. A perfect start for Leeds City. Who would have thought that Leeds City would score first in the Europa League final? Who could have predicted they would take the lead in just over 8 minutes? Incredible." Chen Lang also reacted, raising his fists in excitement from the commentary booth. "Hu Lai. Indeed a world-class goal. Splendid. A dream start for Leeds City. The world knows Leeds City's prowess in attack, and so does Sevilla, yet they never anticipated that Leeds would score so early. What is this? This is sheer force overcoming strategy. In the face of absolute strength, all tactics are rendered meaningless. I care not how you defend, I shall attack. And we shall see how long you can withstand my onslaught." It now appears Sevilla could not even endure for 9 minutes. How brief. In the living room where Chu Yifan resided, a cacophony of colorful exclamations filled the air. The exhilarated men completely forgot that there was a lady present. At that moment, only profanities could adequately express their emotions. Were they to suppress their exclamations, they might very well explode with enthusiasm. Tang Shiyuan understood this well, so she refrained from overly insisting on decorum. In fact, she too had let slip a curse when Hu Lai scored. Chu Yifan glanced at her, catching her sheepishly sticking out her tongue. However, he paid it no mind. One arm wrapped around his girlfriend while the other clenched into a fist, joining his companions in jubilant shouts. "Hu Lai, magnificent." Yin was the most animated, pointing at the television screen and posing a rhetorical question to everyone. "What did I say? What did I say? Is Hu Lai not the destined child? Is he not? What nonsense is a curse? Before a true destined child, it amounts to nothing." "Yin, hi." Meng Shi gave him a thumbs up. "Yin, formidable." Mao Xiao and her friends also raised their thumbs in approval. Yin bowed slightly towards the television screen. "Hu Lai is both tall and formidable." And then the entire room erupted into hearty laughter. Cheers. Amidst laughter, they raised their beers and tilted their heads back to drink. When the football soared into the net, Xia Lan let out a piercing scream that even drowned out the ambient noise. All her previous anxiety and despondency were released in that singular cry. Her son had scored. To her surprise, this goal came rather early. Wasn't it said that touching the trophy before the match would bring misfortune, leading to a loss of the championship? How could her son be so fortunate? What a magnificent shot. Hu Lisin and Li Ziqiang sighed in relief. The atmosphere of watching the game would no longer be awkward and stiff. At this moment, Hu Lisin attempted to offer a gentle caution. "You see, those curses are mere fabrications." However, Xia Lan, who had just been elated, suddenly shook her head vigorously. "Like a rattle, Don't say that yet. Let us wait until the match is over. Seeing this, Hu Lisin had no choice but to remain silent. His wife was still wary of jinxing their luck. Hu Lai's shot was remarkably decisive. He must have been contemplating this moment long before. As a forward, should never hesitate when the opportunity arises to shoot. Instead of passing the ball around in the opponent's penalty area to find a chance, it is often more effective to shoot from outside. I believe Clark must have advised Hu Lai and other Leeds City players in this manner before the match. Sure, Wuyin continued to analyze the goal, but many viewers in front of their televisions likely paid little mind to such details. In the end, what mattered was that the ball went in, regardless of how it happened. At that moment, countless individuals in front of televisions, computers, and mobile screens were cheering, and many were awakened from their slumber by the uproar. Since the fans of the White Roses occupied the stands behind the Leeds City goal, when Hu Lai unleashed a powerful shot that sent the ball crashing into the Sevilla Navigator's net, many were still uncertain. They watched as Hu Lai turned to sprint away, asking each other, "Did it go in? Did it go in?" It was John, peering through his binoculars, who first exclaimed, "It's in! It's in! The goal counts! We're in the lead!" Young Matthew let out a piercing scream, akin to the starting gun, prompting everyone to erupt into frenzied celebration. They embraced and high-fived one another. Meanwhile, David Miller maintained a semblance of composure. Seeing Hu Lai racing towards the corner flag, he loudly reminded his teammates, "Get ready." Similar shouts echoed throughout the corners of the stands packed with Leeds City supporters, all urging their fellow fans to coordinate well with Hu Lai. This was Leeds City's first goal in the Europa League final, and it marked Hu Lai's debut in such a grand occasion. There could be no room for misalignment. They leaned forward, gazing towards the distant half of the Sevilla Navigator, with Hu Lai leading the charge, followed closely by his fellow Leeds City players. Though they were far away and their voices were inaudible, one could imagine their exuberant cheers. As Hu Lai approached the corner flag, he leaped into the air. In the air, a perfect 180-degree turn was executed, turning away from the stands behind him. In that fleeting moment, the thunderous cheers from the crowd abruptly ceased, casting a brief moment of tranquility over the World Cup stadium. Then, Hu Lai landed. Ho! The thunderclap resonated for the first time above the UEFA Europa League final. The cheers surged back into the stadium, as Leeds City fans leaped with joy, creating a minor earthquake within the arena. Amidst the deafening roars, the other Leeds City players rushed towards Hu Lai, enveloping him in a jubilant embrace. Ah! You can always count on Hu. Clark and his assistant, Sam Lander, erupted in laughter from the coaching bench. Their initial offensive strategy bore fruit, granting Leeds City the lead. The immense weight that had burdened everyone's hearts was shattered by Hu Lai's goal. Regardless of how the remainder of the match unfolded, Clark felt confident in his ability to respond. At that moment, a chant resonated through the stands of the World Cup stadium. Who had the what a goal? Who? 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 Hu Lai's what a goal? Who? 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 Clark suddenly realized that the chant seemed particularly close, as if it were being sung right beside him. He turned to see his assistant coach, Sam Lander, joining in the melodic hoo-hoo from the stands. A smile spread across his face. Hu Lai's what a goal? Who? 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 Amidst the chant, Sevilla's head coach, Pierre Blount, stood at the sidelines, frozen in the posture of despair from his team conceding a goal, staring blankly at the field. He remained there for nearly a minute, immobile like a wax figure in a museum. In the distance, the large screen displayed the live score of the match. Indeed, it was 1-0, with Leeds City in the lead. Moreover, the match had not even reached the 10-minute mark. Brent found himself questioning his existence. He had anticipated that Leeds City would launch an aggressive start. Thus, he had implemented a targeted defensive strategy, believing that everything was secure. If they could withstand Leeds City's initial 15 minutes of pressure, the rhythm of the match would fall under Sevilla's control, and that would be his moment to strike. Yet, before he could make his move, his team had already been breached. He was at a loss for how to describe his current feelings. Was it a flaw in his tactical arrangement? Had he underestimated Hu Lai's long-range shot? Or was it merely misfortune? I knew they excelled in attack, and I had prepared accordingly. But how could they not withstand it? Chapter 207. This is the UEFA Europa League final. Hu Lai's goal, scored 8.5 minutes into the match, completely disrupted Sevilla's rhythm. They initially intended to endure for 15 minutes before launching their attack, which would be measured rather than aggressive, emphasizing a steady approach. Whether in offense or defense, their strategy was to proceed with caution. a method most fitting for the Europa League dominators, Sevilla Navigators. As a team rich in experience, but with an average age greater than Leeds City, they should avoid being drawn into Leeds' rapid pace. Instead, the objective was to find ways to slow the game down to a tempo that would render Leeds uncomfortable, which is the most comfortable style for Sevilla Navigators. However, all their anticipations were shattered by Hulai's long-range strike. Falling behind made it exceedingly difficult for Sevilla Navigators to engage with Leeds at their own deliberate pace and find opportunities for a decisive blow, even disregarding tactics. The players' mentality was in turmoil after conceding a goal, making it challenging to regain composure. At such a juncture, sticking to the original plan was no longer viable. Once Brent regained his senses and rational thought, he addressed assistant coach Reno, stating that if they continued to engage Leeds at their own pace, it would only allow Leeds to grow in confidence. Teams like Leeds must not be afforded such leeway. Otherwise, they would unleash their momentum and morale, leading to significant trouble. Reno nodded in agreement, recognizing that Leeds could be unpredictable. Although their absolute strength was not formidable, if they found their rhythm, they could topple teams with far greater paper strength. In this respect, Catalonia United might have the most pertinent insights, as both Sevilla Navigators and Catalonia United are La Liga teams aware of that fateful match where Catalonia United was unexpectedly defeated by Leeds at home. Was the disparity in strength between Leeds and Catalonia United greater, or was it more pronounced between Leeds and Sevilla Navigators? Brent's original strategy was designed to prevent Leeds from gaining momentum. However, with Leeds already having scored, relying on that strategy to stifle the opponent was no longer feasible. Allowing Leeds to build their momentum unchallenged would lead to complications. Instead, the approach should shift to a more aggressive stance, leveraging Sevilla Navigators' formidable collective strength to suppress Leeds and significantly dampen their spirits. Sevilla Navigators are not merely a team that engages in slow exchanges. They can accelerate the pace and launch threatening offensives. By harnessing their superior overall strength and extensive experience in finals, they could reclaim control of the match. Understanding Brent's intentions, assistant coach Reno moved to the sidelines and issued new instructions to the players on the field: attack. It must be noted that there is only a name that can be mistaken, not a nickname. The Europa League being mockingly referred to as the Sevilla Navigators Cup is not without reason, for the Navigators indeed have a significant advantage in this tournament. Sometimes, one must believe in the so-called genetic predisposition of competitions, reflected in the unfolding match, as Chen Lang mused. The seemingly underperforming Sevilla Navigator did not descend into chaos and disarray, as anticipated by many Chinese fans, including himself. Nor did they allow Leeds City to seize the opportunity to score again. On the contrary, they swiftly recovered from the setback of conceding a goal and launched a vigorous assault on Leeds City's goal. The overall strength and experience of Sevilla's Navigator indeed surpassed that of Leeds City, rendering their attacks quite formidable. The orchestrator of their offensive maneuvers was the Argentine international, the midfield maestro Pablo Becker. This midfielder, though not towering in stature, possessed an exquisitely refined touch. Not only was he the linchpin of Sevilla's midfield, but also the pivotal figure in the Argentine national team. Although Messi's fame eclipses his, Becker undeniably held the mantle of leadership within the national squad. At 30 years of age, he was in the prime of his professional career. 3 years prior, when Sevilla claimed the UEFA Europa League title, Becker was the central figure in their midfield, contributing significantly to their victorious campaign. Now, with a wealth of experience from a UEFA Europa League triumph, both physically and mentally, he was at his zenith. Junpei Senkawa struggled mightily in defense, yet his efforts yielded little success. He was completely tethered by Becker, leaving him unable to cover other areas, effectively rendering him a man-marking defensive midfielder. Should he attempt to sweep the midfield, he risked leaving Becker, a dangerous adversary, unchecked. Consequently, Jay Adams was compelled to remain in a defensive role to assist. However, this adjustment adversely affected Leeds City's offense, which was left reliant solely on Peter Williams. Ironically, it was Leeds City, who should have been pressing their advantage, that found themselves pushed back by Sevilla's Navigator. Becker received the ball with his back to the attacking direction, and Senkawa immediately closed in. The Argentine, however, showed no urgency to extricate himself, instead protecting the ball with poise, using the outside of his right foot to nudge it to his right, while cleverly shielding it from Senkawa. Senkawa sought to intercept the ball as Becker turned, but Becker expertly maintained control, making it exceedingly difficult for Senkawa to succeed. Becker's finesse was not merely exhibited through flamboyant and imaginative techniques, but rather in the humble yet fundamentally sound execution of basic skills. In what appeared to be a routine turn, his exceptional ball control denied Xingyi any opportunity to make a challenge. As it became evident that Becker was about to complete his turn and Xingyi was on the verge of losing his position, he lunged forward, attempting to tackle the ball. However, as he extended his leg, he underestimated the necessity of his entire body's reach. Consequently, at the moment he lunged, Becker deftly flicked the ball away with the outside of his right foot. Xingyi missed the ball entirely and ended up bringing Becker down instead. The referee's whistle echoed through the stadium. Xingyi committed a foul. The Japanese commentator, with hands clasped over his head, lamented regretfully. Becker is exceptionally astute, and Xingyi finds himself compelled to foul, though this position is rather perilous. J. Adams appeals to the referee, asserting that Becker has feigned injury. Ultimately, whether it is a simulation or not, the referee possesses his own discernment. The mere fact that he is called a foul signifies that Xingyi Junpei has indeed committed a genuine infraction. Adams persists in his protest, not without reason, as this position, as the Japanese commentator aptly noted, is indeed somewhat precarious. Directly facing the goal, 30 meters away, this is an unassailable opportunity for a master of free kicks. And Pablo Becker is precisely such a master. Adams' objections prove futile, for the referee remains steadfast in his decision, even issuing a verbal warning to Xingyi Junpei. Considering that Xingyi's foul was executed from a lateral position, the absence of a yellow card can be deemed a gesture of leniency. Thus, even Xingyi refrains from contesting the call, fearing that such an argument might lead the referee to perceive him as lacking in contrition, potentially resulting in a card issued against him, an act of self-sabotage. The Leeds goalkeeper, Van der Ven, directs his teammates to form a wall. Becker stands poised at the penalty mark, intent on executing the free kick himself. To thwart Becker from slipping the ball beneath the wall, Hulai returns to the penalty area, positioning himself about a meter behind the wall, ensuring his back is turned to the incoming ball to protect himself from any potential strikes to sensitive areas. Once the Leeds wall is established, the referee approaches, utilizing spray to delineate a white line beneath their feet, thus making any clandestine movement of the wall evident. He then retreats, allowing space for the kick. Upon confirming that both teams are ready, he blows the whistle. Becker takes a run up, strikes the ball. The sphere is sent arcing with fierce rotation, circumventing the leaping Leeds wall. It hurtles towards the upper left corner of the goal. Van der Ven leaps in an attempt to save, stretching his arms as far as possible to make contact with the ball. Yet, the ball evades his grasp, veering slightly, but ultimately finding its way into the net. Goal! The Spanish commentator exclaims exuberantly, Becker, a magnificent free kick that finds the back of the net, just 15 minutes after falling behind. He has leveled the score for Sevilla Navigators. Now both teams find themselves on equal footing. Alas, Shen Lang laments, as Leeds had initially seized the lead through Hulai's individual prowess. Now, Sevilla Navigators have responded in kind, capitalizing on Becker's exceptional skills to equalize. This free kick was both earned and executed by Becker himself. Indeed, Becker's execution of the free kick was nothing short of splendid, as Shawain shook his head in acknowledgement. Xingyi Junpei was somewhat reckless. Had he allowed Becker to turn, as long as he remained close, Becker would have had limited options. Of course, players in the heat of competition often find themselves in a state of heightened excitement and tension, leaving little room for calm reflection. Alongside the coach's bench, Sevilla Navigators head coach Brent leaps from his seat, raising his arms in exhilaration. Meanwhile, Clark, seated next to the coaching bench, turned back and exchanged a few words with assistant coach Randall, shaking his head. This is the UEFA Europa League final. However, it is of little consequence. We shall persist in our offensive efforts. Chapter 208, a double-edged sword, damn it. Curse it. Most of the Leeds City supporters were situated in the stands behind their goal during the first half, witnessing the entirety of Becker's free kick goal up close. As the football soared into the net, many fans could not contain their exclamations. A few grumbled that Junpei Xingyi should not have awarded that free kick to the Sevilla Mariners. Yet, a greater number buried their heads in their hands, enveloped in a silence of despair. After Leeds City took an early lead, their supporters sang fervently, cheering for their team while expressing their joy. Alas, that joy was fleeting, lasting only 15 minutes before Leeds City's advantage evaporated. Following his goal, Becker reveled in celebration with his teammates, while the opposing stands erupted with songs and cheers from the Sevilla Mariners fans. Such is the nature of football, where there is joy for some, there is sorrow for others. Observing the jubilant Sevilla Mariners players, Xingyi's expression turned pained as he slowly bowed his head, resembling a child who had erred and felt lost. It was not until someone delivered a firm slap on his back that he turned to see his captain, Peter Williams. "Do not take it to heart. This goal is not your fault," Williams reassured him in English. While there was indeed some responsibility, as the on-field captain, Williams could not express that sentiment. "Regain your composure and immerse yourself back into the game." He patted Xingyi on the shoulder. Xingyi nodded vigorously, responding in his accented English, "I will, Captain, rest assured." Peter smiled at him, and then turned to his other teammates, raising his voice. "We have merely conceded an equalizer. Let us lift our spirits." In the VIP box, England's head coach, Jason Riley, observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Compared to last year, Williams has matured. Even if Harry steps back from the national team, we have a splendid successor. Brent, on the sidelines, remarked to his assistant coach, "Reno, that's the way. This is how we should play." Reno inquired, "Should we now slow the pace?" Brent shook his head, "Absolutely not. At this juncture, we must continue to apply pressure. We cannot allow them to slow down." Reno nodded and approached the sidelines, gesturing to the Sevilla Mariners players, urging them to maintain their pace and continue their offensive, ensuring the rhythm of the match does not falter. On the field, Captain Becker seized the opportunity as he and his teammates returned to their positions, declaring, "Maintain this rhythm and feeling. Let us keep the pressure on them. Let them know whose territory this is." He emphatically pointed to the ground beneath his feet. "Here lies the World Cup Stadium in Paris, specifically the home ground of Paris-Ager. However, as the venue for the Sevilla Mariners Cup final, it is perfectly fitting to deem this place as the domain of the Sevilla Mariners." Forward Elguers has rallied the spirits, touching the trophy before the match. "Luck is on our side." Many Chinese fans watching from their screens lamented softly, while Xiaolon furrowed her brow anew, unable to shake off her unease. An air of foreboding lingered. Ever since witnessing her son touch the trophy, she felt that any misfortune befalling Leeds City was an ominous sign from some mystical force. For instance, this ball, was it not the first free kick awarded to the Sevilla Mariners in this match? How could the very first free kick result in a goal? In Chu Yifun's rented room, Yin Yinyun remained unfazed. "Do not dwell on it." Given Leeds City's defensive prowess, conceding a goal to the Sevilla Mariners would be truly ghastly. Therefore, conceding is quite normal. Ultimately, Leeds City will surely triumph. The room fell silent, all eyes glued to the television screen. Could it be true? As Master Yin stated, after the match resumed, the morale of the Sevilla Mariners soared as they maintained the rhythm that led to their goal, continuously launching attacks on Leeds City's net. Yet, following the goal, Leeds City refused to be entirely overwhelmed by the opponent's offensive onslaught, fiercely counterattacking. This is the hallmark of Leeds City, as Shen Lang elaborated. This team is perpetually inclined towards offense, seemingly neglecting defense. While many might assume that such an approach invites more goals against them, Leeds City has consistently triumphed through this strategy. From last season's Premier League championship to this season's Europa League, their offensive prowess has carried them through to victory. Thus, if Leeds City were to be subdued by the Mariners, retreating into a defensive shell, it would render them even more vulnerable. Aggression is preferable. Sure, Wu nodded in agreement. Indeed, understanding one's strengths and capitalizing on them to the utmost can effectively overshadow other shortcomings. Leeds City's philosophy is astute, and it has led them to success. However, he quickly shifted his tone. Yet, this approach harbors risks, as it easily allows opponents to seize opportunities for goals. Thus, the pressure of defense transforms into the pressure of attack. Once a goal is conceded, the offense must exert even greater effort to equalize. It is a double-edged sword. Shen Lang chuckled. Otherwise, why do Leeds City fans claim watching their matches is not heart-friendly, while neutral fans relish the spectacle? It is because their games are undeniably thrilling. They are never dull. It all depends on one's perspective. Leeds City launched a counterattack. Adam sent a long pass to Kamara. With a splendid touch, Kamara surged forward and shot. Alas, it narrowly missed the target. As Jensen advanced along the flank, he received a pass from Becker and attempted to break through. Yet he was unsuccessful. Leeds City's right back, Lawler, effectively blocked the inside lane, preventing him from easily penetrating the penalty area. Becker moved in to support him. shifting laterally before deftly bypassing Junpei Senkawa. He shot just ahead of Adams. Alas, it soared over the bar. Williams seized the ball outside the box and unleashed a powerful long-range effort. Durich managed to parry it away. However, Leeds City's assault was far from over. Wow. Arthur timely executed a tackle, denying a chance for a follow-up shot. Elgaers headed the ball towards Vanderwen. He made a crucial save. In the commentary box, commentators from around the globe erupted in exclamations, their continuous gasps underscoring the intensity of this match. It is often said that finals are fraught with tension, as teams reaching this stage inevitably grapple with anxiety, leading them to favor a cautious approach. Such conservative tactics have dominated various finals. In previous encounters, it was not uncommon for a match to conclude without a single goal, ultimately resorting to a penalty shootout to determine the victor. However, such unwritten rules did not apply to this UEFA Europa League final. One of the participating teams, Leeds City, played unpredictably. Hulai's goal accelerated the pace of the match and set the tone. So far, neither team showed any inclination to slow down. The exchanges were vigorous and lively. It was not merely their preference for such play. Rather, in a context where the overall tempo had intensified, neither side dared to ease off, fearing that a momentary slowdown might leave them trailing behind. In this mutual acceleration of attacks, Sevilla's marauding offense appeared more menacing, given their superior overall strength. Additionally, their wealth of experience in finals played a crucial role. With just 2 minutes left before halftime, Leeds City's players exhibited a slight drop in concentration, perhaps already contemplating the second half. This lapse did not go unnoticed by Sevilla's captain, Becker, who swiftly sprang into action. Observing the situation, he retreated to intercept a pass intended for Peter Williams, promptly relaying the ball to the holding midfielder, Montoro. Montoro then executed a diagonal long pass to the left flank, where left-back Jermaine Leclampi surged forward at high speed. Just as the ball threatened to cross the sideline, he leaped high, heading it back into play. Awaiting him was the team's left winger, Josip Jensen. After saving the ball, Leclampi showed no signs of complacency, seizing the moment while Leeds City's defenders were distracted. He accelerated forward. Jensen, upon receiving the ball, noticed Leclampi's forward surge and swiftly passed it to him. Jensen's incisive through ball. Danger! Shenlang gasped in the commentary booth. As Leclampi received the ball, he propelled it forcefully ahead, accelerating to overtake Leeds City's right back, Josh Lawler. Lawler, caught off guard, turned hastily. But Leclampi had already gained half a step on him. He could only attempt to chase back, but it was evident he would not catch up. After breaking through Leeds City's defensive flanks, Lachlan Pay lifted his gaze towards the penalty area. The defenders of Leeds City maintained a relatively intact formation, making a direct cross unlikely to yield favorable results. Thus, he advanced further with the ball, approaching the baseline and pushing the defensive line back a bit more. Suddenly, he delivered a reverse triangular pass, directing the ball toward the vicinity of the penalty arc. Becker surged forward. Caution! Junpei Senkawa. Amid the thunderous shout of the Japanese commentator, Senkawa saw Becker swing his right leg in a shooting motion and hurriedly lunged to block the impending strike with his body. However, at the most critical moment, Becker executed a sudden stop. His right foot did not make a direct shot, but instead swept across, deftly guiding the ball diagonally to the right. There, a gap appeared, and another forward from Sevilla Mariners, Danny, awaited unmarked. Upon seeing the ball approach, he adjusted his footing, opting not to control it, but to shoot directly. Although Leeds City's goalkeeper, Van der Ven, rushed back and managed to make contact with the ball, it merely deflected slightly before finding its way into the net through the near post. Oh no! Leeds City conceded another goal just before the end of the first half, lamented the Japanese commentator. Chapter 209, a note of gratitude Becker shot. He passed. The sudden, heightened cry from the commentator revealed the astonishment of everyone regarding Becker's unexpected stop and pass. The entire Leeds City team was caught off guard, their attention diverted entirely to Becker as they watched him approach the ball, convinced he would take a direct shot. After all, Becker had been in excellent scoring form during the match, having just netted a goal from a direct free kick. Typically, players in such form tend to seize more shooting opportunities in hopes of scoring again. Instead, Becker abruptly halted his shooting momentum and turned it into a pass. In fact, he had already spotted that gap before rushing in to shoot. This pass was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a well-calculated move. He successfully deceived Leeds City and drew defensive attention away from his teammate Danny, allowing the latter to shoot unopposed and score. As the ball sailed into the net, many Leeds City supporters in the stands clasped their heads in disbelief. They had, like the players on the field, momentarily let their guard down, with some even succumbing to the urge to relieve themselves and leaving for the restroom, perhaps thinking that with only a minute or two left in the half, nothing significant would occur. Little did they expect that Sevilla Mariners would seize this opportunity to score once more. Yet, perhaps it was for the best, as they would at least avoid the regret of missing a goal. From trailing at the start to leading by halftime, both Sevilla Mariners and Leeds City fans experienced a roller coaster of emotions. Sighing, Shunlang watched as the ball found the back of the net. This is precisely the double-edged sword that the coach referred to earlier. Even as the first half of the match drew to a close, Leeds City did not slow their pace or tighten their defense. Rather, they continued to seek scoring opportunities and organize their attacks. This provided Sevilla's sailors with the chance to score. Upon witnessing Leeds concede another goal, discussions and complaints erupted in the living room of the rented apartment. What on earth? Why is nobody marking Danny? The focus of everyone was on Sevilla's left side offensive maneuver, causing all attention to gravitate that way and leaving the right flank exposed. With the first half nearly at an end, why persist with the attack? They should consolidate their defense and at least secure a draw for the half. Now, they find themselves trailing by a goal at halftime. What foolishness. Isn't that just Leeds City's way? Always on the offensive. It seems exhilarating at times. Doesn't it? Yet, when a goal is truly conceded, it is undeniably disheartening. Yin Yin refrained from joining the chorus of remarks. Chu Yifan nudged him. Grinning as she asked, "Why so silent? Don't you have an opinion? What is there to say? It's the same old story. The match isn't over yet. There's still another half to play." Yin Yin appeared remarkably composed. Tang Xian gazed at him with wide eyes. Curiosity piqued. "Do you truly have such faith in Hu Lai?" Yin Yin smiled slightly. "Senior, once you've watched this match and a few more of Hu Lai's games, you too will become a devoted believer, just like me, the chosen one. Amen." Tang Shiyuan was amused by Yin Yan's exaggerated antics. Sevilla supporters erupted in cheers from the stands, celebrating the goal. Amid their applause, the sailors concluded their celebration and returned to their half. At this moment, the first half of the match was nearly exhausted. Even if the referee considered adding time for their celebration, it would not alter the outcome. The first half would conclude with Sevilla's sailors leading Leeds City 2-1. As Rafael Elguer returned to his half, he noticed Hu Lai already positioned at the center circle, poised to restart the game. He purposely jogged towards him and, as he passed by, turned to place a hand on his chest, bowing slightly to Hu Lai, and then raised his head with a smile, saying, "Thank you." He expected Hu Lai to be taken aback. However, to his surprise, as soon as the words left his lips, Hu Lai scoffed and replied in his native Spanish, "How amusing. The reigning Europa League champions, leading in the match, must now express gratitude to their opponents. Should I not touch the trophy, would it then be your turn to trail behind?" At that moment, Elguer found himself momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Hu Lai's swift retort, as if he had been waiting for the provocation all along. Moreover, in the face of Hu Lai's words, Elguer felt an inexplicable sense of helplessness, as the logic of Hu Lai's statement seemed irrefutable. They were indeed the reigning champions of the Europa League. Leading against any team was perfectly normal. If that was the case, why should they thank Hu Lai for touching the trophy before the match? To put it plainly, Elguer was merely attempting to provoke Hu Lai. However, not only did he fail to disgust Hu Lai, but he ended up feeling repulsed himself. Elguris, filled with indignation, retorted, "Stop being stubborn." With that, he turned and fled. Hu Lai was taken aback by his opponent's cowardice, lacking even the courage to confront him, and raised his voice towards Elguris's retreating figure, shouting, "Who's being stubborn? Does that mean all the previous Europa League champions won solely because their opponents touched the trophy beforehand?" Elguris neither turned nor looked back, for he was at a loss for words to counter Hu Lai. Each of Hu Lai's words struck at the heart, leaving him speechless. Suddenly, he recalled Hu Lai's pre-match words, "I also thank you for initiating a conversation with me. I'm busy now, but let us have a good chat later." At that moment, he had found it peculiar that Hu Lai would say such a thing. What was there to discuss? Now, he vaguely regretted the fact that he had indeed sought to engage Hu Lai in conversation. The other Sevilla sailors, hearing Hu Lai's outburst, cast inquisitive glances in his direction before shifting their attention to Elguris. They were left wondering what had transpired between their teammate and Hu Lai to provoke such an inexplicable question. "Hey, Did you see that? Did you see that? Suddenly, Yin, who had been calm moments ago, jumped up, pointing at the television screen and exclaiming, "P.S. talking to Hulai." He triggered the special effect of comedic football. This match is a sure win for Leeds City, absolutely secured. With a grand gesture, Yin added another piece of undeniable evidence. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Observing Tang Shiyuan's bewilderment, Chu Yifan explained, "When we reached the Anton Cup finals, Hulai came on as a substitute, and his defender was none other than his current national teammate, Wang Guangwei. Wang was relentless in marking him, and Hulai, left with no options, resorted to chatting with his opponent on the field." Chu Yifan recounted the past incident to his girlfriend, detailing how Hulai had engaged Wang Guangwei in continuous conversation during the match. We're not sure if his final goal had anything to do with their exchange. However, he consistently interacted with opponents during games thereafter, and no one knew the specifics of their discussions. Yet, whenever he did so, he often scored or helped his team clinch victory. Over time, the fans began to circulate the notion that Hulai bewildered his opponents through comedic banter, leading to the coining of the term comedic football. After listening to her boyfriend's explanation, Tang Shiyuan initially found it hard to believe. Is that even possible? But upon recalling the tales of the Emperor of Manipulation, she soon concluded that such occurrences were entirely fitting for someone like Hulai. After all, he was a person who defied conventional logic. Although the referee added an extra minute to the first half, it had no bearing on the match itself. Leeds City could not seize the fleeting opportunity to equalize, and Sevilla Sailors found it challenging to extend their lead. Shortly after Leeds City restarted the game, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. As the first half of the match concluded, Leeds City, having initially taken the lead, found themselves trailing 2-1 to Sevilla Navigators, who mounted a spirited comeback. With a mere 45 minutes remaining, Leeds City, though behind by a single goal, still harbored hopes of turning the tide. What insights does Coach Schur have regarding the first half, and what are his expectations for the second half? Coach Schur Wuyin remarked, "The pace in the first half was exceedingly brisk from both sides. It is evident that this rapid tempo was not the preferred strategy for Sevilla Navigators. They were compelled to respond to Leeds City's aggressive rhythm. Although their efforts bore fruit with 2 quick goals, I anticipate that Sevilla will adjust their tempo in the second half, opting for a more measured approach, leveraging their superior overall strength and wealth of experience. They will likely engage in a more calculated exchange with Leeds City." Shenlang nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, that seems to be the case." After all, Sevilla Navigators did not exhibit a strong offensive intent at the outset. Their approach was decidedly more conservative. Had they not conceded a goal, they may not have hastened their pace so early. Continuing in such a manner in the second half would place considerable demands on the players' stamina. The average age of Sevilla's players is greater than that of Leeds City, and they have had less recovery time ahead of this final match. Given that La Liga concluded nearly a week later than the Premier League, in reality, Leeds City would likely prefer Sevilla to maintain the frenetic pace of the first half. While this would impose significant defensive pressure, it would also afford Leeds City more opportunities to attack. Furthermore, such a pace would exhaust the Navigators' players more quickly. Should the Navigators choose to decelerate and play a more prudent game, it could pose challenges for Leeds City. Shenlang noted, "That is quite difficult. After all, Brent is not the type to adopt a conservative approach when leading by a goal. He is likely to instruct the team to slow down. Consequently, Leeds City must exercise considerable patience and refrain from rushing." Very well, dear viewers. We shall conclude our commentary on the first half here and proceed to a short advertisement break. In the locker room, Sevilla Navigators head coach, Pierre Brent, addressed his players, saying, "You performed admirably in the first half, managing to overturn the deficit. In fact, your performance has far exceeded my expectations. However, we must temper our pace in the second half. We cannot allow ourselves to fall into their rhythm. Now that we have the lead, we can approach the remainder of the match with a more composed mindset." The players of Sevilla Navigators nodded in agreement, acknowledging their coach's wisdom. With the advantage in the scoreline, they naturally possessed a psychological edge over Leeds City. At this juncture, there was no need to rush against their opponents. They were all seasoned professionals, with 6 members of the starting lineup boasting experience from winning the Europa League. For them, this was merely a minor stage. Nothing of great consequence. Should Sevilla Navigators choose to adopt a more defensive posture in the second half, refraining from an open exchange, it would require not only greater patience from us, but also a courageous commitment to pursue our offensive intentions. They do not wish to accelerate. Thus, we shall compel them to do so, leveraging our speed and physical prowess to disrupt their formation. Clark anticipated the potential responses from their adversaries in the second half and earnestly advised his players. In his view, Leeds City must not allow Sevilla's navigators to dictate the tempo. Should Leeds also engage in a sluggish contest, they risk having their momentum gradually eroded, akin to a frog being boiled slowly in water. Upon careful reflection, one must ponder how a team with limited experience and slightly inferior overall strength could triumph over the European League titans in the final. It is precisely their audacious spirit, untainted by fear, that serves as their greatest asset. Much like Hulai's goal in the first half, he instructed Hulai to seize any opportunity to shoot decisively. If he believes he can score, he should do so without hesitation to pass to another. This embodies the essence of audacity, acting without trepidation or second-guessing. At times, a singular focus can yield superior results. Against a seasoned champion team, that audacity becomes Leeds City's most formidable weapon and their sole reliance. If they desire to slow down the pace, we shall force them to quicken. How shall we induce this acceleration? Through relentless running and pressing. We will deprive them of time for contemplation and observation, thereby compelling them to fall into our rhythm. In attack, intricate organization and passing are unnecessary. Whenever an opportunity arises, one must shoot. Remember, when we press them to speed up, we must not concern ourselves with the probability of success. More shots, increased incursions into their 30-meter zone, and relentless running and pressing. This shall be our approach in the second half, Clark emphasized, punctuating his words with a fist upon his palm, as if forging iron upon an anvil. In a crescendo of determination, he proclaimed, "We have endured great trials to reach the final. Are we merely to play supporting roles to Sevilla's navigators? No, never. We are here to seize the championship, until we achieve our objective. Everyone must give their utmost and fight until the final second. Remember, gentlemen, it is not the strong who claim the championship, but rather the champions who become strong. In the final, it is the fearless and tenacious who shall emerge victorious." Observe how Hulai touched the trophy before his entrance. It did not hinder his ability to score. This indicates that pre-match rituals do not bear significant weight. During the halftime break, Sui Xian and Luo Kai engaged in conversation. Whether it truly has no effect remains to be seen until the match concludes, Uncle Sui. Currently, Leeds City is still trailing, Luo Kai remarked. Sui Xian nodded in agreement, letting out a sigh. His heart was deeply conflicted. As a Chinese national, he naturally wished for a Chinese player to clinch the UEFA title and forge history. Yet, as Luo Kai's agent, a pang of bitterness stirred within him. Had it not been for Hulai, Luo Kai would be the most prominent and anticipated young player from China. Just considering his performance last season at Veronica, with 17 league goals, how many could achieve such a feat? In light of Hulai's remarkable achievement of scoring 32 goals in the Premier League, the performance of Luo Kai has largely gone unnoticed. As the first Chinese player to join a prestigious club, he should rightfully attract considerable attention. Yet, in comparison to Hulai, he remains insignificant. Some fans of Hulai even mockingly suggest that Luo Kai is merely savoring the leftovers that Hulai discarded. Given that Hulai had previously been poised to join a prominent club such as Real Madrid, but ultimately declined and opted for the newly promoted Leeds United in the Premier League. Subsequently, Hulai excelled at Leeds, validating his decision to shun the elite clubs. Conversely, Luo Kai's transfer to Tranmere, followed by a loan to the Dutch team Veronica, has been underwhelming, prompting many to draw comparisons between him and Hulai. Such comparisons have left Sui Xian feeling quietly discontent. His own player is undeniably talented, yet the shadow of Hulai looms large, prompting incessant comparisons. In every aspect, Luo Kai pales in comparison to Hulai. Should Hulai triumph in this edition of the UEFA Europa League, he would once again etch a chapter in the annals of Chinese football history, further solidifying the basis for future comparisons with Luo Kai. Thus, Sui Xian can somewhat comprehend why the relationship between Luo Kai and Hulai is strained. However, he remains puzzled as to why Luo Kai would choose to attend the match, witnessing Hulai's historic achievement firsthand. Wouldn't that only deepen his heartache? As these thoughts occupied his mind, he glanced at Luo Kai, who seemed lost in contemplation, gazing intently at the field below, his expression tinged with melancholy. Surely, he must be troubled by the notion of why one excels while the other does not. Just then, a melodious female voice broke the silence, Excuse me. Turning towards the sound, Sui Xian noticed a tall blonde woman standing beside them, slightly bowing. Due to the angle, her décolletage was particularly eye-catching, drawing one's gaze involuntarily. Realizing that he was being impolite, Sui Xian quickly diverted his attention and asked, "Is there something I can assist you with?" The woman, however, was fixated on the unresponsive Luo Kai, directly inquiring, "Could you please share your phone number with me, handsome?" Only then did Sui Xian realize that she was attempting to flirt. While it was undeniable that Luo Kai possessed striking looks, it was indeed surprising to encounter such an attractive woman at a UEFA Europa League final. This thought brought some solace to Sui Xian, especially considering Hu Lai's lack of female admirers. His fanbase consisted predominantly of male supporters, with a scant representation of women. Regardless, in terms of romantic appeal, Luo Kai had evidently surpassed Hu Lai. While he may not find success on the pitch, he certainly thrived in matters of the heart. As Sui Xian pondered this, Luo Kai turned to glance at the blonde woman, disinterestedly shaking his head and candidly stating, "Sorry, that's not convenient." The blonde was taken aback by the abruptness of the response from this Eastern handsome man, momentarily stunned. Perhaps she was bewildered by her sudden lack of charm. "Oh, I apologize for being so forward," she said, offering a polite smile before retreating. Once she departed, Sui Xian leaned closer to Luo Kai, questioning, "Why did you turn her down?" "Why not?" Luo Kai retorted. "Are you still single? Why haven't you found someone yet? Or do you simply not fancy foreign girls?" Luo Kai fell silent for a moment. Some matters, even his agent could not divulge. Ultimately, he could only respond to Sui Xian, "Until I establish my footing in trade, I shall not entertain matters beyond football, Uncle Sui. As for after I secure my place in trade, if you were to pose the same question, how would I respond? Let us defer that discussion until then." Sui Xian appeared to accept Luo Kai's excuse, giving him a thumbs up. "Excellent. That is indeed the way to be." However, he swiftly shifted his stance. Yet, football and love are not mutually exclusive. If the right person comes along, why not? Luo Kai offered a wry smile and nodded, refraining from further elaboration. He did have someone in mind, yet it was not as simple as wishing to be together. Lilith sat in her seat, surreptitiously glancing towards the direction of the handsome Chinese man. During the first half, she had overheard the conversation between the two individuals, recognizing it to be in Chinese. Confirming he was indeed from China, he appeared quite dashing, yet what captivated Lilith more was the subtle melancholy etched upon his features. It stirred within her an impulse to approach him. However, witnessing the blonde girl who had been met with disappointment, Lilith felt fortunate for her restraint in not being so forward. Otherwise, she would have become the one to feel awkward. In terms of looks, she felt she fell slightly short of the blonde, and if she had no chance, she was certain she had no chance either. Although it seemed improbable to acquire this handsome gentleman's contact information, Lilith found herself unable to resist casting her gaze in his direction repeatedly. His expression of melancholy made her wonder if he was concerned for his compatriot, Hu Lai. After all, Leeds City was currently trailing by a goal. Should they indeed lose the final and forfeit the championship, would Hu Lai, who had prematurely touched the trophy, become the target for the public's frustrations and disappointments? The players had departed the locker room and returned to the field. Clark noticed the look Matt gave him and lingered at the back. Once all the players had exited, only Matt and Clark remained in the locker room, and he finally spoke. Hu Lai touched the trophy before the match, and it has already spread across the internet. As he said this, he pulled out his phone to show Clark. The screen displayed comments from social media, and Clark scrolled through, seeing numerous screenshots and photos of Hu Lai touching the trophy. Some were from Sevilla Voyager fans, others from Leeds City supporters, as well as a few neutral fans. Eager for the spectacle, Clark casually browsed a few comments, most lamenting Leeds City's impending defeat and labeling Hu Lai as the architect of their loss. Some Sevilla Voyager fans expressed gratitude towards Hu Lai, believing that his touch had bestowed good fortune upon them, allowing them to lead at halftime despite falling behind at the start. They mocked, "If the Voyagers secure the championship again, who will ascend to the status of a club legend?" Clark scoffed and returned the phone to Matt, muttering curses. He was met with the irony of Hu scoring a goal merely 8.5 minutes into the match. This certainly casts doubt on the efficacy of such curses. "You left me here just to tell me this?" he asked Matt. "What else could it be?" Matt replied, "I thought you should be informed of this unforeseen circumstance." "How dreadfully dull of you. Are you truly concerned about that curse?" Clark teased, walking ahead without looking back. Matt hesitated but then asserted, "Not at all. Absolutely not concerned. After all, it's who? Clark chuckled, placing an arm around his shoulder and giving it a firm squeeze. You're absolutely right, it's who. P.S. Here is the third update. Today marks the last day of October, accompanied by double monthly votes and a crowdfunding monthly vote event. Accumulating over 1,500 points and donations grants you 2 monthly votes. Hence I shamelessly beseech everyone for their monthly votes. Chapter 211. The Sideline Gambler Historically. The Sevilla Navigators have reached the UEFA Europa League finals 6 times, emerging victorious on each occasion. This statistic vividly illustrates their dominance in this tournament. Listening to Chen Xingyi's commentary, Xiaolong complained, "What significance does past data hold? The match is determined by the present." Chen Xingyi continued, "Thus, it is not easy for Leeds City to overcome such an opponent." As the second half commenced, the Sevilla Navigators indeed slowed their pace, playing cautiously while Leeds City noticeably quickened their tempo. Sher Wuyin remarked, "Clark's strategy is to compel the Sevilla Navigators to elevate their speed." However, whether this pressure proves effective remains uncertain. It hinges on whether they can score. If Leeds City fails to find the back of the net, their aggressive advances will amount to little more than thunder without rain. To score? That certainly depends on my son, Xiaolong interjected, akin to a second commentator. Yet, Chen Xingyi countered, "Unfortunately, since who scored the first goal, he has been closely marked by the opposition, making it challenging for him to secure opportunities. It appears that, in the eyes of the Sevilla Navigators, who represents the greatest threat, compelling them to remain vigilant." Xiaolong rolled his eyes, feeling as though he too were being targeted. At that moment, during the ongoing match, who indeed faced stringent marking from the opposition. Whenever who found himself in the penalty area, a Sevilla Navigators defender was always at his side, sometimes the central defender Arthur, at other times the other central defender Victor Boyados. Should he drift outside the box, midfielders Montello or Becker would invariably appear nearby to guard against his long-range efforts. It seemed the Sevilla Navigators were intimidated by Hu's initial long shot, fearing he might strike again. In light of this, once the second half began, Hu played with remarkable simplicity. Upon receiving the ball, he promptly passed to teammates, thereby evading entanglement with the opposition. After passing, he could fully exploit his strength in off-the-ball movement, positioning himself to find openings while simultaneously disrupting the Sevilla Navigators' defensive line. In order to quicken the pace, Leeds City did not solely rely on Hu Lai during each offensive maneuver. Rather, the approach was to pass the ball to whoever had the opportunity. Adhering to the directives of head coach Clark, they seized every shooting chance without engaging in excessive passing outside the opponent's penalty area, which often resulted in lost possession. Presently, Jay Adams held the ball just outside the penalty box, while Hu Lai, Kamara, and Lasky positioned themselves prominently at the forefront, particularly Hu Lai. He effectively constrained 2 of the opposing center backs within the penalty area, rendering them hesitant to advance and defend against Adams. Meanwhile, Peter Williams occupied the opposing defensive midfielder Montoro, thus providing Adams ample space at the edge of the opponent's arc, free from pressure. "Jay Adams," exclaimed commentator Matthew Cox with fervor, as Adams unleashed a powerful long-range shot from outside the box. The quality of that strike was exceptional, striking within the goal frame, prompting Sevilla's goalkeeper Durick to leap in a desperate attempt, only to deflect the ball out of bounds. Following the ensuing corner kick, Ben Glist once again found the optimal position, heading the ball towards the goal. This time, Durick was beyond reach, powerless to respond. Yet, the ball was headed away by right-back Federico Nogues, stationed beside the post. "Nogues! Ah, a critical clearance," the Spanish commentator exclaimed, celebrating Nogues' heroic intervention that saved Sevilla's goal. "The offensive surge from Leeds City is formidable. We must remain vigilant," Brent cautioned his assistant coach Reno. Subsequently, Reno moved to the sidelines, signaling the players to compose themselves with a gesture of calm, raising and then lowering his hands. He reminded the players not to rush. Should they gain possession, they ought to slow the tempo rather than hastily advance. If opportunities were lacking, it would be wiser to circulate the ball in the defensive and midfield areas rather than push forward. This strategy aimed to disrupt Leeds City's rhythm. If possession was lost in the attacking third, they were to commit a foul at the earliest opportunity to prevent Leeds from advancing smoothly. This approach proved effective, as Leeds City's burgeoning offense was once again ensnared by Sevilla, unable to establish their desired pace. After observing the match for a few minutes, Clark resolved to intensify the offensive efforts and quicken the tempo further. Randall recognized this as a gamble but refrained from advising against it. Clark had engaged in such gambles numerous times before. Though not always victorious, it remained the only viable strategy at present. It was akin to two boxers in the ring, fully aware that an attack could invite a counterstrike. Yet, if one chose to defend without attacking, defeat by points was inevitable. In such circumstances, it was better to strike boldly, continuing to attack until exhaustion led to their own downfall, or, conversely, to triumph over the opponent. Randall gestured for the players to accelerate their pace further, and on the field, Leeds City became increasingly fervent. As the match progresses, our defensive line must exercise heightened vigilance. The previous moments were exceedingly perilous, remarked Levin from the stands, his brow furrowed with concern. Leeds City appeared to be engaged in a last-ditch frenzy, recklessly disregarding the vulnerabilities behind them as they relentlessly mounted assaults on the Sevilla Navigators' goal. The Navigators, in turn, did launch several counterattacks aimed at exploiting Leeds' weaknesses, one of which nearly resulted in a goal. Had it not been for the remarkable prowess of goalkeeper Van der Ven, Danny's one-on-one opportunity might have sealed the match's fate. "We find ourselves constrained to such tactics," John stated, acknowledging the challenges faced by the Sevilla Navigators, who are also under immense pressure. David Miller concurred, affirming, "John is right. It now boils down to which of the two teams can endure longer. Should the Navigators falter, they would concede a goal. If we cannot hold our ground, our aspirations for victory would be dashed. Thus, it is imperative that we rally our support for the team. Come on, lads, let us raise our voices in song." Simultaneously, from every corner of the stands occupied by Leeds City supporters, a clarion call was made to their companions. "Let us sing our anthem." And soon, the air above the World Cup stadium resounded with the jubilant chorus of Leeds City fans. "We love you, Leeds. 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 We have journeyed together through the highs and lows. We shall walk together until the earth ceases to turn. Forward, Leeds. Leeds. Leeds." Their singing was not a fleeting endeavor. They repeated the anthem time and again, their voices overpowering the cheers of the Sevilla Navigators supporters. The players of Leeds City seemed to draw strength from the fervent chants of their fans, and amidst the continuous singing, their attacks intensified, akin to a tempest. During this period, the Sevilla Navigators struggled to even cross the halfway line, much to the dismay of their supporters in the stands. When had the illustrious champions of the Europa League ever felt so constrained? Indeed, to be pressed by a team making its debut in the Europa League final. Is Leeds City truly this formidable? Did they not perform poorly in the Premier League? From the bench, Brent cast a glance towards the Leeds City coaching staff, where head coach Clark stood animatedly at the sidelines, frequently gesturing for his team to advance aggressively. It was madness. He seemed intent on pursuing a reckless path. Did he not fear that such an approach would leave him vulnerable to our counterattacks? He mused. Assistant coach Reno interjected. "Perhaps that is why the English media have dubbed him a madman. Such behavior is not the hallmark of a rational thinker. Football indeed requires audacity, but to maintain a gambler's mentality at all times is not befitting of a head coach," Brent remarked. To push the team forward and engage Leeds City in a back-and-forth battle, as seen in the first half, was a necessity dictated by circumstances, a response to the unfolding dynamics. However, once the team took the lead, Brent swiftly altered the tactics, reverting to a more stable and balanced approach, a phase he greatly favored. He does not indulge in gambling. If he must, it is only out of necessity, and upon achieving even a modest win, he promptly withdraws. This, Brent believes, epitomizes the mindset of a rational individual, for it is only in such a manner that one can emerge unscathed from the casino. However, in the Leeds United head coach, Tony Clark, he perceives the alarming state of a compulsive gambler, which is both erroneous and perilous, destined to jeopardize the fate of the team. Under intense pressure, Leeds United unleashed a barrage of shots on goal. Hulai seized a chance in front of the net, yet his header was slightly off target. Thwarted just in time by Sevilla's goalkeeper, Durick. After the ball was deflected, it was swiftly reclaimed by Leeds players outside the penalty area and soon found its way to Kamara. Upon receiving the ball at the flank, Kamara deftly passed it to Peter in the center before making a forward run. Williams, despite seemingly directing his attention to Lasky on the opposite side, executed a diagonal pass back to the advancing Kamara. This caught the Sevilla players off guard. A splendid opportunity. As Kamara received the ball, he used the outside of his right foot to flick it in the opposite direction and came to a sudden stop, skillfully evading the recovering Sevilla right back, Federico Nogues. He then charged directly towards the goal. Sevilla's center-back, Victor Poitras, rushed to defend against him, while goalkeeper Marco Duric swiftly moved to the near post to block his shot. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Hulai approaching the goal, signaling for a pass. Although Hulai was shadowed by another center-back, Arthur, who was already blocked off behind him, if the ball were to be passed, he could execute a direct shot. With this thought in mind, Duric hesitated in closing down the near post, his gaze fixated on Hulai. Although Hulai made a clear gesture for a pass, he shouted in French, "Shoot directly." He was unperturbed by the possibility of being understood, as Duric was a Serbian international, Arthur hailed from Brazil, and Poitras, who was tasked with marking Kamara, was Spanish. They were unlikely to be overly sensitive to French. Upon hearing Hulai's command, Kamara pivoted, opened his hips, and feigned a cross, only to swing his right foot and strike the ball towards the near corner. Duric, distracted by Hulai's movement, failed to adequately cover the near post. When he saw Kamara lift his foot, he initially assumed it was a pass. By the time he realized it was a shot, it was too late for him to react, and he could only instinctively dive and extend his leg to block. The ball grazed his calf, slightly altering its trajectory. Yet it still found its way into the net behind him. 18 minutes into the second half, Leeds United finally equalized the score. Chapter 2:12, the game of which Kamara surged into the penalty area, receiving the ball and executing a swift stop and change of direction. Marvelous. Kamara shot and scored. The ball is in the net. In the VIP box of the main stand, Kamara's agent, Alberttazzi, leapt from his seat, raising his arms in exultation. Beside him, Kamala's mother, a portly middle-aged black woman, excitedly embraced a few children nearby, exclaiming, "My son! It is my son, Ismail Kamala. He is the left winger of Leeds City and a burgeoning superstar in French football. Among the multitude of talented players in French football, he remains one of the most distinguished. Now, having scored in this stadium in Paris, he has solidified his position within the French national team." Aside from the fans of the two competing teams, there existed a contingent of neutral spectators, predominantly local Parisian supporters, who were, of course, French. Despite the final match featuring non-French teams, there were French players involved. These fans, appearing neutral, were, in truth, cheering for their countrymen. As a prominent young talent in France, Ismail Kamala drew considerable attention. Although he did not participate in the World Cup, he was selected for the national team thereafter, initially as a rotational player. Yet he had yet to firmly establish himself within the squad. However, securing the Europa League would undoubtedly bolster his standing within the French team. In addition to the Leeds City supporters, the neutral French fans were also cheering for Kamala as he scored, amplifying the jubilation following his goal. Amidst the cheers, Kamala sprinted to the corner flag and performed his quirky robot dance, a signature celebration akin to Hulai's impressive aerial somersault. After completing his dance, he was engulfed by teammates, who joyfully celebrated the equalizer by patting him enthusiastically. On the sidelines, Clark, after reveling in the celebration, breathed a sigh of relief. His convictions had proven correct once again. With a razor-sharp offensive display, he had managed to level the score before the team was completely fatigued, forcibly bringing the Sevilla Navigators back to square one. This provided the team with a brief respite, ensuring that the players' mindset was steadier and more confident. While the coaching staff of Leeds City continued to embrace in celebration, the coaches of the Sevilla Navigators were lamenting in despair. Brent, in a fit of anger, could not withstand Leeds City's relentless assault. This was not the first time he had felt such helplessness during the match. Despite knowing Leeds City's formidable offensive capabilities and their aggressive approach, he had devised a counter-strategy, not one of passive, defensive retreat, but rather an attempt to exploit the openings created by Leeds City's advances. It could be described as a form of offense masquerading as defense. Yet, he still failed to defend effectively. "Bloody hell," Brent exclaimed in frustration. His ire stemmed not solely from conceding a goal, but also from his perceived incompetence. Yes, incompetence. Faced with the onslaught from this seemingly minor team, his squad had been unable to defend successfully on 2 occasions. The Sevilla Navigators may not be a footballing giant, yet they are a dominant force in La Liga and the Europa League. In a competition like the Europa League, where home advantage plays a significant role, their overall strength surpassed that of Leeds City. The Navigators were characterized by their balance. Their offense and defense were equally formidable. In the midfield, one player positions himself forward while the other takes a defensive stance. The orchestrator of the Argentine national team's offense is none other than the midfield linchpin, Pablo Becker. Defending against him is Uruguay's primary defensive midfielder, Victor Montero, a formidable figure in the football realm. Consequently, this balanced confrontation led to the Nautical Voyager conceding 2 goals. If Leeds City had employed an unexpected strategy to breach the Voyagers' defenses, Brent would have accepted it. However, they faced a team thoroughly analyzed beforehand. One devoid of innovative tactics. This team harbored no secrets. They showcased an exceptional proficiency in offense, while their defensive capabilities paled in comparison. It would be inaccurate to label their defense as weak, yet it certainly did not match the potency of their attack. Brent's coaching staff meticulously reviewed all match footage of Leeds City from the past half-season, increasingly convinced that this opponent posed no significant challenge, merely a team with heightened attacking prowess. Nevertheless, such strength comes with its limitations. Having prioritized their preparation, coupled with the right defensive strategy, how could Leeds City possibly dismantle their defense? Yet, the outcome now resembled a collapse. The team expended considerable energy in the first half, engaging in a fierce contest with Leeds City, resulting in 2 goals for each side. This left Brent feeling as though their efforts had been squandered as they returned to square one. It felt as if the match had only just commenced. And the situation was far worse than that. For if it were indeed just the beginning, the Sevilla Nautical Voyager would still have 90 minutes to alter the course of the game, with ample stamina to do so. However, they now had merely half an hour left, and their energy reserves were dwindling. Assistant coach Reno approached with a query. Should we launch an attack? Brent, having regained his composure and rationality from the initial anger, nodded affirmatively. Yes, but only for 10 minutes. If we cannot score, we shall slow our pace and regroup. Understood, Reno replied. He was acutely aware of the team's current state. This was the final match of the season for the Sevilla Nautical Voyager, and it was entirely natural for the squad to be fatigued and depleted after an arduous campaign. With an hour of play already elapsed, it was unrealistic to expect the team to engage in a relentless contest with Leeds City as they had in the first half. The players were acutely aware of how much the Leeds City athletes could run and the rapid pace of the match. In the earlier stages, the Sevilla Nautical Voyager players could easily keep up with such a brisk tempo, but now it felt like an insurmountable burden. Brent feared this burden might become the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back in the final moments of the match. Such concerns were not unfounded. The number of goals in the last 5 minutes often surged due to players' dwindling stamina. Thus, Brent opted to attack for 10 minutes and assess the situation. If the Sevilla Navigators could score once more within these 10 minutes and regain the lead, it would indeed be fortuitous. However, if that proves unfeasible, it is imperative to decisively consolidate their efforts to avoid excessive fatigue, which could allow Leeds City to seize a late opportunity. The rationale for launching an offensive immediately after Leeds City equalized, rather than retreating, lies in the belief that their morale would surge, resulting in a more aggressive onslaught. This presented an opportunity for the Sevilla Navigators, as Leeds City's defense has historically been fragile. An all-out attack would likely exacerbate their defensive vulnerabilities. Let us slow the pace down, Sam. We need to rest and regroup, Clark advised. Upon hearing this, Sam Landell nodded and gestured to the sidelines with tactical signals distinct from those of the Navigators' coaches. To the untrained eye, these gestures might appear inscrutable, comprehensible only to Leeds City players well-versed in the Clark tactical manual. The head coach was instructing them to decelerate and recuperate. Contrary to Brent's expectations, Leeds City was not intent on a fervent assault, as their stamina was not inexhaustible. Having achieved the objective of equalizing, there was no need to squander energy unnecessarily. Instead, it would be prudent to rest and prepare for a vigorous final push. As the match resumed, the Sevilla Navigators pressed forward but found Leeds City unwilling to engage in a back-and-forth exchange, leaving them momentarily bewildered. What had happened to their supposed proficiency in attack? Where was the anticipated fervor? Not only did Leeds City refrain from countering the Navigators, but they also reduced their offensive deployments. The previously aggressive fullbacks, who had relentlessly surged forward, were now restrained, a decision made at the behest of the head coach. This development surprised Brent, who glanced at Leeds City's coach, Clark, standing at the sideline. His assistant, Renaud, shared his astonishment, remarking, "I had presumed Clark to be a reckless strategist, solely focused on offense without a shred of rationality." Despite Leeds City's defensive retreat, the Sevilla Navigators adhered to their coach's directives, launching an assault for approximately 10 minutes. However, due to Leeds City's organized defense, Their efforts ultimately yielded no results. As the match approached the 75th minute, the Navigators' stamina reached a critical threshold. Consequently, Renaud gestured from the sidelines, prompting the Sevilla Navigators to similarly decelerate and refrain from aggressive advances. The match entered a tranquil phase with approximately 15 to 20 minutes remaining. Clark personally signaled from the sidelines, urging his team to attack. After a brief respite, Leeds City was now determined to conclude the contest within the 90 minutes. Chapter 213. Time is running out. As a competent head coach, it is expected that Clark would prepare for penalty shootout training before the final match. Yet, deep down, he sincerely wished for the game to conclude within the 90 minutes of regulation time. His team, after all, might lack the stamina to endure an additional 30 minutes of extra time. While Leeds City is indeed renowned for its physical fitness, after an entire season culminating in this ultimate contest, the players were verging on exhaustion. In this decisive match, Clark opted for a daring tactical approach. With Leeds City maintaining a brisk pace for the majority of the game, the players relentlessly surged forward, seemingly tireless in their pursuit. But how could they not feel fatigue? They were human, not machines. Thus, after equalizing the score, he refrained from urging his team to press for another goal. It was not a matter of desire, but rather necessity. He recognized that his players had reached their limit. In their quest to level the score, everyone had pushed themselves to the brink. And to continue this relentless pressure might lead to a collapse in the final moments of the match. Clark's strategy was to afford the team a brief respite of around 10 minutes, allowing them to regroup and launch a final sprint in the dying moments of the game, with the hope of concluding the battle within the regular 90 minutes. However, the success of this plan hinged on a crucial condition. The team could not concede another goal to Sevilla Nautilus after leveling the score, or all would be in vain. Fortunately, although Sevilla Nautilus had pressed forward, their offensive capabilities were insufficient, granting Leeds City a much-needed reprieve. Brent might have been conserving energy for extra time. As Randall conveyed his observations and conjectures to Clark, it was entirely reasonable. He surely had contingency plans for extra time, and was likely aware that their stamina could not withstand it. Clark's demeanor remained calm, which seemed somewhat peculiar. Despite Sevilla Nautilus boasting a higher average age than Leeds City and having had less rest, why was it that Leeds City appeared unable to sustain their performance for a full 120 minutes? The answer lay in the relentless pace of their play throughout the final, which had exerted a considerable toll on their physical reserves. As the match approached the 80th minute, Clark utilized his final substitution, bringing on Charlie Porter in place of Jay Adams. Ideally, if given the choice, Clark would have preferred to substitute Junpei Senkawa, retaining Adams on the field to bolster the attack. However, Adams was utterly spent, barely able to continue. Remaining on the pitch would not contribute positively to the team's efforts. In this match, Adams, playing as a defensive midfielder, had to both retreat alongside Senkawa to defend and actively push forward to assist Peter Williams in attack. His presence was felt on both the defensive and offensive fronts, leading to significant depletion of his energy. Even with Adams' commendable stamina, after a full season culminating in this moment, it was nearly impossible for him to persist. Therefore, Clark opted to replace him with Charlie Porter. Let us consider the former alongside Junpei Morikawa, Peter Williams, and the withdrawn Kamala. Consequently, the offensive prowess has not diminished. Morikawa remains tasked with defense while Williams orchestrates the attack. Meanwhile, Kamala and Charlie Porter position themselves as wide midfielders, each responsible for flanking offensives. Lasky returns to the center, forming a dual striker partnership with Hulai. Leeds City's formation transitions from 4-3-3 to 4-4-2. The urgency within Leeds is palpable. They are unwilling to face extra time. Observing this adjustment, Brent remarks to Reno. Reno responds, "It's only natural. Their stamina cannot endure for much longer, given their overly aggressive tactics. We have two options. One is to defend staunchly until the final whistle, awaiting extra time to conquer them. The other is to maintain the potential for counterattacks, seizing opportunities against their back line as they push forward in the dying moments. I believe we should adopt a more cautious approach, considering the possibility that Leeds may still possess reserves of energy. If we mistakenly assume they are exhausted and recklessly counterattack, we may find ourselves vulnerable to their opportunism." Reno first offers his suggestion before conducting his analysis, as this is a team that defies conventional wisdom. Brent clearly concurs with Reno's counsel, nodding in agreement. Then let us hold our ground until the match concludes. As the game enters its final 10 minutes, The anthems and shouts from both sets of supporters intertwine above the World Cup stadium, creating an atmosphere akin to boiling water, intense and fervent. It is evident to all that Leeds City aims to exploit these last 10 minutes to breach the Sevilla Navigators' goal. Conversely, the Navigators are intent on prolonging the match into extra time. This is a predictable strategy. Brent still possesses one substitution yet to be made, suggesting he intends to reserve it for extra time. It seems he wishes to save it for later, Shenlang notes. Subsequently querying coach Shi Wuyin, "Do you think there is a chance the match could extend into extra time?" Shi Wuyin gazes at Hulai, who is continually making runs to create opportunities for himself and his teammates, and replies, "It's hard to say, but personally, I hope the match doesn't go into extra time. Indeed, why prolong the match? Let us finish off the Sevilla Navigators in 90 minutes. Then I can catch up on my sleep before heading back to work," exclaims Yin in front of the television. "Didn't you take a day off?" Chu Yifan inquires. "No, taking leave would mean a deduction from my bonus," Yin simply responds, his eyes glued to the screen. Tang Shuyuan, a bit anxious, turns to Chu Yifan, seated beside her, and asks, "Yifan, do you think Hulai can win?" "I believe he can," Chu Yifan replies, equally focused on the television. In the second half, Hulai's performance lacks the vibrancy of the first. Although he played a crucial role in Kamala's goal, his header in front of the goal created chaos in the opposing defense, leading to a clearance that landed at Leeds City's feet. Furthermore, as Kamala surged towards the goal, it was Hulai's timely support that distracted the Sevilla Navigators' defensive forces, creating favorable conditions for Kamala's eventual shot on goal. Nevertheless, for Hulai, this cannot be deemed an outstanding performance. It is merely the expected display of his capabilities. As a forward with a penchant for scoring, only goals can define his excellence. In stark contrast to the breathtaking long-range shot at the beginning of the first half, Hulai's performance in the second half appeared significantly subdued and understated. However, Chu Yifan did not perceive this as a shortcoming on Hulai's part. In reality, those gathered in the room to watch the match were not inclined to criticize or condemn Hulai's performance as lacking. Although Chu Yifan had not played alongside Hulai for an extended period, the few opportunities they shared left a profound impression on him. Simply put, Hulai is a person adept at conjuring miracles. When one believes something to be impossible, he often manifests the possible. His understated demeanor is merely a facade. No team can maintain unwavering focus on him throughout the match, particularly in such a crucial fixture as the UEFA Europa League final. Given this, Hulai is bound to have opportunities. Despite frequently teasing Yin as the master, when it comes to Hulai, he and Yin share a remarkable consensus. Why such unwavering faith in Hulai? Yin is correct. Hulai has never disappointed. Tang Shuyuan listened to her boyfriend's words, nodding thoughtfully without further inquiry, choosing instead to fall silent and continue watching the game. Her gaze settled on Hulai, noticing a red wristband on his arm. This piqued her curiosity. Why would someone like Hulai, who typically attracted few female fans, wear such a bracelet? He did not strike her as the type to adorn himself with accessories. Nevertheless, she refrained from asking, recognizing from her boyfriend's tense and focused expression that it was best not to disturb him at that moment. Charlie Porter delivered a cross. Hulai sprinted towards the ball's anticipated landing spot, closely pursued by Arthur, who shadowed him closely. Hulai charged forward with fervor, as if certain he would take a shot, yet upon reaching the designated spot, he did nothing, allowing the ball to slip past him. Lasky, trailing closely behind, surged forward and unleashed a powerful strike. Fortunately, Boyados reacted swiftly, rushing in to intercept and disrupt Lasky's shot, which ultimately veered off the goal line, averting a potential goal. Although no goal was scored, Hulai turned back to offer Lasky an enthusiastic thumbs up. On the sidelines, Brent nodded to Reno, acknowledging, "Thank goodness for your reminder," which bolstered our defense against Lasky. Prior to the match, Reno had analyzed an unusual phenomenon. He observed, Lasky would undoubtedly become Leeds City's primary scorer when Hulai was effectively neutralized. Therefore, as Sevilla Navigators focused on containing Hulai, they remained vigilant against Lasky as well. Reno smiled, remarking, in the past, when Leeds City needed to push through in the dying moments, Clark would often substitute in the tall striker Lorenzo. Yet this time, he refrained from bringing Lorenzo on until all substitution slots were exhausted, deliberately keeping Lasky on the field. It is evident they intend to utilize Lasky to breach our defenses. Kamara has already drifted away from the penalty area, who has been neutralized, and we have contained Lasky. Clark has exhausted all his options. Though he did not complete his statement, Brent understood the implication. Leeds City's strategies had been depleted. As long as they maintain this defense and await the referee's final whistle, all will be well. Both players cast their gaze towards the big screen. It is the 86th minute of the match, and time is running out for Leeds City. In chapter 214, waiting for an opportunity, Hulai and Lasky executed a cross run in the front line, allowing Peter Williams to pass the ball to Lasky. Seizing the opportunity to disrupt the positioning of the opposing defenders, Lasky took a shot. Sevilla's goalkeeper, Duric, positioned himself well and managed to secure the ball. Once again, it was Lasky. What a close call. Although he has yet to score today, he has remained active in front of the goal. Just a minute ago, his shot threatened the Mariners' net, and now he has struck again, hitting the frame of the goal. The Spanish commentator informed the viewers that the Polish striker has been in good form, scoring 4 goals in the last 3 matches. Notably, in the second leg of the UEFA Europa League semi-final, Lasky's brace helped Leeds City secure a 2-1 victory against London Bridge at home, marking him as a key contributor to Leeds City's advancement to the final. Though Lasky did not find the back of the net, he regretfully clutched his head in despair. However, he quickly turned to Peter, giving him a thumbs up, signaling appreciation for the well-placed pass. Hulai returned from the side, patting Lasky on the shoulder, seemingly encouraging him to continue his efforts. Witnessing this exchange from the sidelines, Brent turned to Reno and remarked, "Leeds City has created an illusion, making us believe their final offensive would revolve around who. Yet their true threat lies in the recently performing Lasky. Thankfully, we recognized this and adjusted our defense accordingly. Otherwise, the situation could be dire." Reno nodded, a smile on his face. "Their intentions are too obvious. It's clear to everyone. Why pass to Lasky? It should be my son," Shilon exclaimed, pointing at the television screen. She had realized that during Leeds City's intensified attack, Lasky was receiving more opportunities than her son Hulai, who had already scored 20 goals. Unlike others who could only speculate as to why Hulai would pass to Lasky, Shilon could simply inquire through WeChat to uncover the truth. Thus, she was perplexed as to why, even after Lasky accomplished his 20-goal milestone, the Leeds players continued to pass to him. Huli Xin and Li Ziqiang exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Ultimately, Huli Xin reassured his frustrated wife. "It's not how it seems." "What do you mean?" Shilon replied, her tone sharp. "Hulai is intentionally concealing his abilities," Li Ziqiang explained on Huli Xin's behalf. "Oh." They deduced that the teammates must have communicated privately. At such a crucial moment, Lasky's activity was merely a tactic to draw the Mariners' defensive fire away. Huli Xin remarked, "The intention was solely to create opportunities for our son." Xiaolong glanced at Li Ziqiang and noticed his nod of agreement. With the consensus of 2 professional coaches, Xiaolong found herself at a loss for words, opting instead to bite her lip and continue watching the match. She could only hope that her husband and old Li were not merely offering comforting platitudes for their own solace. Luo Kai had already vacated his seat and stood before the floor-to-ceiling glass window of the box, gazing intently at the field below. It was evident to all that if Leeds City were to enter extra time, their chances of collapse would be significantly heightened. Thus, from this perspective, only these final minutes remained as a glimmer of hope for Leeds City. However, during this crucial period, Hulai had been afforded very few opportunities. Just moments ago, Luo Kai had witnessed an attacking opportunity from a godlike vantage point. Hulai had made a run that drew away the defender from the nautical navigator, thereby creating space for Lasky. It could be said that he had sacrificed his own scoring chance to afford Lasky that opportunity. This was not unusual for Hulai, who often played this way during matches. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that these were the final minutes of the UEFA Cup final. In such critical moments, both team strategy and Hulai's personal role should have been reversed, with Lasky creating space for Hulai to seize the decisive moment. In moments of utmost significance, the ball should be entrusted to the most reliable and steady player. In Luo Kai's eyes, who could be more deserving than Hulai? So why would Hulai willingly create opportunities for Lasky? Would one not seize the meat dangling before them? This was not typical behavior for Hulai. Lilith was also standing in the box, watching the game. At this stage of the match, there were hardly any spectators left seated. Everyone was gathered at the glass window, engrossed in the unfolding drama. The supporters of Sevilla Nautical Navigator were jubilant, while the Leeds City fans wore expressions of concern. Her gaze fell upon the bracelet adorning Hulai's wrist. Li Qingqing had told her it was a charm that brought good fortune to its wearer. but it seemed to be of little use. Besides the opening goal, Hulai had not received any significant opportunities since, and now he was merely assisting his teammates. Had he finally recalled the superstitions surrounding touching the trophy before the match? Suddenly, Lilith caught faint sounds of banter from the other side of the box. Following the sound, she spotted several obvious supporters of Sevilla Nautical Navigator, engaged in light-hearted conversation. They spoke in Spanish, a language Lilith happened to understand. Indeed, it was clear that he was now hesitant, fearing that his own superstitions might lead to the ruin of the team's chances at victory in this crucial moment. Their laughter echoed in the relatively small box, drawing glances from many, including Lilith, as well as Luo Kai and his agent, Sui Xin. They appeared to be enjoying themselves. Though Sui Xin, who did not understand Spanish, could only speculate. Luo Kai shot a glance at them. They must be celebrating in advance. Hulai cast a glance at the large screen. 86:34. Almost 87 minutes had elapsed. The added time may well be 4 minutes, and indeed, Leeds City has little time left. Although the score stands at 2-2, Hulai is acutely aware that Leeds does not intend to play extra time. Despite having practiced penalty kicks in their pre-match training, it is clear they must resolve the battle within 90 minutes, either to vanquish the opponent or be vanquished themselves. Given Leeds' style of play, they are not equipped to endure a match lasting 120 minutes. The time remaining for him to score is dwindling. Yet, he remains unfazed. He has never measured his chances of scoring by the time left in the match. For him, the opportunity to score is independent of time. Even with merely a minute remaining, if the chance arises, he will seize it. His left hand gently rests upon his right wrist, caressing the bracelet gifted to him by Li Qingqing. He wonders whether she is watching his match. However, it seems unlikely, as she is soon to participate in the World Cup and must adhere to a strict schedule, making it improbable for her to stay up late to watch the game. Yet, perhaps it is for the best. She need not witness the anxiety that comes from touching the trophy before the match, as she can simply catch the highlights the next morning. Kamala receives the ball on the left flank, with Sevilla's right midfielder, Kiliters, standing before him. At the moment he gains possession, left-back Ferret Quinn is surging up from behind. Ideally, he should have arrived earlier to offer support, but fatigue has set in. The fact that Quinn is still able to push forward at this late stage of the match is already an impressive feat as Quinn makes his advance. Kiliters cannot help but steal a glance, just as his gaze shifts from the ball at Kamala's feet. The latter deftly nudges the ball forward with the outside of his right foot. Kiliters quickly retreats, and after taking 2 steps back, he is astonished to discover that Kamala has not followed him. He remains still, foot planted on the ball he has just pulled back. It is precisely due to Kiliters' retreat that several meters of space open up between them. As Kiliters attempts to charge forward to intercept, the attacking player finds it considerably easier to break through with the defender having already made his move. With a subtle flick, Kamala evades Kiliters and subsequently passes the ball to the advancing Peter Williams. Peter, using his body to shield Montero while receiving the ball, then sends a diagonal pass to Quinn, who has finally reached the right position. Quinn, meeting the rolling ball, begins to adjust his footing. Sevilla's right back, Federico Nogues, rushes from the penalty area to defend against Quinn. Quinn neither stops the ball nor attempts to dribble. Instead, after adjusting his steps, he delivers a cross directly. Nogues stretches out his foot to intercept, but fails to make contact. Inside Sevilla's penalty area, Lasky suddenly charges in from the back post, running with determination, making himself the most prominent figure in the box, attracting the attention of most of the seafarers, including center-back Poyatos and goalkeeper Duric. Poyatos follows him from the back post to the front, intent on preventing him from scoring. Lasky, the Polish commentator, exclaims with fervor from the commentary booth. It seems I have witnessed the moment when this Polish football prodigy scored the decisive goal in the UEFA Europa League final. Everyone saw Lasky leap before Poyatos, only to miss the header completely. He failed to connect with the ball. Lasky misjudged the timing. The height of the ball was indeed beyond his reach. Yet his determined run led many to believe he could seize the moment. As he swerved, not only did he draw Poyatos out of position, but Arthur, who sought to clear the ball with a header, also failed to make contact. Duric, tracking the ball, turned his gaze and noticed someone charging in from behind Arthur, soaring to strike the ball. Hulai. The commentator, Shun Lang, finally unleashed a long-held shout. All attention had been drawn to Lasky at the near post, leaving Hulai unmarked when he lunged for the ball. Duric turned to make a save, but it was too late. Just as he initiated his dive, The ball had already found its way into the net. At 88 minutes and 50 seconds, Leeds City took the lead, as the sides switched ends for the second half. The goal of Sevilla's Sailors was situated right beneath the stands filled with Leeds City supporters. When Quinn launched the ball, they had a clear view of everything. As Lasky made his run to the near post, cheers erupted from the crowd in support of their team. However, young Matthew did not focus on Lasky, but rather turned his attention to Hulai. As a member of the Leeds City youth team, observing the match served as a learning opportunity for him. He noticed that Hulai did not contest the near post alongside Lasky. He did not rush towards the goal immediately. This allowed him to remain unnoticed by the Sevilla players. At that moment, all eyes, including those of the fans in the stands, were fixed on Lasky. As Lasky leaped and misjudged the ball, Matthew heard the collective gasp of disappointment. Yet, he found himself cheering, for he saw Hulai charging towards the goal. In the next moment, he thrust the ball into the net. Matthew screamed with joy. The Leeds City supporters around him joined in the chorus of exuberance. A tremendous storm of excitement gathered above the stands filled with Leeds City fans, sweeping across the entire Paris World Cup stadium. My goodness. Oh my. Ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Amidst the deafening roar, Matthew Cox stood up from his commentary seat, pressing his earpiece, and raised his arm triumphantly towards the pitch. Can you believe it? Who? He scored in the 89th minute. He scored. He has found the back of the net again. One at the start, one before the end. This is a last-minute goal. Leeds City has turned the tide in the UEFA Europa League final. This goal could very well seal the match, determining the champion. Leeds City, this team, making its inaugural appearance in the UEFA Europa League final, stands a significant chance of winning their first ever European championship. The Spanish commentator remained eerily silent, his eyes wide as he fixated on the goal of Sevilla's navigator. His mind seemed unable to grasp the harsh reality of conceding a goal, leaving him at a loss for words. The only sounds emanating from the television, aside from the resounding cheers from the stadium, were the echoes of disbelief. As if the commentator had vanished into thin air. Nearby, Shenlang was hoarsely shouting, Hulai, Hulai, Hulai. You can always believe in Hulai. You can always trust him. He is the assassin emerging from the shadows. He materializes from the mist, delivering a deadly blow to the enemy. After scoring his first goal, Sevilla's navigator attempted to freeze him for a full 80 minutes. A complete 80 minutes. Yet, they ultimately could not contain this man. Any shackles that bound him were shattered. No one could thwart his scoring, and no curse could instill fear within him. The Chinese player, Hulai, in the Europa League final, scores the decisive goal. Beside him, Shi Wuyin had risen, neither cheering nor speaking, but clapping vigorously, just as he had from the coaching bench, applauding every goal Hulai scored. The modest box was divided into two starkly contrasting worlds by Hulai's goal. The supporters of Leeds City rejoiced, shrieking and celebrating unabashedly. On the opposite side, the previously mocking fans of Sevilla's navigator stood frozen, as if they were comical statues. What a fantastic goal! Sui Xian exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Next to him, Luo Kai did not share Sui's exuberance, but instead clenched his fists and waved them emphatically. Meanwhile, a piercing scream caught his attention, and he turned to see a tall blonde girl raising her arms in jubilation, her entire being radiating joy. The frown on Luo Kai's face softened, and he returned his gaze to the field. The air was filled with a cacophony of roaring cheers, angry shouts, boos, and screams. A tumultuous wave washing over the stadium that tousled their hair and stirred their hearts. One day I too shall be like you, Hulai. Damn it, Hulai. Hulai is incredible. As Quinn passed the ball toward the goal, the crowd in the living room held their breath, pausing all movement, forming a tableau of anticipation. It was not until the ball was poked into the net by Hulai that the spell cast upon them was instantly lifted. A torrent of expletives and animated gestures returned. They leapt from their seats, fists raised, embracing and cheering. Tang Shuyuan was among them, but she embraced her boyfriend. The calmest of all was Yin Yin, who, amidst the celebration, turned to glance at the senior sister, discovering her in an embrace with Chu. He smugly remarked, "So what do you think, senior? I told you Hulai is the chosen one, didn't I?" Faced with an unassailable reality, Tang Shuyuan found herself at a loss for words, merely shaking her head with a smile, exclaiming, "This is unscientific. Yet, how exhilarating." Following this, Yin Yin and the others resumed their jubilant celebrations. As Hulai scored, Li Ziqiang heard a chorus of excited roars from various directions within the community. Clearly, these were the fervent fans who had stayed up late to watch the live broadcast. However, what puzzled Li Ziqiang was the silence of the very person in their room who should have been the loudest in celebration. He turned to Sister Xia, who was seated on the sofa laughing, her face aglow with glimmering reflections. No wonder she refrained from cheering. Tears streamed down her face. Li Ziqiang understood all too well the reason behind Sister Xia's tears. After enduring the anxiety of the match, the heavy burden in her heart could finally be set down. Regardless of whether Leeds City would ultimately claim the championship, this goal ensured that even if they lost, no one could justifiably blame her son's pre-match touch of the trophy for their failure. Hulai had accomplished everything within his power in the final. A forward who scored early in the match and delivered a decisive blow at its climax. If a team could not secure victory with such contributions, could the blame truly rest on the shoulders of the one who scored twice? Outside, more roars echoed. It was unclear whether the excitement had yet to wane or if the sluggish home internet connection had caused a delay in the live stream. Li Ziqiang's gaze turned to the television screen, where the live feed quaked as if a tremor had just swept through distant Paris. After scoring, Hulai attempted to execute his signature celebration but was intercepted by Peter Williams, who, akin to a rugby tackle, launched himself and wrapped around Hulai, bringing him crashing to the ground. More Leeds City players surged forward, quickly enveloping Hulai, rendering him invisible beneath a sea of bodies. Yet, amidst this tumult, every voice rose in unison to cheer for him. Who? The roar from the stands coalesced into a harmonious chant. Sevilla's head coach, Pierre Blunt, did not allow himself to be daunted by the uproar. Instead, he approached the bench and pulled the distressed substitute forward, Augustin Insua, to his feet. Prepare to enter the fray, lad. He had initially reserved a substitution for extra time to ensure the team's stamina. However, it was now evident that they could not afford to wait for extra time, as doing nothing would mean Sevilla would not even reach that stage. The 23-year-old Insua, an Argentine forward known for his technical skill and ability to navigate the flanks, was brought on for a final gamble. Blunt had no time to lament or complain. It was now imperative for his team to seize this last opportunity to score. There was no point in pondering how Hulai had scored, nor in dissecting Lasky's role in that attack. Such inquiries were utterly futile. As Insuya stood by the sidelines, awaiting his turn to enter the field, Hulai was finally hoisted to his feet by his teammates. He gestured towards the Leeds City fans in the stands, then sprinted alone towards the corner flag to execute his celebratory display. Upon landing, the thunderous applause from the stands erupted. Ho-woo! Hulai raised his fist towards them, then joined his teammates in a run back to the halfway line. The Leeds City fans roared with laughter as they watched his retreating figure. Approaching the center circle, Hulai noticed the opposing forward, Alvarez, standing there, foot on the ball, poised for the restart. He intentionally veered slightly, entering the center circle, and as he passed Alvarez, he shrugged and gestured, no offense. Meanwhile, the chants from the Leeds City supporters filled the air repetitively. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who? Amidst the relentless chorus of who is your daddy? Who is your daddy? Alvarez's expression soured considerably. In the final moments of the match, Leeds City's celebration for their late goal stretched a bit too long, prompting the sailors from Sevilla to protest to the referee, urging him to keep an eye on Leeds' celebratory antics to prevent time wasting. In response, the referee pointed to his watch, reassuring them that he would compensate for the time spent celebrating during the stoppage time. Seizing the opportunity during Leeds' celebration, Sevilla's sailors executed their final substitution, bringing on the young Argentine forward, Agustin Insuya, in place of the defensive midfielder, Victor Montoro. Without a defensive midfielder, Sevilla's backline had to confront Leeds City's relentless attacks directly, which posed a significant disadvantage as they headed into extra time. Yet, at that moment, the Sevilla sailors had no choice but to focus on surviving the remaining 90 minutes before even contemplating how to navigate the ensuing 120 minutes. Simultaneously, as they returned to their half, Leeds City's players received the latest directive from the coaching staff: retreat completely. Hulai's goal was scored in the 89th minute, followed by a 2-minute celebration. When the match resumed, the clock had already ticked into the 90th minute. At that moment, the fourth official raised the board indicating stoppage time, revealing the number 6, alerting everyone that 6 minutes of stoppage time would be added to the match. The Leeds City fans in the stands erupted with a cacophony of boos, believing that the stoppage time had been excessively prolonged. 6 minutes, in their eyes, afforded ample opportunity for the Sevilla Mariners to score. From the perspective of the Leeds City supporters, they would have preferred the match to conclude right then and there, without a single second of additional time. Conversely, the fans of the Sevilla Mariners found themselves invigorated, as if revived, singing and cheering fervently in support of their team. While 6 minutes may seem considerable, history is replete with instances of goals scored in the dying moments of a match. Just moments ago, for instance, Hulai had found the net within the final 2 minutes before the 90-minute mark. If Hulai could achieve this, why not the Sevilla Mariners? With 6 minutes of stoppage time, there remained time and opportunity. The Sevilla Mariners refused to relent, seizing the chance to launch a vigorous assault on the Leeds City goal as play resumed. Once the ball was set in motion, it was swiftly directed forward. Alvarez contested a header with Ben Glist, predictably overwhelmed by Glist's strength, as the ball was directed back over his head. Fortunately, the player who arrived to control the ball was none other than Pablo Becker, the midfield linchpin for the Sevilla Mariners. Upon witnessing this, Alvarez felt a sense of relief and quickly repositioned himself to support the team's offensive effort. As Becker received the pass, Junpei Senkawa surged forward. The Argentine leaned slightly to the left, as if intending to break through that side. However, this was merely a feint. With his right foot, he deftly nudged the ball to the right, attempting to change direction. At that moment, Senkawa decisively executed a tackle, precisely intercepting the ball Becker had played to the right. The ball was robustly deflected back towards the midfield, while Becker collided with Senkawa and tumbled to the ground. Becker had lost possession. Senkawa had astutely anticipated his movement, much to the excitement of the Japanese commentator. As Becker lay on the ground, he raised his arms, appealing to the nearby referee, convinced that Senkawa's tackle was a foul. Yet, the referee, casting not a glance in his direction, turned and sprinted away. Leeds City transitioned from defense to attack. The ball, having been tackled away by Senkawa, fell neatly at the feet of Hulai, who had retreated back to the midfield. With the Sevilla Mariners pressing forward, their half was almost devoid of defenders. Hulai, having just returned to the center circle, was now the foremost player for Leeds City. Rasky had even dropped back to the position of Peter Williams, effectively functioning as an attacking midfielder. This was a consequence of Clark's directive for the team to compact their defensive formation, thereby pulling the shape back. They had not anticipated that a counterattack opportunity would emerge at this late stage. Yet, now, a chance for a counterattack presented itself. Ismail Kamara, who had nearly retreated to a fullback position, saw this unfolding moment, gritting his teeth and charging forward, hoping to make a swift run to provide Hulai with a passing target and capitalize on this counterattack. Despite his dwindling physical strength, he continued to push forward with determination. Lasky was also advancing, positioned closer to Hulai than Kamara, yet he found himself in the central lane, where the space was less expansive compared to the flanks occupied by Kamara. Both Kamara and Lasky, after their efforts to initiate movement, glanced up at Hulai. They beheld Hulai having completed his turn, facing Arthur, the central defender of the Sevilla Navigators. Arthur reacted swiftly, refraining from lunging forward to intercept the ball. Instead, he executed a sudden halt, maintaining an optimal distance from Hulai. This distance was neither too close, allowing Hulai to maneuver past him effortlessly, nor too far, resulting in a loss of control over Hulai. Arthur, brilliant, the Spanish commentator praised upon witnessing the scene. Indeed, it was prudent not to rush in immediately. Maintaining composure and stalling Hulai would prevent their counterattack from materializing. Moreover, vigilance towards Lasky and Kamara was imperative. As he spoke, Hulai commenced his advance with the ball. Initially, his pace was unhurried, merely a gentle roll. Arthur gradually retreated, refusing to fall for the bait. The other Sevilla Navigators swiftly regrouped in defense. He was buying time for his teammates. Leeds City has a chance to seal the match, Matthew Cox exclaimed excitedly. But Hulai needed to secure the ball first and wait a moment. Before he could finish, he witnessed Hulai, who had been advancing slowly, suddenly propel the ball forward with a powerful touch, sending it gliding far ahead. The ball rolled into the vacant half behind Arthur. Cox was momentarily stunned. Was that a pass, or an attempt to dribble? A pass? To whom? There wasn't a single Leeds City player ahead. A dribble? How could he do that? Through speed? But Hulai was not renowned for his swiftness. As Hulai pushed the ball forward, Arthur was slightly taken aback, having never heard of Hulai daring to charge with the ball like that. Nevertheless, As a skilled central defender, he quickly regained his composure and turned to pursue. It was well known that Hulai lacked pace, so Arthur felt confident in catching up. He extended his hand, intending to disrupt Hulai's progress. Yet, just as he contemplated this, he saw the figure before him suddenly accelerate. His outstretched hand grasped only air. Caught off guard, Arthur stumbled slightly, allowing Hulai to distance himself even further. After forcefully pushing the ball ahead, Hulai took 2 strides to elevate his speed, being cautious with the ill-fitting shoes he had donned, refraining from utilizing the item directly for fear of losing control by suddenly increasing his velocity. After all, he had never used the ill-fitting shoes before and was unaware of how they would perform. The process of activating the item did not require complex entry into the system space. A mere thought sufficed. This ensured that Hulai could deploy the item at the right moment during the match without missing an opportunity due to its usage. Wearing a pair of ill-fitting sneakers, Hulai felt as if his body had become remarkably lighter, akin to running with the wind propelling him forward. It was as though he had been given an unexpected shove from behind, launching him forward with fervor. Just as Arthur believed he was about to catch up with Hulai, he found himself left behind. However, this did not imply an easy victory. For, besides Arthur, another defender from Sevilla, Poyatos, who had been trailing Arthur, now became a formidable obstacle, diagonally pursuing the football that Hulai had deftly maneuvered past. "Wow, Hulai, incredible. He has actually dribbled past Arthur," exclaimed Shen Lang in astonishment. It was not just him. His companion, Shi Wuyin, widened his eyes in disbelief, rendered speechless. As the coach who had previously trained Hulai in both the Olympic and national teams, Shi Wuyin had never witnessed Hulai break through defenders with sheer speed before. Hulai had a chance for a clear shot on goal, but he first needed to control the ball ahead of Poyatos, Matthew Cox nervously remarked. Meanwhile, the fans in the stands created a cacophony. The Leeds City supporters cheered for Hulai, while the Sevilla fans jeered at him. Poyatos sprinted with all his might in a diagonal chase, while Hulai surged forward in a straight line. On the verdant pitch, the 2 figures were destined to converge at the football. In the VIP box, Luo Kai watched intently, his eyes wide with anxiety. He could hardly believe that Hulai was utilizing speed to navigate this situation, and remarkably, he didn't appear slow. After all, it was the 92nd minute of the match. How could he possess such stamina and velocity? Poyatos, seeing the football draw closer and the shadow of Hulai in his peripheral vision, leapt into action. Teeth gritted as he lunged for the ball. Just as his foot was about to connect with the football, Hulai managed to prod it away first. Poyatos missed the ball entirely and inadvertently collided with Hulai's foot. Had he toppled Hulai, a red card would surely follow, yet Poyatos was beyond caring. He would rather face expulsion if it meant halting Hulai. Hulai stumbled slightly, flailing his arms in a comical manner, yet he regained his balance. He did not fall. After a brief stumble, he resumed pursuit of the ball he had nudged away. At that moment, Sevilla's goalkeeper, Durick, had abandoned his goal to rush forward. Just as Hulai caught up with the ball, he suddenly struck it with his right leg. He executed a delicate chip shot from the edge of the penalty arc. The action was so abrupt, devoid of any prior indication, that Durick, who was charging forward, failed to react in time. As he saw the ball soaring towards him, he attempted to leap, but was still bound by the force of gravity. He merely lifted his toes off the ground, arms reaching skyward. He felt he could almost touch the ball, for Hulai's shot was not excessively high. Yet, he could not make contact. The football whisked just above his fingertips. Hulai had chipped the ball. Completing the shot, Hulai kept moving, not looking back, as he headed straight for the corner flag. He appeared to have anticipated the outcome. Even before he reached the corner flag, he leaped into the air, executing his signature celebratory gesture. At that moment, the football soared past the despairing goalkeeper, Durick, and descended towards the net of the Sevilla Mariners. As Hulai turned in midair, he bore witness to the ball crossing the goal line. With the ball finding its way into the net, he too descended, his feet landing softly on the lush grass. This time, the Leeds City fans did not have the opportunity to synchronize their thunderous cheer with Hulai's celebration. Yet, the atmosphere above the Paris World Cup Stadium was already charged with electric anticipation. Hulai stood on the pitch, his slightly arched back reminiscent of an invisible cape billowing behind him. As the 217th chapter, witnessing a legend, unfolds, all those in the stands of the Paris World Cup Stadium, along with viewers at home, bore witness to a moment that would linger in their memories for years to come. Amidst the incessant click of cameras capturing the scene, Hulai, having just executed a delicate lob, sprinted towards the corner flag without a glance back, celebrating in advance as if he were certain that his shot would find the net. Indeed, he was not mistaken. His celebration and the goal were perfectly synchronized. The football sailed into the net just as he descended from the air, landing firmly on the grass. Cheers, shouts, and a cacophony of indistinguishable sounds coalesced, brewing a tempest within the stadium. This storm enveloped everyone present. No one could remain unaffected. Hulai has done it. What a beauty. A one-on-one? A lob? Hulai has lobbed it from outside the box. Even without the visuals of the match, one could sense the suddenness of Hulai's remarkable strike through the voice of commentator Chen Xingyi. In a moment of instinctive brilliance, he shot without the customary adjustments or build-up, catching everyone, including the goalkeeper Durich, off guard. The height of the ball was perfectly measured, and Durich, in his hasty attempt to leap, could not reach it. As the ball sailed over Durich's outstretched hand, Chen Xingyi inhaled deeply before unleashing a fervent commentary. What a goal! What a goal! A splendid lob. There's no doubt about it. Friends, there is no doubt. Both this goal and this match are beyond question. Leeds City leads 4-2 against the Sevilla Mariners with less than 4 minutes remaining. In such a scenario, how could the Mariners possibly stage a comeback? I can now proclaim that Leeds City has triumphed as the champions of the UEFA Europa League for the 2026-2027 season. Hulai has become the first Chinese player in history to claim this prestigious title. All Chinese fans watching the live broadcast on Tongfei are rejoicing. As Chen Xingyi aptly remarked, everyone is acutely aware that the outcome of this match is no longer in doubt. Hulai's 2 goals in the 89th and 92nd minutes utterly obliterated Sevilla's aspirations for victory. Who dares to say that one cannot win the championship after merely touching the trophy before the match? Chen Xingyi's commentary continues. Perhaps this holds true for others, but not for our Hulai. Those curses have no effect on him. Just as the number 14 shines brilliantly on his back, Xiaolon finally bursts into cheers, convinced that her son can indeed secure the championship. With that certainty, what does she have left to worry about? The UEFA Europa League champion. She feels compelled to expedite her plans to purchase another residence in the community. What a magnificent lob shot. A splendid direct lob. Durich is rendered utterly powerless, merely watching as the ball sails into the net. Who has concluded this match? Sevilla will return empty-handed for the first time after reaching the Europa League final. Matthew Cox exclaims excitedly from the commentary box. It is not uncommon for English teams to secure European titles, yet Cox remains exhilarated. Not merely because he is a supporter of Leeds City, but because he senses he is witnessing the birth of a legend. Just 2 seasons ago, they were a relegation-threatened team, last season's Premier League champions, and now, this season's European champions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all witnesses to a legend. Leeds City has carved its name into the annals of English and European football history. Moreover, they have vanquished Sevilla in the final, handing them their first defeat in a Europa League final. As he speaks, the cheers of Leeds City supporters resonate in his ears. Were it not for the diligent security measures in place for the Europa League, the Leeds City fans might have surged onto the pitch. Now, they bounce and leap in the stands, jubilantly embracing one another, waving their Leeds City scarves. The Paris World Cup Stadium has nearly transformed into a grander version of Flanders Stadium. The players of Leeds City finally rush forward from the backline, embracing Hulai in celebration of the goal. What a magnificent feat! They shout, enthusiastically patting Hulai's back. This phrase has become the standard expression among Leeds City players after scoring, as they believe it most fully encapsulates their emotions following a goal. What a feat expresses their inner excitement, while magnificent conveys their sincere admiration for the scorer. Amidst the fervent celebrations of Leeds City players, many from Sevilla have collapsed to the ground, covering their faces with their hands. They know the outcome is sealed. At this moment, head coach Pierre Brent stood by the sidelines, appearing as if he were a mere statue. He refrained from making any further adjustments or erupting in anger, for any action now would be futile and devoid of significance. The Sevilla Voyager supporters occupying the opposite half of the stand stood in silence, their hands clasped atop their heads, gazing forlornly at the field. The conclusion of failure lay before all of them. The Spanish commentator sighed heavily from the commentary box, remarking that although the match had not yet concluded, it felt as if it had already ended for the Sevilla Voyagers, who found themselves 2 goals behind in the 92nd minute, with only 4 minutes remaining, rendering any hope of a comeback bleak. This marked the first occasion that the Voyagers reached the UEFA Europa League final, yet failed to seize the championship. Merely 5 minutes prior, they were brimming with confidence, believing they could stretch the match into extra time, relying on their extensive experience and superior stamina to wear down Leeds City. However, Leeds City, aware that entering extra time would lead to their demise, suddenly surged in the final moments, sealing the match. In the 89th and 92nd minutes, Leeds City managed to score 2 goals in a mere 3 minutes, while the Voyagers could not respond. The commentator delivered this last statement after a brief hesitation, his teeth clenched. One must concede that when it comes to scoring, Leeds City truly excels, for they possess a lethal striker. Clark embraced and high-fived everyone around him, and after finally breaking free from them, he turned to the Leeds City fans in the stands, raising his fists in triumph. Observing their jubilant revelry, he broke into a broad smile. He had accomplished the seemingly impossible, transforming from a failure dismissed by a championship team into a champion coach who led a Premier League team to victories in both the Premier League and the Europa League. His life had undergone a remarkable transformation within a mere 3 years. This journey began with a player recommended to him by Matt, whom he discovered in a game. Reflecting on it now, it feels like a long tale indeed. On the Leeds City bench, everyone was celebrating wholeheartedly, a sense of relaxation washing over them, something they had not fully experienced during Hulai's recent goal, as lingering worries still occupied their minds. They were apprehensive about allowing the Sevilla Voyagers to equalize in the final minutes of the match. Why else would Clark have instructed the players to fall back into defense? Given his nature, such a directive indicated a genuine necessity for caution. Now, amidst the celebrations, he found no time to contemplate further adjustments. What adjustments were necessary? We were already 2 goals ahead, so let the celebrations commence. Not just to commemorate the goal, but to revel in victory. The Leeds City players celebrated longer this time. Yet there were no complaints or protests from the Sevilla Voyagers regarding the referee. By the time they concluded their festivities and returned to their half, the match clock displayed the 95th minute, with only a minute remaining before stoppage time would end. However, it was likely that a little extra time would be added, as it is customary for referees not to blow the final whistle precisely at the 96th minute. Even with additional time added, it would hold no significance for this match. In the final moments, the only sounds resonating from the stands were those of the Leeds City supporters, while fans of Sevilla began to exit the stadium, unwilling to witness the crowning of a new champion. As the clock struck 97 minutes and 45 seconds, Becker launched the ball towards the second tier, stands behind the Leeds goal, prompting the referee to blow the final whistle. The match was over. The match was over. Commentators from around the globe erupted in their respective languages. Leeds City had triumphed in the Europa League. A new champion had emerged. Congratulations to Leeds City. They defeated Sevilla in the finals. This marked the first occasion the reigning champions of the Europa League had lost their title. Previously, as long as they reached the finals, victory was assured. But Leeds City shattered this assumption mercilessly. Prior to the match, some had observed Hulai touching the trophy, leading many to believe that Leeds City would fall short of glory, yet the game unfolded contrary to that expectation. The player who had seemingly invited misfortune by touching the trophy instead delivered a hat-trick during the match. He became the first Chinese and Asian player to accomplish such a feat in a Europa League final. Hulai, Asian glory, the pride of China. The English team Leeds City has secured their first European championship in history. Although their performances in the Premier League this season have been lackluster, this Europa League victory has granted them qualification for the next season's Champions League. Congratulations to Junpei Sichuan. He has become the first Japanese player to win the Europa League. The decisive goal that sealed the match came from a steal in midfield by Junpei Sichuan. Having joined the team just half a season ago, he has already claimed a European title, a truly enviable achievement. Following Park Chun-tae's Europa League victory, 2 more Asian players have now attained the championship title. Indeed, a moment of celebration. Amidst the cheers, the Leeds City substitutes rushed onto the pitch to embrace their teammates in celebration. However, Hulai took a different approach. He sprinted to the sidelines, retrieving a small bag he had brought with him to the bench. He unzipped it, revealing a glimpse of red fabric. As he pulled it out, a vibrant red flame captured the attention of everyone present. He draped the red cloth around himself, transforming it into a cape. Adorned with the 5-star red flag, he re-entered the field. Wrapped in red, he became the most dazzling figure of the day, akin to a sparkling star. P.S. The single updates have begun, and the 5th volume is nearing its conclusion. Chapter 218. Congratulations, champion. Li Qingqing was awakened by the notification sound from her phone. She reached for the device on her bedside table, still connected to its charging cable. Groggily, she noticed a news alert on the lock screen. Exciting news. Leeds City wins the Europa League. Hulai draped in the 5-star red flag. In an instant, her drowsiness vanished. She unplugged the charger and turned over, unlocking her phone in a more comfortable position. Several unread messages appeared on WeChat. Upon opening them, Li Qingqing found messages from both Lilith and Hulai. She chose to view Hulai's first. The initial message was a photograph of Hulai clad in a championship commemorative t-shirt. Seated in the locker room, cradling the UEFA Cup in his arms, his smile radiant as he faced the camera. Li Qingqing noticed the red bracelet she had gifted him adorning his right wrist, prompting a smile to grace her lips. She continued reading to find Hulai's message. From now on, please refer to me as the European champion. A surprise for you. Am I not handsome? Although she was aware that Hulai might be asleep or celebrating late into the night, oblivious to his phone, Li Qingqing replied, "Congratulations, Mr. Champion." After sending her response, she downloaded the photo Hulai had shared and turned her attention to the message from Lilith. "I kept my promise and cheered for Hulai at the venue." Accompanying this was a selfie of Lilith taken in a VIP box at the Paris World Cup Stadium. "Qingqing, I spotted a handsome guy in the box. His melancholic profile completely captivated me, making me forget to cheer for Hulai for a moment." Beneath this message, Lilith sent an obviously candid photo. Li Qingqing glanced at the handsome man in the photo and froze. Isn't that Luo Kai? He actually attended Hulai's match? What was he thinking? Even more surprising to Li Qingqing was the coincidence that Luo Kai had encountered Lilith there. Xiwen opened her eyes to find Li Qingqing lying in her bed, engrossed in her phone. "You're awake?" she exclaimed, surprised. "Ah, just woke up." Li Qingqing set her phone aside and turned to Xiwen. "I never imagined I would witness you lounging in bed, engrossed in your phone after waking up." "I really just woke up," Li Qingqing replied. "Why aren't you getting up?" As soon as Xiwen spoke, she realized something and abruptly propped herself up, a hint of excitement in her voice. "What was the result of the UEFA Cup? Did Hulai win?" "He did," Li Qingqing responded with a beaming smile. "Yay," Xiwen cheered, only to realize that Li Qingqing did not seem particularly thrilled. "Did you secretly watch the live broadcast in the middle of the night?" Li Qingqing shot her a glance. Shaking her head, "Of course not. What are you thinking? Then why do you look so calm?" It was a foregone conclusion, wasn't it? How could it be without suspense? Xiwen chose to ignore her and began to browse the news on her phone. Not long after, she gasped. Hulai actually touched the trophy before the match. She then turned to Li Qingqing. "Qingqing, did you know?" I just learned it from you." "Why are you so unperturbed?" "Because he has already won the trophy. Even if he touched it before the match, it doesn't matter now." Upon reflection, Xiwen realized that was indeed the case. The reason everyone was so concerned about this matter was merely due to the superstition that touching the trophy before the match would bring bad luck. Now that Hulai had secured the championship, it had evidently broken that curse. A curse that had been dispelled held little significance. Thus, she continued reading and soon exclaimed again, "A hat trick? Hulai scored a hat trick." As she spoke, she lifted her head to gaze at Li Qingqing, who nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. I heard it from you." Xiwen furrowed her brow, sensing a lack of concern. Li Qingqing chuckled. "Well, you were right there beside me, reporting it as if I were listening to the news." Xiwen shot her a sidelong glance and resumed her attention to the news. Before long, she inhaled sharply, her eyes widening in surprise. Li Qingqing raised an eyebrow, yet Xiwen remained silent. "Speak up," she urged. "I won't tell you. Curiosity compels me to see for myself." With that, Xiwen set her phone aside and leapt off the bed. "I'm off to freshen up." Li Qingqing, reclining on the bed, sighed and dutifully navigated to the highlights of the match online. She began to watch intently and indeed witnessed the moment during the pre-match ceremony when Hulai reached out to touch the trophy. She grimaced slightly, uncertain of Hulai's motives. Perhaps he sought to stand out from the crowd. Or maybe he wished to dispel the notion that touching the trophy before the game would bring bad luck. Li Qingqing remained indifferent to the myriad interpretations surrounding the event. For one should not attempt to rationalize Hulai's actions. Following a simple entrance ceremony, the footage transitioned to Hulai's first goal, a sudden long-range shot from outside the box that caught Sevilla's Mariners off guard. Subsequently, the Mariners not only equalized before halftime, but also took the lead. In the second half, Kamara assisted Leeds City in leveling the score once more, leading to a stalemate in the match. During this period, both teams had a few shots featured in the highlights, yet nothing significant transpired. More importantly, Hulai was notably absent from the highlights until the 88th minute, when he made a sudden appearance right in front of Sevilla's goal, a stunning last-minute goal. Upon witnessing this, Leeds City let out a soft sigh, lamenting her missed opportunity to witness the live broadcast. How exhilarating it would have been to see that goal in real time. However, she now knew that it was not the true game winner, as another goal followed. Yet, when she beheld Hulai's third goal, she was taken aback, sitting upright in bed. The way he effortlessly outpaced two Sevilla Mariners and deftly flicked the ball into the net from outside the box was something she had never seen from him before, especially considering that if Leeds City had scored that goal, it would have seemed rather ordinary. But this was Hulai. When did he acquire such speed? Exiting the video, she switched to WeChat and typed a query. What happened with that third goal? Why do I feel like your speed has increased? Only after sending the message did she realize that there was a 6-hour time difference between her and Hulai, meaning she wouldn't receive a prompt reply. Since she was already sitting up, she decided to get out of bed. Suwon emerged from the bathroom, freshly groomed, and upon seeing Leeds City getting dressed, inquired, "Did you finish watching?" "Yes, I did. A hat trick." Hulai is indeed the first Chinese player to have achieved a hat trick in the Europa League final, isn't he? Remarkable. However, Leeds City shook her head. No. He is, in fact, the first Asian player to accomplish a hat trick in the Europa League final. Suwon cast her a sidelong glance. TSK. Leeds City chuckled, rising from her bed to freshen up. Meanwhile, Suwon picked up her phone to peruse online comments regarding the Europa League final. Hulai has demonstrated through his actions that we Chinese are atheists, wholly unyielding to superstition. When Hulai touched the trophy before the match, a Sevilla fan proclaimed him a legend of the club. I am quite eager to see journalists interview those Sevilla fans, inquiring whether they would still accept Hulai as one of their own. In the future, should anyone dare to mention touching the trophy before the match as a reason for losing the championship, they should be met with Hulai's hat trick thrown back in their faces. Hulai is truly audacious. After the match, when a Spanish reporter asked him how he managed to maintain such speed for a counterattack in the dying moments, can you guess his response? He audaciously claimed, "Because I touched the trophy before the match. I believe the Europa League bestowed upon me luck and strength." According to Chinese journalists present, the Spanish reporter's expression was simply priceless. Suwon laughed heartily. Leeds City, in the bathroom, also joined in the laughter, her mirth unabated by the sound of running water, which shielded her joyous laughter from Suwon outside. "Well done, Hulai," she exclaimed, shaking her fist at her reflection, her face adorned with an uncontainable radiant smile. In the Europa League final that concluded early this morning, capital time, Hulai's team, Leeds City, triumphed over the dominant Sevilla with a score of 4-2. Hulai completed a hat trick in this match, becoming the pivotal contributor to his team's victory and the first Asian player to achieve a hat trick in a Europa League final. Post-match, Hulai was named the best player of the final, and he also emerged as the top scorer of the season with 13 goals. As Chen Xingyi returned from morning exercises with his father, Chen Lin, he stood before the television, absorbing all the news regarding Leeds City's championship victory. He then complained to his father, "How frustrating. I missed such an exhilarating match." Due to Chen Lin's strict rule against late-night viewing, he had not been able to watch the live broadcast of the match. Chen Lin, who has been quite stern with his son, now a member of the Anton Stars youth team, has held him to the standards of a professional athlete, both in football training and in daily life. "Do you wish to watch the matches?" Chen Lin inquired. "Of course. Simple. Work hard and strive to play in Europe. Then you won't have to worry about time differences." Chen Xingyi was taken aback, not expecting his father to say such a thing. Once he processed it, he excitedly asked, "Dad, do you really want me to play football in Europe? As long as you have the capability, why would I not support you?" In that moment, Chen Xingyi made a bold declaration. "All right, I will strive to join Hulai and the others in Europe." At that moment, his mother, Wang Yuan, emerged from the kitchen carrying breakfast and shot him a knowing glance. "You should focus on playing in the Chinese Super League with the Stars first." Hulai woke up naturally, or rather, he simply rose an hour later than his usual time. Upon awakening, he did not hasten to get out of bed. Instead, he reclined on the hotel mattress, picking up his phone to check for any messages left for him during the past few hours. In truth, after winning the championship the previous night, his WeChat was nearly inundated with congratulatory messages from numerous friends, including Uncle Yong, Brother Huan, Song Pongzi, and his mother. However, there was no message from Li Qingqing. Hu Lai understood that she hadn't watched the live broadcast, and thus, it was impossible for her to offer her congratulations immediately. Nevertheless, now that it was afternoon in China, she must have heard the news, and he was eager to see what she would say. Unlocking his phone and opening WeChat, he indeed found a message from his pinned contact Li Qingqing. "Congratulations, Mr. Champion." Upon reading this, Hu Lai grinned widely. For some inexplicable reason, such a simple phrase seemed to rival the exhilaration he felt when hoisting the trophy the night before. Savoring the moment in his heart, he continued to scroll. "What happened with the third goal? Why do I feel like your speed has increased?" Hu Lai was taken aback by Li Qingqing's keen observation. Yet he could not confess that he had utilized ill-fitting shoes as a prop. Instead, he attributed all the credit to the lucky bracelet she had gifted him. "It's the lucky bracelet you gave me that brought me this fortune. I can personally attest to its effectiveness. Even the so-called curse of touching the trophy has no effect on me. Just make sure to wear it during the World Cup." Before long, Li Qingqing replied with a smiley face. "Are you awake?" "Just got up, still lying in bed." "What about you?" "I'm about to head to afternoon training. If you reply any later, I'll have to wait until after practice to see your message." As she spoke, Li Qingqing sent a photo of herself in training attire. Taking a selfie in front of the bathroom mirror, she asked, "Do I look pretty?" Hu Lai responded with a hand-over heart emoji. "I won't banter with you any longer. I'm off to train. Go on, go on. Good luck at the World Cup." Just then, Sichuan Junping emerged from the bathroom and noticed Hu Lai reclining on the bed, his face illuminated with a joyful smile as he held his phone. This sight made him smile as well. "How wonderful, we are the European champions. P.S. A single update today." Chapter 219. The golden era. Yin Yin sat at his workstation, yawning widely. A colleague nearby noticed and quietly inquired, "Xiao Yin, were you up late watching the game again?" "Yes, indeed," Yin Yin replied, his energy noticeably lacking. "Why don't you take a day off?" "If I take another day off, my bonus will be gone." His colleague chuckled, but it must have been exhilarating. "I woke up this morning to read the news that Hu Lai won the championship and even achieved a hat trick. Watching the highlights afterward was thrilling enough. Watching it live must have been even more exciting." Yin Yin chuckled, "Of course. Haven't you noticed my voice is hoarse? I was shouting. I truly envy the youth of today. Their bodies are so resilient that after staying up late to watch the match, they can still come to work without a hitch. If it were me, I would surely need to take half a day off." After expressing this sentiment, a middle-aged colleague reminded Yin Yin, "But you must be cautious. Next time you yawn, remember to cover it up. You wouldn't want the new boss to catch you. Rumor has it he is quite strict, and yawning during work hours might be perceived as a lack of diligence." Just as he was speaking, a figure entered the office, the new project manager who had only been in his position for a week. The colleague quickly retreated to his desk, pretending to be engrossed in work. Yin Yin lowered his gaze to his computer screen, but couldn't resist stealing glances at the newly appointed superior. As the boss walked past him, Yin Yin noticed him letting out a large yawn. After yawning, the boss caught sight of someone watching him and turned to Yin Yin, asking, "What's the matter?" "Oh, nothing," Yin Yin replied awkwardly, stifling a yawn himself. He felt a bit embarrassed as he looked at his boss, who was also gazing back at him. The colleague beside them shrank into his seat, afraid to speak. The atmosphere in that small space suddenly grew a bit awkward. "The match must have been quite thrilling, right?" the boss inquired unexpectedly. Yin Yin reflexively answered, "Not really, no." The boss smiled subtly at his adamant denial and said, "All right then. If you're tired, drink more coffee." With that, he walked straight into his office. Once the boss left, the colleague leaned over with concern, asking, "Were you found out?" Yin Yin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I passed." He then lifted his gaze towards the boss's office, pondering whether he should invite him to watch the next game. He had even formulated a plan for how to broach the subject. "Boss, have you heard of the chosen one?" When Hu Lai and Sichuan Junping arrived at the hotel restaurant for breakfast, they encountered their teammates. Many of them were yawning incessantly, clearly having had a poor night's sleep. Among them was Charlie Porter, who raised his hand to greet Hu Lai. But as he opened his mouth to speak, he let out a yawn instead. While yawning, he managed to say, "Good morning, Hu. Did you not sleep at all last night, Charlie?" Hu Lai inquired, intrigued. "I think I fell asleep around 4 or 5 o'clock." Upon seeing Charlie's lethargic demeanor, Hu Lai readily believed him. "Why did you sleep so late?" he asked, frowning. "Could you really fall asleep?" "Hu, this is the UEFA Cup final, the European Championship," Charlie exclaimed in disbelief. Having secured the title, What is there left to keep one awake? He then turned his gaze to Sun Junping. Knowing him to be a person of integrity, unlike Hu Lai, who was often filled with mischief, and sought confirmation from the Japanese player. Sun Junping nodded. After we celebrated and returned to our rooms, Hu Lai fell asleep shortly thereafter. Charlie raised his hands in surrender, saying, "You are impressive. Did you not feel nervous at all?" To his surprise, Hu Lai nodded. "Of course I did." "Oh, when was that?" "Before my first World Cup match. I experienced a brief bout of insomnia." Hu Lai recalled seriously and subsequently conveyed the answer to Charlie Porter. The World Cup? Charlie Porter, who had never participated in the World Cup, felt he had unwittingly provided Hu Lai with an opportunity to show off. Hu Lai smiled faintly, patted Charlie Porter on the shoulder, and turned with Junpei Morikawa to fetch their meals. Suddenly, the alarm on the phone rang loudly in the room. A hand emerged from beneath the covers to silence it, and with a swift motion, a figure sprang upright from the bed. After leaping down, he dashed to the door, flung it open, and exclaimed loudly, "Time to get up." The startled individuals looked at their already dressed roommate in astonishment. "Hey, Lao Wang, you're late," exclaimed his two roommates, Song Xinghe and Pei Yu, chuckling. "Damn, why are you two so eager today?" Wang Haoshi replied, exasperated. "Wait for me." He retreated into his room and closed the door. A minute later, the door swung open again, and he re-emerged, fully clothed. "Let's go?" his roommates declared upon seeing he was ready. "No rush," Wang Haoshi gestured, then hopped onto the sofa. Stepping onto the armrest, he yanked down the 5-star red flag hanging on the wall. "We must take this, otherwise, how will Hu Lai spot us in the crowd?" As soon as the final whistle blew yesterday, approximately 2/3 of the Leeds City fans boarded flights home, while the remaining third also hurried back to Leeds early this morning, eager not to miss the upcoming championship parade. Those fans who had arrived by bus did not drive back. After all, a 9-hour journey was simply too exhausting. After securing the championship, everyone was eager to return home. Unwilling to waste any more time on the road, they entrusted their bus to a dedicated transport company, which sent a driver to take it back to Leeds, while the fans flew home in the evening. Come on, hurry up," David Miller called out from his front yard, urging his family. "We're coming." His wife emerged with their 3 children from the house. "Isn't it too early?" "Too early? If we leave late, we'll end up stuck in the back row. Anyway, we're all on the bus. It doesn't matter if we're in the front or the 3rd row," his eldest son remarked, hands in pockets, following his mother out. "Enough chatter. Let us go." David Miller was too impatient for idle talk. Around him, neighbors began to emerge from their homes, clad in Leeds City jerseys, clutching scarves or flags. They all headed in the same direction, sharing a common purpose: to participate in the grand parade celebrating Leeds City's victory. Today, all fans would gather along several main roads, awaiting the open-top double-decker bus carrying the Leeds City players as it passed through their neighborhood. For these fans, catching a glimpse of the players holding the trophy and waving from the bus would etch an unforgettable memory, one that would last an entire summer or even a lifetime. The airplane doors opened. As the excited voice of the reporter resonated ahead, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Amidst the jubilant sounds, Lorenzo Esposito, the captain of Leeds City, along with head coach Tony Clark, made their entrance at the threshold. Lorenzo proudly held the UEFA Europa League trophy before us. They became the 6th English team to secure the Europa League title, thus joining the esteemed ranks of European champions. Together, Lorenzo and Clark showcased the trophy to the media and the fans present. They then descended the steps, followed closely by the Leeds City players, who emerged one after another to raucous applause. Each player's appearance was met with enthusiastic cheers, and at that moment, they radiated joy akin to a group of exuberant children. Some even wiggled their hips while descending the airplane stairs, and others leapt down 2 steps at a time. The players would board a specially prepared open-top double-decker bus at the airport, embarking from there to the heart of Leeds City, ultimately arriving at the grand finale of this parade at Flanders Stadium. 1, 2, 3, we are the champions. Yes. The cheers mingled with laughter as Wang Haoshi, Song Xinghe, and Pei Yu posed for photos with the surrounding Leeds City fans. The fans stepped aside, giving the trio a thumbs up, chanting, "China. Who? China. New B." The 3 Chinese students, hearing the oddly pronounced New B, promptly responded in clear Mandarin, "Niu Bai. Niu Bai? Leeds City Niu Bai?" The crowd erupted in laughter. After the merriment, a few more individuals approached, hoping to take pictures with the trio, specifically with the national flag they held. Naturally, they agreed with enthusiasm. Clutching the five-star red flag, the three stood surrounded by Leeds City supporters, some squatting in front of the flag, others flashing peace signs, and some giving thumbs up. Bystanders eagerly pressed their phone cameras to capture the moment. The trio, proudly bearing their national flag at the Champions Parade, became the focal point of attention. For that vibrant red was truly striking. Many Leeds City fans fondly recalled the image of Hulai sprinting across the pitch draped in the five-star flag after the Europa League final. Consequently, they flocked to take pictures with the three. Wang Haoxi and his companions understood that these fans were not merely seeking pictures with them. Rather, they wished to be photographed alongside the national flag. This filled them with pride, and they welcomed every request for a photograph, embracing the role of mascots. Each Leeds City fan who posed with them would, upon completing the photo, give them a thumbs up while exclaiming "Nyobai." Thanks to Hulai, not only had the five-star red flag become the most popular presence at the event, but Nyobai had also transformed into a catchphrase among numerous Leeds City supporters. The activity of Leeds City fans lining up to take pictures with the Chinese national flag continued until the arrival of the bus. As soon as the bus was spotted, the cheers from the crowd grew louder and more deafening. Everyone's attention was firmly fixed on the UEFA Europa League trophy. Cradled by the players at the front of the vehicle, every individual gazed in astonishment, their eyes alight as if the gleam of the trophy had been mirrored within them. Let us extend a warm welcome to the European champions. The atmosphere was charged by an enthusiastic DJ, amplifying the cheers of the crowd. Champions! Champions! We are the champions! Forward, Leeds City! Onward, Leeds City! The fervent fans transformed the streets into a grandstand reminiscent of the Flanders Stadium. Hey, come here! Charlie Potter nudged Hulai, who was waving at the fans below, signaling him to look in another direction. Turning around, Hulai spotted three compatriots waving at him. Their vibrant five-starred red flag a striking beacon amidst the throng. It was unmistakable. He recognized them as his fellow countrymen at once. Thus, Hulai returned their gesture with a wave and a thumbs up. Ah, Hulai saw us. Wang Haoxi, Song Xinghe, and Pei Yu exclaimed, their excitement propelling them to wave their flag even more vigorously. Hulai is incredible. Well done, Hulai. Pride of the Chinese. Light of Asia. The trio shouted with fervor until the bus slowly departed, taking with it the figure they could no longer see. Song Xinghe murmured, Leeds City has become European champions. And we have graduated. Suddenly, it felt as though their youth had drawn to a close. Pei Yu nodded in agreement. Wang Haoxi countered, no, Lao Song. Our youth cannot end so easily. As long as Hulai continues to play, our youth shall endure. As the bus rolled away, the fans lining the streets converged. Pursuing the vehicle, Wang Haoxi and his friends noticed splashes of red in the distance, indicating that they were not the only Chinese supporters waving flags in solidarity for Hulai. They raised their own flags, and indeed, the distant banners began to flutter in response, like battle flags leading a mighty procession toward Flanders Stadium. Tens of thousands marched forth, singing in unison, their voices echoing across the city. This marked the golden age of Leeds City. Volume 5. Golden Age concluded. P.S. A concluding summary will follow shortly. Summary of Volume 5. The total word count for Volume 5 is 717, 854, comparable to previous volumes, except for the fourth, which was lengthy due to its extensive timeline and numerous events. Volume 5 encapsulates a single season, focusing on the straightforward narrative, Leeds City's triumph in the UEFA Cup, the achievement of a golden era, and the affirmation of Hulai's relationship with Li Qingqing. Although the events may seem few, Volume 5 serves as a pivotal bridge, as it witnesses a transformation in the fates of the primary characters. Beyond Hulai and Li Qingqing, it also chronicles the gradual adaptation of national team players like Zhang Qinghuan, Wang Guanglei, and Chen Xingyi to the European football scene. Initially, I harbored a strong desire to intricately detail these processes, yet upon reflection, I deemed it prudent to forego numerous elements in favor of a more succinct narrative flow. Thus, I opted to intertwine descriptions with certain aspects related to Hulai, compressing the protracted journey into the confined time and space of a singular match. I remain uncertain whether this approach is commendable, as I sense that some nuances may have been inadequately explored. It is often the case that the author's perspective diverges from that of the reader. There are instances where I feel I have not sufficiently elaborated, while readers perceive my repetitive descriptions as overly verbose. Conversely, there are moments when I believe I have conveyed my ideas clearly, yet readers find themselves perplexed. For instance, I neglected to depict Hu Lai's utilization of the washing essence potion, assuming that readers would intuitively surmise that upon receiving the reward, he would naturally consume it. However, I later discovered that this detail was of significant interest to the audience, necessitating a subsequent mention. Beyond the individual fates of the players, the fate of Chinese football also undergoes a pivotal transition in Volume 5. Initially, I deliberated extensively on the handling of the head coach's succession for the national team. Option A, to have Dylan directly succeed Shi Wuyin, adhering to his preferences, bypassing the Asian Cup, and allowing Zhou Zijing to emerge as the focal point of the tournament, thereby fostering team cohesion. However, I chose not to delve into this process in detail. Option B, to appoint Dong Jianhai as the new coach, leading to a dismal defeat in the Asian Cup, followed by his resignation amidst the fans' wrath, prompting the Football Association to recognize their prior misjudgments and subsequently invite Dylan back. Choosing option A would circumvent hardship and avoid complications, yet I felt that such a path could not authentically reflect growth. Everything would proceed smoothly along the optimal trajectory, which, while safe, would lack intrigue. Conversely, option B entailed the necessity of portraying a failure, which would serve as a jolt to the readers. Ultimately, after much contemplation, I opted for B, albeit not adhering strictly to the original plan, resulting in the current narrative. Dong Jianhai takes over the national team, aspires to instigate change, but upon failure, swiftly relinquishes that ambition, leading to an unsatisfactory performance in the Asian Cup that makes his impending dismissal evident to all. However, I refrained from depicting his descent into continuous failure culminating in his ousting. Instead, I deliberately orchestrated a match against Japan, crafting a narrative that allows Dong Jianhai, as a transitional figure, to have his moment of brilliance. I did not wish to portray Dong Jianhai merely as a tool, existing solely to pave the way for Dylan's ascent. He remains a tangible individual, possessing his own thoughts and aspirations. This internal struggle is vividly illustrated in the match against Japan, where the man derided as a coward ultimately reveals a fervent side. His choice to resign rather than be dismissed by the Football Association is a deliberate narrative decision aligned with these themes. Additionally, through this Asian Cup, I aim to encapsulate the growth and reflections articulated in the summary of Volume 4, illustrating the gradual transformation and maturation of Chinese players. Ultimately, if one merely expects the players to engage in introspective conversations during casual interactions, I find it rather contrived and lacking depth. It is far more genuine and impactful to have them reflect post their disappointments in the Asian Cup. The objective is fulfilled as long as both the readers beyond the pages and the fans depicted within perceive that this edition of the Asian Cup did not end in vain. Now, let us delve into the romantic subplot involving Hu Lai and Li Qingqing. This particular aspect has demanded an immense amount of my effort, exacerbating the already sparse hair atop my head. It is well known that I am not adept at crafting romantic narratives. In reality, I am a quintessentially stoic individual, often facing my wife's grievances regarding my utter lack of romanticism. Thus, to portray the evolution of Hu Lai and Li Qingqing's relationship from a close friendship teetering on the edge of romance to one of genuine lovers, I toiled intensely, exercising great caution and even engaging in discussions with my wife multiple times. I am aware that many readers anticipated a more intimate encounter between the two following Li Qingqing's journey to Leeds to see Hu Lai. As I pen the scene where Hu Lai escorts Li Qingqing to her hotel, and she then chooses to return to his residence, I felt a sense of trepidation regarding the reader's reception of such an arrangement. I had indeed stirred their expectations, only to turn the page and reveal that nothing transpired between them that night. Would this evoke feelings of immense disappointment and indignation akin to the sentiment of having one's pants undone only to be met with an anticlimactic scenario? Yet, I remained steadfast in my decision not to unite them at that moment, for I wished to preserve the tender and innocent nature of their connection, believing that a reasonable transition was necessary. Utilizing that night to awaken their latent emotions served as a seed, destined to germinate at the opportune moment. If they were to leap directly into a passionate embrace, I felt it would starkly contrast with the essence of their characters. With the groundwork laid during that night in Leeds, it became a natural progression for Hu Lai to eventually uncover his true feelings for Li Qingqing. However, the challenge arose: how to convey this confession. I pondered this for an extended period. Initially, I contemplated having Li Qingqing confess her feelings, but something felt amiss. Why should Hu Lai receive such a treasure without having invested anything? If affection exists, it must be articulated. And is it not a mark of respect for the young man to voice his feelings first? Consequently, I orchestrated a dialogue between Hu Lai and Song Jejia, allowing Hu Lai the opportunity to introspectively examine his emotions for Li Qingqing, forcing him to confront the matter head-on. By the time I reached the chapter of the confession, I had listened to Karen Mock's "So Many People in This World" on repeat throughout the day. My wife humorously remarked that I had become entranced by the song, as it now echoed in my mind. Attentive readers may indeed discern hints of this melody woven into Hu Lai's declaration of love. When I penned the piece, I felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, eagerly anticipating its release for all to behold. Rather than expressing my affection with a mere "I love you," I intricately wove together Hu Lai's character, illustrating a boy who once grappled with insecurity and now lacks confidence in matters of the heart, particularly in the presence of the goddess held in everyone's esteem. Thus, I titled that chapter after the song "The Bravest Moment of My Life" by the Prism Band. For Hu Lai, who grew up scorned and unpopular, resorting to lies and bravado to uphold his fragile self-esteem, boldly pursuing the goddess indeed marks a moment of remarkable courage. In essence, though I am not particularly adept at romantic narratives, the relationship between Hu Lai and Li Qingqing stands out as my favorite aspect of the 5th volume. Observing the enthusiastic feedback from readers after its release filled me with immense gratification, reaffirming that all my efforts were not in vain. As for Leeds City clinching the UEFA Europa League title, there is little to elaborate on. It was a foregone conclusion, as everyone anticipated their victory. After all, if one were to invest hundreds of thousands of words in a season, only to end up with nothing, that would truly be a waste. Initially, the 5th volume was not intended to conclude here, as there was more to unfold. However, I felt that continuing would merely lead to a repetitive cycle. While it is possible, I deemed it unnecessary. Thus, I have decided to conclude the 5th volume here and embark on a new one. As for the content of the 6th volume, I shall refrain from divulging any spoilers. Rest assured, the concerns raised by some readers regarding Hu Lai's lack of growth will be addressed in the 6th volume. He is yet to fully evolve. Moreover, I have estimated that if there are no significant changes to the outline moving forward, approximately 3 more volumes remain. Each volume will likely exceed 70,000 words, making it improbable for them to be shorter. Therefore, this book is expected to encompass around 200,000 words more, and with another year, I anticipate its completion. I eagerly await the day I can reflect once more on Hu Lai and his companion's journey with all of you, providing a final summary, not merely a volume conclusion, but a culmination of the entire narrative. Thank you all for your unwavering support, and I kindly ask you to continue. Tomorrow, I will resume posting 2 updates. Additionally, as per my calculations, by the conclusion of the 2026 to 2027 season, Hu Lai's professional career has amassed a total of 241 goals. In the Hu Lai forest, there are also 24 100 trees.